In the month of March, the rebellious girl from the class transformed into a goddess of pure love, intruding into Chen Mo's world. Given a second chance, she yearned to pour all her strength into loving him. Her name is An Nuan, Chen Mo's first love across 2 lifetimes. She proclaimed, Mo, in this lifetime, your enchanting peach blossom eyes are allowed to gaze only upon me with such deep affection. 3 months later, Chen Mo too was reborn, endowed with the memories of his previous life. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning of An Nuan's words. It turned out that the girl who always urged him to call her sister and cared for him deeply had been harboring a secret crush on him. Her name was Wen Lan. She was the childhood companion who trailed behind him, the little green plum who looked up at him and called him Mo Gidge. On one side stood An Nuan, the radiant moonlight that had boldly intruded into his heart in both lives. On the other stood Wen Lan, the deep scarlet mark imprinted upon his heart in both lifetimes. Standing once more at the crossroads of fate, Chen Mo could not help but exclaim, "Is there truly a way in this world to achieve both, to not disappoint the Buddha nor the beloved?" Chapter 1. Greetings, Chen classmate. In Zhang City, at the night market, Chen Mo set down the steaming clay pot in his hands and smiled at the family of 3 at the table. "Be careful, it's hot." The little girl gazed at the steaming fish porridge before her, leaned in to sniff it, and broke into a sweet smile. "Thank you, big brother." Chen Mo's smile softened further as he nodded and turned to head towards the kitchen. This evening, the number of patrons was substantial. Perhaps it was due to the chilly weather, as the customers at Sister Zhang's fish porridge shop had increased by nearly half compared to the previous day. A couple entered, and Chen Mo greeted them with a smile, inviting them to sit down. At that moment, there were no vacant seats left in the shop. The elderly gentleman beside him, perusing a newspaper while waiting for his meal, was about to urge him on. Chen Mo quickly jotted down the couple's order, turned back with an apologetic smile, and hurriedly made his way to the kitchen. On the other end of the narrow street, a girl clad in a white dress stood under the lamplight, setting down her white instant camera. She examined the white photograph, frowning slightly. Too slow. The girl's complaint was barely audible, dissipating into the clamor of the crowd as the night breeze swept by. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and glanced back at the little shop. The yet-to-develop photograph was cradled in her hands against her abdomen, hoping that her body heat would expedite the unveiling of the captured moment. The throng of passers-by ebbed and flowed, while the girl remained there quietly, her clear eyes reflecting the busy figure in front who was balancing a plate. The steam rising from the clay pot obscured her view somewhat. Not far away, beside a black Mercedes, a middle-aged man lit a cigarette, puffing thoughtfully while casting curious glances toward the girl. He refrained from interrupting, merely shifting his gaze to the lively scene inside Sister Zhang's fish porridge shop. The girl had been standing there for nearly half an hour. She hesitated, contemplating whether to approach, but recalling the girl's earlier words, she decided against it. As a driver, there were some matters he felt he ought not to interfere with. Under the lamplight, the girl's gaze followed Chen Mo's figure until he returned to the kitchen, at which point her eyes finally returned to the present. Raising the photo in her hands, she allowed a gentle smile to grace her lips, revealing a hint of dimples. The photograph in her hand captured the soft smile Chen Mo had directed at the little girl not long ago. Gazing intently at the image of his smiling face, her own smile deepened into something more tender. "Mo, I have waited so many years for a smile like yours." In a hushed whisper, her eyes blurred with emotion, warmth washing over her. A single tear fell onto the photograph. The girl quickly blinked, retrieving a tissue to dab away the tear that had landed on the photo, and wiped the corners of her eyes before stowing the photograph in her bag. She took a deep breath, her steps light as she made her way towards Sister Zhang's fish porridge shop, where a table had just been vacated. As Chen Mo bent down to swiftly wipe the tabletop with a towel, preparing to depart, he caught a glimpse of a pair of small white shoes and then a flowing white skirt. He raised his head and found a girl beaming at him. With delicate dimples and a few loose strands of hair cascading over her shoulders, she sported a graceful princess hairstyle adorned with red-tipped bows. The girl was exceedingly beautiful, yet there was something familiar about her, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Observing Chen Mo's momentary daze, the girl's smile broadened. "Hello, Chen classmate." Hearing her words, Chen Mo instinctively wiped his hands on his apron, feeling somewhat nervous. Looking at the girl in the white dress before him, he tentatively inquired, "Are you An Nuan?" It was no wonder Chen Mo was confused. The girl before him bore little resemblance to the rebellious classmate he had met before the winter break. To put it simply, in terms of both attire and demeanor, they were worlds apart. The girl standing before him was utterly unrecognizable compared to the most rebellious student in his class. Among that defiant little group, An Nuan was the leader. Skipping classes and ignoring lectures were minor offenses. Openly defying teachers and teasing classmates were part of their daily routine. Most notably, the An Nuan Chen Mo remembered, along with the other members of that group, sported hairstyles that were decidedly nonconformist, their bangs perpetually obscuring half their faces. Even when they crossed paths while walking, he could hardly discern their true appearances. Although they had been in the same class for over 2 years, Chen Mo and An Nuan were hardly familiar with one another. An Nuan noticed the expression on Chen Mo's face, her smile unwavering as she took a step closer. "What is it? Has classmate Chen forgotten me after merely one winter break?" As An Nuan approached, a gentle and pleasant wooden fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Mo felt somewhat awkward and took a step back, smiling as he replied, No, please take a seat, classmate. Would you care for something to eat?" Retrieving a pen and a small notebook, Chen Mo refrained from glancing at An Nuan's beaming visage. An Nuan settled down, gently placing the white instant camera on the table while observing Chen Mo's bowed head. With a smile curving her lips, she said, "I would like a bowl of crab congee with extra vegetables, please." We're out of crab congee. How about a serving of yellow flower fish congee instead?" An Nuan's voice was clear and soft, utterly unrecognizable compared to the boisterous girl Chen Mo remembered. Without further contemplation, Chen Mo turned and headed towards the kitchen. The number of patrons had dwindled, and Sister Zhang was not overly busy. As Chen Mo entered, Sister Zhang's gaze shifted from the quietly seated girl in white in the corner. Curiously, she inquired, "Is she your classmate?" "Yes," Chen Mo replied, handing over the order list. Sister Zhang skillfully retrieved a clay pot, added rice, ignited the flame, and covered it with a lid. "That girl is quite beautiful, and she seems tall, at least around 170, I'd say." While her hands continued to work, Sister Zhang remarked, watching as Chen Mo took fish fillets from the refrigerator. Chen Mo nodded. "She is the tallest girl in our class, but we're not very close." Through the glass, Chen Mo cast another glance at the quietly waiting An Nuan, still astonished by her transformation. The change was indeed quite significant. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze, pondering what relevance it held for him. Sister Zhang also averted her gaze, checking the time on her phone. "It's almost 11. Once you've attended to your classmate, you should head back. School resumes tomorrow, so don't stay up too late." Hearing the concern in Sister Zhang's tone, Chen Mo smiled and nodded, watching the steam rising from the bubbling pot as he added the fish fillets. As someone in the outer area stood to leave, Chen Mo hurriedly stepped outside. In the corner, An Nuan glanced at her phone to check the time before putting it away. Amidst the clamor of the small shop, she turned to see Chen Mo tidying a table and welcoming new guests to take their seats. After clearing the table, Chen Mo paused beside An Nuan. "Please wait a moment, classmate. It will take a bit longer." The girl lifted her gaze to meet Chen Mo's eyes, her expression clear and tranquil. "I'm not in a hurry." Her voice was soft and melodious. Chapter 2. As camera was left behind, Chen Mo turned on the faucet, squeezed some dishwashing liquid, and after cleaning the towel, he approached the stove. Sister Zhang was just placing the lid back on the casserole and, noticing his arrival, smiled in a somewhat peculiar manner. "Xiao Chun, are you not very familiar with your classmate?" Chen Mo nodded. "Yeah, we haven't exchanged many words." Sister Zhang shook her head and teased. "You look so honest on the outside. I never expected you to be a deceiver." Chen Mo looked at her in confusion, puzzled by her words. Observing his bewilderment, Sister Zhang felt slightly confused herself. He certainly didn't appear to be lying. She had just seen that the girl's gaze was continually fixed on Chen Mo. It was only when he finished tidying up the table and raised his head that the girl's eyes finally shifted away. At her age, she could discern the implications of such a look. Considering another possibility, Sister Zhang shook her head. "You, my boy, are indeed fortunate." Attempting to inquire about Sister Zhang's seemingly nonsensical remark, Chen Mo found her already turning to retrieve the casserole from the stove. Quickly, he grabbed a plate to assist. "You should serve it. Your female classmate has been waiting for quite a while." Chen Mo exited the kitchen, carrying the plate, and gently placed the casserole on An Nuan's table. "And classmate, be careful, it's hot." An Nuan nodded, took a spoon, scooped up a small portion of fish porridge, and blew gently before bringing it to her lips. With a slight parting of her red lips, she slurped it up and looked up, exclaiming, "So fresh." This was perhaps the highest praise one could give to a dish, and Chen Mo smiled, nodding as he gazed at the girl's beaming face. With her rosy lips and white teeth, her dimples became even more pronounced as she smiled. "Take your time eating, don't burn yourself," he said, turning his head away. Unable to meet An Nuan's gaze. "Did you cook this, Chen classmate?" An Nuan's voice reached him, and Chen Mo hurriedly waved his hands in denial, explaining, No, I was just assisting Sister Zhang." Observing Chen Mo's awkward demeanor, An Nuan redirected her attention, taking another sip of fish porridge. "You still contributed half the effort. It's truly delicious." Flattered by An Nuan's compliment, Chen Mo felt a bit shy and was about to explain when he noticed another wave of customers arriving outside. He offered An Nuan an apologetic smile before heading over to greet them. Lowering her head, An Nuan continued to sip her porridge, her smile becoming even more evident. Amid the bustling noise, Chen Mo jotted down orders in his small notebook, occasionally inquiring about the requests of incoming patrons. After a brief respite, the little shop became lively once more. Chen Mo relayed the orders from the customers outside, while Sister Zhang swiftly placed the casseroles on the stove. She arranged the ingredients meticulously on the table, and Chen Mo handed her a paper towel, wiping the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. Although it was still somewhat chilly outside, the kitchen was another world altogether. As the heat wafted up, Chen Mo fixated on each casserole. Having assisted Sister Zhang for some time now, they had developed a seamless rapport. The current weather was still manageable, but come summer, the kitchen would become unbearable. Every time they finished their shifts, his clothes would be soaked with sweat. Sister Zhang treated him well, paying him promptly for his part-time work each month. And he enjoyed complimentary fish porridge. Chen Mo was quite content with this job and felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Sister Zhang for allowing him to help. Thus he approached his responsibilities with utmost seriousness. Outside, An Nuan set down her spoon, watching the two busy figures behind glass. She saw Chen Mo lifting the lid of the casserole to add more ingredients, his expression focused, satisfied with the empty bowl of fish porridge before her. An Nuan nodded and softly murmured, "Wasting food is the greatest crime." "That's what you said. Isn't it, Mo?" After a while, An Nuan placed the payment on the table, pressed a bamboo tube containing chopsticks onto one corner, and rose to leave the shop. The white instant camera lay quietly on the table, its owner seemingly having no intention of retrieving it. An Nuan crossed the street, her white dress fluttering gently in the night breeze. Standing at 1.7 meters, her figure was particularly striking amidst the crowd. Ignoring the gazes of passers-by, she approached a black Mercedes, where the driver, Uncle Lee, opened the door for her. "Let's head back, Uncle Lee." After speaking, An Nuan adjusted her seat and reclined slightly, glancing at the large guitar beside her before closing her eyes. Uncle Lee started the car, smoothly departing from the night market. As Chen Mo emerged from the kitchen with a plate in hand, he instinctively glanced at that table, only to find no trace of An Nuan. He thought little of it, assuming she had stepped out to buy a drink, and noticed the white camera still resting on the table. Once he had served the table, he approached the spot where An Nuan had just been seated. The fish porridge had been completely consumed, indicating that An Nuan must have truly enjoyed it. Chen Mo felt a surge of happiness, recalling An Nuan's earlier remark that he had contributed half the effort. His gaze shifted from the white instant camera to a bill pressed beneath the chopstick holder. After retrieving it and examining it, he realized it was the payment for the bowl of fish porridge. Looking outside, he saw no sign of An Nuan. Scanning the table again, he found nothing else of note. Wiping his hands, he picked up the white instant camera and called out towards the kitchen. "Sister Zhang, my classmate forgot her camera. I'll go see if I can catch up with her." Sister Zhang smiled at Chen Mo. "Go on, but don't rush." Chen Mo turned and stepped outside. But amidst the bustling crowd, he could not locate the figure in the white dress. Undeterred, he jogged along the street, camera hanging around his neck, anxiously searching everywhere. Inside the shop, Sister Zhang had emerged from the kitchen, greeting the customers as she moved toward the outside area. Watching the direction Chen Mo had just taken, she couldn't help but chuckle. This boy is indeed lucky. If he manages to catch up, it would be a miracle. Returning to the kitchen, Sister Zhang glanced at An Nuan's recently vacated seat, shaking her head. This girl is clever. Earlier, when Chen Mo was adding ingredients to the casserole, she had noticed An Nuan's actions. There was no way that camera was left behind by accident. She firmly believed it was intentionally left behind. The youth these days are truly amusing. Grabbing a cleaning cloth, Sister Zhang began wiping down the tables. Chen Mo slowed his pace a bit out of breath. Observing the throngs of people, he decided to abandon his search. He was certain he wouldn't find her now. School started tomorrow. So he could simply return the camera to An Nuan then. There was no need to rush. Tightening his grip on the strap of the white instant camera, he thought about how expensive it looked. If he accidentally damaged it, he would have a difficult time explaining it. Back inside the shop, Chen Mo placed the camera into his backpack. He handed over An Nuan's payment, and Sister Zhang accepted it with a smile. "Didn't he catch up, did you?" "No. Too many people. Anyway, school starts tomorrow, so I can return it to her then." Sister Zhang smiled knowingly, but said nothing more, glancing at the time. "It's past 11. Let us head back and get some rest." Chen Mo nodded, observing the diminishing number of customers. "Thank you, Sister Zhang. Can I come back to help after my exams?" Sister Zhang smiled and nodded, her gaze lingering on Chen Mo, whose hair was dampened by sweat. She offered a gentle reminder. "Xiao Chen, do your best and strive for excellent results. Do not let distractions sway you." Chen Mo nodded in agreement and turned to leave. But Sister Zhang's voice called out once more, "Remember, everything revolves around the college entrance examination. Come by tomorrow evening to collect your wages." Chen Mo felt a surge of happiness. Though the pay from his part-time job during the winter break was modest, it held significant importance for him. "Rest assured, I will study diligently." "Thank you," he replied sincerely. Hearing his heartfelt gratitude, Sister Zhang chuckled and waved goodbye as Chen Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed homeward. Chapter 3. The night is a bit long. As the clamor of the night market faded, Chen Mo quietly weaved through the crowd. After crossing a street, he adjusted the straps of his backpack and made his way forward. He pondered the events of the evening, particularly the transformation of An Nuan, which left him somewhat astonished. It must be said, that gentle demeanor of An Nuan was indeed captivating. How peculiar, he muttered, lifting his head to gaze at the sky, only to feel a cool drop of rain on his face. This rain was ill-timed, and it seemed it would pour throughout the night, protecting his backpack against his chest. Chen Mo quickened his pace and eventually broke into a run, disappearing into the alley. This expanse of narrow alleys was lined with ancient architecture, starkly contrasting the brightly lit skyscrapers in the distance, resembling scars within the city. As he rounded a corner, the weathered walls appeared even older under the hazy glow of the streetlights. The path was flanked by low-rise buildings, none exceeding 6 stories, and the nearby grocery store was preparing to close. Chen Mo greeted Mr. Lin, the shopkeeper, before pushing open the iron gate leading to his home. Despite the gentle motion, it emitted a creaking sound. After retrieving his key and unlocking the door, he stealthily ascended to his room on the 2nd floor. His stepmother had not gone out for mahjong today, likely due to the impending start of school tomorrow, as she would need to take his half-brother to class. Grabbing a clean set of clothes, Chen Mo proceeded to the bathroom, observing his damp hair clinging to his forehead in the mirror. He reached up to smooth it back, revealing a youthful visage adorned with charming peach blossom eyes inherited from his mother. They were indeed beautiful, albeit slightly shadowed. This was a result of the late nights spent working at Sister Zhang's, coupled with the early mornings dedicated to studying, leaving his condition far from optimal. As he examined the length of his hair, Chen Mo felt a twinge of worry. Another expense loomed. The last haircut had been 4 months ago. With a wry smile, he swiftly shed his clothes and stepped into the shower. He resolved to retire early that night. Once back in his room, he retrieved the imitation phone his uncle had bought for him, a device costing less than 500 yuan. He set the alarm and placed it on the small desk beside his bed, preparing to pull the blanket over himself and drift into sleep. With a click, he turned off the light but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly got up again. Switching the light back on, he grabbed his backpack hanging on the wall and took out the white camera, inspecting it for a moment before exhaling in relief. The brief drizzle had not dampened his backpack, and the camera remained unscathed. Gently placing the camera back on the desk, Chen Mo yawned and pulled the blanket over himself. Closing his eyes, the black Mercedes glided into the villa's courtyard, smoothly parking in the garage. An Nuan picked up her guitar as the car door opened, and Uncle Lee, with a warm smile, said, Nuan, make sure to get to bed early. Your father should be back tomorrow. With her guitar slung over her shoulder, An Nuan flashed him a sweet smile and replied, Yes, Uncle Lee, you should also head back to rest. Watching her enter the elevator, Uncle Lee shook his head in mild confusion. The current An Nuan was somewhat inscrutable to him. It had been about half a month since this girl, whom he had watched grow up, seemed to have transformed entirely. Uncle Lee vividly recalled that night when An Nuan, after a gathering with her eclectic friends, drunkenly danced awkwardly on the street. It had been quite the eyesore. After finally bringing this rebellious girl home, her stepmother Gu Yu had been unceremoniously splattered with her vomit. Yet come morning, An Nuan appeared to have matured overnight, shedding her previous rebellious demeanor. That morning, she stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor for quite some time, staring vacantly at the distant sky, seemingly lost in thought. The first thing she did upon descending was to summon Uncle Lee and head to the hair salon to tame her wild hairstyle into a more conventional look. In the days that followed, An Nuan no longer returned home late at night, her routine becoming more structured. Aside from attending the art examination, her days were spent diligently practicing in the music room, and she no longer exchanged harsh words with her stepmother, Gu Yu. Naturally, Gu Yu conveyed these changes to her father, and Jiqing, who, due to business obligations abroad, was unable to return immediately. The once tense father-daughter relationship was well known to Uncle Lee, stemming from An Nuan's father remarrying Gu Yu after his divorce from An Nuan's mother. Reflecting on the events of the evening, Uncle Lee found himself pondering. It was merely a late-night snack run, yet it was unnecessary to venture all the way to the night market, which was not close to home. An Nuan had stood beneath the street lamp observing that shop before, but her reluctance to enter was curious. Tonight was different. An Nuan had entered the shop and even enjoyed a bowl of fish porridge. He recalled the determined look in her eyes as she instructed him to keep his distance. Shaking his head, he lit a cigarette and sighed, the way she is now. I cannot ascertain whether it is for better or worse. Let Mr. N worry about himself. He then drove off in his own vehicle, leaving the villa behind. An Nuan entered the living room, where the lights remained on. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Yu opened her eyes, lifted the thin blanket covering her, and sat up to look at An Nuan. Nuan, you're back. An Nuan nodded, but, noticing the absence of Aunt Sue, turned to her stepmother with a somewhat frosty tone. Yes. She immediately turned to ascend the stairs, prompting Gu Yu to sit up straight. I sent Aunt Sue to bed. There's a late-night snack in the kitchen. Have a little before heading to sleep. An Nuan shook her head. No, I've already eaten. As she spoke, she continued her ascent. Was your trip to Jianghan smooth? Gu Yu inquired hastily. An Nuan paused, her expression softening slightly, yet her tone remained cool. Aunt Gu, you should also get to bed early. You need to take my brother to school tomorrow. Gu Yu nodded, her smile still gentle, watching An Nuan's figure disappear upstairs. Gu Yu gazed toward the kitchen, shaking her head in resignation. An Nuan's current demeanor left her feeling somewhat adrift. Though their previous relationship had been somewhat chilly, An Nuan would occasionally express her displeasure with her stepmother, dismissing it as typical adolescent rebellion. Now, however, her cool demeanor was beyond Gu Yu's comprehension. An Nuan entered the music room, closed the door behind her, and placed her guitar on the rack. The spacious room was lined with an array of musical instruments, neatly arranged. Opposite the piano was a large floor-to-ceiling window, the curtains drawn back, revealing glimpses of the twinkling stars beyond. Approaching the window, An Nuan observed the droplets of water clinging to the glass, reflecting the distant neon lights of the city, flickering like distant stars. Just as her heart was in turmoil at that moment. After a brief pause, An Nuan gathered her scattered thoughts and took a seat at the piano. She retrieved a photograph from her bag, examining it with great care. In the image, the boy wore a gentle smile, as if influenced by his warmth. An Nuan's lips curled into a broader smile, and her faint dimples began to show. She reached for a nearby picture frame, placed the photo inside, and gently positioned it on the piano, facing her directly. After a moment, An Nuan placed her hands on the black and white keys. The sound of the piano flowed through the room like a babbling brook. As her voice rose, it carried a melancholy clarity. Just gazing at you inevitably brings me sorrow. Apart from you, I'm like a bird among flowers, swaying in pairs. Oh, you chill my heart and bring tears to my eyes with a lifetime of pain. Oh, you observing from the other shore, standing by a lifetime of longing. Beside her, an electronic clock ticked softly, its pale blue seconds flickering away. The song came to a halt, yet An Nuan remained fixed on the picture frame before her. After a moment, she glanced at the blinking clock, which displayed the current time, 2010310001. A new day had dawned. Chapter 4. The first day of school. The alarm clock rang out with a jingle. The strength of his biological clock instantly roused Chen Mo from sleep. He reached out to silence the makeshift alarm on his bedside table, glancing at the time, 6 o'clock a.m. He rose and drew back the curtains, revealing a steady drizzle. The sky was overcast and dreary. Chen Mo refrained from turning on the lights, tiptoeing into the bathroom to brush his teeth. He wished to avoid awakening his stepmother, Wang Zhimei, or encountering the person he loathed in the kitchen, including his half-brother. At the same time, An Nuan opened her eyes and switched on the lights in her spacious bedroom. Clad in pajamas adorned with a cute cartoon character, she climbed out from her warm blanket, blinked, and stretched. Grabbing her blue and white Nokia X6 from the bedside table, she checked the time. 6:01. In a hurry, she slipped on her pink plush slippers and dashed towards the kitchen below. Aunt Sue, who was preparing breakfast, heard An Nuan's slightly breathless voice before even turning around. Aunt Sue, I need to pack lunch today. Don't forget. Aunt Sue turned to observe An Nuan, her long, glossy black hair cascading down, and responded with a warm smile. I know, An Nuan. You've reminded me twice already. Hurry and wash up so you can get to school early. Okay. An Nuan replied sweetly and hurried off to the bathroom. She casually swept her long hair back, revealing her radiant, oval face with fair skin tinged with a hint of rosy color. She blinked at her reflection, and a thought seemed to cross her mind, causing her eyes to brighten, long eyelashes fluttering gently. As her moment of vanity concluded, the pink electric toothbrush created a frothy lather against her pearly whites. Chen Mo spat out the water from his mouth, took a towel to wipe away the remaining foam, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast. His morning meal was quite ordinary, mirroring what he would have for lunch later. Before long, a simple plate of stir-fried green peppers and shredded potatoes was ready. After retrieving a pre-washed thermos, Chen Mo packed the warmed rice inside, pressing it down with a spoon before adding more and compressing it again. Satisfied, he nodded, then added a generous portion of the potato dish and secured the lid, setting it aside before sitting down to eat. Dining out for breakfast was a rare occurrence for him, though he occasionally rewarded himself, particularly after achieving good grades. After hastily finishing his meal and washing the dishes, he grabbed a lunchbox and headed to his room. He retrieved his backpack, placing the lunchbox inside, and noticed a book on the desk that he used as a cushion. Spotting a white instant camera He carefully placed it in his bag, but hesitated, glancing at a roll of toilet paper. After a moment's consideration, he picked up the tightly wrapped camera and added it to his backpack. Dressing in his blue and white school uniform jacket, he pulled out a pair of yellowed sneakers from under the bed and slipped them on. Observing the peeling parts, he sighed in resignation. He had already used glue several times, and now the adhesive was failing. Shaking his head, he donned his large black-framed glasses that had accompanied him for 2 years, obscuring his striking peach blossom eyes, giving him a somewhat dull appearance. Standing up, Chen Mo patted the emblem of Jiangxing No. 2 High School on his chest, feeling satisfied as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside. The rain continued to fall lightly, making cycling impossible. He would have to take the bus. Listening carefully, he noted that his stepmother, Wang Zhimei, seemed to be awake. Chen Mo opened an umbrella and checked the time before striding purposefully towards the bus stop. An Nuan hurriedly gathered her hair into a neat bun, checking her reflection in the mirror to ensure nothing was amiss. She looked every bit the youthful beauty. After donning her school uniform, she made her way to the living room. Aunt Sue had already placed breakfast on the table. Nuan, come quickly. I made your favorite crab congee, and there are fried dough sticks too. And Nuan glanced at her phone and frowned. Oh no, Aunt Sue, I'm running late. She was eager to arrive at school early today. Snatching a fried dough stick and stuffing it into her mouth, she grabbed her pink thermos and hurried towards the garage. Aunt Sue, watching the blue and white clad An Nuan rush out, couldn't help but smile fondly. She had noticed the changes in the girl over time. Though unsure of the reason, she thought An Nuan looked better than before. The girl who once wore a disheveled hairstyle was now neatly dressed in her uniform. Arriving at the garage, Uncle Lee was already waiting. After greeting him, An Nuan urged him to depart quickly. Amused by her urgency, Uncle Lee chuckled. No need to rush. We'll leave right away. The black Mercedes glided smoothly away from the curb. Chen Mo sat on the bus, leaning against the window, watching the raindrops trace paths down the glass. Gradually, more students in uniforms boarded, making the bus increasingly crowded. Protectively holding his backpack against his chest, Chen Mo felt the pressure from the right side and tightened his grip, turning his gaze back outside. The bus halted at the intersection ahead, and a black Mercedes pulled up alongside it. Chen Mo instinctively glanced at the car before returning his attention to the pedestrians on the opposite street. An Nuan, reclining against the soft seat, checked her phone for the time and then glanced at the red light ahead. Turning her head, she caught sight of the bus beside her. In an instant, she straightened up, leaning closer to the window, where she caught a glimpse of Chen Mo, who was gazing at the street. His appearance, adorned with those somewhat unattractive black glasses, stirred memories of her previous life. Memories she was reluctant to revisit, but now surged uncontrollably to the forefront of her mind. Suppressing her restless emotions, An Nuan gazed at Chen Mo, fully aware that beneath those unattractive black-framed spectacles lay a pair of exceptionally charming peach blossom eyes. At school, Chen Mo consistently donned those glasses, and few had ever witnessed his visage sans them. Coupled with his somewhat reclusive nature, it was only natural that he had but a handful of friends. She pondered just how many had she counted herself among. As she observed Chen Mo's somewhat dazed demeanor, a smile gradually formed, revealing her delicate dimples. The green light illuminated the way. The sleek black Mercedes surged forward, while the bus, resembling an elderly man, wheezed and shuddered before it slowly began to accelerate. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze from the window and leaned against the glass, allowing his eyes to close in a moment of tranquility. As the second semester of their senior year commenced, it was the critical sprint towards their futures, necessitating a state of optimal mental clarity. Chapter 5. Classmate An Nuan? With a creak, the bus halted at the Jiangxing No. 2 High School platform. Students clad in blue and white uniforms spilled out like sheep, eager to disembark. Chen Mo was swept along with the throng, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. After regaining his footing, he intended to move forward when he suddenly felt a damp chill on his calves. The bus roared away, splashing a spray of water that dampened a small patch of his trousers. Without a word of thanks to the bus driver, Chen Mo raised his umbrella and proceeded towards the school entrance. This was simply his nature. He preferred to silently endure many things, refraining from complaints about events that had already transpired. Glancing down, he noted with relief that it was merely a small area that had gotten wet. Upon passing through the school gates, he made his way to the classroom of Class 3, senior year. This class was neither the best nor the worst, ranking second among the classes at Jiangxing No. 2 High School, with Class 1 being the top tier, filled with the creme de la creme of academic achievers. Upon entering the classroom, he found that most of his classmates were already present, chattering animatedly about their holiday adventures. As the new semester began, these 17 and 18-year-olds had evidently yet to detach themselves from the carefree days of vacation. Chen Mo had few acquaintances in the class, His solitary demeanor meant he attracted little attention. Among those who did acknowledge him was the class monitor, Wen, whose admiration for Chen Mo's consistent top-ranking grades had earned him her respect. They occasionally engaged in discussions regarding problem-solving approaches, gradually growing familiar with one another. Standing at just under 1.6 meters, she possessed a charming appearance. "Good morning, Chen Mo," Wen greeted sweetly, seated in the front row, engaged in conversation with another female classmate and naturally noticing Chen Mo's entrance. Chen Mo responded with a smile and a nod before making his way to the back of the classroom. Wen was unperturbed. She understood his character well. Aside from Wen, Chen Mo's closest companion in class was his deskmate, Yuan Gang. Just as he had stowed away his umbrella, Yuan Gang leaned over conspiratorially and beckoned him, saying, "Mo, come here quickly." Chen Mo approached his desk and placed his backpack inside. Yuan Gang eagerly gestured for him to sit down, revealing his counterfeit mobile phone. "I've cracked it." Chen Mo glanced at the screen, which displayed a game titled Zhao Zilong of the Three Kingdoms. Intrigued, he recognized it. He had played it before, but had always encountered a paywall upon character death, making resurrection impossible. For him, spending 3 yuan was an indulgence he could not afford. It was the price of breakfast. In contrast to Chen Mo's occasional gaming as a form of relaxation, Yuan Gang was an enthusiast of action games, reveling in the thrill of bypassing restrictions. "I downloaded the crack online and installed it directly, bypassing the Sky platform. I even modified the SMS enter number," Yuan Gang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He launched the game, deliberately letting his character meet its demise, and without hesitation, clicked to revive. After a moment, he realized he had not received a deduction message. This game had previously cost Chen Mo 3 yuan, leaving him in a foul mood for an entire day. "Gongzi, you're amazing." Chen Mo readily complimented him. Yuan Gang proudly waved his phone. "What do you think? Want to learn? Just call me bro, and I'll teach you." Chen Mo silenced his own counterfeit phone and shot Yuan Gang a sidelong glance. "It's the second semester of senior year. Gongzi, if you put in some effort, you might just make it to a second-tier university." Yuan Gang fell silent instantly. He nudged Chen Mo with his elbow. "Don't bring that up. I'm well aware I want to make it." Their conversation, though quiet, caught the attention of Zhang Chong, who sat at the back of the classroom. He pulled out his Nokia 6300 and mockingly remarked, "Ah, cracking games, truly a source of endless amusement." Upon hearing Zhang Chong's sardonic tone, Yuan Gang turned to see him smirking while playing with his phone, deliberately amplifying the game's sound. "Who are you calling foolish? You little sycophant." Zhang Chong's composure faltered, for he abhorred being labeled a sycophant. As he prepared to stand, his companion, Zhao Yuhao, restrained him. Yuan Gang also rose, and Chen Mo observed the furious Zhang Chong, then glanced at the ostentatious Zhao Yuhao beside him, who possessed a handsome face but a rather gaudy hairstyle. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, prompting Chen Mo to casually inquire, "Gongzi, do you enjoy leftovers?" Initially puzzled, Yuan Gang soon grasped the joke, bursting into laughter until tears streamed down his face. After regaining his composure, he looked at the flushed Zhang Chong and then at his sycophantic companion, Zhao Yuhao, shaking his head. What sane person enjoys leftovers? The phone in Zhang Chong's hand was a discarded device from Zhao Yuhao. Yuan Gang found great satisfaction in Chen Mo's sharp tongue, knowing well that Chen Mo had a contentious relationship with the ostentatious Zhao Yuhao, stemming from an incident where Zhao Yuhao had mocked Chen Mo's worn clothing. The commotion at the back drew the attention of the entire class, and ultimately, it was Wen, the class monitor, who intervened. Despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, she held considerable sway in the classroom. Unbeknownst to them, a girl with a bun hairstyle stood at the classroom door, observing both Chen Mo and Zhao Yuhao with a glint of coldness in her gaze. As Wen quelled the dispute, she turned to notice a familiar tall girl standing outside the classroom. "Who is she?" Wen wondered, her brow furrowing in recognition. The class soon took note of the girl lingering at the door. Chen Mo looked over, and there was An Nuan, her lips curving into a smile. The girl, unadorned, sported a refreshing bun, with bangs cascading naturally on either side of her face, her eyes bright, and her forehead smooth and fair. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, she exuded an ethereal quality, reminiscent of moonlight. Wen snapped back to reality, uncertainly asking, "Excuse me, are you looking for someone?" An Nuan withdrew her gaze from Chen Mo, her smile still lingering. "Has it been so long that the class monitor no longer recognizes me?" Wen furrowed her brow, taking a moment to process, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You're An Nuan?" As her words echoed through the classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the space. An Nuan nodded slightly and made her way to her seat, the last row. She set down her umbrella and retrieved her pink lunchbox from her backpack, placing it neatly within her desk while the bag hung beside her. The surrounding boys and girls silently observe her movements until her icy gaze swept across the room, prompting them to hastily avert their eyes and return to their books. The classroom was enveloped in tranquility. An Nuan paid little heed to the curious glances from her classmates, instead immersing herself in her book. After a considerable while, whispers began to circulate in the room. Today, An Nuan's transformation had left the students of Class 3 utterly astounded. Chapter 6. Perhaps she deserves a chance. An Nuan didn't need to eavesdrop to guess what her classmates were murmuring about. She was all too aware of her former self and had little interest in their speculations now. Soon, the chatter subsided, replaced by the sounds of pages turning and pens scratching against paper. In Class 3, aside from the former An Nuan, it seemed that no other student was disinterested in their studies. Even Zhang Chong, who had clashed with Yuan Gang earlier, ranked among the top in a regular class. And then there was Yuan Gang. He truly struggled to grasp the material. Hey, Mo, do you think my eyes have gone awry? Yuan Gang whispered to Chen Mo, who sighed and set his pen down in exasperation. With that energy, you might as well invest in your pirated games. It's far more entertaining. Sigh, but don't you find this surprising at all? Yuan Gong persisted. Surprising about what? Chen Mo inquired, regarding Yuan Gang's gossip with a bemused expression. Look at An Nuan now. She seems like a completely different person, akin to a painted skin from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Chen Mo, having already been taken aback the night before, remained unfazed. He still possessed the camera that An Nuan had forgotten to take with her, and he intended to return it to her when there were fewer people around during the break, wishing to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Observing Chen Mo's calm demeanor, Yuan Gang conceded, "All right, you're the top student. You're impressive." After saying this, he leaned closer and whispered, "I must admit, I misjudged her before. This An Nuan in our class is truly stunning. I think she surpasses the school beauty from Class 1. Chen Mo shifted slightly away to distance himself from Yuan Gang, who clearly had consumed something pungent for breakfast. What does that have to do with you? Yuan Gong replied, momentarily deflated. Well, it doesn't concern me. I fear she might beat me up. Listening to Yuan Gang's banter, Chen Mo's mind drifted back to An Nuan's gentle demeanor from the previous night. Her hairstyle was quite appealing, though he couldn't quite name it, and it had struck a chord with his aesthetic sensibilities. Shaking his head to dispel the image of her in a white dress from his thoughts, Chen Mo resumed his problem-solving, not wanting to disturb him. Yuan Gang picked up his phone and began playing a game. In the back row, Zhang Chong withdrew his furtive gaze and leaned closer to Zhao Yuhao, whispering, "Bro, how? When did An Nuan transform into this? What happened to her previous non-mainstream self?" Zhao Yuhao appeared disinterested in the conversation, his gaze fixed on An Nuan, lost in thought. He eventually withdrew his gaze, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. The problems before him suddenly seemed less daunting. Today, he felt a smooth flow in solving them. "But, bro, how? Don't you have any thoughts on this? An Nuan seemed to have a crush on you before. Now that she looks like this, she is definitely school beauty material." Zhao Yuhao basked in Zhang Chong's vague flattery, feeling a sense of pride as he thought that exchanging his outdated phone for such attention seemed worthwhile. He couldn't help but flash a self-satisfied smile, casually remarking, "If she were to take the initiative, I might consider giving her a chance." Zhang Chong beamed with admiration, whispering, "I'm just saying, bro, how?" An Nuan didn't change for no reason. She must have altered her appearance because she knew you didn't like her before. Is she trying to win you over? Zhao Yuhao's smile widened further. "If she comes after me, I might actually consider it." After saying this, he glanced back at An Nuan, who was quietly absorbed in her reading. Zhang Chong was right. The current An Nuan indeed exuded a level of beauty that overshadowed even the top girl from Class 1. Zhao Yuhao suppressed his smile, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. As Zhang Chong continued to flatter him, the two shared a light-hearted moment. An Nuan set down her pen, her gaze drifting toward Chen Mo. From her position, she could see his profile, deeply focused on his work behind his black-rimmed glasses. She subtly averted her gaze, retrieving a large white rabbit candy from her pocket and unwrapping it to savor its flavor. Her eyes involuntarily narrowed in delight. She knew that Chen Mo also cherished this taste, often carrying a piece with him, as his mother had frequently bought them for him when he was younger. However, he was sparing with them, only allowing himself one a day. Lost in thought, An Nuan's eyes twinkled with mischief, her dimples appearing as she pondered something. Zhao Yuhao, who had been observing her discreetly, found himself momentarily entranced. Sensing a gaze upon her from the left, An Nuan swiftly composed herself, her eyes turning cold as she glanced over. She found Zhao Yuhao staring blankly at her. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she regarded him with an icy stare. Startled, Zhao Yuhao snapped back to reality, acutely aware that An Nuan was no longer the same. She was indeed capable of physical confrontation. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling perplexed. The previous An Nuan, while intimidating, had exuded a sense of fondness toward him, often stealing glances during class. But what was this frosty demeanor today? He recalled Zhang Chang's earlier comment, wondering about the promised change for him. Yet, what did her disdainful gaze signify? Frustrated, Zhao Yuhao snatched Zhang Chang's phone away, attempting to mask his irritation. The classroom suddenly fell silent, all students sitting up straight. Chen Mo gave Yuan Gang, who was engrossed in a game, a swift kick. Yuan Gang sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly tucked his phone away. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Du, entered the classroom. She wore thick glasses, her expression serious, and her neatly trimmed hair framed her face. As she approached the podium, she scanned the room, her gaze akin to radar. When it landed on An Nuan's desk, it momentarily paused. An Nuan greeted her with a sweet smile, sitting quietly. Ms. Du furrowed her brow for a brief moment before regaining her composure, addressing the students below her. I was just outside for a moment. As her words fell, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Very well, it seems everyone has refocused. After saying this, Ms. Du's expression relaxed, a smile breaking through, and the tension in the classroom dissipated. The forthcoming period, as we all understand, signifies a crucial juncture. I have previously conveyed to you on numerous occasions that the essence of compulsory education and the college entrance examination entails a selective process, one that distinguishes individuals who possess both intelligence and willpower. Along this path lie countless competitors. Every additional point you secure lays further groundwork for your journey ahead. This slight advantage could potentially deprive thousands of individuals of opportunities, including the chance to attend their ideal universities. Therefore, every single day that follows resembles a marathon. The journey will be long and arduous, yet you are not alone. There are countless competitors alongside you. At this point, Teacher Du, visibly moved, intensified his tone. Dear students, the road is fraught with challenges. Yet beyond it lies the Dragon Gate. Persevere. The students in attendance comprehended the weight of Teacher Du's words, with the top achievers feeling particularly stirred. Xiao Wan'er clenched her fist and struck the table, producing a resounding thud. Let's go. As if ignited by a spark, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of table thumping and spirited cheers. Teacher Du gazed at the vibrant faces before him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Chapter 7. Your camera. With a calming gesture, Teacher Du observed the students gradually settling down and continued. Seeing your enthusiasm fills me with satisfaction. In the time ahead, we will engage in 2 rounds of review, addressing any gaps in knowledge. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to approach your subject teachers to solidify your foundations. As we prepare for the upcoming 3 mock exams, you may consult your classmates. At this juncture, Teacher Du picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed 5 words on the blackboard. Feynman learning technique. I trust many of you have heard of this term. It is an efficient learning method that can be succinctly summarized into several key points. As Teacher Du elaborated, the students in the class engaged in hushed discussions, though the majority remained attentively focused on the points being noted. Chen Mo was among them. Beside him, Yuan Gang remarked in a low voice, "That sounds impressive." Chen Mo looked at him, somewhat exasperated. "Gangzi, I doubt any learning method will be of much use to you." Yuan Gang retorted defiantly, "Are you looking down on me?" Chen Mo, amused by his indignation, replied, all right, once Teacher Du explains it, I'll teach you." Yuan Gang, overwhelmed by the mountain of books before him, deflated. Mo, you're right, I'm beyond hope." Chen Mo shook his head in silence. At the podium, Teacher Du had commenced a detailed exposition of the Feynman learning technique's principles. As Chen Mo listened, he found merit in the method, just as he was about to share his thoughts with Yuan Gang. Gangzi shook his head vigorously. "Don't even think about it. I don't want to hear your explanation, nor do I wish to become a teacher." Chen Mo was left speechless. In a central position at the back, An Nuan observed Teacher Du's impassioned discourse, her eyes shimmering with interest. Glancing at Chen Mo's profile to her left, she revealed a sly, fox-like smile. She was quite taken with this method. Did everyone understand? Teacher Du's voice broke through, prompting An Nuan to regain her usual composure. Naturally, they all comprehended. Chen Mo quietly inquired, "Gangzi, did you understand?" Yuan Gang remained silent, opting instead to kick Chen Mo discreetly beneath the table, feeling that responding would diminish his intelligence. You all may attempt to apply it. The process of consolidation will greatly enhance your mastery of various subject points. By explaining concepts in your own words, you will deepen your understanding and achieve a level of integration. Teacher Du concluded, adding further insights. Noticing the time, she announced, all right, let us take a short break. My Chinese class follows shortly. After saying this, she turned to Chen Mo with a smile. "Chen Mo, please come here for a moment." Upon hearing his name, An Nuan lifted her gaze from her book. Chen Mo rose and made his way toward Teacher Du, causing the class to momentarily descend into chaos. Some rushed to the restroom, others indulged in snacks, while most students flocked to the corridor to gaze at the rain. Before long, only a handful remained. An Nuan continued to read quietly. Zhao Yuhao hesitated briefly, casting aside his self-imposed restraint, and approached An Nuan's side. As he drew nearer, an unexpected nervousness washed over him. An Nuan sensed the shift and looked up, her gaze icy as it settled on Zhao Yuhao. An Nuan, you look really. Get lost. The latter part of his sentence lodged in his throat, and Zhao Yuhao's mouth fell open in surprise. Nearby, Zhang Chong recoiled slightly, taking a step back. Zhao Yuhao was undeterred by An Nuan, but felt somewhat intimidated by the boldness of the girl who had made a name for herself prior to the winter break. She truly had the audacity to strike. He had witnessed her entourage of bodyguards escorting her to and from school. After delivering her retort, An Nuan returned her focus to her book. Zhao Yuhao was left bewildered, realizing the situation had not unfolded as he had envisioned. Observing the incredulous expressions of the remaining students, he felt like a fool. Hadn't he previously garnered some measure of admiration? Embarrassed, he could only retreat dejectedly. Zhang Chong hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, who had been watching the unfolding drama, could no longer contain his laughter and collapsed onto his desk, his shoulders shaking. The commotion was rather conspicuous. An Nuan glanced up, and poor Gongzi hastily silenced himself, just as he was about to offer an explanation. An Nuan spoke again. If you wish to laugh, feel free to do so, I want to mind. Her voice rang clear, her expression no longer as frigid as before, hinting at a touch of amusement. Yuan Gang, taken aback, quickly waved his hands to indicate he meant no offense. An Nuan settled back in her seat, returning to her reading. Chen Mo stared down at the stack of notes in his hands, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. I have no concerns regarding your other subjects. However, I do worry about your chemistry. It's somewhat lacking. These are my daughter's previous notes, detailing strategies for improving comprehensive science scores. They proved effective. She initially struggled with chemistry as well. Chen Mo nodded, smiling. Rest assured, Teacher Du, I will study diligently. Teacher Du beamed at the top student in the class and continued. Have you been working part-time at that porridge shop during the winter break? Chen Mo understood her concern and reassured her. You need not worry, Teacher Du. I want to assist Sister Zhang before the college entrance examination. She has advised me to prioritize my studies. Teacher Du nodded in satisfaction. Very well, go back now and remember to work hard. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude once more and returned to the classroom. Upon entering, he placed the notes into his desk and observed a few classmates still engrossed in their studies. Gongzi was no longer at his seat. He retrieved a white camera wrapped in tissue paper from his backpack, swiftly unwrapping it and directing his gaze toward An Nuan. The girl was deeply absorbed in her reading, oblivious to his approach. He walked over with the camera in hand. As the footsteps drew nearer, An Nuan's lips involuntarily curved upward as she continued to feign ignorance. Your camera. An Nuan lifted her head, looking at the tall boy before her, standing at approximately 178 centimeters. The oversized school uniform draped loosely over his slender frame, and beneath the black-rimmed glasses, Chen Mo's smile radiated warmth. I was in such a rush last night that I forgot. By the time I returned to look for it, that shop had already closed. I thought perhaps that customer had inadvertently taken it. Little did he know, it was Chen Mo who had found it for him. An Nuan's face lit up with surprise as she accepted the white instant camera, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Chen Mo. Observing the girl's joyful expression, Chen Mo's dimples deepened in a pure smile, the joy evident in his eyes. Under An Nuan's attentive gaze, he felt a tinge of bashfulness. I even tried to chase after you and classmate, but ultimately I couldn't catch up. Upon uttering this, he sensed an oddness in his words. A glimmer of mischief flashed in An Nuan's eyes. Oh, so you actually came out to pursue me, Chen classmate? Had I known, I should have walked a bit slower. As she spoke, a playful expression crept across her previously radiant face. Chen Mo, feeling slightly embarrassed under her gaze, found himself captivated by the gentle warmth emanating from her eyes. I suppose I owe you a significant favor, Chen classmate. Turning his head away to avoid her gaze, Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. No, it was merely a trivial matter. He then hurriedly made his way back to his seat. Watching Chen Mo turn and flee, An Nuan's eyes curved into a smile as she gently sat down, her fingers tightening around the white instant camera. A cool breeze from the back door carried with it a mingled scent of damp earth and fresh grass. Ah, spring has arrived, she murmured softly. Chapter 8. A friend once told me. As the first class drew nearer, the classmates gradually gathered. An unusual tension filled the air. In hushed tones, conversations buzzed, revealing the eager curiosity on their faces. Naturally, those who remained had witnessed the earlier events unfold. Such entertainment was rare, especially when it concerned the class's most rebellious girl. Just as the gossip surrounding her recent transformation had not yet settled, a more sensational incident emerged. The rather handsome Zhao Yuhao had been reprimanded by An Nuan. A sharp get-lost delivered without mercy, amplifying the contrast of the moment. Occasionally, students would glance towards Zhao Yuhao in the back row, their expressions a mix of intrigue and amusement. After returning the camera to An Nuan, Chen Mo opened the stack of notes provided by Teacher Du. These belonged to Teacher Du's daughter, who had graduated 2 years ahead of him and had performed exceptionally well. Teacher Du often used her as an example to motivate the class, occasionally indulging in a mother's pride. Chen Mo smiled, recognizing the significance of these materials to him. Unfazed by the whispers of his classmates, Chen Mo remained true to his reclusive nature and disinterest in gossip. At that moment, Yuan Gang hurriedly squeezed into the window seat, inadvertently causing Chen Mo to stumble. Before Chen Mo could express his annoyance, Yuan Gang leaned in to recount the earlier incident. Mo, you wouldn't believe the scene. Zhao Yuhao approached with a shameless grin, but before he could finish his greeting, An Nuan cut him off. Just one word, get lost. And Zhao Yuhao's face was a sight to behold. Yuan Gang chuckled heartily, his shoulders shaking with mirth at Zhao Yuhao's misfortune. Chen Mo, too, felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, that individual had mocked his worn shoes more than once, claiming they looked as if they had been retrieved from a trash bin, all while boasting about his limited edition Nike sneakers to Zhang Chong. Chen Mo had merely countered with his academic achievements, the only arena where he could surpass Zhao Yuhao. An Nuan is still the same An Nuan. Exuding that big sister vibe, Chen Mo mused, his mind drifting back to her gentle smile from the previous night and her demeanor just now, rendering him somewhat dazed. Unable to comprehend, he chose not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuhao sat with a scowl, acutely aware of the whispers circulating among his classmates. All were 17 or 18, at an age where pride reigned supreme. Moreover, as the class's acknowledged heartthrob with favorable circumstances and commendable grades, maintaining composure was paramount. Zhang Chong remained silent, unwilling to invite trouble at that moment. Just then, Teacher Du entered the classroom, carrying a stack of books, and the room fell into an immediate hush. Without unnecessary preamble, Teacher Du commenced the pre-planned review session. Chen Mo listened intently as time passed. Near the conclusion, Teacher Du called on class monitor Xia Wanner, prompting her to begin discussing the Feynman learning technique. Xia Wanner, undeterred, confidently shared her insights on writing techniques and key points. Standing at the podium, she organized her thoughts before diving into her understanding of essay writing. As the best writer in the class, she radiated confidence. Chen Mo listened attentively, jotting down notes. Beneath his black-rimmed glasses, his focused gaze occasionally flickered with a smile upon recognizing similar insights. Unbeknownst to him, every subtle expression was captured by An Nuan. Seated in the center of the back row, she watched Xia Wanner speak with such confidence, reminiscent of the self-assured smile Chen Mo had once possessed in a past life. A smile she had not seen since. Mo, in this life, you must smile with even more confidence, she silently urged herself. As the class bell rang, Xia Wanner seemed reluctant to end her discussion, clearly enjoying the experience of imparting knowledge. Teacher Du offered a few reminders before departing, leaving the classmates chattering excitedly about Xia Wanner's lecture. The next classes consisted of mathematics and comprehensive sciences. Mathematics was Chen Mo's forte, and he was called to the podium. Initially hesitant, he gradually relaxed upon seeing the encouraging looks from his classmates. From the podium, he had a panoramic view of his peers, every gesture and expression vividly clear. He noticed Yuan Gang's goofy grin, Xia Wanner's supportive gaze, and of course, Zhao Yuhao's displeased expression. He also caught sight of that girl in the back row, her gentle eyes sparkling as she raised her small fist in encouragement. Let me share some techniques for solving function problems, Chen Mo began, initially stumbling over his words. However, as he focused intensely, the knowledge he had previously acquired began to coalesce into a comprehensive framework, allowing his explanations to flow more smoothly. The confidence blossoming on his face was infectious. An Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the tall boy at the podium, unable to suppress her smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. By the conclusion, Chen Mo felt a surge of warmth within him, a sense of achievement previously unknown, and he fully embraced the moment, his thoughts racing. As he reached the end of his summary, he suddenly thought of something else and continued speaking. Some assert that individuals in the sciences lack a sense of romance, a notion I previously found somewhat justifiable. However, reflecting on a remark made by a friend of mine, I find such a claim to be rather inappropriate. At this juncture, Chen Mo intentionally paused, capturing the interest of even the mathematics teacher who had been silently observing. Not to mention the students in the classroom. The smile that had adorned An Nuan's face gradually faded, her brow furrowing as she gripped her pen with increasing intensity, causing her knuckles to whiten. This moment was familiar to her. She knew well who the friend Chen Mo referred to as. That friend, also a student of the sciences, once remarked, mathematics embodies a unique form of romance for those in the sciences. Within mathematics exists a beautiful term known as summation. There is also a regrettable term referred to as unsolvable. A resolute term called unique exists, alongside a sorrowful term known as infinitely close yet never intersecting. Additionally, there is a term that evokes a sense of willing acceptance, absolute value. And there exists a longing, aptly named. Upon finishing his thoughts, the eyes of Chen Mo's classmates sparkled with excitement, particularly among the female students, who were notably more sentimental. Even the mathematics teacher led the applause. Amidst the clamor of applause, Chen Mo's cheeks flushed slightly. In all his past years, he had never experienced such recognition and admiration from so many. As the applause subsided and Chen Mo prepared to step down from the podium, he noticed Gongzi raising his hand. Mr. Chen, may I ask why such a longing is called? The class erupted in a chorus of inquiries. The mathematics teacher, his eyes twinkling, observed the exuberant students without intervening. Chen Mo shot a glare at Gongzi, recalling what Wen Lan had once said, and explained, the reason it represents longing is due to its relation to the circle. A circle is a perfect, eternal geometric shape, historically imbued with meanings of love and longing, reflecting the pursuit of perfection. It is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, embodying the infinite and eternal nature of love's relentless quest for perfection. Longing, in this context, is the most precious emotion in love, representing an endless and unique experience. To express it more tenderly, one might invoke a line of poetry. Longing to see, longing to remember, brief longing leads to infinite extremes. A renewed round of applause erupted, even more fervent than before. Chen Mo waved to his classmates as he descended from the podium. Yuan Gang excitedly patted Chen Mo's arm. Mo, you were incredible. Such praise is perhaps the highest compliment exchanged among men. The mathematics teacher then chuckled, calming the class. Chen Mo's explanation was truly remarkable. And I too was deeply moved by the notion that mathematics is a unique romance for those in the sciences. Mathematics is not cold. It possesses a vitality. I hope everyone can seize the moment. Every point counts. By the way, while we discuss romance, let us not dive into early relationships. At this, a female student burst into laughter, followed by a wave of amused responses. The atmosphere was vibrant, a refreshing burst of joy amidst the intensity of exam preparations. In the back row, An Nuan lowered her head, her pen drawing erratic circles on the paper with some force. Chapter 9. An Nuan's Awkward Encounter. Having basked in a cascade of applause, Chen Mo felt particularly elated. His classmates regarded him with newfound admiration, astonished by this previously reclusive side of him. While some rejoiced, others felt discontent. In the back row, Zhao Yuhao maintained a scowl, regarding Chen Mo's earlier performance with disdain. Was he not merely echoing the words of another? Why were his classmates so enthusiastic? Such moments of attention should have been his. As the class bell rang, the mathematics teacher waved and exited the classroom. Chen Mo gazed out the window. The gentle rain continued to fall, and in the distance, a cluster of pear blossoms had begun to bloom. The raindrops dampened the petals, swaying in the breeze, occasionally causing a few to flutter to the ground. The green grass had begun to sprout, a vibrant reflection of life in his eyes. As if he could feel the surge of vitality, Chen Mo understood that this was merely a manifestation of his emotions. Today's sentiments were an entirely new experience for him. I'm heading to the restroom, Yuan Gang called out, inviting him along. Chen Mo shook his head, pulling out the notes provided by Teacher Du, eager to review them, particularly the sections pertaining to chemistry. Observing Chen Mo's actions, Yuan Gang went alone, playfully nudging him as he passed. Chen Mo smacked his hand on Yuan Gang's back, prompting a mock yelp as he dashed out. As he opened his notes, he noticed the class monitor, Xiao Wanner, approaching. Chen Mo instinctively tucked his notes away, intending to stow them in his bag. Xi Vanya, with a playful glint in her eyes, reached out to snatch them, teasingly asking, hoping to keep all the good stuff to yourself? Chen Mo was at a loss for words. Unfazed, Xiao Wanner flipped through the notes, skimming the content. After a moment, her tone turned slightly sardonic. TSK. Chen Mo, Teacher Du is really fond of you. It's a pity you're not the top student. That's because you're not first place, Chen Mo replied. Xi Vanya huffed, her breath quickening in frustration, Not angry, not angry. I just knew you wouldn't say anything nice. The person at the podium, just now, was definitely not the real you. Having said this, Xiao Wan'er lowered her voice. Make sure to let me see your notes when you're done. She waved the notes in her hand. Chen Mo snatched them back without agreeing or refusing and turned his gaze toward the window. Xiao Wan'er observed Chen Mo reverting to his usual demeanor and nonchalantly departed. Meanwhile, in the middle of the back row, An Nuan watched the interaction between Chen Mo and Xiao Wan'er with a cool expression. Eventually, she found herself amused by Chen Mo's antics, perceiving him as the quintessential straight man. He was still the same Chen Mo. She felt no disapproval of his seemingly oblivious demeanor, but rather a subtle sense of joy. Why was that? However, recalling Chen Mo's earlier word about his friend left her feeling less than cheerful, especially the smile he wore when mentioning that friend, which complicated her emotions. Gazing down at the paper marred by her pen, An Nuan crumpled it in frustration and tossed it toward the trash bin from a distance. Zhang Chong, engrossed in the game, felt something hit him on the head. He looked up, his initial expression of anger dissipating upon seeing An Nuan's cold gaze, causing him to shrink back and lower his head to retrieve the crumpled paper, placing it in the trash behind him. After all, he was seated next to the bin. Zhao Yuhao, sitting beside Zhang Chong, remained silent, observing with a detached demeanor. He had yet to recover from An Nuan's earlier outburst. Ignoring the commotion, An Nuan fetched a large white rabbit candy from her pocket, unwrapping it to indulge. She gazed toward Chen Mo, biting into the candy as if venting some unspoken frustration. As the next class progressed, it was evident that the teachers had coordinated in advance. Nearing the end, each would call on a student to present their thought process. At the beginning, naturally, it was the student with the best academic performance in the undergraduate program. However, the fervent atmosphere that accompanied Chen Mo's presentations was now nowhere to be found. As the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the morning classes, the midday break commenced. It was evident that the students had already grown restless, eagerly rushing towards the cafeteria. Some commuting students headed home, while others opted to have their lunch in the dining hall. For the boarding students, there was no choice but to pray that the day's cafeteria offerings would suit their palates. Yuan Gang knew that Chen Mo always brought his own lunch. Being a resident student, he naturally had to hurry to secure a seat in the cafeteria. After exchanging a brief greeting with Chen Mo, he hastily maneuvered through the crowd, foregoing an umbrella as he dashed toward the dining hall. Many others were in the same predicament. It wasn't that they placed great importance on dining, but rather, they wished to avoid wasting time in line. After all, wouldn't it be more delightful to indulge in a few more rounds of gaming? Before long, the classroom was devoid of students, settling into a serene silence. Chen Mo gazed out the window, observing the bustling throng of blue and white uniforms beneath their umbrellas. The classroom remained tranquil, and he did not feel a sense of loneliness. This was how he had spent the past 2 years. Chen Mo retrieved the thermos lunchbox he kept on his desk, a deep blue and black hue. Over the course of more than 2 years, the blue lid had faded somewhat, revealing the white interior beneath. Fortunately, its insulation properties were still commendable. Just as he was about to open it, a piercing scream shattered the classroom stillness. Startled, Chen Mo turned to look. In the middle of the back row, 2 girls with unconventional hairstyles, their bangs obscuring half of their faces, were shrieking. Who are you? Where's our leader? Another girl exaggeratedly bowed her head, as if to confirm something. The pain of memory. Return to me the pain of memory. In an instant, Chen Mo seemed to grasp the situation, recognizing the 2 girls. They belonged to the small group associated with An Nuan. He was unsure of their names, but they seemed linked to some grieving love family. Upon noticing Chen Mo's gaze, An Nuan slightly parted her lips, her expression peculiar. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Even with her 2 lifetimes of experience, she couldn't escape the embarrassment of the moment. She covered her face with her hands and buried her head. The 2 unconventional girls continued chattering in a language Chen Mo couldn't comprehend. Suddenly, An Nuan stood up, dragging the 2 girls away in a swift motion. Chen Mo smacked his lips, finding the scene to be reminiscent of the dark humor often depicted in films. He rubbed his nose, retracting his gaze. If An Nuan felt awkward, he too was somewhat affected by it. Pushing his lunchbox to the center of the table, Chen Mo took out the notes provided by Teacher Du and spread them open beside him. He intended to eat while reviewing his notes. For reasons he couldn't articulate, this habit had been maintained for nearly 2 years now. Quietly eating, quietly studying, quietly napping. This was the structure of Chen Mo's midday routine. Initially, Gongzi had invited him to play basketball, but after a few rejections, he ceased extending such invitations. Chen Mo was not fond of sports, which Gongzi had come to understand. Yet, Chen Mo himself was aware of the true reason. He looked down at his slightly yellowed sneakers, the noticeable crack in them quite conspicuous. He had long ceased to care about the casual glances directed at his worn-out attire, although not all of those gazes were malicious. This shift in mindset had occurred after Wen Lan gifted him a book during their first year of high school. In the beginning, he couldn't comprehend it, but over time, he grasped a portion of its essence. The book was titled The Heart of Wang Yangming. He had no desire to become a sage. He was merely healing himself. He had perused that book countless times, and it had been pivotal in desensitizing him to the scrutiny of others. He cherished that book and was grateful to the one who had given it to him. Chapter 10. Poor appetitive student and Wen Lan. Having dealt with her embarrassing situation, quietly re-entered the classroom. She found Chen Mo in a somewhat dazed state. Silently approaching him from 5 meters away, she followed his gaze. And a wave of nostalgia washed over her, causing her nose to tingle. Turning her head away, memories from her past life flooded her mind, and her eyes began to well up. Chen Mo remained lost in thought. An Nuan quietly retreated, observing Chen Mo from a distance, her eyes betraying her rising emotions. She understood Chen Mo's feelings at that moment better than anyone else in the world could. Pinching her thigh to regain composure, she forced a gentle smile, then turned to the back door of the classroom. Taking a deep breath, An Nuan stepped back inside with a natural stride. The sound of her footsteps broke Chen Mo's reverie. Turning to look, he saw An Nuan, her hair styled in a bun, entering with a radiant smile. Her gaze warm and tender. "I hope you won't mock me for my earlier embarrassment, Chen Mo." Her voice was soft, tinged with self-deprecation. Chen Mo hurriedly waved his hands. No, you weren't embarrassing at all, An Nuan. Haven't you eaten yet?" An Nuan, lowering her head, produced her pink thermos lunchbox, raising it high, then gestured towards Chen Mo's lunchbox. "Like you, Chen Mo, I also brought my own lunch." Chen Mo nodded, curiosity piqued. An Nuan had always been the type to vanish right after class. He had no idea where she went during mealtimes. He inquired merely out of curiosity. Just as he was about to turn back to his meal, An Nuan approached him, standing beside him and raising her pink lunchbox. "I made it myself, so I can eat it with confidence." "What did you bring, Chen Mo?" As she spoke, she peered curiously into his lunchbox. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo smiled and opened his container, revealing stir-fried green peppers and shredded potatoes. An Nuan gazed down at it, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "It looks delicious." Noticing An Nuan's actions, Chen Mo subtly leaned closer to his lunchbox. The woody fragrance wafting from her presence reminded him of the previous night, and he found it rather pleasant, causing a sense of nervousness to brew within him. An Nuan suppressed a laugh, tilting her head to look at Chen Mo, her clear eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Mo, avoiding her gaze, softly suggested, "Would you like to try some, An Nuan?" The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a pang of regret. He was apprehensive about the way An Nuan's eyes seemed to pierce through him, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. An Nuan chuckled lightly. "Then I shall not hold back." She stepped back, standing to the side with a beaming smile directed at Chen Mo resigned. He shifted to the window side of the table. An Nuan seamlessly took the seat he had just vacated, placing her pink lunchbox on his desk. "Now, Chen Mo, can you guess what I brought?" An Nuan looked over at him. Naturally, Chen Mo could not guess, shaking his head to indicate his uncertainty. An Nuan, unfazed, knew she was merely seeking a conversation starter. She opened her lunchbox, sliding it toward Chen Mo. "Here." Chen Mo looked over to see that An Nuan's lunchbox was divided into 4 compartments, containing 3 different dishes alongside a small bowl of steaming rice. The thermal insulation is evidently far superior to that of Chen Mo's. The crimson shrimp stir-fried with peas, a small segment of pan-fried fish, and the greenery of an unnamed vegetable that Chen Mo couldn't identify, all presented beautifully. "What is this dish called? I have never encountered it before," Chen Mo candidly admitted. At this moment, An Nuan had already picked up her chopsticks, poised to snatch the shredded potatoes from Chen Mo's bento box. Upon hearing his words, she did not hesitate. She deftly picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth, savoring it with tiny bites, her eyes narrowing. "It's a bit spicy," she remarked, dramatically inhaling cool air and sticking out her little pink tongue. She appeared quite endearing. Observing her expression, Chen Mo lowered his head and took a bite. Finding it not spicy at all. "Can bell peppers really be this hot? Is it truly that spicy?" Chen Mo began to question whether there was something amiss with his taste buds. An Nuan nodded affirmatively. "However, your culinary skills are indeed commendable. It tastes delightful." Flattered by the compliment, Chen Mo chuckled shyly, yet felt a surge of happiness within. Noticing the smile on Chen Mo's face, An Nuan picked up the unidentified vegetable from her bento box and placed it in Chen Mo's. "In the spirit of reciprocity, let us allow you to sample my culinary prowess as well." Chen Mo was taken aback. "You made all of this? I never expected you to be such a skilled cook." An Nuan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she retorted, "Of course I made it. Do taste it and tell me how it is. Chen Mo took a piece of the vegetable and placed it in his mouth. It was tender, crisp, and bore a unique fragrance. Delicious, he affirmed. The girl beamed wider, her dimples appearing as she said, "This is asparagus. If you find it tasty, do help yourself to more." As she spoke, she once again placed another piece on his plate. With her movements, the delightful fragrance intensified, causing Chen Mo to feel somewhat overwhelmed, his face beginning to redden as he leaned in closer. An Nuan noticed his reaction, a twinge of regret surfacing in her heart for perhaps moving too quickly. The tall boy before her appeared somewhat awkward. It was all due to the mention of that friend, which had unsettled her thoughts. An Nuan reassured herself internally. She then shifted the topic. "Thank you so much. Chen Mo, that camera is very important to me." Chen Mo emerged from the earlier atmosphere, shaking his head with a smile. "There's no need to thank me. Anyone would do the same." Observing Chen Mo's smile, An Nuan felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us eat before it gets cold." Chen Mo readily agreed, his stomach already grumbling. The atmosphere normalized. The two sat less than 20 centimeters apart, each focused on their meals. An Nuan occasionally stole glances at Chen Mo as he ate. Though his movements were minimal, he consumed his food with remarkable speed. An Nuan quietly extended her chopsticks to snag some of his shredded potatoes, and upon noticing he feigned ignorance, she would then offer him shrimp. Chen Mo neither declined nor spoke. After several exchanges, An Nuan turned to face the outside, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto her lips, resembling that of a sly fox. Regaining her composure, she continued to eat. Neither spoke again for a while, until Chen Mo glanced into his bento box and noted that he had finished his meal, save for some shredded potatoes. He looked at An Nuan and inquired, "Are you still eating?" An Nuan, nibbling on the tip of her chopsticks, blinked and shook her head. Chen Mo quickly finished his remaining food, while An Nuan set down her chopsticks, voicing her complaint. "This weather is so bothersome. I have no appetite. What should I do?" Chen Mo noticed that An Nuan's pan-fried fish remained untouched, half of her shrimp still there, and only a small portion of rice had been eaten. Her complaints, coupled with her natural expressions, revealed a youthful innocence. "Well, how about taking it back to eat later?" Chen Mo suggested. "What if it goes bad?" "Wasting food is the greatest crime," An Nuan retorted. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. "If you don't mind, Chen Mo, could you help me finish it? I don't want to commit such a crime." Chen Mo found himself momentarily at a loss, caught between accepting or declining the pink bento box she pushed towards him. An Nuan had already stood up to fetch water, her actions casual, as if nothing were amiss. Chapter 11. A part-time job Chen Mo contemplated, observing An Nuan's departing figure. He glanced back at the pink bento box before him, choosing not to voice any further thoughts. For him, the idea of wasting food was unacceptable. He could never forget the pangs of hunger from his past. He picked up his chopsticks and swiftly transferred the remaining food from An Nuan's bento into his own. After sealing her box, he began to tackle the leftovers. An Nuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon not hearing a refusal from Chen Mo, she finally relaxed. Taking advantage of the moment, while fetching her water cup, she turned to see Chen Mo already eating. A small fist pump of triumph welled up inside her. She retrieved a tissue from her backpack, dabbed at her mouth, and looked at Chen Mo's back as he ate, her joy uncontainable. With a bright smile, she opened her lid and took a sip of water, planning to wait until Chen Mo finished before approaching him. Even with the slightest possibility, she did not wish to provoke the seemingly aloof and cold boy. She understood the vulnerabilities and gaps within him. Chen Mo ate rapidly, and by the end, he felt somewhat stuffed. He quickly tidied his bento box. Just as he turned to look at An Nuan, a tissue was already being offered to him. Instinctively accepting it, Chen Mo flashed a grateful smile. An Nuan had settled beside him, watching him wipe his mouth and drink water. Chen Mo set his cup down and pulled out a bottle of dish soap from his backpack, waving it slightly. "An Nuan, let me help you wash your bento." Feeling indebted for having eaten her food, he thought it only right to do something in return. An Nuan glanced at the dish soap in Chen Mo's hand and stood up. "No need, we can go together." Chen Montak nodded, looking out the window as the rain intensified. Each held their bento box as they made their way to the back of the classroom, where Chen Mo retrieved his black umbrella hanging on the wall. An Nuan smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I just lent my umbrella to them." Chen Mo was well aware of whom she referred to, yet found himself in a bit of a dilemma. "How about I help you wash it, An Nuan? It won't take long." His umbrella was small, insufficient for two people, and the thought of huddling under it with An Nuan made him inexplicably anxious. An Nuan shook her head, her resolve firm. Chen Mo ceased to press the matter and proceeded downstairs with her. The journey was quiet. Neither spoke, and at that hour, the teaching building was virtually empty. They arrived downstairs swiftly, where Chen Mo opened the umbrella, and An Nuan edged closer to him, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Chen Mo quickened his pace, and An Nuan matched his strides beside him. They stepped into the rain, making their way toward the sink. The umbrella felt a bit small. Droplets of rain fell on An Nuan's right shoulder, quickly soaking her blue and white school uniform jacket with speckled spots. Instinctively, she leaned in closer to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's right hand supporting the umbrella trembled slightly as her arm brushed against his. A peculiar sensation coursed through her body, a subtle tingling. An Nuan refrained from glancing at Chen Mo, keeping her head bowed as if nothing had transpired. Chen Mo nudged the umbrella closer to An Nuan, shielding her from the rain. The two continued their walk, their arms lightly brushing against one another, and a fragrant scent of wood wafted into Chen Mo's nostrils, mingling with the delicate aroma of the girl beside him, an exquisite fragrance. He found no aversion to this delightful scent, yet a hint of shyness enveloped him. In the years that had passed, it was the first time he found himself so close to a girl. Instinctively, Chen Mo quickened his pace. An Nuan kept her head down, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and upon reaching the sink, Chen Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. A canopy overhead spared them from the rain. Setting the umbrella aside, Chen Mo turned to An Nuan with a smile. "Classmate In, the water is a bit chilly. Could you pass it to me?" As he spoke, he extended his hand to take the lunchbox from her. An Nuan flashed a sweet smile. "Do you look down on me?" As she spoke, the girl approached the sink and turned on the faucet. Chen Mo shook his head and handed her the dishwashing liquid. They each began to wash their lunchboxes, and An Nuan inquired, "Classmate Chen, what do you work part-time at during the winter break?" Chen Mo nodded. "Yes, I usually go every evening." "You're quite impressive, earning your own money at this age," An Nuan said, tilting her head and smiling at Chen Mo. "My situation is somewhat unique," Chen Mo replied, trailing off, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. Noting the change in Chen Mo beside her, An Nuan slowed her movements, instinctively aware of the unspoken complexities behind his words. After a moment's contemplation, An Nuan cautiously asked, "Classmate Chen, are you in need of money?" Chen Mo paused his actions, replying, "Yes." An Nuan halted her own movements. Looking at Chen Mo, "I didn't mean anything by it. I just noticed you working at that shop and thought it might affect your college entrance exam." Chen Mo met An Nuan's apologetic gaze, understanding her misinterpretation. He felt no offense nor humiliation regarding her inquiry. Observing the girl as cautious expression, Chen Mo smiled, clarifying, "Thank you, classmate In, I want to work part-time at Sister Zhang's shop before the exams." "That would be ideal," An Nuan replied cheerfully, her smile returning. Chen Mo averted his gaze, rinsing his lunchbox. The two sheltered under the umbrella, dashing into the classroom. Noticing that the left shoulder of Chen Mo was already damp from the rain, An Nuan quickly pulled out a tissue, attempting to help him dry off. Realizing it was futile, she offered an embarrassed smile. "I'm sorry, I should have listened to you." Chen Mo nonchalantly shook his head. "It's all right, it will dry soon." As he spoke, he placed the lunchbox back into his backpack, and An Nuan followed suit. Confused, Chen Mo asked, "Classmate In, aren't you taking a nap?" An Nuan checked the time on her phone, noting it was almost 1 o'clock. "I want to discuss something with you." Chen Mo moved to a seat by the window, and An Nuan sat down in his spot. "Classmate Chen, would you be interested in being a part-time tutor?" Chen Mo looked at her in bewilderment. "Me, a part-time tutor?" An Nuan, observing his expression, nodded earnestly. "I saw you teaching at the podium in the morning. I believe you would excel at it." "You mean like private tutoring?" Chen Montak inquired. An Nuan's lips curled into a smile. "Yes, exactly that. With the college entrance exams approaching, perhaps it's best to pass." Chen Mo understood An Nuan's good intentions. She likely contemplated this suggestion when she asked if he needed money. "If the tutoring doesn't interfere with your exams, it might even help you perform better while earning some money." "Really? Such a fortunate opportunity exists?" Chen Mo gazed at An Nuan in confusion. "Indeed it does. It merely requires utilizing your free periods after class. 200 yuan per day for tutoring. What do you think? If you're interested, I can get in touch. Consider a way to repay you for retrieving my camera earlier." Chen Mo pondered for a moment, still feeling skeptical about An Nuan's proposal. An Nuan, slightly irritated, sensed his disbelief. She explained, "Didn't teacher do mention the Feynman technique today? Coincidentally, the student in need of tutoring is a high schooler. Think about it. If it doesn't affect your exams, it might even enhance your performance. If you feel that 200 yuan a day is too little, we can certainly negotiate." As she spoke, An Nuan unconsciously tucked her hair behind her ears, her gaze somewhat evasive. Chen Mo eyed her suspiciously, ultimately unable to resist asking, "The student needing tutoring wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" An Nuan, unflustered, nodded. "Yes, I also wish to achieve good grades. Is that acceptable?" Gazing into the hopeful depths of An Nuan's eyes, Chen Mo seriously contemplated the possibility, eventually stating, "I will think it over." An Nuan nodded, smiling brightly as she returned to her seat. Chapter 12. An inspiration from Chen Mo that afternoon. Chen Mo lay on his desk, unable to fall asleep. No matter how he shifted into a more comfortable position while gazing outside at the scenery, the rain had gradually subsided. Thoughts of An Nuan's proposal incessantly surfaced in his mind. Whether it was born from a genuine desire for Chen Mo to assist her with tutoring or as a form of gratitude for the camera incident, he did not dwell on the reasons. What truly occupied his thoughts was the prospect of earning 200 a day. This was the reason for his sleeplessness. He was indeed in need of money. Otherwise, he would not have taken a part-time job at Sister Zhang's fish board shop during the winter break. Unlike his peers, even those from rural backgrounds, none needed to work during their vacations, as Chen Mo did. His pursuit of part-time work was not a recent endeavor. He vividly recalled the anxiousness he felt when seeking employment in his first year of high school. The catalyst for this was his family, a household in which he felt he had no place. His mother had passed away when he was merely 7 years old. It was 3 years later that his stepmother, Wang Zhimei, entered his life, and initially, things seemed normal. However, everything changed with the birth of his half-brother. The surrounding environment felt like a prison, continually constricting his space for existence, marked by the malice of his stepmother, his father's indifference, and, eventually, disdain. The negativity stemming from these transformations had accompanied him to the present day. That distorted environment molded his current reclusive disposition, with his coldness and reticence serving as a protective shell against potential harm. His irresponsible father spent most of his time working at construction sites, leaving the household under the dominion of his stepmother, Wang Zhimei. The malevolence from her made each day feel like an eternity. He could never forget that year during the New Year celebrations in his first year of high school, when he sat in his room reading while the family feasted on New Year's Eve dinner outside, showing no intention of inviting him. The reason for this exclusion was merely that he had complained to his father the day before about why his half-brother received new clothes from a prestigious brand, while he himself had a set that cost less than 100 yuan. On that fateful day, he came to a painfully clear realization. Within that household, he had long since become an inconsequential presence. The events that subsequently unfolded became the catalyst for him to relinquish all hesitations and pursue financial independence. That night, when silence enveloped the outside world, Chen Mo stealthily made his way to the kitchen, consuming leftover dishes while leaning against the cabinet, weeping quietly as tears cascaded down, dampening his collar. His inebriated father discovered him, chastising him for his lack of understanding, for not being considerate of his younger brother. The words that followed pierced Chen Mo's heart like a needle, leaving an indelible ache. "Once you turn 18, earn your own living. I shall no longer concern myself with you." From that moment onward, he never again humbly begged for a single cent as he once did. Following that day, Chen Mo eventually secured a part-time job at Sister Zhang's fish board shop. Thus began a relentless cycle of attending classes, working part-time after school, and continuing this routine during holidays. He diligently saved money, resolute in his goal to sever ties with that family after the college entrance examination. His life was not devoid of color. His uncle treated him kindly, and he fondly remembered his late grandmother. After his first year of high school, Chen Mo spent every new year with her. He also reconnected with Wen Lan, the little girl who had trailed behind him at his grandmother's house, who now playfully insisted he call her sister. Chen Mo contemplated An Nuan's proposal of 200 a day, a sum he had never dared to imagine before. He felt a stirring in his heart. He dismissed any concerns about An Nuan's claim that 200 might not be sufficient, for despite his lack of familiarity with her, he recognized the expensive smartphone in her hand, and the white camera for the previous night was also quite costly. As his thoughts wandered, his classmates gradually returned to the classroom, signaling the impending start of the afternoon lesson. Yuan Gang approached with a cheerful demeanor, settling beside Chen Mo. Noticing Chen Mo lost in thought, he couldn't resist inquiring, "Mo, what are you daydreaming about?" Chen Mo snapped back to reality, instinctively glancing towards An Nuan, who was biting her pen, seemingly deep in contemplation. Redirecting his gaze, he turned to Gongzi and quietly asked, "Do you think my current level is sufficient for tutoring others without leading them astray?" Yuan Gang, slightly puzzled, replied, "Not at all. You're a top student. You spoke quite well at the podium today." Receiving his friend's validation, Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had little to worry about after all. The classroom bell rang, and the English teacher entered, restoring silence to the room. Ms. Lin, in her 30s, with lustrous black hair elegantly tied back, was a rare gem among the faculty at Zhangxing No. 2 High School, noted for her captivating beauty. Rumor had it she had returned from studying abroad. Her lessons were engaging, her spoken English impeccable, free of any accent. The male students eagerly anticipated her classes, and the girls were equally enamored. Ms. Lin scanned the classroom, her gaze pausing briefly at An Nuan's desk, revealing a hint of surprise. An Nuan responded with a sweet smile, causing a momentary daze in Ms. Lin. Ironically, the girl who had once been the most rebellious in class was now the top performer in English, a fact that intrigued her classmates initially, but soon became a non-issue. Nevertheless, An Nuan consistently achieved the highest scores on exams, leaving a lasting impression on Ms. Lin. Ms. Lin shifted her focus, diving straight into the lesson as she initiated a new round of review. As time passed, and the class neared its conclusion, the much-anticipated segment of sharing experiences commenced. An Nuan, please come up and share your insights with the class, Ms. Lin cheerfully invited, stepping aside. Chen Mo instinctively looked toward An Nuan, and his classmates turned as well. With a bright smile directed at Ms. Lin, An Nuan stood up, her height of 1.7 meters, making her exceptionally noticeable. With graceful strides, she approached the podium, her warm demeanor eliciting various expressions from her peers. Her voice, now devoid of the softness she had displayed while speaking to Chen Mo, resonated clearly, exuding an indescribable tranquility. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel that if he understood music theory, he would recognize that An Nuan's voice would be enchanting in song, a gift from the heavens. Standing confidently at the podium, An Nuan exhibited a composure beyond her years. As she transitioned to English, the disparity in proficiency became evident. Ms. Lin's eyes sparkled with delight, recognizing the naturalness of An Nuan's spoken English. Chen Mo, observing her radiant presence, smiled appreciatively, captivated by her current charm that overshadowed her previous nonconformity. As she concluded her presentation, Ms. Lin led the applause, and the class joined in with genuine enthusiasm. An Nuan raised her hand to calm the fervor, as if she had more to convey. English is a phonetic language, prioritizing the subject and sentence structure, emphasizing that subjects must exist even without semantic significance. Chinese, in contrast, is ideographic, often capable of conveying rich emotional nuances with fewer words. I share this not to undermine English, but to highlight the profound differences I have increasingly recognized the deeper I delve into the language. While both languages express the same ideas, Chinese often does so more concisely, showcasing its unique essence and allure. Her classmates pondered her words, while Ms. Lin wore an amused yet exasperated expression, as if An Nuan had disrupted the flow of the lesson. I merely provided an example. Please don't misinterpret my intentions, An Nuan added, her gaze shifting to Chen Mo with a smile. The line quoted by Chen Mo earlier inspired me, expressing that sentiment in English seems quite challenging. As her words settled, the class instinctively turned to Chen Mo, who buried his face in his hands, lowering his head. An Nuan's gaze returned to her notes as she continued. There are numerous such instances, particularly in the realm of classical poetry, where the beauty of the Chinese language is most evident. For instance, the mountains have trees. The trees have branches. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware. If by chance we meet at the ends of the earth, I shall grow thin from longing. My shyness shall also shame the gentleman. May I be like the stars, and you the moon, illuminating the night with our brilliance. As dawn breaks and dusk descends, whether walking or sitting, I think of you. With each line she recited, her gaze towards Chen Mo grew softer, her charming dimples becoming more pronounced. Chen Mo sensed the inquisitive stares of his classmates, their curiosity ablaze. By the end, he felt as if he could disappear beneath his desk, his face aflame, his heart racing, overwhelmed by an electrifying sensation coursing through him. As An Nuan concluded, the class's attention shifted back and forth between her and Chen Mo, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. I was merely offering an example. Please don't misconstrue it, she added with a light-hearted tone. Certainly, if one has someone they admire, after the college entrance examination, they could use these poems to confess their feelings. As An Nuan finished speaking, the classroom erupted with enthusiastic applause, accompanied by laughter, creating a chain reaction that filled the room with a cacophony of excitement. She descended from the podium, and Teacher Lin, both amused and exasperated, urged everyone to settle down. In conclusion, she emphasized, An Nuan is right, everything revolves around the college entrance examination. Once it is over, you will be adults. So be cautious not to make mistakes at such a crucial time. As the bell rang, Teacher Lin cast a warm smile at An Nuan and said, An Nuan, please accompany me. Chapter 13. An Nuan's trepidation. An Nuan followed Teacher Lin out, and the classroom immediately buzzed with speculation, a chorus of murmurs swirling in the air. This was indeed the most beautiful age, filled with an ardent yearning for love, echoing the sentiments Chen Mo had previously expressed from a podium. His musings on the romantic nature of science students, likening it to the longing and love, and the concluding lines of poetry he had quoted resonated deeply. The poetic lines that An Nuan had just recited, drawing a comparison between Chinese and English, seemed to harmonize perfectly, prompting her classmates to speculate whether there was something more between the two. Had it not been for their previous lack of interaction, they might have firmly believed there was something amiss. An Nuan's transformation and the way she gazed at Chen Mo while reciting those verses were unmistakable to all. A wave of conjecture swept through the room. Did An Nuan's change have anything to do with Chen Mo? Was she smitten by him? Class leader Xiao Wanner observed Chen Mo, who was staring at the ground, and whispered to a female classmate, "There is definitely something peculiar about these two." As she spoke, she extended her fingers to poke at one another, her eyes alight with the flames of gossip. Her companion nodded in agreement and whispered, "This morning, I saw Chen Mo hand and won a white camera." From their conversation, it seemed she had accidentally lost it, and he found it. What? Xi Vanya, evidently unaware of the morning's events, processed this new information while recalling An Nuan's gaze at Chen Mo from the podium. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp something significant. Could it be that An Nuan had developed feelings for Chen Mo because of this? She shook her head. That reasoning didn't hold water. The girl beside her countered, "Regardless, there is definitely something going on between them. An Nuan must have some feelings for Chen Mo." They both found the situation rather strange. The most rebellious girl in class falling for the reclusive top student? It was a plot even Xiong Yao wouldn't dare to pen. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat with his head down, fixated on his book, yet unable to absorb its content. Now a subject of gossip, he was at a loss for how to respond, resorting to his usual tactic of silence and avoidance. However, his friend Yuan Gang clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. He nudged Chen Mo with his elbow and whispered, "Hey, do you think An Nuan might actually like you?" Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze still downward. Yuan Gang pressed on, "You didn't notice? But she looked at you differently just now." Chen Mo continued to withhold his words. In truth, ever since he returned the camera, he had sensed something unusual in An Nuan's demeanor, especially in the way she looked at him. His fractured family background had rendered him reclusive and taciturn, but it had also endowed him with an acute sensitivity to others' gazes, a skill honed through years of enduring the scrutiny of others. Yet, if that were indeed the case, he found himself bewildered. Why? After a moment, Chen Mo managed a self-deprecating smile. "Don't say such things. An Nuan herself mentioned that you're overthinking it." "That makes sense," Yuan Gang nodded, acknowledging the implausibility of their earlier assumptions, given the absence of prior interactions between the two. Yuan Gang dismissed the matter and took out his phone, engrossing himself in a game called Zhao Zilong of the Three Kingdoms. Chen Mo's mind drifted back to An Nuan's earlier suggestion, leaving him in a quandary. If An Nuan were to discover the turmoil within him, would she deem him too impulsive? However, three things in this world cannot be hidden: poverty, a cough, and the gaze of one in love. An Nuan's eyes were filled with sincerity at this moment. Teacher Lin, shaking her head with a hint of resignation, gently inquired, "So, you genuinely do not intend to pursue a major in English?" An Nuan nodded earnestly, her tone sincere. "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Lin. I have already decided to apply for a music major. By the way, I recently returned from Jianghan after completing the art examination and participated in the school's entrance assessment. The examiners were quite pleased with my performance, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be settled." Teacher Lin regarded An Nuan with a mix of regret and admiration, recognizing her as a promising talent. After the earlier assessment, she could gauge An Nuan's proficiency in English. Based on her experience, An Nuan was undoubtedly among the elite in the entire province, not just within Zhongqing No. 2 High School. However, it was a pity she had already made her choice. Teacher Lin, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, "So, is your transformation related to your aspirations?" Upon hearing this question, An Nuan's gaze seemed to drift, as if lost in a reminiscence. After a moment, she replied softly, "Yes." With a sigh, Teacher Lin reminded her, "Although art majors have lower cultural course requirements, you should still make the most of the remaining time to improve your scores in other subjects." An Nuan smiled sweetly and slightly bowed her head. "Thank you, Teacher Lin. I understand." As Teacher Lin looked at the radiant girl before her, she couldn't help but notice An Nuan's maturity that belied her age. After a brief pause, she quietly asked, "What about your feelings for Chen Mo?" An Nuan's lips curled into a smile as she candidly replied, "Yes, I like him." Just as she suspected, Teacher Lin nodded inwardly, having discerned the subtle nuances in An Nuan's gaze from earlier. She felt reassured, knowing she was the one who wished for Chen Mo's success and that it would not hinder his performance in the college entrance examination. She was confident she could help him improve. With an unwavering gaze, An Nuan declared, "I will help him become better. Let us see how we perform in the upcoming 3 mock exams." Teacher Lin, observing An Nuan's resolute eyes, found herself at a loss for further words. Recognizing that such matters were beyond her control, intrigued by An Nuan's assertion, she replied, "Then let us wait and see." With a smile, An Nuan turned and left, her steps light and buoyant. In this world, who other than herself could comprehend her feelings for Chen Mo? She was confident she could help him become better, more self-assured, and radiant. She understood Chen Mo's deepest obsessions, as well as what he held most dear and was proud of. If given a second chance, she had fervently prayed to the heavens and had even wept tears of joy. In the stillness of the night, when she awoke with tear-streaked cheeks, she would immediately check the time and survey her surroundings. In moments of solitude, curled in a corner of her room, she prayed earnestly, praying that the mysterious force which could send her back to the age of 18 does not strip her away from this world. Upon returning to the classroom, An Nuan felt a pang of regret. Regret for her inability to control herself earlier, for her emotions had been too overt. Casting her gaze towards Chen Mo, who sat with his head lowered, an uneasy flutter stirred within her. Would he agree to that proposal? Chapter 14, Wen Lan As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the final lesson of the day concluded. Chen Mo, being a day student, had no intention of staying for evening study. Today, he was headed to Sister Zhang's fish porridge shop to collect his wages from his part-time job over the winter break, which had accumulated to over a month's pay. The joy of receiving his salary dulled the peculiar emotions stirred by his classmates' gossip. They came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Shouldering his backpack, Chen Mo waited for most of his classmates to disperse before rising to his feet. Jiang Zi, as usual, charged towards the cafeteria, for queuing was a torment for him. Turning around, Chen Mo caught sight of An Nuan seated at the back of the classroom, her face bright with a smile directed at him. He tucked away his unusual feelings and returned her smile. Approaching the back of the classroom, he picked up his umbrella, intending to exit through the back door. "How have you been considering it, Chun?" An Nuan's gentle voice floated towards him. Turning back, he met the girl's smiling face. I'll give you a reply tonight, An Nuan. I'm off to Sister Zhang's to collect my wages, and I'll lend a hand as well." An Nuan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet her expression remained unchanged. "All right, let us exchange contact information." With her backpack slung over her shoulder, An Nuan stood and walked to Chen Mo's side, producing her phone. The blue and white Nokia X6, adorned with a ding-dong cat charm, was quite an impressive device. This phone, nearly all screen on the front, was not inexpensive. Yuan Gang, who was fond of digital gadgets, had previously discussed this model with Chen Mo, praising its 5-megapixel camera. Released only last year, it was a music-centric phone costing over 3,000 yuan, equivalent to a month's salary for a laborer. Both this phone and her earlier white camera were certainly not cheap. She must come from a well-off family, Chen Mo mused, nodding in agreement as he took out his own makeshift phone. The two exchanged phone numbers and QQ IDs. His phone could also access mobile QQ, though data was quite costly these days, and his plan offered little. He rarely used it, aside from checking messages in the class group and chatting with Jiang Zi, with whom he also discussed academic matters with Wen Lan. Like him, Wen Lan was a science student. After adding each other as friends, Chen Mo inquired, "Aren't you staying for evening study, An Nuan?" Realizing the silliness of his question immediately after asking, he awaited her response. As expected, An Nuan smiled brightly at him. "No, I've never stayed for evening study. I'm going to meet up with those two shortly. They need a little makeover." Her expression turned slightly mischievous as she spoke. Chen Montauk nodded, glancing at the girl with her hair styled in a bun, and silently mourned for those two non-mainstream girls. The two of them exited the classroom and headed toward the school gate. With a height of 178 meters, Chen Mo stood out beside the tall An Nuan. Moreover, An Nuan exuded an air of serenity, her beauty striking. As they walked, they naturally attracted many glances. Inhaling the delightful fragrance wafting from her, Chen Mo remained silent. An Nuan walked beside him, tranquil and quiet, and they strolled together toward the school's exit, crossing the still damp playground. The nearby trees had begun to sprout tender leaves that danced in the breeze. A gentle smile graced the girl's face as she refrained from glancing at Chen Mo. The atmosphere was not awkward. Rather, it possessed a serene quality. Upon reaching the school gates, Chen Mo's phone rang. An Nuan turned her head to look over. Chen Mo took out his phone, offering an apologetic smile. "It's a call from a friend." The caller ID displayed the name, Wen Lan. As he pressed the answer button, a warm smile spread across Chen Mo's face. It was Wen Lan, the girl who always made him call her sister whenever they met. An Nuan pursed her lips, turning her head away as the smile on her face slowly faded, her gaze fixed on the peach blossoms in the nearby flower bed. The pink petals bloomed vibrantly, yet she showed no inclination to admire them, her ears catching Chen Mo's gentle voice. I'll wait for you to arrive. Since today is payday, What would you like to eat? All right, I'll wait for you at the school gate. As An Nuan listened to Chen Mo's conversation, she tightened her grip on the strap of her backpack, her petite face tense. Her white sneakers crunched on a fallen leaf, pressing it down forcefully until it transformed into a green abstract painting. After ending the call, Chen Mo noticed An Nuan with her back to him, stepping on something. Curiosity piqued, he asked An Nuan, "Did you find a bug on the ground?" An Nuan withdrew her foot, revealing that the side of her white sneaker was stained with green, a glaring sight. She lightly stomped her foot in disgust, loathing that color. When she turned back, her expression had shifted to a sweet smile. "Yes, there was a bug, quite bothersome," she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of frustration. Chen Mo paid little mind, saying, "My friend is coming to meet me. Then I shall see you tomorrow. Don't forget to give me your reply tonight," An Nuan said playfully, winking at Chen Mo before waving goodbye and walking towards the school gate. Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement, waving as he watched the girl depart. Upon reaching the street opposite the school, An Nuan retrieved her phone and made a call. Before long, a black Mercedes-Benz glided to a stop. An Nuan opened the door and got in, instructing Uncle Lee, "Please drive a little further ahead and stop about 10 meters from the school gate." Uncle Lee asked no further questions, steering the car to the designated spot. An Nuan gazed out the window, her expression cool and distant. Chen Mo stepped out of the school gate, pausing by the flower bed, his eyes occasionally drifting to the flow of passers-by. An Nuan was aware that he was waiting for someone. Uncle Lee, glancing at An Nuan through the rearview mirror with a hint of suspicion, asked, "Are you waiting for those two friends of yours?" An Nuan did not withdraw her gaze, replying softly, "Yes." The car fell silent, and after more than 10 minutes, Uncle Lee remarked with a smile, "Your father is likely to land around 8 this evening." A faint smile graced An Nuan's cool face as she nodded, her tone softening. "Yes, I don't have any other plans tonight. Let's go pick up Dad together." Hearing An Nuan's words, Uncle Lee smiled with satisfaction, noting that despite her cool demeanor, she had matured significantly. After speaking, An Nuan leaned closer to the window, her gaze falling upon a girl clad in a full gray tracksuit. She stood around 1.6 meters tall, dressed in loose-fitting attire, wearing a black baseball cap and white sneakers, her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Approaching the school gate, she scanned her surroundings before quickly spotting Chen Mo seated in the corner. With a bag in hand, she bounded over with a cheerful skip. In An Nuan's gaze, Chen Mo observed the girl who was jogging towards him. She removed her black-framed glasses, a gentle smile blossoming on her face. As the girl approached, Chen Mo stood up. Wen Lan raised the plastic bag she was holding, looking up at the significantly taller Chen Mo with a beaming smile, and said, "You should call me sister. It was quite a hardship carrying this all the way here." Chen Mo scoffed, "I'm only a month older than you. That doesn't count. It's a discrepancy in your ID registration," Wen Lan replied, leaving Chen Mo perplexed. He extended his hand to retrieve the plastic bag, but Wen Lan stepped back, lifting the bag high above her head, only to realize her action might have been misguided. It seemed to make it easier for Chen Mo to reach it. Subsequently, she concealed the bag behind her, retreating further. Chen Mo shook his head in exasperation. "Wen Lan, do you still want me to treat you to a lavish meal?" Wen Lan ceased her teasing, observing his hair and, suppressing a laugh, spoke with a tone reminiscent of an elder. "Little Chen, it's time for a haircut." Chen Mo nodded, instinctively running his fingers through his hair, slicking it back to reveal his fair complexion. Beneath his thick brows, his peach blossom eyes gazed softly at Wen Lan. Wen Lan chuckled at the dark circles under Chen Mo's eyes, tightening her grip on the plastic bag, and remarked, "Have you been possessed by a panda? You mustn't stay up late tonight." Chen Mo reached out, and Wen Lan handed over the plastic bag. He opened his backpack, placed the bag inside, and then retrieved 2 pieces of rice candy, offering one to Wen Lan while biting into the other before slinging his backpack back on. "You stingy miser. You brought me all this way just to give me one?" "Wen Lan kom lai." Chen Mo chuckled. "My aunt didn't prepare an identical portion for you. And I wrote my name backward." With her ruse exposed, Wen Lan bore no grudge, playfully accompanying Chen Mo to the bus stop. They enjoyed the rice candy together, and soon the bus arrived, allowing them to board in succession. Chapter 15. Why not chant and stroll slowly? Meanwhile, seated in a black Mercedes, An Nuan withdrew her gaze. She reclined her seat, slowly closing her eyes, her expression cool and devoid of discernible joy. "Li Shu, let us go," she commanded. Li Shu, who had been engrossed in his phone, lifted his head and inquired, "Aren't you waiting for your 2 friends?" An Nuan shook her head. "No need to wait. They just texted me, saying there are matters to attend to in class." Li Shu nodded, starting the car and merging into the flow of traffic. The bus meandered before halting at the stop, where Chen Mo shielded Wen Lan as they disembarked. The night market was nearby, only a short walk of about 10 minutes. This area belonged to the old town, brimming with a lively atmosphere, The ancient buildings stretched out, and the narrow streets were now bustling with activity. Wen Lan ngan deeply, pointing at a nearby Xinjiang lamb skewer stall, exclaiming, "Little Chen, I want to eat lamb skewers." She removed her black baseball cap and naturally handed it to Chen Mo, gathering her flowing hair as her eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Mo shot her a teasing glare. "Given your effort, I'll buy you 2 skewers to tide you over." Chen Mo felt the 10 yuan in his pocket as Wen Lan, in a haughty manner, strutted ahead. He had no choice but to follow. Wen Lan had always been this way, consistently asserting her status as the elder sister in front of him. Yet, Chen Mo had never called her that. What a joke. He was a month older. Arriving at the lamb skewer stall, Wen Lan turned back and waved at Chen Mo. "Hurry up, you miser." Chen Mo quickly joined her side as she selected 2 skewers, instructing the grill master, 1 spicy and 1 mildly spicy. She knew Chen Mo couldn't handle too much spice. Hearing her words warmed Chen Mo's heart. She had always been considerate. He recalled their New Year spent at their grandmother's house, where they would stroll through the town market and Wen Lan would chatter endlessly about happenings at school, never tiring of it. Then, she would prompt Chen Mo to share his school stories, which he would finish in mere minutes, as he rarely encountered as many novel experiences as she recounted. After Chen Mo concluded, Wen Lan would jokingly inquire if any girls in school liked him. Upon receiving a negative response, she would dramatically scrutinize his attractive peach blossom eyes and exclaim, "The girls at your school must be blind. Your eyes are stunning," followed by a bout of teasing. Wen Lan attended Zhangqing No. 1 High School, which was neither too far nor too close to Chen Mo's No. 2 High School. As a boarding student, their opportunities to meet were limited, especially since Chen Mo juggled a part-time job, something Wen Lan was well aware of. Since their 3rd year, time had become even scarcer. Only during the new year did Wen Lan always find various excuses to drag Chen Mo along for shopping. As a true foodie, Wen Lan had practically led Chen Mo through every culinary delight of that small town, always considering his tastes, just as she did now. "Here." Wen Lan handed him the mildly spicy lamb skewer. Chen Mo accepted it, extracting the 10 yuan from his pocket to hand to the grill master, who smiled broadly and, speaking with a strong accent, praised Wen Lan's beauty. "You're truly gorgeous, miss. Would you like another skewer?" Wen Lan giggled at the grill master's charm. He was quite the businessman. She tugged on Chen Mo's sleeve, pulling him forward, her laughter filling the air. When they paused at the corner, Wen Lan caught her breath, exclaiming, his voice was so peculiar, but he was right about one thing. "This lady is indeed very beautiful." She winked at Chen Mo, her large almond eyes brimming with a desire for compliments. Chen Mo took a bite of the lamb skewer, remaining silent. He was indifferent to Wen Lan's vanity. "Humph. Silence is consent," she declared, lifting her head with a proud stride onward. Chen Mo finally smiled, following her. Passing a milk tea shop, Wen Lan halted, sprinting over to order 2 cups. Chen Mo, feeling the emptiness of his pockets, approached her and whispered, I'm out of money." Wen Lan's lips curled into a smirk, the mischief in her large almond eyes intensifying. She reached out, lightly tapping Chen Mo's shoulder while standing on her toes. "I'll have to keep a ledger, little Chen. How much do you owe me now?" Pausing, she winked at Chen Mo and revealed a figure that made him wince. "Including this cup of milk tea, you owe me a total of 503 yuan. Chen Mo initially intended to protest, but seeing her gleeful demeanor, he relented. The last time they met, she had quoted him 380 yuan. As they walked, Wen Lan effortlessly discovered more delicious treats, insisting on sharing them with Chen Mo, while her running tally surged to 600 yuan. Chen Mo corrected her multiple times, but each attempt was swiftly interrupted by her tenacious arguments. After a round of exploration, both were filled to the brim. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the quaint little park where the daily recreational activities of the elderly commenced. Beneath the stone pavilion, 2 individuals settled down. Chen Mo retrieved his phone to check the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Wen Lan took the black baseball cap that Chen Mo handed her and placed it atop her head, absent-mindedly caressing her belly. A look of mild discontent crossing her features. "I had initially planned for you to treat me to a grand meal, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away." Chen Mo flashed a warm smile, feeling a surge of affection. He was well aware that Wen Lan was reluctant to let him spend money. Otherwise, she would have informed him about her visit so last minute after their afternoon class. Had she mentioned it earlier, he certainly would have brought more than just a meager sum. Although he was short on funds, he would gladly treat Wen Lan to a meal. "Next time, I could take you to KFC, he suggested. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Wen Lan felt a pang of discomfort. She would never forget the time she took him to KFC, where he sat with his head bowed, visibly anxious. That was during the following October. After they had come to know each other anew, dressed in his school uniform, He cautiously took a seat behind her, observing his surroundings with a furtive gaze. His eyes darting about, clearly at a loss. He instinctively tucked his feet beneath the chair, a gesture of shyness. Subsequently, she gifted him a book, The Heart of Wang Yangming, inscribing a quote on the title page. Do not heed the sounds of leaves rustling through the forest. Why not a webtoon and stroll leisurely instead? Wen Lan smiled, her eyes crinkling with sincerity as she nodded. I'll jot that down. After a pause, her expression turned serious as she gazed into Chen Mo's captivating peach blossom eyes, inquiring, Little Chen, how confident are you? Understanding her inquiry, Chen Mo contemplated for a moment before affirmatively declaring, I am certain I will pass. Wen Lan, observing his earnest demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over her. His unwavering confidence reassured her of his success. She returned to her light-hearted demeanor just as her phone chimed. Picking it up, she answered the call, listening intently before finally remarking, What a lunatic. Discard the flowers. There's no need to pay them any mind, and promptly ended the call. Someone sent you flowers? Who is it? Chen Mo inquired with curiosity. An irrelevant person, a toad wishing to consume swan flesh, Wen Lan retorted, rolling her eyes in disdain. Do many suitors pursue you at school? Chen Montauk teased it. Wen Lan haughtily sniffed, You should consider who I am. Chen Montauk, grinning, was about to press further when Wen Lan stood up, extending her hand in an attempt to pat his head. Naturally, she failed, as he was all too familiar with her antics. After dodging her, Wen Lan shot him an annoyed glance. Accompany me to the bus stop. As she boarded the bus, Chen Mo waved goodbye, and at the door, Wen Lan called out, Little Chen, when we reach Jianghan University, you must treat me to some crayfish. Chen Montauk nodded, watching the bus doors close as it pulled away. Chapter 16. Sister Zhang's Kindness and Blessings. Chen Mo turned and walked towards Sister Zhang's fish port shop. His steps lightened by Wen Lan's parting words. With his academic performance, he knew he could not aim for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. He was acutely aware of his limits. He had previously discussed potential college applications with Wen Lan, but he only grasped the concepts superficially, with no one else around him to consult. Wen Lan had always aspired to attend Jianghan University, a goal she had set since her first year of high school. Her father was an alumnus of Jianghan University and currently worked at the County Education Bureau, while her mother was a teacher at a local secondary school. These details have been shared with Chen Mo during their casual conversations. She hoped for them both to attend the same university, a notion Chen Mo was entirely agreeable to. Wen Lan was confident in her capabilities, and he believed in himself as well. Jianghan University seemed to be a worthwhile choice. He mused as he arrived at Sister Zhang's fish porridge shop. By now, twilight had descended, yet the shop remained bustling with patrons. Sister Zhang was in the kitchen preparing fish porridge when Chen Mo entered, naturally hanging his backpack on the wall and donning an apron. Sister Zhang turned around, her face lighting up upon seeing him. Ah, Chen Mo, you've arrived just in time. Please serve that table over there, she instructed, gesturing toward a table in the dining area. Chen Mo fetched a plate, while Sister Zhang efficiently retrieved a clay pot. The small eatery resumed its familiar busy atmosphere, the din of patrons creating a serene ambience. An Nuan stood at the airport exit, observing the hurried travelers pass by as she quietly awaited her father, her eyes occasionally drifting to the front. She checked her phone. It was precisely 8 o'clock. Uncle Lee stood beside her, silently gazing ahead. An Nuan opened QQ, noticing that the friend she had just added in the afternoon had a gray avatar. Clearly, Chen Mo was not online. After a moment's reflection, An Nuan typed a message. Have you eaten yet? Then she deleted it and rephrased. I'm at the airport waiting for my dad. I haven't eaten yet, and am quite hungry. Hungry emoji. After sending the message, she put her phone away and took out a large white rabbit milk candy. Unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth, the sweet flavor enveloped her taste buds, causing her to squint her eyes in delight, a smile involuntarily gracing her face. She had changed out of her school uniform, now wearing jeans and a white shirt tucked neatly into her waistband, her hair styled in a high ponytail. Her youthful and vibrant appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. Having finished her candy, she was about to check for any messages from Chen Mo when Uncle Lee cleared his throat softly. Your father is coming out. An Nuan looked up to see a tall, middle-aged man with a suitcase, glancing in her direction. For a moment, she hesitated to move forward, and Jiqing's current appearance made her feel somewhat disoriented. Having returned to the age of 18 over half a month ago, this was her first encounter with Jiqing during this period. The man, clad in a black jacket, showed no traces of gray in his hair. Uncle Lee jogged up to take the suitcase from Jiqing, smiling as he waved to An Nuan, who still stood rooted in place. Father and daughter exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, and Jiqing, gazing in Nuan not far ahead, felt an unfamiliarity wash over him. Fortunately, That sensation was fleeting, quickly melted away by An Nuan's sweet smile. As he watched his daughter approach him, a look of contentment spread across An Jiqing's face. Having heard from Guyu about An Nuan's transformation, seeing her in person brought him genuine relief. "Dad," came a soft, tender call, reminiscent of An Nuan's childhood voice that echoed in his memory. Noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, An Jiqing felt momentarily at a loss. He hurried to comfort his daughter, who seemed on the verge of tears, turning to Uncle Li with a fiery gaze. Uncle Li subtly shook his head, prompting An Jiqing to ask, "What's wrong, Wan Wan? Did someone bully you?" An Nuan blinked, brushing away the moisture from her eyes, shaking her head softly. "I just missed you, Dad." These words melted An Jiqing's heart, prompting him to affectionately pat the top of An Nuan's head as he looked outside. "Come on. Let's go home and eat. Xiao Chun, hurry back home." "I'm quite busy," Sister Zhang said with a cheerful smile, observing the fine beads of sweat glistening on Chen Mo's forehead. She handed him a red envelope, which he accepted, feeling its substantial weight. Upon glancing at the inscription on the envelope, a broad smile spread across his face. The words "Gold List Success" were inscribed in striking golden characters. "Thank you, Sister Zhang. I appreciate your kind wishes," Chen Mo replied. Sister Zhang then passed him a bowl of packed crab kanji, which he eagerly accepted. "Make sure to return promptly. If you perform poorly on the exam, don't expect to cross my threshold again," she teased, waving him off with a light-hearted gesture. Chen Mo placed the red envelope into his backpack, grasped the bowl of crab kanji, and turned to see Sister Zhang already facing away, his eyes misting slightly. "Rest assured, I will perform splendidly. I'll show you the acceptance letter when it arrives," he assured her before departing from the little shop and walking quietly towards home. Gently pushing open the iron gate and ensuring it was securely closed, Chen Mo gazed at the warm glow emanating from within the house. As he stepped inside, he spotted his half-brother, Chen Gong, munching on duck neck while watching animated cartoons. It was evident that their stepmother, Wang Jimei, had once again gone out for mahjong. Chen Mo averted his gaze from his brother and ascended to his room on the second floor, still carrying the bowl of crab kanji. As Chen Gong continued to eat, he exaggeratedly gulped down a sip of cola from the coffee table, belching loudly while watching Chen Mo disappear up the stairs. Though no one was there to witness his antics, Chen Mo placed the kanji on his desk and dialed a number on his phone. Before long, Wen Lan's voice came through. "Oh, Xiao Chun, are you here for good news? Tell your sister how much you earned." Chen Mo, with a gleam of joy, replied, "I haven't opened it yet. Sister Zhang specially prepared a red envelope for me. The inscription reads Gold List Success." As he spoke, he cheerfully activated the speakerphone, peeling open the envelope while conversing with Wen Lan. He began counting the money inside, and by the end he sniffled slightly. With a nasally tone, he relayed the amount to Wen Lan. "There's 5,000. Sister Zhang generously added nearly 2,000 extra. A brief silence followed before her voice returned. "Don't forget the kindness she has shown you." Chen Mo nodded, his tone resolute. "I won't forget." They continued their conversation for a while, but before hanging up, Wen Lan, still not having heard him refer to her as sister, ended the call in mild frustration. After freshening up, Chen Mo checked the time, realizing it was already past 10 in the evening. He opened the crab kanji and was about to dig in when a thought struck him, and he tapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten. Chapter 17, I have agreed. He grabbed his phone and opened QQ, hearing the notification chime. The avatar of Ding Dong Cat was flashing. It was An Nuan. Chen Mo opened the chat window, a smile gracing his face as he read An Nuan's message, which had been sent at 8 o'clock. Her avatar was still colorful, indicating she was online. Chen Mo quickly typed back, "Sorry, I was helping Sister Zhang earlier and just returned." After a moment's thought, he added, "What did you have for dinner, classmate?" Setting his phone down on the table, Chen Mo began to enjoy the crab kanji. He had to admit, Sister Zhang's culinary skills were unparalleled. The flavors were exquisite. Picking up a crab claw, he savored both the shell and the meat, followed by a sip of the soft, well-cooked rice porridge, delighting in the fresh and sweet taste. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed in satisfaction, feeling warmth spread within him. Though Chen Mo typically ate quickly, it did not detract from his ability to appreciate the meal's flavors. During his time working part-time for Sister Zhang, she would always save him a bowl of fish kanji at night, generously loaded with ingredients. When he first started working there, he was just a little over 1.60 meters and quite slender. Each time Sister Zhang saw him finish his meal cleanly, she would beam with delight, encouraging him not to hesitate if he needed more. She often reminded him that he was at a stage of growth and should not suffer from malnutrition. Otherwise, he would not grow tall, making it difficult to find a wife in the future. In that moment, he felt a long-lost warmth of concern, his eyes becoming misty as Sister Zhang teased him. Without prying into his family circumstances, she was considerate of his fragile sense of pride. Chen Mo had never complained to her about his broken family. Now, looking at the thick stack of cash, Sister Zhang's words echoed in his mind, prompting him to hasten his eating. Once finished, he carefully placed the money into a small iron box, which also contained a bank card where he kept his earnings from previous part-time jobs. Calculating in his mind, he estimated that, combined with this amount, he had roughly 26,000 yuan. Chen Mo felt increasingly satisfied, gazing at the iron box for a moment before gingerly putting it away. Though the sum was not vast, it represented the fruits of his daily labor, and he resolved to find a suitable time to deposit it. University, he mused, should be a wonderful place. Yet, he pondered how long the money he held would last when combined with tuition and living expenses. But what did it matter? With confidence, he returned to his desk. University life was not devoid of opportunities for part-time work. In addition to saving for tuition and living expenses, Chen Mo harbored a lofty ambition to own a home of his own. However, that goal seemed distant, and he felt no immediate anxiety about it. Picking up his phone, he noticed that An Nuan had yet to reply, likely occupied with other matters. He then grabbed a clean outfit, intending to take a shower first. Though his clothes were worn, he took great pride in maintaining cleanliness. This habit harkened back to memories of his mother, who would kneel before him, smiling as she tucked back his hair while gently reminding him, "Children must stay clean. Otherwise, finding a wife will be difficult." As Chen Mo entered the bathroom to shower, An Nuan was busy drying her long hair with a towel, humming a tune as she approached the mirror, gazing at her fair and rosy complexion. She couldn't help but pout. At 18, her beauty was already strikingly ethereal, and emerging from her bath, she appeared even more enchanting. After drying her hair, she patiently applied skincare products to her face, recalling the wisdom of her past life that advised women to begin skincare early. Once she had finished with her routine, she returned to her bedside to check the time, realizing it was nearly 10 o'clock. An Nuan and her father, and Ji Qing, had returned home around 8:30, where her stepmother, Gu Yu, and Aunt Su had prepared a sumptuous feast. During the meal, Ji Qing looked on with a warm and gentle gaze, frequently serving An Nuan more food. The young girl found herself on the verge of tears several times, unbothered by revealing her vulnerable side to her father. Memories from her past life stirred emotions within her. In retrospect, the people who genuinely loved her were the ones she had hurt the most. Guilt would not dissipate. It would only lie dormant within her heart, awaiting the day it would erupt. And yet, late redemption seldom concluded favorably. Fortunately, everything could begin anew. An Nuan frequently reminded herself that in this life, she must seize both familial and romantic love. Recalling her father's earlier joyous expression brought a smile to her lips. And Ji Qing, having indulged a bit too much, was still proclaiming his intent to find the best teacher for An Nuan, wholeheartedly supporting her rekindled childhood dream of pursuing music. Upon learning that his daughter had already participated in 2 rounds of examinations, and Ji Qing realized that the little girl who once looked up and called him daddy had returned. As for that rebellious phase, he chose to forget it. An Nuan felt quite content with the family dinner that night, as her relationship with her father had reverted to its former state. The barriers, along with her father's worries and disappointments regarding her, dissipated entirely with her simple expression of longing for him. However, recalling the events that transpired in front of the school that afternoon, she could not suppress the unease dwelling within her. Despite knowing that Chen Mo did not harbor romantic feelings for the girl named Wen Lan, viewing her merely as an older sister, the past was fraught with memories of rivalry. This time, why not just play the role of an older sister? That should be quite agreeable, shouldn't it? An Nuan thought, displaying a determined smile. Leaning on her bed, she opened her laptop, and a QQ message flashed on the screen. It was from Chen Mo, his avatar, a charming frog, currently animated. Upon opening the chat window, An Nuan read his message and instinctively pouted. "Oh, Mo, you really are a blockhead, calling me classmate in..." Humph. She let out a light hum, though her eyes sparkled with delight. Quickly, she typed, "You mustn't call me classmate anymore. I have a name, you know." Ding. The sound interrupted Chen Mo's train of thought as he was working on a problem. He glanced at An Nuan's message. Was she upset? But why? After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "All right then, classmate An Nuan." An Nuan rolled her eyes. "You can call me An Nuan. Just leave out classmate. It makes our relationship feel distant, and I dislike that." Chen Mo scratched his nose, momentarily puzzled by the significance of adding or omitting classmate. He could only reply, "All right, I accept your proposal. So, is it 200 today?" With some trepidation, he sent the message. On the other side of the city, An Nuan cheered upon receiving Chen Mo's message. Burying her face in her hands and rolling joyfully on her bed, she felt no need to hide her happiness or the sense of achievement that came with her progress. After a brief moment of rolling around, she lay on the white bedspread, her feet lifted, revealing her slender calves. with a smile illuminating her face. She glanced at the laptop screen and quickly typed another message, pressing send, her hands cradling her chin while her delicate feet swung playfully. I keep my promises. Weekends count as overtime, double pay. Chen Mo chuckled at the message, a weighty sense of fulfillment settling in his heart as he silently calculated the considerable sum. He then typed, so, classman Wan, get to bed early. See you tomorrow. Just as he was about to send it, he recalled her earlier reminder and rephrased, thank you, and Wan. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. After sending it, he barely waited a few seconds before her reply came. You too, sleep early. Good night. Sleepy emoji. Chen Mo stared at the message, an indescribable feeling washing over him. It was the first time a girl had wished him good night. Wen Lan never did that. Her messages typically warned him against staying up late, cautioning him about dark circles under his eyes. In the quiet of his small room, illuminated only by a soft desk lamp casting a gentle glow on his face, Chen Mo set his phone down and gazed out the window before him. The moon had revealed itself, a half circle shining brightly, perhaps a result of the rain having passed, making it appear particularly luminous. Tomorrow promised to be a radiant day. Chapter 18. Some people just owe it. This morning, Chen Mo did not take the bus. Instead, he prepared his lunch as usual and set out early with his backpack. Mounting his second-hand bicycle, he greeted Grandpa Lin, who was practicing Tai Chi, and pedaled toward school. The bicycle was somewhat old, being second-hand, yet sturdy enough. During school days, it had carried him and Gongzi to the internet cafe, a secret escapade lured by Gongzi's promise to cover the internet fee and provide a can of soda. Chen Mo had registered his QQ number back then, with Gongzi assisting in leveling it up until his uncle gifted him a phone, allowing him to log in himself. Gongzi loved games of all kinds, and though he tried to persuade Chen Mo to accompany him several times afterward, he never succeeded. Chen Mo was too busy saving money. The sun had risen in the distance, and the gentle breeze tousled Chen Mo's hair, revealing his charming peach blossom eyes. The wind was warm, carrying the sweet scent of blooming flowers into his nostrils. His blue and white school jacket was tied around his waist, fluttering in the breeze, alongside the bougainvillea clinging to the weathered walls of the alley. As he rode past the alley and across the main street, the golden yellow of the tababuya flowers painted a vibrant scene, stretching endlessly before him, as if they had all decided to bloom brilliantly overnight. After securing his bicycle in the bike shed, Chen Mo brushed his hair back, donned his black-rimmed glasses, and headed towards his classroom. An Nuan locked her bike and waved to Uncle Lee, walking approximately 50 meters before entering the school gate. Her casually tied-high ponytail and natural look garnered admiration along the way. Which class is she from? I've never seen such a beautiful girl at our school. She's so tall and has a great figure. I think I'm falling for her. Zhao Yuhao watched An Nuan's retreating figure. Hearing the murmurs around him as he bit down on the youtiao he held a little too hard, Zhang Chong remained silent, sipping his soy milk. The two were crouched by a flower bed, having spotted An Nuan as she entered the school. However, her swift pace deterred Zhao Yuhao from standing up to greet her, still reeling from the impact of her harsh words from yesterday. Just a bunch of clowns, a toad wanting to eat swan meat, Zhao Yuhao muttered quietly, standing up and fixing his hair while casting a glance at Zhang Chong, who was devouring his breakfast. He looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. The two, resembling a comedic duo, ambled slowly towards their classroom. Hey, do you think An Nuan might have developed feelings for Chen Mo? Zhang Chong whispered. Zhao Yuhao clenched his teeth, recalling An Nuan's gaze directed at Chen Mo when she spoke on stage yesterday. Him? Zhang Chong immediately fell silent, his eyes darting. After a moment, he softly asked, what are you planning to do, Hao Ge? There are plenty of girls who like me. I won't miss An Nuan. If I can't have her, I won't be bothered. He replied, though his face was already clouded with frustration, his teeth gritted tightly. As they approached the classroom door, Zhao Yuhao instinctively glanced at An Nuan's desk, only to find it empty. Passing by Chen Mo, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment and disdain as he noticed the slightly yellowed edges of his sneakers. He rolled up his pant leg, fully revealing his striking red Nikes. How impressive, how? Are these limited edition? Zhang Chong remarked, his tone tinged with envy. Zhao Yuhao paused, drawing the attention of his classmates. He responded, what are you talking about? Zhang Chong, you are so superficial. It's not about whether they are limited edition. What matters is that the shoes fit well and are kept clean. This is a fundamental etiquette for a high school student. If someone were to wear a pair of tattered shoes plucked from a garbage bin, yellowed and worn, it would be quite disrespectful. Zhang Chong nodded in approval, a knowing smile gracing his face. Class monitor Xia Wana rolled her eyes, casting a disapproving glare at both Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over her. Here we go again. Well, has Chen Mo ever spoken kindly? Just as she prepared to interject, Chen Mo stood up, his gaze icy as it met Zhao Yuhao's. Gongzi also rose, his eyes betraying raw anger and disdain, glaring fiercely at the two. Chen Mo, fixing his eyes on Zhao Yuhao, spoke slowly and deliberately. I do not concur with Zhao's viewpoint. As a high school student, basic courtesy entails knowing proper etiquette and possessing a sense of conscience, qualities which Zhao evidently lacks. Those shoes you take pride in were purchased with your parents' money, while the pair I wear was bought with my own earnings. Thus, not only do you lack the ability to earn for yourself, but you also flaunt your parental financial support in front of me. What does that resemble? At this point, Chen Mo turned to Gongzi and inquired, what kind of person would boast about their shoes as if they were mere toys? Gongzi replied with a grin. Isn't it akin to a child who isn't matured? Chen Mo interjected, cutting off Zhao Yuhao's attempt to retort. He stepped closer, his eyes locked onto Zhao's, enunciating each word with precision. Moreover, I consistently rank first in exams, while you, Zhao, are significantly behind me, which only serves to corroborate one point. My intelligence is evidently superior to yours, a fact unfortunate for you, as it is an innate trait. Perhaps in your next life, you should seek out more astute parents to inherit a more capable mind. Wouldn't you agree? As his words concluded, Zhao Yuhao's chest heaved with rage. His face flushed as he glared at Chen Mo, contemplating a strike. Yet, facing the taller Chen Mo, he hesitated, aware that he could not overpower him. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, shattering the tense atmosphere. The classmates turned towards the source of the applause, where An Nuan approached with a gentle smile. She stepped beside Chen Mo, beaming at him with approval before turning away. Like a swift transformation in a Sichuan opera, her demeanor shifted to icy disdain as she directed her gaze at Zhao Yuhao. Your intellect is indeed lacking. I know, a neurosurgeon. Would you like an introduction? She remarked coldly, tapping her head before looking back at Chen Mo with her cheerful demeanor restored. Chen Mo, do you think there is any hope for someone like him? Biologically speaking, it's hereditary, perhaps beyond repair. Hearing Chen Mo's remarks, the classmates suppressed their laughter. An Nuan felt a wave of satisfaction. Chen Mo's words were precisely what she longed to hear. Yes, perhaps aim for a better lineage in your next life. She quipped. Aren't you going to leave? She said, her tone frosty as she regarded Zhao Yuhao, whose face had turned an angry shade of purple. Zhang Chong reached out to pull Zhao back, steering him towards the rear. Chen Mo was all right, but An Nuan was someone he genuinely dared not provoke. Chen Mo smiled and nodded at the classmates who had glanced over, reassuring them, it's all over now. An Nuan turned to Chen Mo, her eyes curving into a smile. You did wonderfully. That was impressive. As he looked at her, a warm feeling blossomed in his chest, clearer than before. Thank you. An Nuan, Chen Mo replied, genuinely appreciative of her support. An Nuan's eyes sparkled with delight at his gratitude, and then she turned to Gongzi. Yuongong, may we switch seats? I prefer not to sit too close to foolishness. She cast a glance towards the back where the trash bin was located. Gongzi wished to protest that he too did not want to be near those two fools, but ultimately he yielded under An Nuan's gentle gaze. Watching Gongzi, who wore a look of indignation as he prepared to relocate to An Nuan's spot, she turned to Chen Mo, lowering her voice. She asked, could you help me move my books? I'll give you a raise today. Chen Mo hesitated, still trying to grasp the sudden turn of events. 50 yuan. This time, Chen Mo wasted no time, quickly rising as An Nuan stepped aside. Chapter 19. Let us begin with being desk mates. The classmates surrounding Chen Mo and Yuan Gang watched the situation unfold, whispering among themselves while feigning to study intently. An Nuan's commanding presence remained intact. Observing Chen Mo and Yuan Gang moving books while An Nuan smiled contentedly, class monitor Xia Wanner exchanged glances with her female classmate, both puzzled by the implications. It seemed some suspicions had been affirmed. An Nuan indeed held interest in Chen Mo, or else why would she switch seats with Yuan Gang? Other classmates occasionally stole glances before quickly averting their eyes. Once An Nuan's gaze swept over them, those who had been gossiping instinctively silenced their chatter. Seeing this, a smile crept onto An Nuan's lips. It appeared that her former rebellious self had not left her entirely without advantages in her current life. After moving An Nuan's books, Chen Mo gestured for her to proceed. After all, she was the benefactor, and he could not afford to offend her. An Nuan placed her backpack on the desk and retrieved her pink lunchbox, quietly asking the now-seated Chen Mo, what did you bring for lunch today? Chen Mo whispered back, I made pickled bamboo shoots. You can pickle vegetables too? An Nuan felt saliva pooling in her mouth. She had tasted Chen Mo's pickled bamboo shoots in a previous life, and they were indeed delightful. She knew this was a skill taught to him by his late grandmother, and his mother carried on the tradition, pickling a variety every year during her lifetime. This was a flavorful memory from Chen Mo's childhood. Chen Mo cherished everything related to his mother. She was aware of this. It was a testament to the young man Nuan's longing for his mother. Chen Mo nodded and pulled out the notes gifted to him by teacher Du, beginning to study diligently. Seeing his focus, An Nuan suppressed her urge to converse with him. There was still plenty of time. She was in no rush. Taking out a set of Chinese language practice papers, An Nuan immersed herself in her work. In the back row, Yuan Gang observed Chen Mo and An Nuan, both engrossed in their books, with a resentful gaze. He regretted not being more assertive and holding his ground. However, he quickly became disheartened. It was clear his friend had betrayed him for the sake of An Nuan's promised 50 yuan. 50 yuan was a big deal, especially with a raise. Hey, Chen Mo, what you meant by tutoring others, is it this? Gongzi recalled the question Chen Mo had posed the day before, suddenly understanding the situation. Observing the two individuals in front of him, each engrossed in their books, he couldn't help but scoff internally. It was unclear what narrative had unfolded in his mind, but the peculiar grin on his face was unmistakable. How intriguing, he mused, whispering to himself as he abandoned his game to surreptitiously monitor the unfolding events ahead. Beside the trash can, Zhao Yuhao clenched his teeth tightly, while Zhang Chong, seated nearby, refrained from checking his phone, his small eyes darting about, lost in thought. Brother Hao, let us go karaoke tonight. It's on me, Zhang Chong said with a grin, his face betraying a hint of discomfort. Zhao Yuhao released his clenched fist, inhaled deeply, and nodded. Indeed, he needed an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Since he couldn't retaliate verbally or physically, he ought to vent somehow. What status do you have to pay? Bring along your friends. I'll cover the expenses tonight, he retorted. Zhang Chong's face instantly lit up with an ingratiating smile, relishing the benefits of associating with Zhao Yuhao, where feasting and revelry came at no cost. When in high spirits, Zhao Yuhao would even generously distribute his used belongings to his less fortunate followers, like the very phone he possessed. Forcing himself not to glance at the silhouettes of An Nuan and Chen Mo seated side by side, Zhao Yuhao took out his exam paper and began to tackle the problems. An Nuan was quiet, not disturbing Chen Mo, but she would steal glances at him, captivated by the seriousness with which he wrote. After a while, she instinctively reached into the pocket of her uniform jacket and retrieved a large white rabbit candy, discreetly pushing it towards him with her right hand. As Chen Mo diligently took notes, he noticed the candy being offered by An Nuan, her fingers delicate and her fair wrist adorned with a red string. Turning his head to glance at her, he saw her nonchalantly extract another candy from her pocket, peel off the wrapper, and slip it in her mouth, resuming her focused demeanor. Chen Mo found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the white rabbit candy before him, then glancing at the faded red string on his wrist, one he had received during his sophomore year when he had visited a temple with his uncle's family, inscribed with a wish for peace and joy. An Nuan also indulged in white rabbit candy and wore a similar red string, though hers appeared freshly tied, vibrant in color. Chen Mo pondered the significance of her string and felt an urge to inquire about what was written on it, as well as her reason for carrying the candy. An inexplicable desire to ask arose within him, akin to discovering a kindred spirit in the dark. Clutching the white rabbit candy in his hand, his thoughts flickered. Shaking his head, he peeled the wrapper and savored the familiar taste that flooded his mouth, involuntarily smiling, for this candy held extraordinary meaning for him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. His writing speed quickened. Beside him, An Nuan's lips curled into a smile as she turned to gaze out the window, where a pristine expanse of pear blossoms greeted her view. The first class of the day was English. As Teacher Lin entered, she surveyed the room, lingering momentarily on Chen Mo's desk. An Nuan kept her head down, avoiding Teacher Lin's gaze, while Chen Mo remained unchanged, mirroring his previous demeanor. Teacher Lin commenced the lesson, conducting the entire class in English, occasionally calling on students to answer questions. Chen Mo, lacking confidence in his spoken English, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Naturally, An Nuan, being the best in English, could not escape participation. Chen Mo listened as An Nuan engaged in a natural dialogue with Teacher Lin. In that moment, he felt as if An Nuan had perhaps lived abroad. Their exchanges were rapid, at times leaving Chen Mo bewildered, as certain vocabulary clearly exceeded the typical high school level. The eyes of their classmates sparkled with curiosity, frequently darting toward An Nuan. She remained composed, her tone unwavering. Once their exchange concluded, An Nuan sat back down and cast a glance at Chen Mo, her expression tinged with pride. Chen Mo responded with a thumbs up, a gesture he had learned from her. Seeing his action, An Nuan's smile widened, her dimples appearing. Chen Mo averted his gaze from the warmth in her eyes, returning his attention to the front. A slip of paper with a red string nudged toward him. Looking down, he read, "Are you envious? I can teach you." Taking the paper, he scribbled, "You won't charge me for tutoring, will you?" An Nuan read it and chuckled, bemused, then tilted her head, shooting him a playful glare, though Chen Mo remained oblivious. She continued to write, greedy, a 1T charge. Upon reading her response, Chen Mo absent-mindedly touched his nose. Her words felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of how Wen Lan would tease him with the same term. In the subsequent chapter, An Nuan's appetite seemed to have waned again. During the following classes, she ceased her earlier habit of passing notes to Chen Mo. Both dedicated themselves to keeping pace with the teacher's review. The sudden change in seating, placing An Nuan beside Chen Mo, drew curious glances from the instructors. Yet no one voiced their thoughts. In her current demeanor, she embodied the image of a diligent student, as if the previous version of herself had been a mere illusion. In every class, An Nuan would pose a variety of questions to the teachers, each inquiry distinct. By the end, the teachers regarded her with newfound respect, as her questions were incisive and compelling. Although not numerous, they spanned different stages and types of problems, akin to selecting specific question types from a test paper to inquire about. Chen Mo sensed this shift and couldn't help but scribble his thoughts on the previous note. You must have completed numerous mock exams, haven't you? An Nuan read his note, offering him a knowing smile, yet she chose not to respond. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in her mind. In that summer she preferred not to recall. The college entrance exam was indeed the same as this year's. She remembered it vividly, though many questions had faded from memory. Some remained etched in her consciousness. Now, as she posed her queries, the teachers would clarify them, ensuring a more profound understanding for the classmates. The seemingly innocuous questions concealed her goodwill toward her peers, particularly Chen Mo, whom she did not worry about. He would undoubtedly secure admission to the university he aspired to attend and experience the campus life he yearned for over the next 4 years. She would accompany him to explore the sights she had yet to experience in her past life. As these thoughts danced in her mind, An Nuan's gaze grew distant with longing. The bell rang, interrupting her reverie, and she turned to Chen Mo, her eyes still gleaming with unspent emotion. Softly she asked, Mo, which university do you wish to apply to? Hearing her address, Chen Mo momentarily froze, his mind racing to comprehend why she had referred to him in such a manner. Without deliberation, he instinctively replied, Jianghan University. An Nuan realized her choice of words might have been inappropriate, at least at that moment. Being with Chen Mo, certain memories involuntarily intertwined with her past life, leaving her a bit disoriented as habitual phrases resurfaced. I heard Yuan Gang call you that, so you wouldn't mind, would you? She quickly added. Chen Mo remained silent, and An Nuan felt a flutter of anxiety, though her smile did not wane. After a while, Chen Mo muttered, I don't mind. An Nuan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. It seemed nothing was amiss. After all, they were now considered friends, weren't they? Just a matter of address. Chen Mo did not dwell on it any longer. As he observed his classmates rising to leave, he noticed that Gang Z remained seated, not rushing to the cafeteria. An Nuan also noticed the lingering Gang Z and called out, Yuan Gang, do you have something to say? Gang Z had initially intended to speak with Chen Mo privately. He was curious about what An Nuan had been discussing with Chen Mo regarding salaries. He had discreetly observed the two earlier, but found nothing amiss. They hardly interacted, each engrossed in their books and responding to the teacher's inquiries. Was it truly a pure, platonic deskmate relationship? He couldn't believe it, hence his desire to inquire further, and perhaps indulge in some gossip. Yet, upon meeting An Nuan's gaze, he felt a sudden wave of apprehension. Chen Mo then asked, Gang Z, what's up? Aren't you going to the cafeteria for lunch today? As he spoke, he retrieved his lunchbox from the desk and displayed it, indicating that Gang Z could join him for a meal. They had shared lunch in the classroom before, with Gang Z eating from Chen Mo's portion. Naturally, sharing a single meal left them unsated, prompting Gang Z to bring Chen Mo a chicken leg from the cafeteria the following day. He was well aware that Chen Mo's meals seldom contained meat. Sitting behind Chen Mo, An Nuan squinted at Gang Z, her eyes filled with a warning glare. It was clear there was no need for further probing. Observing his friend's demeanor, Gang Z mused internally whether academic excellence and good looks were enough to make girls chase after him. He donned an innocuous smile and shook his head, saying, No, I'm not hungry today. I'll just head back to the dorm to play some games. With that, he dashed off, leaving no trace behind. Chen Mo shook his head and placed the lunchbox on the table. Let us eat, he said. Hum. An Nuan responded, glancing at Chen Mo's lunchbox, her eyes sparkling with anticipation reminiscent of the previous day. Chen Mo avoided her gaze, opening his lunchbox and nudging it toward her. Try it. I made it myself. The ingredients were sourced from Old Lin next door, though it could have soaked a bit longer. Still, it's not too sour. An Nuan also produced her pink lunchbox, unveiling it and aligning it next to Chen Mo's. It contained 3 dishes, albeit different from the previous day's offerings. She picked up a piece of sour bamboo shoot and tasted it, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. Mo, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Chen Mo sampled a piece as well. It was not overly sour, but rather crisp and refreshing. Indeed, it was nearly on par with his grandmother's cooking. Then eat more, he encouraged. An Nuan nodded, gesturing for him to take some of the braised pork from her lunchbox. This time, Chen Mo was more at ease as he picked up a piece that melted in his mouth. How is it? An Nuan asked, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, her gaze reminiscent of one seeking praise. Delicious. The atmosphere was markedly less tense than the day before. Yet, An Nuan still had not finished the small bowl of rice in her lunchbox, though she had consumed a considerable amount of the sour bamboo shoots. Most of it had found its way into her stomach. Chen Mo watched as she dramatically patted her belly and declared, I ate a lot this morning. Mo, could you help me finish this? With a beaming smile, she set down her chopsticks and reached for her pink water cup to take a sip. This time, not shying away from Chen Mo's gaze. She simply watched him eat. Chen Mo was still unaccustomed to her scrutiny, pouring the remaining rice and dishes from her lunchbox into his and bowing his head to eat quickly. Slow down. Eating too fast isn't good for your stomach. She gently admonished, her tones soft and melodic. Chen Mo slowed his pace somewhat, while An Nuan turned to gaze out the window. The sunlight streamed in perfectly as An Nuan knelt on her chair, leaning against the windowsill. She reached out with her left hand to open the window, and a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the subtle fragrance of wood that clung to her. Chen Mo lifted his gaze, captivated by the graceful silhouette beneath her blue and white school uniform, the sunlight bathing her upper body in a warm glow, creating a faint halo around her. As she brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, her exposed ear glistened in the sunlight, revealing delicate fuzz. Chen Mo's eating slowed unconsciously as he took in the scene, his nostrils filled with her delightful scent. His heart began to race. He lowered his head, his face tinged with crimson. In the afternoon, the sunlight, filtered through the window, cast a tapestry of shadows across the classroom floor, while dust motes seemed to dance in the atmosphere, swaying with the ambience. An Nuan was acutely aware of Chen Mo's movements. She knew he was watching her. She did not turn back, but felt a gentle flush creep across her radiant face, gradually extending to her ears. She wished time could freeze at that moment, for the boy beside her had quieted, likely sneaking glances at her, perhaps feeling shy and blushing as well. Now was not the time to turn around. After a moment, Chen Mo raised his head to meet An Nuan's smile, which had turned toward him. The clarity in her eyes sparkled like a galaxy at that moment. Chapter 21. You like this song too? They held each other's gaze for several seconds before Chen Mo succumbed, lowering his head to hastily finish the remaining food. He grabbed the dish soap, clutching both lunchboxes, and dare not glance at her again. I'll wash the lunchboxes and be back shortly, he said. An Nuan replied, her smile widening as she watched Chen Mo hurriedly exit. The world around her blurred. In her previous life, she cherished gazing into his eyes. The tenderness in her own gaze evolving from feigned affection to an unbidden warmth, ultimately spiraling into a consuming infatuation with his enchanting eyes. Chen Mo had once remarked that her gaze pierced through his defenses, serving as the catalyst for his affection toward her. Yet, was she not equally ensnared? Within that fleeting period, in this very seat, she had once leaned against him and whispered, Mo, I really like you. He had closed his eyes, frozen in place, seemingly startled by her audacity, and had murmured with a tremor in his voice, I like you too, Nuan. And in this life, from the very beginning, the tenderness and love reflected in her eyes were sincere and fervent. Lost in thought, An Nuan brushed her fingers against the corner of her eye, feeling warmth gather there. Returning to her seat, she took out a tissue to dab away the tears that had fallen, watching the dust particles dancing in the light, softly murmuring, Hello, March. A new story is just beginning. When Chen Mo entered the classroom with the lunchboxes, he found An Nuan reclining on her desk. One earbud was nestled in her ear, and upon noticing Chen Mo's arrival, she waved the other earbud in her hand, winking at him. Mo, come here. Chen Mo set down the lunchboxes and accepted the offered earbud as he settled into his seat. He removed his black-framed glasses and mirrored An Nuan's posture. Leaning over the desk, the cord isn't long enough otherwise, he remarked, inserting the earbud into his ear. Chen Mo turned his head to look at the towering pile of books before him and closed his eyes. An Nuan placed her blue and white phone on the table and clicked play. The melodious strains of Jay Chou's Lanting Su filled the air. She was well aware of Chen Mo's fondness for this song, particularly its poignant lyrics. Sure enough, upon hearing the familiar melody, Chen Mo broke into an involuntary smile. Turning to An Nuan, he inquired, You enjoy the song too? Observing the gleam of delight in Chen Mo's enchanting peach blossom eyes, An Nuan gently replied, "Indeed. I particularly adore that one line in the lyrics." Chen Mo's eyes brightened momentarily, and he asked, "Which line?" She remained silent, signaling him to listen intently. Chen Mo chuckled softly as the music resumed. The lyrics flowed like water, akin to a graceful calligraphy, painting vivid imagery of moonlit nights and delicate footsteps. In the stillness of the classroom, the two of them rested their heads on their desks. As Chen Mo listened, he gazed through the gaps of his stacked books at the sliver of sunlight, humming along unconsciously. An Nuan watched his profile and soon joined in softly, her voice harmonizing with the melody. Upon hearing her sing, Chen Mo turned in surprise. Her voice was truly enchanting, he mused internally. He ceased humming and simply listened. An Nuan's crystalline voice serenaded the air. Wild geese fly south, turning with a glance, tears welling in your eyes. A handful of moonlight cradles memories. How do you find sleep? How could the heart's secrets be stitched like flowers, each needle a grievance? If flowers resent the butterflies, who would you blame? As the song concluded, An Nuan winked at Chen Mo and softly declared, "I adore every bit of it. Your singing is truly delightful." Chen Mo, speaking candidly, replied, "You sing beautifully." An Nuan's smile broadened as she rummaged through her pocket, producing a large piece of white rabbit candy and presenting it before Chen Mo. "Here for you." Chen Mo felt a tad embarrassed and did not reach for it. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a piece of rice candy from his backpack and offered it to her. "For you, it's quite delicious." An Nuan accepted without hesitation, placing her white rabbit candy in front of Chen Mo. "Let's trade." Chen Mo nodded, finding nothing amiss with such reciprocal gestures. An Nuan examined the snowy rice candy, adorned with specks of sesame and fragments of peanut. She took a small bite, her eyes narrowing in delight. "Delicious," she exclaimed, taking another bite. Chen Mo felt a surge of happiness. This was a recipe passed down from his grandmother. It had been a cherished tradition in their family for 5 generations. His aunt had inherited the true essence of his grandmother's culinary skills, ensuring the taste was nothing short of exquisite. He unwrapped the white rabbit candy, the familiar flavor wafting to him, and said with a hint of joy, "This is a recipe from my grandmother, brought to me by my aunt's friend. I received it from the same friend I called yesterday afternoon." Watching An Nuan relish the rice candy, Chen Mo offered an explanation. An Nuan paused mid-bite, remarking, "Your aunt is truly kind to you." Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging that his uncle's family was one of the few who treated him well in this world. "And your friend is quite nice to you as well, personally delivering it to you," An Nuan commented softly. Chen Mo's gaze softened as he nodded again. "She's one of my few friends." "Friend, you say? Is it a male or female?" An Nuan inquired with a hint of curiosity, her expression betraying no sign of disruption. Chen Mo, unfazed, replied, "Her name is Wen Lan. She attended the same school as me, from my grandmother's side. We played together as children, but lost touch. It was only in our first year of high school that we reconnected, and she is quite the free-spirited girl." An Nuan's smile remained undiminished. Her curiosity piqued further. "Ah, so this is the fabled childhood sweetheart?" she exclaimed dramatically, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chen Montak, slightly flustered by her words, hastily clarified, No, it's not like that. She treats me well, but it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. She sees me as a younger brother and always insists I call her sister." Chuckling at this, he added with a wry smile, "I'm only a month older than her." "It's quite amusing." An Nuan, her fist that had been clenched under the desk now relaxing, replied earnestly, Mo, you shouldn't think that way." "Why not?" Chen Mo asked, puzzled. "Consider this. Even though you are a month older, that shouldn't matter, right? Look at how good she is to you. Treating you like a younger brother and calling her sister seems reasonable to me." Chen Mo still found it hard to accept. "I appreciate her kindness and think of her as an older sister in my heart. But to say it aloud, I just can't bring myself to do it." Seeing Chen Mo's perplexed expression, An Nuan continued, "As friends, I feel it is my duty to advise you. It will be better to call her sister sooner rather than later." "Why?" Chen Mo asked again. "Think about it. Your friend, Wen Lan, must be an only child, correct?" Chen Mo nodded, confirming that she indeed was. "Exactly. Only children often wish they had a younger brother. And you, fortuitously, have been seen by her as a younger brother, filling the void of never having someone to call her sister. Do you think my analysis holds any merit?" An Nuan said with a beaming smile. "Is that so?" Chen Mo recalled how Wen Lan often tried to playfully pat his head, only to be met with disappointment each time she failed. An Nuan's perspective seemed plausible. "Perhaps, but I just can't bring myself to say it." "That's all right. When you meet her next time, you could try treating her like a true older sister. It might come more easily then." Chen Mo regarded An Nuan with a hint of suspicion, noticing the playful glint in her smile. Chapter 22. An Nuan's coercive contract. An Nuan, perceiving Chen Mo's dubious expression, felt a twinge of anxiety. Whenever he wore that look, it typically meant he had seen through something, much like the last time. She quickly waved her hands, saying, "Ah, let us not dwell on this. Shall we discuss more pressing matters?" She waved the red string on her wrist, successfully diverting Chen Mo's attention. He nodded, understanding that An Nuan intended to revisit their earlier conversation about tutoring. He was equally eager to confirm this arrangement. With only 3 months left until the college entrance examination, the prospect of earning 200 each day during this time was undeniably enticing. Noticing Chen Mo's excited demeanor, An Nuan stifled her laughter, adopting a casual smile. She pulled out a stack of printed A4 papers from her backpack and laid them on the desk. Chen Mo glanced over, his composure swiftly unraveling. Is this really necessary?" he asked, swallowing hard, testing the waters. An Nuan, suppressing a chuckle, replied in a tone that suggested it was only natural. "Since this involves money, it's best to be formal about it. It's for your own good, otherwise. What if I end up reneging on the agreement? Who would you turn to for recourse?" Her expression was serious, as if they were negotiating a substantial business deal. She separated the contract into 2 copies and produced a box of ink. With a composed smile, she looked at Chen Mo. "Take a look. If everything seems in order, we can sign it." As Chen Mo stared at the array of papers before him, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Previously, when I took a part-time job at Sister Zhang's kanji shop, there was none of these procedural formalities. Yet, upon reflection, he was merely 16 at that time. An Nuan gazed at him intently, her expression earnest. Chen Mo, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded and began to sift through the contract terms. It wasn't that he feared An Nuan might deceive him. Rather, he was simply intrigued by such matters. The further he read, the more deeply furrowed his brow became. He glanced at An Nuan beside him. The girl wore a cheerful smile, seemingly untroubled. However, Chen Mo found himself uncertain about the propriety of the contract's contents, given his lack of prior exposure to such agreements. For instance, this clause: during the tutoring period, Party A retains all rights to arrange and interpret the procedures, and Party B shall not intervene or refuse. Should Party B contravene this, Party A reserves the right to withhold payment for that day. Chen Mo was unfamiliar with the term unconscionable clause, yet this particular stipulation felt decidedly amiss. Casting a dubious glance at An Nuan, he refrained from voicing his concerns and continued reading. During the tutoring period, Party A has the authority to impose requirements on Party B's attire, appearance, and other external conditions, to which Party B shall not rebut. Violation of this clause will result in a deduction of payment for that day. This clause was rather excessive. Chen Mo looked at An Nuan in confusion, struggling to comprehend the necessity of such a stipulation. An Nuan, surely this clause is unnecessary? He probed tentatively. It seems a bit outrageous. It's merely tutoring, after all, and shouldn't involve such matters. An Nuan shook her head resolutely. No, it's essential. Chen Mo chose not to argue further and continued reading, his eyes lighting up. The tutoring fee is 200 yuan per day, settled weekly, should Party B perform exceptionally. Party A may at their discretion reward Party B with an additional sum of no less than 50 yuan, with the interpretation rights belonging to Party A. This clause was favorable, and Chen Mo silently nodded. What constitutes exceptional performance? He inquired. An Nuan, unable to contain her amusement at his avaricious expression, chuckled softly. The interpretation rights belong to me. Chen Mo nodded, no longer dwelling on this clause. As he read on, his expression soured. He had anticipated the money would not be easily earned. The contract stipulated that the daily tutoring hours were from 6 in the morning to 10 in the evening, with all procedures arranged by Party A and any associated costs borne by Party A. During the contract's execution, Party B must not contest and must comply with Party A's wishes. Should Party B withdraw midway, Party A reserves the right to demand compensation amounting to no less than 3,000 yuan. It felt as though he was essentially selling his daytime hours to An Nuan. Chen Mo glanced helplessly at the grinning An Nuan and shook his head. This clause is unreasonable. What is unreasonable? An Nuan queried. Isn't the time too lengthy? I only wake up at 6. How can that be considered tutoring hours? An Nuan shook her head, responding, it's quite reasonable. Think about it, 200 yuan a day. And if I'm satisfied, there's a bonus. At least 50 a day. How much would that be in a week? The girl shook her head, indicating she couldn't calculate it. Chen Mo swallowed hard. Really? An Nuan nodded. It's written in the contract. I'm a person who greatly respects the spirit of contracts. Chen Mo nodded again, then asked, but isn't 3,000 yuan for compensation excessive? An Nuan narrowed her eyes, her tone taking on a slightly threatening edge. Are you contemplating breach of contract? Chen Mo felt the pressure of her gaze and quickly waved his hands. No, Oh, then what is troubling you, IMO? The girl returned to her sweet smile, playfully winking at him, her charming dimples appearing. Chen Mo rubbed his nose, hesitant to speak. Eventually, he saw An Nuan opening the ink pad and handing it to him. Her tone enticing. IMO, this is all for your benefit. University tuition is not inexpensive, and living expenses are pricier than in high school. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Mo instinctively nodded. Her words struck a chord with him. Attending university would indeed require substantial funds. He had heard of interest-free loans, but he truly wished to avoid them. He didn't want to owe anyone money. Calculating in his mind how much tutoring fees he might earn while assisting An Nuan during this period, he ceased to dwell on his doubts. Taking a pen, he signed his name on the contract and pressed his thumbprint beside it. Observing Chen Mo's actions, An Nuan sighed in relief internally. She too had worried that these terms might dissuade him. After all, they were indeed quite excessive. Thankfully, he had signed and affixed his mark. Let us see how you escape, An Nuan silently mused, feeling she had everything under control. After Chen Mo completed the signing, he too felt a sense of relief. This formality seemed rather agreeable. An Nuan suppressed a smile, adopting a serious demeanor as she took the contract to sign her name as Party A. Chen Mo watched in surprise as her handwriting was unexpectedly elegant, delicate yet precise, pleasing to the eye. The red thumbprint was stamped beside her name, and An Nuan exhaled in satisfaction. Her tone cheerful. Pleasure to cooperate, she declared, extending her palm. Chen Mo hesitated, thinking this must be part of the procedure. Meeting her candid gaze, he reached out and gently shook her hand. Her palm was soft and warm. As he withdrew his hand, a tingling sensation coursed through him once more. He bent down to retrieve a copy, placing it into his backpack. An Nuan nonchalantly set the other copy aside, patting her pocket with a hint of disappointment. I'm out of candy. Chen Mo quickly pulled out the last piece of rice candy from his backpack and offered it to her. Here, have this. An Nuan accepted it, breaking it in half, and handed him the larger piece. Cheers, she exclaimed, clinking her piece against Chen Mo's. Cheers, he echoed. They exchanged smiles, as if they had just accomplished something monumental. Chapter 23. A fine of 20. An Nuan set down her water cup and playfully winked at Chen Mo. From this moment forth, the contract is in effect. Chen Mo paused mid-sip, startled. Is it really starting now? He was still processing the information. An Nuan nodded, adopting an authoritative demeanor, her confidence evident in her voice. IMO, did you not read the clause regarding the contract's effect? It takes effect from the moment you sign your name. Naturally, the fees start counting from today. Setting down his water cup, Chen Mo nodded seriously. So, does this mean I should begin tutoring you? Which subject shall we start with? After speaking, he felt a surge of eagerness. He was curious to test his own abilities and whether tutoring An Nuan would prove too challenging. English was certainly unnecessary, as she was more proficient than he. As for the other subjects, Chen Mo felt quite confident that he could surpass her in many. Seeing Chen Mo's eager demeanor, An Nuan shot him a teasing glare, drawing the curtains to block out the sunlight and quietly resting her head on the desk. It's nap time. I'm tired. Chen Mo awkwardly nodded. Realizing he had been overly eager, he settled into a comfortable position at the desk, while the girl beside him had already closed her eyes. Her serene expression, resting her small face on her arm, radiated tranquility. As the surroundings grew quiet, Chen Mo too closed his eyes, striving to refrain from dwelling on the tutoring ahead. His biological clock was remarkably accurate, and before long, he had drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate period, An Nuan opened her closed eyes, gazing intently at the sight of Chen Mo sleeping peacefully not far away. His breath was steady, and he appeared utterly serene in his repose. An Nuan observed his hair, which had grown long enough to cover his forehead. It was time for a trim. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were shut tightly, and his long eyelashes quivered slightly with each breath he took. It had been ages since she had witnessed him sleeping so closely. The memory was hazy. During those dark days, Chen Mo would awaken from nightmares, staring blankly at the ceiling until he succumbed to sleep once more. His eyes, red and haunting, held a cold indifference whenever they turned towards her. An Nuan felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, as if Chen Mo would awaken at any moment. His bloodshot eyes fixed coldly upon her. Burying her head in the crook of her arm, she silently repeated the current time, grounding herself. After a while, she lifted her head, resting her face on her left arm as she gazed at Chen Mo, gently extending her hand. She hesitated momentarily before softly tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear, careful not to disturb his slumber. After completing this delicate task, she shifted slightly closer to Chen Mo, a faint scent of soap wafting toward her. An Nuan closed her eyes, enveloped in a profound sense of tranquility, and gradually fell asleep. The afternoon class proceeded with the teacher guiding a review, allowing students to share their learning experiences at the podium. The classmates remained enthusiastic. Whenever the teachers noticed An Nuan beside Chen Mo, they lingered curiously for a few seconds, though they refrained from further comment. Both students remained attentive during class, and it was only during the discussions prompted by the teacher that Chen Mo would diligently assist An Nuan with the questions she found challenging. Naturally, curious glances from their classmates were frequent. An Nuan remained unfazed, while Chen Mo chose to avert his gaze. No one interrupted them, save for Xia Waner, who approached once to inquire about Chen Mo's notes, asking when she might also have a look. Seizing the opportunity, she also glanced at An Nuan and then at Chen Mo, offering a knowing smile before departing. During the break, Guangzi pulled Chen Mo aside for a trip to the restroom, his gaze slightly unnerving. Unable to withstand Guangzi's scrutinizing stare, Chen Mo finally said, "If you have something to say, just say it. You're making me uneasy." Guangzi, with a mischievous grin, replied, Mo, you're quite something." Recognizing the implication behind Guangzi's expression, Chen Mo felt compelled to explain their initial encounter that night, along with the events that followed. Guangzi, feeling a hint of resentment over the seating arrangement change, expressed his frustration, stating he needed 2 braised duck legs and a can of cola to soothe his wounded heart. Amused by Guangzi's antics, Chen Mo reluctantly acquiesced to his request. As the final class concluded, Guangzi sidled up to Chen Mo, daring not to glance at An Nuan. He whispered, "Don't forget, you owe me 2 duck legs and a can of cola." Chen Mo pretended to strike him, but Guangzi swiftly darted away. An Nuan quietly observed the playful exchange between the two while packing her stationery into her bag. Once most of their classmates had departed, the pair shouldered their bags and exited the classroom. At the stairwell, the sun hung low in the west, casting elongated shadows of the two as they descended together. Not far off, Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong silently watched the duo descend the stairs until their figures vanished around the corner of the teaching building. Zhao Yuhao then spat in disdain. Those two." Zhang Chong nodded in agreement, adding, "Brother Hao, tonight I'll accompany you to unwind. It's just An Nuan. There are plenty of girls in school who fancy you," almost lining up across the street. Zhao Yuhao turned to Zhang Chong, smiling and nodding in affirmation of his friend's words. "Let's go. Have you gathered your friends?" Zhang Chong eagerly nodded, and the two turned to leave. Chen Mo and An Nuan arrived at the bike shed, where his bicycle awaited. "Where are we headed next?" Chen Montak in Kviat. An Nuan, clearly prepared, replied with a smile. "To a quiet place. You'll ride me there, and I'll guide you." Chen Mo nodded, pulling his bicycle from the shed, glancing at An Nuan's eager expression. "Feeling a bit shy. My bike may look a bit worn, but the back seat is quite sturdy." An Nuan had already approached him, preparing to mount the bicycle. Remembering something, Chen Mo quickly folded his school jacket and handed it to her. An Nuan gratefully accepted it, placing it on the back seat before sitting down, her voice filled with excitement. "Mo, let us go." "Hold on tight," Chen Mo replied as he pedaled, the bicycle wobbling slightly as it began to move. An Nuan grasped the fabric of Chen Mo's shirt tightly, feeling a flutter of nervousness. Sensing her unease, he steadied his cycling and reassured her softly, "Don't worry. I'm very stable." From behind, she retorted, "I'm not scared. Just ride slowly." Chen Mo smiled, knowing her bravado was a facade. She likely had never experienced this before. He veered into the non-motorized lane, proceeding at a leisurely pace toward the destination An Nuan had indicated. After turning down several streets, they encountered a congested intersection, prompting Chen Mo to decelerate. An Nuan leaned forward, peering ahead, and asked, Mo, it seems to be blocked up ahead." Chen Mo had indeed noticed and rode a bit further, his heart sinking as he slowed to a stop. An Nuan observed the situation ahead and quickly dismounted from the back seat, tugging at Chen Mo's sleeve with a hint of anxiety. Mo, what do we do?" Chen Mo glanced at the approaching traffic officer, sighing in resignation, a $20 fine. "Oh no, can we just run?" An Nuan exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. Half an hour later, Chen Mo was pushing his bicycle alongside An Nuan down the street. She noticed the pained expression on his face and couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, it was just $20. I'll reimburse you." Chen Mo shook his head, but seeing her bright smile lifted his spirits. The two wandered around until they finally arrived at the place An Nuan had chosen. It was a charming 2-story courtyard, meticulously maintained, with bougainvillea vines cascading over the walls, blooming vibrantly. The pink and red blossoms intertwined beautifully, creating an artistic atmosphere as they adorned the ground. An Nuan retrieved her keys and unlocked the gate. Turning to Chen Mo with a radiant smile, she beckoned, Mo, come in." Chen Mo took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrant floral scent, and marveled at the unique beauty of the courtyard. noticing An Nuan standing outside with her hands behind her back. He wheeled his bicycle through the gate into the courtyard. Chapter 24. The Old Residence. Chen Mo pushed his bicycle into the courtyard, while An Nuan, bouncing with excitement, frequently glanced back at him. It was evident that she was in high spirits. The courtyard was spacious, and Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings, with dark tiles and white walls creating a harmonious aesthetic. To the right, a row of green bamboo thrived beneath the surrounding wall, standing in striking contrast to the white backdrop as the evening sun illuminated them. Amidst the dappled light and shadow, a delicate shade of pale blue-gray is cast upon the white walls, swaying gently in the breeze. To the left stands a substantial grape trellis, adorned with dark brown branches, evidently pruned with care. At this moment, clusters of green leaves have emerged, their roots robust as arms, suggesting they have withstood the test of time. In the foreground, there's a large white canopy, seemingly a recent addition. Beneath it rests a varnished, natural wood table, currently displaying a vase filled with pale pink blossoms, clearly plucked from the garden wall nearby. The walls of the small building's lower level are cloaked in an unknown variety of roses, through the gaps of which irregular stones are faintly visible. A bicycle is parked beside a bougainvillea stump, and the flowers within the courtyard appear to be more vibrant than those extending beyond. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the bougainvillea, in shades of soft pink and vivid red, seems to be enveloped in a gentle halo of light. Observing this flower-laden courtyard, Chen Mo inexplicably feels a wave of tranquility wash over her as she turns to gaze at An Nuan, who watches her silently. Chen Mo, a smile radiates warmth. Walking on the flagstone path beneath her feet, she approaches An Nuan and, with curiosity, remarks, "This courtyard is truly beautiful. Those flowers seem to have a history of their own." An Nuan, lips pursed in a hint of pride, replies, "Indeed. They were planted by my grandfather when he was still alive. It didn't look this lovely before. My father hired someone to renovate it 2 years ago. I used to come here occasionally to prune the plants when I had the time." Chen Mo surveys the surroundings and, indeed, notices the signs of renovation. As they converse, the two take a seat at the large, natural wood table. Noticing Chen Mo's inquisitive glances, An Nuan explains, "This is my family's old residence. My father once told me that 7 of us lived here at one time." As she speaks, she gestures towards the bougainvillea at the base of the courtyard wall, and then points to the grapevine, thick as an arm. "As a child, I would sit beneath the grape trellis, lounging in a bamboo chair while my grandfather watered the flowers, and my grandmother would always pop freshly washed grapes into my mouth." As she reminisces, the girl's eyes shimmer with the happiness of cherished memories. Chen Mo glances towards the grape trellis, able to envision that scene vividly. "Your grandparents were truly kind to you," she says sincerely, a twinge of envy in her voice, as her own memories of grandparents are but shadows, having passed before her birth. "Yes, they were wonderful, but sadly, they're no longer with us," An Nuan replies, her tone heavy with melancholy as she gazes at the grape trellis, her expression distant. Chen Mo observes her demeanor, uncertain of how to console her, feeling the weight of nostalgia seep into her own thoughts. If only her grandparents were still alive, perhaps her circumstances would be different now. Chen Mo briefly entertains this thought before dismissing it. An Nuan turns back, her previous demeanor restored, and pulls out her phone. "I've arranged for a meal to be delivered. One must eat well to have the energy to study. There's a decent old restaurant nearby. I've eaten there a few times before, and the owner is exceptionally kind." As she speaks, she dials a number and begins conversing with the restaurant owner. Chen Mo sits quietly, waiting for her to finish her call before awkwardly suggesting, "Perhaps we could go out for noodles next time? This meal must be rather expensive, right?" She is unsure of the cost of the food being delivered, but suspects it won't be cheap. An Nuan clears her throat lightly, retrieves a contract from her bag, and begins to read it with utmost seriousness. The contract stipulates that tutoring sessions will occur daily from 6 in the morning until 10 in the evening, with all procedures arranged by Party A and the cost borne by Party A. At this point, An Nuan deliberately pauses, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she continues. During the contract period, Party B must not object and must adhere to Party A's wishes. Chen Mo gives a wry smile, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. Noticing his silence, An Nuan raises an eyebrow and places the contract back into her bag. "Amontak, you must uphold the spirit of the contract." Chen Mo nods, still adjusting to the shift in their dynamic, and softly adds, "I'm helping you save money, you know? Don't be foolish. This young lady has some savings and cannot be refused or contradicted. Next time, be careful, or I might deduct from your wages," An Nuan declares, wielding her trump card. Chen Mo immediately concedes, nodding in agreement. Watching An Nuan's triumphant expression, He shakes his head in resignation, aware that she is quite the little wealthy one, but chooses not to dwell on it. He plans to guide An Nuan through problem solving, addressing specific weaknesses as they arise. Following a framework he has already organized in his mind, An Nuan shifts her chair closer to Chen Mo's, leaning over to examine a stack of papers in front of him. Are we going to solve problems? She inquires. Chen Mo nods affirmatively. Yes, you have a foundation, and we will test your knowledge through practice to identify weak points. Targeted explanations will be the most efficient way to improve, though rebellious at times. An Nuan is not without a certain level of understanding. Mo, your method is quite good, she praises, glancing at a nearby stack of notes. Curiosity overtaking her as she picks them up to peruse. Chen Mo remains silent, continuing to draft a plan for the week, rotating subjects, naturally excluding English. After a moment of examination, An Nuan observes the elegant handwriting in her hands, clearly penned by a girl. She glances at Chen Mo's profile with a hint of suspicion, hesitating whether to voice her thoughts. The image of Wen Lan, dressed in gray sportswear at the school gate, resurfaces in her mind, prompting her to bite her lip. Chen Mo notices the girl's unusual demeanor, unaware of An Nuan's thoughts. He speculates that she might be intrigued by the notes and perhaps has encountered something she doesn't understand. Have you come across something you can't comprehend? He asks. An Nuan shakes her head, pointing to the notes and inquiring curiously. These characters are beautifully written. Who penned them? Realizing her inquiry pertains to the handwriting rather than a difficult question, Chen Mo clarifies. Oh, these are notes from Teacher Du's daughter. An Nuan's previously tense expression instantly brightens, her eyes sparkling as she playfully taps Chen Mo's shoulder with her small fist. I thought so. It's clearly a girl's notes. Teacher Du is quite biased. Only giving you one. Observing her playful demeanor, Chen Mo inexplicably feels a flutter of anxiety in his heart. That light tap was surely instinctive, wasn't it? He silently dismisses the odd feelings and explains, I can let you see them. An Nuan beams with delight, nodding vigorously yes. Teacher Du's daughter seems to have gone to Huading, right? Chen Mo, aware of the answer, confirms, yes, she went to Huading, specifically at Fudan. An Nuan tightens her grip on the notes, and after a moment, she tentatively asks, Mo, if you were to achieve a very high score, would you still go to Jianghan? Her gaze is earnest as she studies Chen Mo. Without hesitation, he replies, of course, I would still go. I know my limits. Raising my score by such a margin would be quite a formidable challenge. An Nuan found herself at a loss to articulate her current emotions. She yearned for Chen Mo to go to Jianghan, yet she was acutely aware of the reasons behind his desire to do so. What if better scores could lead to a more prestigious university? An Nuan inquired once more. Although Chen Mo was somewhat perplexed as to why An Nuan was so invested in this matter, he pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, But I still need to go to Jianghan, I promise my friend. An Nuan averted her gaze, placing her notebook on the table, momentarily caught between joy and concern. Chapter 25. You wish to apply for a music major? Chen Mo, oblivious to An Nuan's expression, continued to refine the tutoring plan with his head bowed. The courtyard fell silent. The sun had dipped halfway behind the courtyard wall, casting the remaining rays upon their upper bodies. The blue and white school uniforms gleamed with the warm red glow of the setting sun, creating a tranquil atmosphere, their shadows elongated on the blue stone pavement. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo's profile, An Nuan found his intense focus on writing quite appealing, yet sensed something was amiss. After a brief moment, she discerned the discordant detail, his black-framed glasses. Amontakam? Chen Mo lifted his head, looking towards the girl beside him. Oh, it's nothing, it's just those glasses. Wearing them will only worsen your vision, she stated earnestly, gesturing towards her own eyes. Chen Mo, somewhat skeptical, couldn't help but ask, is that true? Indeed. I haven't worn glasses since I learned that. An Nuan replied seriously, encouraging him to remove his glasses. My prescription isn't very strong. I'm just accustomed to wearing them. Chen Mo explained as he took off his black frames and placed them in their case. An Nuan beamed at the sight of his twinkling peach blossom eyes, nodding solemnly. Then try not to wear them unless absolutely necessary. Chen Mo considered An Nuan's words to possess a degree of merit and acquiesced to her suggestion. A flutter of excitement danced in An Nuan's heart as she prepared to speak, but a knock at the door interrupted her. It must be the food, she remarked. Chen Mo followed her to the courtyard gate, where a young man in his 20s appeared, arms laden with numerous bags. Thank you for your hard work, An Nuan said politely, smiling as she stood to the side, while Chen Mo extended his hand to accept the meal. The young man nodded, offering no further words before turning to leave. Chen Mo carried the food towards the table as An Nuan closed the courtyard door, hurrying to catch up with him. Are we eating here? He inquired, glancing back. An Nuan shook her head and opened the door to the house. guiding him to the dining table adjacent to the living room. The table was quite large, clearly an antique. The furnishings within had scarcely been altered. Only the walls had been repainted, and the floor had been redone, with some unreasonable aspects remodeled. As An Nuan explained, she helped to unpack the dishes. The aroma of 3 dishes and a soup wafted through the air, perfectly portioned and undeniably appetizing. An Nuan dashed to the cupboard to retrieve the utensils. Prompting Chen Mo as curiosity. Why are there utensils prepared? In his understanding, this place seemed infrequently visited. Well, I used to gather here with my friends quite often. I would come here to stay when I had arguments with my dad. My bedroom is upstairs, An Nuan explained, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her tone. Chen Mo instantly understood. This was the secret hideaway of the rebellious girl from before. Not wishing to pry further, he noticed her discomfort and refrained from asking more questions. An Nuan had already served him his meal. After expressing his gratitude, they sat across from each other and began to eat. Having dined together previously, Chen Mo felt less constrained this time. An Nuan picked up a piece of fish and, unable to restrain herself, praised, "The flavors here are delightful. You must try some." Chen Mo nodded and followed her lead, sampling a piece of the steamed base, lightly seasoned with soy sauce, which indeed tasted exquisite. Observing the girl's radiant face, he instinctively lowered his gaze as a gentle softness appeared in her eyes. An Nuan casually offered him a piece of pan-fried fish, taking one for herself as well. Noticing that he still avoided her gaze, a smirk of satisfaction crossed her face. As they continued their meal, An Nuan's voice broke the silence. "Amontak, hunching for too long could lead to cervical spondylosis." Instinctively, Chen Mo sat up straight, meeting her mischievous gaze. "Oh," he replied, "are you afraid of me?" An Nuan felt a chuckle bubble up within her. In a previous life, Chen Mo had similarly evaded her gaze. When she later inquired, he confessed that the gentle laughter in her eyes made his heart race uncontrollably. Chen Mo nodded, then shook his head, not afraid. Despite his verbal assurances, a flutter of unease stirred within him, a sensation he had never experienced before. An Nuan chose not to tease him further, and they shifted the conversation to their aspirations for universities and major selections after the college entrance examination. Following the exam, Chen Mo felt confident about attending Jianghan University, a promise made with Wen Lan. He was also curious about An Nuan, given her current grades. He doubted she could elevate them to his level in such a short time. Chen Mo could gauge this reality and contemplated his role in tutoring her, uncertain of how much she would improve. After all, the tutoring fee she provided was not insignificant, and he felt a responsibility to help her raise her scores. Though he feared his abilities might fall short. Unable to quell his worries, he asked, "An Nuan, do you have a university in mind?" Her pace of eating slowed as she replied, "How about we aim for the same university?" Chen Mo was taken aback. That seemed a daunting challenge. The weight of expectation pressed heavily upon him. How could he help An Nuan make such significant progress in a short span? "But I'm afraid I lack the capability to help you achieve such a score," he admitted nervously, feeling the tutoring fee of 200 a day suddenly felt burdensome. That was simply his nature. Once he committed, he felt obliged to deliver. "If I can't meet your expectations, will you be disappointed? Will you deduct my pay?" These thoughts plagued him, rendering the food before him tasteless. A soft giggle broke through Chen Mo's spiraling thoughts, and he looked up to see An Nuan's eyes squinting with delight, her dimples emerging. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. Chen Mo replied candidly, "I'm afraid I can't help you reach that score." As he noticed her determination not to back down, An Nuan resolved to alleviate some of the pressure. "Let me tell you, I actually wish to apply for a music major. You can understand that, right?" She decided to ease his burden a little. Chen Mo wasn't particularly well-versed in music majors, thus he couldn't fathom what scores would be required. He only knew it fell within the realm of art examinations. A music major? The score requirements shouldn't be too high, should they? He turned to An Nuan with curiosity. "That depends on the school. Some have high requirements, but others are not too demanding," she replied. "Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. I have faith in you, as well as in my own capabilities." Her tone was resolute. Given her current proficiency, there was no doubt she would succeed in the examination. The standardized tests had concluded, and she had also participated in the departmental assessments. Everything was essentially settled, leaving only the anticipation of the examination results. In truth, all was predetermined. Naturally, she would not divulge this to Chen Mo. What she desired most was right before her eyes. Chapter 26. Each Other's Vulnerability. Listening to An Nuan express her aspiration to pursue a career in the arts, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The challenge did not seem insurmountable. While he was not well-versed in the additional requirements for art students beyond academic subjects, he refrained from inquiring further. His sole focus was to utilize this fleeting time to elevate her scores as much as possible. Should the results of the upcoming mock exams at the month's end prove unsatisfactory, his inherent nature would likely prevent him from continuing to tutor An Nuan, especially considering the substantial daily fee. He could comprehend An Nuan's goodwill towards him, albeit it felt somewhat unwarranted. Chen Mo could not fathom the depths of her intentions and thus did not dwell on it excessively. He felt unable to turn down this precious kindness from the girl. He could only strive diligently to fulfill his responsibilities, ensuring that her kindness would be duly reciprocated. As for the way An Nuan gazed at him, he dare not ponder it too deeply. At that moment, the girl's eyes sparkled as she chattered away. Actually, this has been my dream since childhood. I adore the sensation of singing on stage. My first performance was during elementary school, with so many people watching. Surprisingly, I did not feel nervous at all. My parents were concerned I would be anxious, but I truly wasn't. An Nuan spoke with a countenance radiating joy. These memories must have been incredibly precious to her. And as Chen Mo observed the brilliance in her eyes, he was reminded of his own childhood, those memories of his mother. Some recollections had faded into obscurity, while others remained vividly etched in his mind. I recall during the New Year at my grandmother's house, my mother held my hand as we watched the parade. I think I was so frightened that I cried, but my mother comforted me with a large white rabbit candy. She said, "An Mo, the spirits bless us with health. There is no need to fear." As he spoke, Chen Mo lowered his head, continuing to eat. His mood had soured, and he wished to shield An Nuan from his melancholy. Gradually, the smile faded from An Nuan's face, and she too lowered her gaze. She understood Chen Mo's family circumstances and the complexity of his emotions when he mentioned his long-deceased mother. The fact that he could share this with her indicated that the boy before her had let down some of his defenses. This revelation should have brought her joy. Yet she found it difficult to feel happy. She recognized that Chen Mo did not require her consolation. Such gestures would only exacerbate his discomfort. Some memories are better born alone. They may hurt at first, but in time, they dissipate. However, receiving sympathy, even from a stranger, can sometimes render one more vulnerable. The atmosphere at the dining table felt somewhat stifling as they both silently consumed their meals. Chen Mo noticed the shift in ambience and, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "I'm sorry, An Nuan. I've affected your mood." Observing his forced smile, with eyes that were slightly reddened yet still concerned for her feelings, An Nuan's heart ached. He appeared reclusive and taciturn, yet deep within, he was a gentle soul. An Nuan shook her head, smiling warmly. "It's all right. Let us just eat." Chen Montak chuckled, quickening his pace. Once they finished their meal, he declined An Nuan's offer to assist with the cleanup, swiftly tidying the table himself. He placed the trash in a bag and spent a few minutes washing the dishes. An Nuan watched with a beaming smile. As she observed him, memories from her past surged uncontrollably. How she had longed to witness this scene, shopping for groceries together, dining side by side, washing dishes as a duo. Then, under the trellis adorned with grapes in the courtyard, they would cool off and share the day's amusing stories, fantasizing about him plucking a bunch of grapes from the vine. She would stand beside him, eagerly waiting, like a child, pleading for him to pick one and feed it to her. Alas, such mundane experiences had never been shared with Chen Mo. During that arduous period, all she had known was the searing anguish akin to the blazing sun. After drying his hands, Chen Mo sensed a profound silence. When he turned, he saw An Nuan's eyes glistening with unshed tears, a prominent streak of moisture tracing down her fair, rosy cheeks. At that moment, he was at a loss, yet he could discern the sorrow lurking within her gaze. For some reason, he felt somewhat flustered. With a tone as gentle as possible, he inquired, "What is wrong? Why are you crying?" An Nuan sniffled, no longer concealing her emotions. Seeing Chen Mo's cautious demeanor brought an unexpected sense of tranquility to her heart, dispelling the painful memories. She blinked, striving to hold back her tears, and said, "I was reminded of the times I would stand beside my mother, watching her wash the dishes. Back then, my mother hadn't yet divorced my father." This was the first time Chen Mo learned about An Nuan's family background, and he could empathize with her feelings. In a certain sense, their circumstances bore a resemblance. However, he was unsure how to comfort her and decided to shift the topic, glancing toward the dimming sky outside. His tone softened further. "Shall we sit outside for a while?" And Nuan nodded, her smile returning as she accompanied Chen Mo into the courtyard. For a time, silence reigned as they gazed at the bougainvillea blooming against the wall, savoring the stillness. After a while, Chen Mo broke the silence, asking softly, "Is your mother no longer in Zhongshan?" A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed An Nuan's face. "Now, I can only see her during the new year. She moved to Huading and started a new family 5 years ago." Despite her calm tone, Chen Mo sensed the underlying sorrow. Who wouldn't feel heartache in such situations? He stole a glance at An Nuan. Noticing she wasn't shedding tears as before, her expression seemingly composed. It seemed that over the years, she had gradually come to terms with her reality. However, recalling her earlier nonconformist demeanor, it was clear that her family's upheaval had impacted her. Now that she appeared more grounded, she must have found a way to let go of her burdens. Chen Mo pondered, inadvertently reflecting on his own situation, and said in a somber tone, "At least you can still see her. I will never have that opportunity again. My mother passed away when I was only 7. I can hardly recall the moments we shared." As he spoke, memories of his mother crouching down to embrace him, comforting him, and peeling a white rabbit candy to place in his mouth resurfaced vividly. The familiar taste seemed to linger on his lips. An Nuan was well aware of what Chen Mo had shared. As she observed his melancholic expression, she felt a twinge of regret for having revealed so much. An Nuan gently tugged at her backpack, rummaging through its compartments until her fingers grazed something familiar, ultimately exhaling a sigh of relief. She extracted a large white rabbit milk candy, delicately peeled away its wrapper, and held it to Chen Mo's lips. Instinctively, he bit down, and only then did he regain his senses, gazing into the gentle smile of the girl before him, momentarily entranced. Certain sentiments seemed to transcend time and space, striking at the softest core of Chen Mo's heart. The flavor of the white rabbit candy spread through his mouth as he remained transfixed by the girl's warm smile and the flicker of concern in her clear eyes. Though he recognized the coincidences for what they were, he couldn't help but turn his head away, his cheeks flushed and tears slipping down his face. An Nuan, observing Chen Mo's averted gaze, felt her heart soften profoundly. After a moment, she too turned her head, unable to suppress a smile. Unbeknownst to her, she had touched the most tender part of the boy's heart, as if fate itself were conspiring to bring them closer. Chapter 27. The lychee tree outside to study the melancholic atmosphere, however, did not linger long. It arrived suddenly and departed just as swiftly. Chen Mo hastily wiped away his tears, bewildered as to why he had been unable to control his emotions in front of An Nuan today. Perhaps it was their shared experiences that unwittingly lowered his defenses. Despite their brief time together, he had encountered many familiar aspects in her presence, whether it was her revelations about her family, their mutual fondness for white rabbit candies, or the similar red strings tied around their wrists, alongside her unreserved kindness. All these elements swiftly dissolved the unfamiliarity he felt towards her. Now, as they both unveiled their vulnerabilities, the abruptness of someone intruding into their lives gradually faded. Regaining his composure, Chen Mo still felt somewhat awkward. Shedding tears before others was a rarity in his past, let alone in front of a girl. An Nuan, keenly aware of his discomfort, understood that this was not the time to broach such topics, nor to allow the atmosphere to linger. It was the perfect moment to shift gears. She picked up the backpack from the table and softly suggested, "Mo, let us work on some problems." Chen Mo turned around, his demeanor already calm again, though his eyes still bore a hint of redness. He nodded, smiling as he organized his belongings, and together with An Nuan, they entered the room. Outside, twilight had settled in. The distant neon lights of towering buildings twinkled. The small building also housed a backyard with a lychee tree, which had been there for many years. An Nuan turned back, her tone cheerful. "I bet your grandfather planted it." Chen Mo responded with a smile. "No, it was my grandmother who planted it." She pointed towards a closed window, where faintly visible white blossoms hung from the branches. "This is my grandfather's study," she said, placing her backpack on the spacious desk beside the window and leaning over to open it. As she slightly bent forward, the blue and white school uniform shirt rose, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist. In that fleeting moment, her graceful curves exuded a natural beauty. Chen Mo averted his gaze, feeling warmth creep into his cheeks under the soft yellow light. An Nuan reached out to pluck a small piece of lychee blossom, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. She turned to Chen Mo. "Mo, come smell this. It has such a delicate scent." With one hand resting on the table and her body leaning against it, she extended the pristine blossom towards him. Under the warm light, the delight in her eyes was pristine. Chen Mo, not wishing to dampen her spirit, leaned in and took a whiff, the faint, pleasant aroma wafting through the air. Indeed, delightful. "Yes, this flower is fragrant. It should yield delicious lychees," he remarked, prompting An Nuan to giggle as she playfully tossed the flower onto his chest. "Oomph. You only think about eating, you dense blockhead." Clumsily catching the flower, Chen Mo felt a sense of tranquility envelop him. The charm of her earlier demeanor truly captivated him. Silently commending her in his heart, he placed the flower on the desk. An Nuan had already moved to the nearby bookshelf, beckoning him over. Setting down his backpack, Chen Mo approached her, listening as she animatedly introduced the books on the shelf. Unconsciously, a smile crept onto his lips, Her voice was melodious, soft, and sweet. This book was my grandfather's favorite. He made me read it when I was little. She reminisced. Back then, I despised it and would hide my face behind comic books, pretending to be oblivious. Chen Mo chuckled as he glanced at the thick row of a general history of China she was pointing at, imagining little An Nuan's reluctance to delve into such texts. Moving a few steps forward, An Nuan tiptoed to reach for a book on the shelf, prompting Chen Mo to extend his hand to assist. When she turned to take the book from him, a moment of surprise crossed her face. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo inquired. Nothing, she replied, her tone slightly awkward as she gazed into his gentle, peach blossom-like eyes, memories from a past life overlapping. This scene mirrored the first time she had brought Chen Mo into this study in a previous existence, not lingering in her reverie for too long. An Nuan gently caressed the book in her hands, whispering, "This is my grandmother's favorite book." The brown leather cover was somewhat worn, and Chen Mo noticed it was a philosophical text, Plato's The Republic. An Nuan opened to a page and softly recited, "Nothing is more regrettable in life than easily letting go of something you shouldn't give up while stubbornly persisting in something you shouldn't insist upon." After finishing the quote, An Nuan gazed into Chen Mo's eyes with a smile, softly asking, "Mo, do you know what this means?" Chen Mo nodded, able to comprehend her words. Her pronunciation was impeccable. After reflecting for a moment, he softly replied, "The greatest regret in life is to easily abandon what should not be forsaken while tenaciously clinging to what should not be pursued." Noticing her fondness for the saying, he deliberately softened his tone, emphasizing its cadence. An Nuan nodded, her eyes narrowing with delight. "I really like this quote. What do you think?" Chen Mo pondered before affirming, "It is a beautiful sentence, rich in philosophy, though it carries a tinge of sadness." An Nuan carefully folded the page and closed the book, nodding in agreement, playfully winking. "It's not sad at all. I think it articulates a profound truth. However, you are correct. After all, one cannot simultaneously possess youth and the insight that comes with it." Chen Mo opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. As she spoke this last line, the smile on her face noticeably faded, likely as she recalled something disheartening. An Nuan handed the book to Chen Mo, saying, "I wish to gift this to you. I have already marked the page with that particular sentence." "Why mark that specific page?" Chen Mo inquired. The girl lifted her gaze to meet Chen Mo's eyes, her smile returning. The earlier words she had spoken rang true. He could not possess youth and its accompanying insights, yet she could. Thus, for her, that statement held no validity. It's to facilitate your future reference, so you can easily locate it among the many pages. Of course, I hope you will read the entirety of it. Though somewhat perplexed, Chen Mo nodded in response. "All right, let us begin with the exercises." The two approached the desk, and Chen Mo placed the book into his backpack, his mind inadvertently drifting to another girl who had once gifted him a book. Wen Lan was likely studying as well, he thought. Taking out the prepared test papers, Chen Mo spread them across the table, focusing his attention on the tasks ahead. Under the warm, yellow light, An Nuan and Chen Mo sat upright, much like they would in a classroom. The 20-centimeter distance between them allowed the subtle, woody fragrance emanating from the girl to waft over, and Chen Mo found himself feeling less constrained, instead enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 28, Serenity. Time passed, and both were deeply engrossed, the quiet study filled only with the soft sound of pencil tips gliding across paper. An Nuan, biting the end of her pencil, pondered the problem-solving strategies. This evening, they were tackling mathematics. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo beside her, An Nuan refrained from interrupting him. He was diligently working through his calculations on a piece of draft paper, striving to detail each step for the sake of clarity when explaining to her. Skipping a particularly vexing multiple-choice question, An Nuan continued to read on, only to find herself stumped once again, a wave of frustration washing over her. She still cannot grasp it. Persisting, she finally stumbled upon a concept and took up the draft paper, beginning to write. Chen Mo, having completed the final major question, felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the first time he had meticulously documented each step of his reasoning, regardless of whether An Nuan understood or not. He hoped his thought process would inspire her. The girl finally pinned down an answer and turned her gaze towards the already finished Chen Mo, a hint of dejection creeping in as she pouted. I feel so inadequate," she confessed. Chen Mo shook his head, glancing at An Nuan's progress. "You're doing wonderfully. Truly, mathematics can be quite challenging. Let's not push further. I'll help explain it to you." With that, he retrieved his draft paper and began elucidating the problems. Starting from the first question, An Nuan skipped over the ones she understood and delved into those she found perplexing, patiently guiding her through each explanation. Chen Mo spoke earnestly, his tone fast yet gentle. This was his way of reciprocating the kindness he felt for the girl, and he dared not show any signs of negligence. An Nuan, biting her pencil, nodded in understanding. Grasping the draft paper, she began to trace the reasoning Chen Mo had laid out. Oh, so this is the approach. Her eyes sparkled as she circled the recent deduction, unable to contain her excitement as she playfully punched Chen Mo's shoulder. That's the second time, he thought to himself. Let me see what you've written, An Nuan said as she took the draft paper Chen Mo offered, examining it closely while silently reciting something. Comparing her previous deductions with Chen Mo's reasoning, she found them aligned. Beaming with delight, she turned to Chen Mo and asked, "So what do you think? Am I clever?" Seeing her proud demeanor, Chen Mo generously praised her with an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Indeed, keep going." Lowering her head, she pressed on to the next question. Chen Mo silently retrieved the corresponding draft paper, continuing to explain patiently. Suddenly, the screen of his phone in his pocket lit up, indicating an incoming call. Chen Mo, of course, was oblivious, having set his phone to silent mode before they began studying. Across the city, Wen Lan put down her phone, wrinkling her nose and rolling her large almond-shaped eyes. "Oomph, you little Chun, ignoring your sister's calls." With that, she turned and returned to the classroom. Grabbing a pen, she scrawled on a piece of draft paper on her small desk, still lacking any clarity. Growing increasingly annoyed, Wen Lan opened QQ and sent another message. "Little Chun, you're not responding to messages or calls. Sister is quite upset. If this continues, I want to take you out for delicious food next time." After sending the message, she glanced at several previous messages she had dispatched, feeling somewhat disgruntled. What on earth was little Chun doing that he couldn't even hear the phone ring? Lacking resolution, she turned her attention to her serious desk mate. But regrettably, she too was struggling. Taking a sip from a nearby yogurt drink, Wen Lan felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. Surely, little Chen isn't off working a part-time job at Zhangji's again? Yet, she thought unlikely. Although Chen Mo did not address her as sister, he would never deceive her. "He truly is worrisome," she muttered, continuing to the next question. Chen Mo took a sip from his water cup, moistening his somewhat parched throat. He had spoken more this evening than he had in an entire week prior. "Hey, good job, Mo." Meanwhile, An Nuan stood up and jogged to the kitchen, retrieving 2 bottles of Dongfang Shai from the freezer. Turning back to the study, she handed Chen Mo one. "Drink this, it will soothe your throat." Chen Mo accepted it and took a sip, the icy sensation invigorating him. He felt touched by the girl's thoughtfulness. It was evident she had prepared this in advance, opting for tea instead of carbonated drinks. With a beaming smile, An Nuan sat down and raised her bottle. "Here's to the new knowledge we've acquired tonight." Chen Mo clinked his bottle against hers, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment, her gaze brimming with joy. Chen Mo lowered his head to drink, the warm tea soothing both his stomach and heart, while alcohol would only leave one feeling dazed and heavy. "Cheers." In the raucous private room, a group of young people raised their glasses, all eyes on Zhao Yuhao, who had just shouted. Upon seeing him down the beer in his cup, they all tilted their heads back to follow suit. Beside him, Zhang Chong wore a pained expression. Tonight's drinking is excessive. He dared not admonish Zhao Yuhao, who seemed rather wild this evening. After letting out a burp, Zhao Yuhao swayed slightly, pushing away Zhang Chong, who attempted to steady him. His glass slipped uncontrollably from his grasp, shattering on the ground. Disregarding the mess, he seized the microphone and began to sing passionately, his voice breaking at times. Zhang Chong waved over to a young man with a rather wild hairstyle, standing by the door, whispering something in his ear. The young man with the explosive hair exited the room, returning shortly with 2 young servers, a man and a woman, who quickly set about cleaning up the glass shards from the floor. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Yuhao called out to them, "Go fetch 20 more beers." Zhang Chong, supporting the swaying Zhao Yuhao, urged, "Brother Hao, let us call a night. You have classes tomorrow. It's fine for the rest of us. But I'm concerned you'll get scolded by your uncle if you drink too much." Within the private room, others attempted to persuade him, but Zhao Yuhao, gazing at the waitress poised to jot down orders, instructed, "Fetch 10 bottles." Zhang Chong, witnessing the futility of persuasion, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The room soon returned to its previous cacophony. Zhao Yuhao, with a vacant expression, fixated on the ceiling, refraining from singing any further. The glass in his hand tilted precariously, the liquid cascading onto his trousers, yet he remained oblivious to it. Zhang Chong seized a glass from his grasp and pulled Zhao Yuhao out of the room. They settled into a secluded corner of the hall. Zhao Yuhao produced a pack of white 7-Wolf cigarettes, lighting one for himself. As he inhaled hastily, he was met with a choking fit, his face flushing crimson as he coughed. Zhang Chong patted his back and signaled to a waitress at the nearby bar. The waitress glanced around, noting the busyness of others preparing fruit platters, and reluctantly approached the duo. Once Zhao Yuhao had regained his composure, he looked up at her and said, "Could you bring me 2 bottles?" His voice faltered as he finished speaking. Zhang Chong observed the waitress standing beside them, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Upon recognizing Zhao Yuhao's features, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and she turned to leave. "Stop. Did I tell you to go?" The waitress froze, not turning back, her teeth clenched tightly. "Ha, Fong Tongxue, is it that you wish not to see me? I didn't expect to find you working here." Taking a few deep breaths, the waitress forced herself to turn around, donning a professional smile. "What would you like to drink?" Zhao Yuhao fixed his gaze upon her, and, after a prolonged pause, suddenly smiled. "Go there." 10 minutes later, Zhao Yuhao watched the busy waitress at the bar, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. The dim lighting enveloped the hall, where soft music played gently in the background. Zhang Chong picked up a cigarette from the table, lighting it and offering it to Zhao Yuhao, who accepted it yet did not smoke. His attention still fixated on the figure at the bar. Zhang Chong exhaled a puff of smoke, remaining silent. As the ash flickered, he glanced toward the bar and murmured, "I never imagined encountering Fong Yuan here. She has changed so much. Indeed, it's surprising how much weight she has lost in nearly 2 years. I used to find her a bit plump, but there were advantages to that as well." "Huh." A sly grin flickered across Zhao Yuhao's face as he smacked his lips. Zhang Chong leaned in closer, whispering curiously, "By the way, brother how did you 2 end things? Care to share?" Zhang Chong's curiosity was piqued. As Zhao Yuhao's loyal subordinate, he was aware of their previous clandestine romance. Yet, the suddenness of their breakup had left many questions unanswered, especially since both had taken an extended leave during that period, with no one privy to the events that transpired. Eventually, Fong Yuan had withdrawn from school and had not been seen since. Zhao Yuhao's expression darkened, as if he had stepped on a tail. He flicked the cigarette, but at Zhang Chong, his eyes glinting with intensity. Startled by the abruptness, Zhang Chong scrambled to pat down the sparks. Taken aback by Zhao Yuhao's sudden shift in demeanor, realizing he had provoked him, Zhang Chong dared not inquire further, managing a sheepish smile. "All right, no more questions. Let's drink. Tonight, I'll crash at your place. I need to call my parents first, so make sure to provide me with a good cover." Zhang Chong nodded and stood up. The two had come out to drink and sing under the pretense of studying at school. After settling matters, they returned to the private room, resuming their revelry as if nothing had transpired. Beneath the night sky, the city's neon lights flickered, silently observing the myriad of people and events unfolding within. In the study, An Nuan set her pen down, happily taking a sip of red tea. "Are you tired?" Amo, Chen Mo, while sorting through draft papers, turned to look at An Nuan and shook his head. "What is tiring about this? During winter break, I didn't sleep until past midnight every night, and I was up by 7 the next morning to tackle problems." An Nuan exhaled, contemplating Chen Mo's winter break routine, which likely mirrored his own description. "Amo, you're sure to achieve excellent results." After saying this, she raised her arms overhead and stretched widely, humming contentedly as her eyes narrowed. Chen Mo, feeling a tad awkward, turned his head aside to avoid looking further. The sight of her stretching was strikingly impactful. Dressed in a blue and white school uniform t-shirt, the curve of her form sent his heart racing. Noticing his bashfulness, An Nuan felt a surge of pride. She was quite confident in her physique. Chapter 29, A Call from Wen Lan. "I'm just stepping out to the restroom." An Nuan tossed this remark over her shoulder before turning to leave the study. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, his body relaxing as he endeavored to dismiss the earlier scene that had startled him. Yet, at 18, with a tinge of youthful yearning, the more he suppressed it, the more uncontrollable it became, leaving his cheeks slightly flushed. Rising, Chen Mo peered outside. The night breeze caressed his face, and he inhaled the scent of lychee flowers wafting in through the window, quickly calming his thoughts. He retrieved his phone to discover a missed call from Wen Lan. Checking the time, he noted it had already passed 10 o'clock. With the tasks of the day complete, Chen Mo felt satisfied with his performance, especially since An Nuan had grasped his explanations with ease. An Nuan was exceptionally bright. She understood after just one iteration. A sense of inexplicable achievement welled within him, prompting a smile. He had realized that he genuinely enjoyed the experience of teaching others. In aiding them, he too benefited immensely. The method proposed by teacher Du was indeed well suited to him. Reflecting on the evening's proceedings in his mind, Chen Mo returned to his desk to jot down the areas where he felt he could improve during the explanations. This habit, cultivated through years of study, now came naturally to him. As An Nuan approached the study door with 2 freshly washed apples in hand, she beheld the sight of Chen Mo diligently writing at his desk. Bathed in the warm yellow light, the boy sat upright in his school uniform. She hesitated at the threshold, merely observing. The scene before her became somewhat disjointed, overlapping with fragments of memories from the past. She could not recall precisely which year it was, or when it happened. Returning from out of town, she had cautiously taken out her keys to unlock the door, greeted by the warm yellow light spilling from the slightly ajar study door. Approaching quietly, she had watched the activity within. Chen Mo had been seated just as straight, fingers tapping away on the keyboard, producing soft sounds as he coded while conversing with someone about his daily life. Each keystroke felt as though it struck at her heart, causing her pain. She dared not enter, fearful that Chen Mo might suddenly turn to face her. In his eyes, only indifference had once existed. Fortunately, the desk still lacked a computer, and Chen Mo was still in his school uniform. When he turned to look, his gaze held no coldness, but rather a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of bashfulness and gratitude. Noticing the apples in An Nuan's hands, still glistening with water, Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "Thank you, An Nuan." An Nuan extended the apples toward him, her response a quiet smile as she helped him tidy up the items on the desk. "Hey, Teacher Chen performed quite admirably today. I shall consider granting you a raise." As she spoke, An Nuan observed the joyful expression on Chen Mo's face. "Thank you," he replied. "I was initially concerned about the progress. You are remarkably intelligent. At this pace, you are bound to achieve an excellent score," Chen Mo expressed with confidence, recognizing An Nuan's exceptional comprehension and adaptability. Receiving such praise, An Nuan took a bite of her apple and mumbled, "So sweet." Chen Mo placed the apple into his backpack, intending to consume it the following morning. Upon witnessing his actions, An Nuan understood and chose not to comment, instead taking another bite. She then offered the apple to him, stating, "I have no appetite tonight and do not wish to eat." Surprised by her insistence, Chen Mo hesitated as he accepted the apple. An Nuan then urged him, "You should hurry back to sleep. Remember to be in bed before 11. Chen Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder and nodded. "I will head back now." "Are you staying here tonight?" An Nuan shook her head. "Absolutely not. I fear being alone." As they conversed, the two made their way to the small courtyard, where Chen Mo mounted his bicycle and An Nuan accompanied him to the gate. "You shouldn't ride tomorrow. Let us take a taxi together. Otherwise, the fines will break the bank," An Nuan advised. Chen Mo chuckled, waving goodbye. "See you tomorrow." As he pedaled away, disappearing into the alley, An Nuan returned to the study. She seated herself for a moment in Chen Mo's chair, surveying the surroundings before standing to close the window. Through the glass, she gazed at the pristine lychee blossoms, anticipating the sweet fruit they would bear in a few months. After securing the gate of the courtyard, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and briskly walked out of the alley, retrieving her phone to place a call. Shortly thereafter, a black Mercedes pulled up beside her. Upon entering the vehicle, Uncle Lee kindly inquired, "Are you hungry, Nuan? Your father just called to inform me he has prepared a late-night snack for you." And Nuan smiled. "Yes, I'm quite exhausted from studying." As Uncle Lee drove, he did not glance back but spoke reassuringly. "A little fatigue is beneficial. Once the college entrance examination concludes, all will be well." He had only recently arrived, having received a message from An Nuan earlier to wait at a nearby parking lot. Taking out her phone, An Nuan opened QQ, messaging her two non-mainstream friends before closing her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Chen Mo arrived at his own small courtyard, where he could distinctly hear a commotion. He cautiously parked his bicycle, and the noise grew louder. His father, Chen Jun, had returned and was arguing with Wang Jimei. Irritated by their bickering, Chen Mo silently turned away, his earlier good spirits evaporating. This quarrel was not new. His stepmother, Wang Jimei, had an insatiable penchant for playing mahjong, to the point where she felt uneasy if she didn't play. Those who are addicted to mahjong understand that once seated, it is difficult to leave unless they have either lost all their money or won someone else's. Unfortunately, Wang Jimei was perpetually unlucky, with losses being a common occurrence. Upon reaching the corner of the alley, Chen Mo entered Old Lin's convenience store. "They're at it again, huh?" Old Lin remarked languidly from his rocking chair. Puffing on his pipe, nodding, Chen Mo retrieved the apple that An Nuan had bitten into earlier and took a seat beside him, munching in silence. "Your stepmother is indeed outrageous. She lost money at Gu Laosan's today, when your father went to the mahjong hall to fetch her. She only then remembered he was returning home, and dinner was left unprepared." Old Lin rambled on as he watched Chen Mo eat the apple down to the core. You are quite the unfortunate one." Chen Mo remained silent. Old Lin often repeated this sentiment. Initially, it had stung, but over time, he had grown numb to it. Taking out his phone, Chen Mo called Wen Lan. She answered promptly. "Xiao Chen, you still remember to call your sister?" Wen Lan's voice was slightly raised in mock annoyance. Chen Mo offered a wry smile, explaining, I had my phone on silent. I apologize. Wen Lan lay on her dormitory bed, swinging her legs and glancing at her roommates, who were now paying attention. She smiled apologetically, pulling the blanket over her head. She quietly asked, Aren't you asleep yet? Are you still out? She could hear the ruckus on Chen Mo's end, where someone had come into Old Lin's store to grab a few bottles of beer, evidently inebriated and boisterous. Chen Mo stepped out of the convenience store, finding a shadowy corner, and replied softly, Yes, I'm outside. My father and stepmother are arguing, so I came out to avoid it. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Wen Lan's concerned voice returned. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Chen Mo reassured her, fully aware of what she was asking. She understood his family situation, as he had confided in her about it. They shared virtually no secrets. You should stay out until they finish arguing. Avoid getting caught in the crossfire and affecting your mood. Chen Mo nodded, then inquired, Did you call me for something specific? Oof. It's all good now. I figured it out myself, she replied. Chen Mo understood. Wen Lan had a tendency to be humble when seeking answers, but became rather boastful once she solved the problem. Naturally, when Chen Mo sought her help, she always insisted on being addressed as sister first. Chen Mo chose to bypass that expectation, and after numerous instances, Wen Lan no longer pressed the issue. You're quite clever, Chen Mo remarked with a smile, occasionally glancing towards his home, sensing the argument might be winding down. After chatting a bit longer, Wen Lan suggested, Xiao Chun, how about I accompany you for a haircut this weekend? You still owe me a meal. Chen Mo hesitated, realizing his weekends were no longer his own. After a moment's consideration, he apologetically replied, I'm sorry, but I have plans this weekend. I'll treat you to a feast next time. Kentucky Fried Chicken? Wen Lan's tone brightened. Yes, of course. Chen Mo agreed without hesitation. After ending the call, he contemplated the notes given to him by Teacher Du, realizing Wen Lan would likely benefit from them as well. It would be good to deliver them to her. As for Xiao Wan Air, a simple photocopy would suffice. After bidding farewell to Old Lin, Chen Mo returned to his small courtyard, which had quieted down. He gently opened the door to find Chen Jun and Wang Ji Mei seated in the living room, each wearing a sullen expression and silent. This time, they refrained from throwing things, likely having spent considerable money on replacements after their previous outburst. Where have you been? Your brother hasn't even had dinner. As soon as Chen Mo stepped onto the stairs, Chen Jun's voice boomed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo calmly replied, after school study. A wave of irritation washed over him. Was he now expected to cook as well? Ignoring Chen Jun's angry visage, he retreated to his room and closed the door. Leaning against the door, Chen Mo took several deep breaths, attempting to quell his earlier agitation. At this point, he felt no sense of grievance toward Chen Jun's comments, only a profound loathing. In her heart, she silently chanted, the college entrance examination is approaching, it is drawing near. With only about 3 months left since his departure from his home, she had endured the preceding times. The final 3 months were of little consequence. In the living room, Wang Ji may let out a cold snort. Since he has grown wings, let him be. How long has it been since he called you dad? Chen Jun shot her a glance, then turned to observe his timid younger son, Chen Gong, who was huddled in her embrace, choosing not to speak further. Lighting a cigarette from the table, he gazed towards the staircase, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 30. An Nuan's close friends when An Nuan returned home. The lights in the living room were still aglow. Her father, An Ji, was engaged in conversation with her stepmother, Gu Yu, while her 5-year-old younger brother had already gone to bed. This half-brother, An Dong Chun, was born 2 years after Gu Yu married An Ji, creating a significant age gap. Previously, An Nuan had a strained relationship with Gu Yu and naturally felt no affection for her younger brother. Upon seeing her enter, both smiled warmly. An Ji waved at An Nuan, his face radiating the tender affection of a father. His daughter's sudden determination to strive was a source of joy for him. He was aware she had been diligently studying at the ancestral home. With newfound goals and life plans, An Nuan's transformation brought great comfort to An Ji, who chose not to delve into the reasons behind her change. He had no desire to relive the rebellious phase of the past. Cherishing the current atmosphere, he appreciated his daughter's willingness to draw closer to him, while her demeanor towards Gu Yu was no longer as harsh as before, although still somewhat distant with Gu Yu. An Ji accepted this as the reality of their situation. He understood that fostering a bond between An Nuan and Gu Yu would be exceptionally challenging, given the deep-seated grievances between them. Clad in her school uniform and carrying her backpack, An Nuan approached her father with a beaming smile. Daddy, why are you still awake? Were you waiting for me? Oh, I'm utterly exhausted today. Her tone was soft and slightly playful. An Ji nodded, his eyes twinkling as he looked at his daughter's radiant smile, asking, were you worn out today, Wan Wan? Have a bite to eat before heading to bed. As he spoke, he rose and headed towards the kitchen. An Nuan nodded at Guyu as a greeting, then joyfully followed her father. Guyu watched the father-daughter duo depart, a smile gracing her lips. She felt delighted to witness their relationship return to a more normal state. They placed a pot of crab congee on the dining table. An Nuan waved at Guyu, saying, "Aunt Gu, come eat." Guyu waved her hand in refusal, saying, "I'll pass. I'm afraid of gaining weight." With that, she stood and made her way to the bedroom, leaving the dining area for the father and daughter. An Nuan graciously accepted the bowl from Ji Qing, saying, "Thank you, Dad. You should eat too." Ji Qing gazed fondly at An Nuan as she savored her congee, inquiring, "Did you study at the ancestral home today with those two friends of yours?" An Nuan's expression remained unchanged as she nodded, replying, "They're quite capable. I plan to have them join my team. They have a solid foundation, though they need further honing." Listening to his daughter articulate her plans, Ji Qing felt a moment of nostalgia. His daughter was now capable of planning her own life. "It's wonderful that you have your own ambitions. I'm genuinely pleased. However, if you wish to advance further on this path, it would be beneficial to find reliable mentors for guidance. Today, I reached out to several contacts and arranged meetings for the weekend. How about you meet them then?" Ji Qing awaited An Nuan's response, recalling how she previously despised his interference in her affairs. An Nuan paused her eating, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to accept her father's suggestion, though she felt she didn't truly require such assistance. In her past life, she had already gained considerable fame as a composer, creating melodies for many popular songs. She had also penned original songs and produced viral hits on social media platforms. Frankly, Ji Qing's contacts might not even match her level of expertise. Nevertheless, securing a mentor could prove advantageous, especially for guiding her two friends, allowing her some respite. She yearned for more time with Chen Mo, and before the college entrance examination concluded, she did not intend to stir up too much commotion. Having mulled over these thoughts, An Nuan nodded and smiled sweetly. "Okay, thank you, Dad." And Ji Qing smiled with satisfaction, saying, "All right, eat quickly. It's getting late." After washing up and returning to her room, An Nuan glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 11. Wondering if Chen Mo had gone to bed, she felt a twinge of annoyance that he hadn't called her upon his return. Stubborn head, why didn't you call? She muttered softly to herself as she dialed Chen Mo's number. Lying on her bed, An Nuan listened intently for his voice, waiting anxiously. At that moment, Chen Mo was placing the book An Nuan had gifted him into his drawer, alongside another one from An Nuan. The sudden ringing of his phone startled him, causing the book to tumble inside the drawer, obscuring the volume on Yangming Mind Studies. In a flurry, he closed the drawer and picked up the phone. It was An Nuan calling. "Oh, does An Nuan need something?" Pouting in discontent, An Nuan playfully thumped her fist against the blanket, her tone soft yet teasing. "Chen Mo, remember to call me when you get home next time, so I won't worry. By the way, considering your performance today, I've decided to reward you with 50 yuan, along with a bonus for helping me move books. Congratulations, your total earnings today are 300 yuan. Chen Mo felt a surge of happiness. 300 yuan was no small sum. He had earned it in a single day. His tone softened in response. "Thank you, An Nuan. I'll remember." An Nuan was touched by his appreciation. Noticing the shift in his tone, she swung her feet playfully, her small fists clenched tightly. She relished this feeling, the gradual closeness forming between them. Beneath Chen Mo's aloof exterior lay a heart yearning for affection, shaped by his upbringing, making him sensitive to the care of others, which he naturally craved. Her mission was to mend the gaps within him, to complete the parts of him that felt lacking. Once she succeeded, she would have penetrated the very depths of his heart, making it impossible for him to push her away. For now, everything was perfectly aligned, neither too fast nor too slow, comfortably within Chen Mo's capacity to accept. The girl smiled brightly, her feet dancing with increased joy. "What do you need to thank me for? This is your talent at work. From now on, no more thanks. I don't like it." Chen Mo nodded, feeling a warm sense of recognition bloom within him. "All right, I understand. By the way, I plan to invite those two over tomorrow. Is that all right?" An Nuan's inquiry was clear. Chen Mo knew who she referred to and did not mind. Teaching one was the same as teaching three. It made no difference to him. However, he was concerned that having more people might slow down their progress. "Will that affect your pace? How are their foundations?" he asked, slightly worried. "It is of little consequence. For my academic requirements are not particularly stringent. You may proceed according to your own inclinations." As she spoke, An Nuan pondered the circumstances of her two sisters who, though slightly less fortunate than herself, shared a passion for music, ensuring that the three of them could still bond. Pursuing the path of an art student, the academic subjects are not the paramount concern. She harbored confidence that she could guide her companions to keep pace with her. After engaging in some trivial conversation, they concluded the call. Chen Mo set her phone aside and prepared to rest. As she tucked herself under the covers, An Nuan's gentle goodnight lingered in Chen Mo's ears, stirring a peculiar emotion within her. How tenderly she speaks. An Nuan made 2 more calls, conversing with her sisters for nearly 10 minutes before she contentedly turned off the lights and retired for the night. In her previous life, these 2 were her colleagues, and she resolved to allow them to experience the distinction between passion and profession in advance. Yes, this is all for their benefit. Whispering softly, she drifted into slumber. That night, she was not awakened by nightmares and slept soundly. As dawn broke, Chen Mo finished her preparations, placed her lunchbox in her backpack, and turned into the broad avenue after navigating the alley. Not far ahead lay the bus stop. Today, she opted not to ride her bicycle, and as she gazed at the yellow flowering tababuya trees lining the street, her spirits soared. Amidst the bustling crowd, she finally alighted from the bus. The atmosphere in class today was delightful, with her classmates appearing particularly earnest. After greeting Xia Waner, Chen Mo took her seat, noticing that An Nuan had yet to arrive. Chen Mo surveyed her surroundings, spotting the 2 mischief makers by the trash bin, their heads bowed, seemingly preoccupied with something. Paying them no mind, she retrieved her notebook from her backpack and resumed her studies. It was imperative to hasten her progress, as she intended to deliver her work to Wen Lan at the earliest opportunity. Beside one of the teaching buildings stood a dense thicket where clusters of students were scattered, engrossed in their books. Occasionally, the sounds of vocabulary recitation could be heard. The chirping of birds filled the air, seemingly engaged in a courtship display. 3 girls clad in school uniforms approached, with An Nuan leading the way. Her simple high ponytail presented a striking contrast to her 2 companions behind her. The girl to her left, Lin Qianqian, stood about 1.6 meters tall, of a slightly plump build, chewing gum and occasionally blowing bubbles that obscured half of her face. To her right was Lu Wan, approximately 1.65 meters tall, slender, revealing only half of her face. An Nuan's 2 companions were from Class 8, and both pursued science. The trio walked in silence until they encountered a stone table where a boy and a girl were engaged in vocabulary memorization. Upon noticing the 3 girls, the boy tensed momentarily, halting his activity. The girl beside him also recognized An Nuan's group and hurriedly tugged at the boy's sleeve, urging him to leave in haste. An Nuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling her somewhat notorious reputation in school. Dismissing it, the 3 took their seats, and An Nuan gazed at her friend's unconventional hairstyles, feeling a pang of disappointment. She shook her head in resignation. Didn't I tell you both to get your hair permed back to normal? Why is it still like this? With a loud pop, Lin Qianqian burst her bubblegum and rolled her eyes at An Nuan. Beside her, Lu Wan flicked her bangs, revealing the other half of her face, and exclaimed, "Sister Nuan, are you asking us to betray our family?" An Nuan took a deep breath and replied softly, "I've decided to apply for the music major. I've already completed the entrance examination. The examiners were quite pleased with me, and I'm currently supplementing my academic studies. After the college entrance examination, I plan to attend Jianghan University." An abrupt silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan exchanged glances, both incredulous, as if they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. They stared at one another for a while, rendered speechless. Previously, An Nuan had not explained her drastic transformation. She had merely asked them to return their hair to a more conventional style, hinting at a discussion. Now, as they observed her, it was evident she was not jesting, leaving them in profound silence. What had happened to their collective plans to embrace a nonconformist style? Why was she advancing alone? In a moment of clarity, An Nuan continued, "Lu Wan, Qianqian, you both possess a solid foundation. Take advantage of this time to exert yourselves. Achieving a second-tier university is entirely within reach. I apologize for leading you astray previously. It is my responsibility to guide you back onto the right path. Let me ask you this. Do you still wish to attend university? Do you still aspire to fulfill your musical dreams?" Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan exchanged another glance, remaining silent. They had always regarded An Nuan as their elder sister, drawn together by shared interests. Now, however, An Nuan bore little resemblance to the person they had known before the winter break. As she spoke, her demeanor exuded a maturity and steadiness that belied her age. Both girls felt a twinge of anxiety, compelled to confront the pressing realities ahead. Though they had veered off course, they still grasped the gravity of their situation. Noticing their silence, An Nuan tapped the table. "Speak." They involuntarily flinched, and Lu Wan timidly responded, "We'll follow Sister Nuan." Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. An Nuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her tone lightening. "Don't worry, I've arranged for professional vocal and dance instructors. We'll start this weekend with a systematic study. I've also found a teacher for the academic subjects, who is quite proficient. Both girls nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After all, who would desire to attend university and pursue their dreams? Chapter 31. The desire for progress. Seeing that her friends had agreed, An Nuan relaxed her expression, smiling as she looked at their hair. With a hint of mischief, she said, "Well then, let us start with your hair. I brought scissors. Who is going first?" As she spoke, she reached into her pocket, mimicking the act of retrieving the scissors. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan immediately tensed. They both stepped back from An Nuan, and Lu Wan hesitantly suggested, "Sister Nuan, perhaps we should go to a hair salon ourselves." Yes, we'll go ourselves," Lin Xianxian echoed, stepping back as well. Her hands raised in a gesture of alarm. The thought of An Nuan cutting their hair was too daunting. Observing their reactions, An Nuan withdrew her hand from her pocket, revealing 3 large white rabbit candies. Seeing the lack of scissors, the 2 girls felt relieved and approached her, each taking a piece. An Nuan popped the candy into her mouth, instinctively squinting her eyes, and said, "Let us plan for the afternoon. You can come find me at the old house. And please don't come looking for me at noon." The 2 girls nodded, and Lin Xianxian curiously inquired, "Why can't we come and find you at noon?" An Nuan, chewing on her candy, replied earnestly, "I'll be busy working on practice questions during lunch. Time is limited. You 2 shouldn't waste any more time either. This year's art examination is no longer an option for you. Just take the regular exam instead. Work hard to achieve a second-tier university, so you can join me at Jianghan without falling behind." Her tone turned serious at the end. The 2 girls lost their playful demeanor. Realizing that this was their only option, they trusted in Nuan completely. She expressed her confidence, which seemed to mitigate any concerns. Following her lead appeared to be the path forward. Upon returning to classroom 8, as they picked up their books, both felt a lingering sense of disorientation. Was this the pursuit of progress? It felt rather abrupt. Lu Wan approached Lin Xianxian, whispering, "Sister Nuan's transformation is remarkable. The way she spoke just now reminded me of my mother." Lin Xianxian nodded in agreement. "I was equally bewildered when I consented. Though the prospect of attending university is enticing, don't you think?" Lu Wan offered a wry smile. "It seems quite challenging. What do you say we sneak a peek at what Sister Nuan is doing during lunch?" Lin Xianxian suggested, her eyes twinkling. They both nodded in agreement and settled into their seats, having conspired in hushed tones. An Nuan entered through the back door, seemingly accustomed to it, but only realized upon seeing the seating arrangement that she had swapped places with Yuan Gang. She looked up to find Yuan Gang engrossed in a discussion with Chen Mo, both appearing deeply invested. An Nuan scanned the room. Her classmates remained diligent, while Zhao Yuhao, stationed by the trash can, avoided her gaze. His head bowed as he fiddled with something. Suppressing her disdain, An Nuan quietly approached Chen Mo and talked. "In my opinion, pursuing a career in software is advantageous. The salaries are substantial, and one can freelance as well. My cousin works at a major tech company in Shenzhen, and the benefits are simply enviable," Yuan Gang remarked. His tone animated. Chen Mo interjected, "Is it really that good?" "Absolutely, Mo. Let us apply for the software program together. I want to go to the same place as you. We could set up a studio and make a fortune." Yuan Gang's eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. Chen Mo cautioned, "With your grades, you might struggle to even gain admission to a second-tier university." Yuan Gang felt slightly deflated by Chen Mo's words. Lifting his gaze only to meet An Nuan's radiant smile behind Chen Mo startled. He jumped to his feet, mumbling incomprehensible words. Excuse me. I need to use the restroom." He squeezed past Chen Mo, who offered an apologetic smile, relinquishing his seat and hurriedly making his way to the back. "Good morning, Amo," An Nuan's soft voice chimed. Chen Mo turned to see her bright, beaming face. He rubbed his nose, puzzled by Yuan Gang's evident fear of An Nuan. She was so lovely when she smiled, and her voice was melodious. Standing to let An Nuan in, he glanced back at Yuan Gang, who shot him a glare before turning away. Just as he settled back down, An Nuan had already organized her belongings, rummaging in her pocket to produce a large white rabbit milk candy, which she extended towards Chen Mo. "Here, it's the last one." Chen Mo accepted it, intending to decline, but the warmth of her gaze, filled with that clear, gentle smile, compelled him to accept. He then retrieved a piece of puffed rice candy from his bag and offered it to her. An Nuan's eyes crinkled in delight as she accepted it with a pleased hum, clearly satisfied with his reciprocation. As they savored their treats, An Nuan pulled out unfinished exercises from the night before and began working earnestly. Chen Mo observed her notes, while the gentle breeze from the window brushed An Nuan's hair against her cheek, carrying with it a subtle, woody fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. It was quite pleasant, likely the scent of some perfume, aligning perfectly with his preferences. Yet there was an indescribable sensation accompanying it, an aroma that instilled a sense of tranquility, seemingly invigorating his thoughts. He contemplated asking her about it, but felt hesitant. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, Chen Mo returned his focus to his studies. The crunch of An Nuan biting into her candy interrupted his reverie. Stealing a glance, he found her looking back with a hint of cautious curiosity. They exchanged smiles, then returned to their respective tasks. A serene atmosphere enveloped them, and Chen Mo found it difficult to articulate his feelings. It was certainly not unpleasant, perhaps even enjoyable. At the back, Zhao Yuhao withdrew his gaze, poking his pen into the paper with a mutter, "Damn couple." Zhang Chong nodded in agreement, inquiring, "Brother Hao, should we find an opportunity to report this to Teacher Du? Their behavior is quite obvious." Zhao Yuhao narrowed his eyes, considering Zhang Chong's suggestion as rather astute. Chen Mo was the top student in class, and Teacher Du was particularly concerned about him. Exposing his relationship with An Nuan at this juncture could serve to vex them both. He pulled Zhang Chong closer, whispering something. During the break, Yuan Gang approached Chen Mo, whispering, "Mo, let us go to the restroom." Sensing he had something to discuss, Chen Mo set down his pen. Beside him, An Nuan remained absorbed in her work. Following Yuan Gang outside, he settled onto a patch of grass, resuming their previous topic. Mo, what are your thoughts on what I mentioned earlier? Chen Mo did not have a definitive goal in mind. He was not averse to Yuan Gang's suggestion of applying for the computer software program. Is the salary truly that high? Chen Mo asked. Yuan Gang nodded affirmatively. That's called an annual salary. My cousin graduated less than 3 years ago and earns this amount. He gestured with 2 fingers. 200,000. Chen Mo exclaimed in shock. Yuan Gang nodded. That doesn't even include the year-end bonus. I have an interest in research on cracking codes, influenced by my cousin. He even sent me numerous programming books and his old notebooks. I finally feel like I've discovered my path. Chen Mo was still processing the staggering figure of a 200,000 annual salary, his eyes gleaming with interest. After a moment, he quietly asked, "So what are your plans? Do you genuinely wish to pursue software?" Yuan Gang nodded earnestly. As long as my skills are solid and I have a bachelor's degree, I'll be well off anywhere. His eyes radiated confidence. This newfound determination from Yuan Gang was somewhat foreign to Chen Mo. Was he genuinely striving for progress? Chen Mo pondered, feeling a stir of motivation. Let us explore this further. I'll find some time to research it. If it really is as promising as you say, we should both apply for that major. But Yuan Gang, do you truly believe you can get into a second-tier university? Yuan Gang gritted his teeth and nodded. I'm not foolish. I previously lacked interest in studying, finding it tedious. But now, for that 200,000 salary, I'm all in. Observing Yuan Gang's spirited demeanor, Chen Mo patted his shoulder, offering encouragement. Well done. If you ever need help, feel free to ask me. Yuan Gang smirked. I wouldn't dare approach you, but I could ask Xiaowaner. A hint of shyness colored his cheeks as he spoke. Chen Mo regarded Yuan Gang with a knowing nod. She is quite capable, just a notch below me. Keep it up, Yuan Gang. I have faith in you. Shut up, while you're boasting. Let me remind you not to let An Nuan influence your college entrance exam scores. I suspect she has ulterior motives regarding you. After finishing, Yuan Gang sprang to his feet and dashed away. Chen Mo shook his head in resignation. He could tease Yuan Gang, yet his own situation remained perplexing. Certain thoughts eluded him, such as An Nuan's gaze upon him, their interactions during tutoring, and the candy she had offered during his emotional outburst the previous night. In that moment, his feelings were complex and difficult to articulate, akin to the sensation of his mother placing candy in his mouth during childhood, her eyes filled with affection. Just as An Nuan's gaze had evoked a similar vulnerability. However, real life is not a novel. He could not fathom the source of An Nuan's kindness towards him. Having made a promise to An Nuan and signed a contract, it is time to focus on one's own affairs. As for everything else, let fate take its course. Moreover, he does not find their interactions unpleasant. Gathering his emotions, Chen Mo sat down beside An Nuan. The morning class commenced as Teacher Lin entered, and it was time for English. An Nuan was called to the podium by Teacher Lin to read aloud the listening exercise for her classmates. She exuded an air of ease and composure, her spoken English impeccable, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Observing her from the audience, Chen Mo noted her confidence and radiance, her unadorned beauty possessing an undeniable charm. Upon finishing her reading, Teacher Lin nodded in approval, announcing that An Nuan would henceforth be responsible for reading the listening exercises, encouraging students to approach her with any queries, as her English was truly exceptional. Modestly, An Nuan waved her hand in response to Teacher Lin's praises, stating, "Oh no, it's all about mutual communication and progress." Returning to her seat with a light step, she winked at Chen Mo, playfully asking, "How was I up there? Did I seem captivating?" Her eyes sparkled with a desire for compliments. Chen Montauk nodded, acknowledging that An Nuan indeed possessed a compelling allure, not merely due to her striking appearance, but also her remarkable talent. An Nuan, you are truly wonderful. Chen Mo echoed her sentiments in a hushed tone. The girl beamed, playfully punching his thigh with her small fist. You're hopeless at giving compliments, huh? Chapter 32. The peeping of little sisters at noon. The classroom emptied. Yuan Gang approached, somewhat shyly, avoiding An Nuan's gaze as he patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Mo, think carefully. You and I, brothers, will enter the big factory together in the future. Chen Mo retrieved his lunchbox, glancing at Gongzi, who was always impatient when it came to matters of urgency. Sure, I'll think it over. By the way, would you like to join me for lunch? Chen Mo inquired, tapping his lunchbox. Just as Gongzi was about to respond, An Nuan gently placed her pink lunchbox on the table, smiling at him. Yuan Gong, would you care to join us for a meal? As she spoke, her eyes held a glint of challenge. Gongzi shook his head. No thanks. I'm not very hungry today. I'll just head back to the dorm for instant noodles. With that, he swiftly disappeared down the corridor. Chen Mo shook his head and turned to An Nuan, who was already unboxing her lunch, pushing it toward him. I brought something delicious today. You must try it. Chen Mo opened his lunchbox, revealing stir-fried bok choy, and An Nuan's eyes lit up as she unceremoniously grabbed a piece. The crunch echoed delightfully. Chen Mo glanced at her and, without a word, pointed to her lunchbox. Is this what you meant? An Nuan nodded and offered him a sea cucumber. This dish was somewhat rare for Chen Mo. He recognized it from his uncle's home. Buddha jumps over the wall. Preparing this dish requires considerable effort. Yes, my dad made it last night. He is quite skilled. Hurry and eat. An Nuan urged, adding another vegetable to her plate, savoring the flavor. As Chen Mo tasted the sea cucumber, its tender and savory essence indeed delighted his palate. The two shared their meals, heads bowed, while the warm sunlight streamed in, enveloping them in a cozy atmosphere. After a while, An Nuan set down her chopsticks, using a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth. What were you discussing with Yuan Gang just now? Chen Mo swallowed his food, sensing that An Nuan might have a better understanding than he did. So he recounted their previous conversation. I'm not entirely sure. I thought I could seek your advice on it. An Nuan pondered for a moment before nodding. It's actually a good prospect. This field is quite sought after. Really? I've heard that the salaries for graduates are quite impressive. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with ambition, realizing that this field might suit him perfectly. A promising start, with excellent future prospects. Observing Chen Montakis de Mianoa. An Nuan sighed inwardly, recognizing that his aspirations were influenced by Yuan Gang, leading him to consider a career in software development. Contemplating further, An Nuan added, if you're considering this field, Jianghan University is quite reputable. Many outstanding individuals have emerged from there. After graduation, you could even contemplate entrepreneurship. Those in this profession often have lucrative opportunities. As she spoke, memories resurfaced. Chen Mo, in his previous life, had also chosen to self-study programming after enduring a bleak period. With relentless dedication, aided by Yuan Gang and Wen Lan, he ultimately created a hit mobile game, fulfilling his dream of purchasing his own home. However, An Nuan's next words abruptly halted her reminiscing. Chen Mo noticed her expression shift, an unshakable sadness clouding her features. Snapping back to reality, An Nuan realized that she had lost her composure in front of him and quickly turned to gaze out the window. A profound ache gripped her heart, pulsating with each beat. Covering her heart with her hand, she leaned against the desk, taking deep breaths. Chen Mo, alarmed, questioned her. An Nuan, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? His voice quivered with concern, for An Nuan's complexion had turned pallid, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. An Nuan steadied her breathing, striving to smile gently as she replied, it's nothing. I just need a moment to rest. Chen Mo, observing her condition, stood up anxiously. I'll carry you to the infirmary. He moved closer, preparing to help her. An Nuan shook her head firmly. Really, I'm fine. Just let me rest for a bit. She understood that her physical reaction stemmed from emotional fluctuations, and it was not serious. Seeing Chen Mo's worried expression warmed her heart, alleviating the ache in her chest, and her complexion gradually returned to a healthier hue. Meeting Chen Mo's gaze, An Nuan couldn't help but smile. The sincerity in his eyes was so genuine, so comforting. Mo, please sit down. I'm all right now. Straightening herself, she took a deep breath and playfully winked at him. Upon noticing her improved demeanor, Chen Mo finally relaxed, observing the beads of sweat on her forehead. He rummaged through his bag for a tissue and handed it to her. Wipe your forehead. What happened to you just now? An Nuan dabbed at her forehead. Shaking her head, don't worry. I just had a bit of a spasm. My heart was aching terribly. Hearing her explanation, Chen Mo felt reassured. He had encountered similar spasms before. The sensation could indeed be quite uncomfortable. You should drink some water and take it easy. An Nuan nodded, gesturing toward her unfinished meal. Don't waste it. We must finish everything. With that, she pulled out her phone, inserted her earphones, and while listening to music, watched Chen Mo eat. Chen Mo felt a bit shy under her gaze and quickened his pace. As he carried his lunchbox to wash it, An Nuan had no intention of getting up. Smiling as she said, "Sorry to trouble you, Mo." She enjoyed having Chen Mo assist her with these little tasks. When Chen Mo returned, he found An Nuan resting her head on the desk, seemingly asleep. Quietly placing his lunchbox down, he noticed the other earphone beside her, understanding her unspoken invitation. After a moment, Chen Mo leaned over the desk, listening to the soft music in his earphones, and closed his eyes as well. The sunlight was gentle, filtering through the window and warming An Nuan's half-reclined figure. She shifted her position slightly and stealthily opened her eyes to gaze at Chen Mo. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were closed, with long, beautiful eyelashes still framing them. Content. An Nuan closed her eyes once more, succumbing to drowsiness. Outside the classroom, two shadowy figures stealthily entered through the back door. They glanced at An Nuan's previous seat in the back row, finding it unoccupied. After surveying the surroundings, they spotted two individuals napping at the front. Exchanging a knowing look, the pair quietly advanced. An Nuan lay with half her face exposed, appearing asleep, while beside her, a boy was also resting on his desk. Observing the earbuds nestled in their ears, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan exchanged expressions of astonishment. A sudden epiphany washed over them. The closeness between their group leader and this boy seemed to explain everything. Suppressing their surprise, they tiptoed out of the classroom, finally daring to breathe deeply. After a moment of wide-eyed silence, they hurried back to their own classroom hand in hand. After sitting for a while, Lu Wan suddenly raised her head and exclaimed, "Ah, why are you screaming?" Lin Xianxian scolded, smacking Lu Wan on the head and rolling her eyes. "Aren't you even a little surprised? Who is that boy that can make Nuan Nuan seem like a different person? She wasn't like this before." Lu Wan's voice dripped with curiosity. Lin Xianxian nodded in agreement, then murmured, "Nuan Nuan must have gotten close to that boy during the winter break. No wonder she hasn't contacted us in ages. It turns out she's found a man." Oof. Lin Xianxian felt a twinge of anger. Their leader had been swept away by a boy, betraying their small group, which left her quite displeased. Lu Wan shared her sentiments. "I feel betrayed, Xianxian. It's heartbreaking. This afternoon, we must head to the old house for a thorough interrogation to uncover the truth," Lin Xianxian declared, tapping her fist against the table with an air of authority. Lu Wan nodded in agreement, and they continued to conspire in hushed tones, gradually veering off topic. "Did you get a good look at what that boy looks like? Is he handsome?" I didn't see clearly. He was facing inward. Maybe we can check again this afternoon? I think that's a good idea." "Oh no, I just realized I forgot to take a photo for evidence," Lin Xianxian lamented, slapping her thigh in frustration. Lu Wan shot her a glance. "We'll have another chance this afternoon. They'll definitely leave together." The two continued their whispered plotting. In classroom 3, An Nuan stood up quietly, glancing at the still sleeping Chen Mo, and stretched lazily. Yawning, she gently removed the earbuds from Chen Mo's ears, her movements tender. Chen Mo's breathing remained calm as An Nuan leaned in closer. She subtly reached out to brush aside the hair that fell over his eyes, her thumb inadvertently grazing his brow, so soft. Just as she felt an irresistible urge to caress his cheek, Chen Mo's long eyelashes fluttered, startling her into retracting her hand. She returned to her seat, stealing glances at his movements. Indeed, Chen Mo stirred awake. "Ah, you're awake?" he murmured, still laced with morning drowsiness. An Nuan stifled a laugh and nodded. What was it about Chen Mo that made him seem so endearing in this moment? Contemplating this, she took a sip from her water bottle. Chen Mo, still somewhat groggy, forced himself to shake off the sleepiness, offering an apologetic smile as he made his way out of the classroom. "I need to splash some water on my face to wake up." The afternoon classes continued with revisions and explanations. The teachers remained fervent until the bell rang, at which point the students collectively exhaled in relief. Amidst the chattering chaos, that day's lessons came to a close. The sunset was still breathtaking, the distant horizon painted with layers of crimson, while the stairwell of the teaching building glimmered with a golden hue. The red walls appeared more pronounced, radiating a soft glow. From afar, the descending figures were indistinct, their shadows elongated. Lu Wan and Lin Xianxian hid in the shade of a large tree beside the teaching building, peering ahead as they chattered excitedly. "Look, they're coming out. He's quite tall, but I can't make out his features. Let me see. His hair is long like wild grass. It gives off a certain vibe. Getting closer. His eyes are really nice. He must be quite handsome." Chen Mo and An Nuan walked side by side, having crossed the playground towards the school gate, while the two girls stealthily followed behind. Chapter 33. Transforming the non-mainstream. The little sisters trailed behind as Chen Mo and An Nuan strolled leisurely past a large palm tree beside the school gate. An Nuan turned to Chen Mo. Mo, I might be a bit late heading to the old house today. Is something going on? Chen Montak inquired. Well, I'm taking my 2 friends for a makeover today. An Nuan replied, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Chen Mo quickly understood, recalling that An Nuan had mentioned wanting to help her friends with their transformations. Seeing that he had no objections, An Nuan took out her phone and made a call. At that moment, Lin Xianxian, hiding beside the gatekeeper's booth, fumbled with her phone, her voice a bit too loud. The girls, not far from An Nuan, heard the ringing and exchanged puzzled glances. Their eyes widened in shock as Chen Mo turned to look as well. What an eyesore. Suddenly, 2 girls sporting non-mainstream hairstyles emerged, one slender, the other slightly plump. Once discovered, they ceased their attempts to hide, feeling a momentary embarrassment before regaining their usual demeanor. Approaching Chen Mo and An Nuan, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan circled around them, wearing somewhat peculiar smiles. An Nuan, slightly annoyed, remarked, could you 2 act a bit more normal? The 2 regained their composure, casting curious glances at Chen Mo. They didn't tease An Nuan and Chen Mo, but their expressions were rather mischievous. Nuan, where are we going to get our hair cut today? Lin Xianxian inquired, eyeing Chen Mo once more. Feeling slightly awkward under their gaze, he averted his eyes toward a nearby flower bed. An Nuan shot the 2 girls a stern look. Just follow me. She turned to Chen Mo. Mo, let us go. Chen Mo nodded, and they walked ahead, with the 2 friends trailing behind. They hailed a taxi, and Chen Mo took the front seat. Under An Nuan's direction, the taxi stopped at an unremarkable hair salon not far from the old house. It wasn't a particularly fancy choice, just a regular establishment on the street. Upon seeing Chen Mo and An Nuan arrive, Tony, the stylist, silently praised how beautiful the girl was. However, noticing their blue and white school uniforms, he realized that this job wouldn't yield much profit. Inside, 2 customers were already getting their hair cut, but the salon wasn't busy. With a pleasant demeanor, Tony welcomed the 4 of them. But his eyes brightened when he spotted the 2 non-mainstream girls following behind. This job would surely bring him a more generous commission. Non-mainstream hairstyles were far more complex than simple trims. As soon as An Nuan unleashed her sales pitch, her words disrupted teacher Tony's forthcoming demonstration. Let us go ahead and give them both a haircut just like mine, she declared. Teacher Tony's smile gradually faded, and with a hint of disappointment, he instructed his apprentice to take Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan to wash their hair first. Turning to Chen Mo, An Nuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Amontak, would you like to get a haircut too? Chen Mo ran his fingers through his hair and nodded. Indeed, it was time for a trim. With the warm weather approaching, he had been contemplating this, although he had always gone to the nearby salon, which charged a mere 10 yuan. A glance at the prices here revealed a steep 35. An Nuan, perceptive to Chen Mo's expressions, simply smiled, choosing not to comment further. She respected his choices now, believing that once their relationship deepened, she could assist him with his image management later. This prospect excited her, yet she understood that excessive involvement at this stage would only make Chen Mo uncomfortable. Gazing at her gentle smile, Chen Mo found himself unable to voice his objections. Yes, I'm also planning to get a haircut, he finally admitted. An Nuan waved to Teacher Tony, requesting, could you personally cut his hair? Teacher Tony assessed Chen Mo's hair and gestured for a moment. With your looks, a proper hairstyle would make you absolutely stunning. An Nuan felt elated by this compliment, fully aware that Teacher Tony was trying to encourage a sale, but she didn't mind. After all, he was praising Chen Mo, slightly taken aback by the enthusiasm directed at him, took a step back and replied, that won't be necessary. Just a trim will suffice. Teacher Tony glanced at An Nuan, seemingly seeking her approval. It was evident to any onlooker that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Following his lead, An Nuan took Chen Mo's backpack and found seat. Soon, Chen Mo was led away to wash his hair, and shortly thereafter, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan, with their damp hair, settled down beside her, casting her longing glances. Ignoring their expressions, An Nuan opened Chen Mo's backpack, peering inside with a sense of unease. Within, she discovered numerous test papers, which she began to sift through, feeling a hard object in the backpack's compartment. She glanced around nervously before retrieving an old-fashioned pencil case. The cartoon designs on it had faded, and its edges gleamed with a metallic sheen. Holding the pencil case in both hands, An Nuan gently caressed it. She recognized it and knew well what it contained. This was one of Chen Mo's little secrets, known only to him and her, well, aside from Wen Lan. Opening the pencil case with care, she found 3 neatly arranged fountain pens inside, each bearing a slightly vintage aesthetic by today's standards. She touched the 3 black pens and withdrew one, noticing the inscription on its surface, middle school. This was a cherished keepsake from Chen Mo's mother before her passing, a pen he seldom used. An Nuan understood that whenever Chen Mo missed his mother, he would take it out to gaze upon it. It represented one of the few remnants of his mother-esque love, as well as her profound affection and hopes for him. The other two pens were inscribed with high school and university. Setting aside the middle school pen, she picked up the one labeled for high school and turned it over. A phrase appeared on the pen. Though the handwriting was somewhat crooked, there will always be someone who loves you. Do not rush. An Nuan recognized this was something Chen Mo had engraved during his first year of high school. A memory from a New Year's Eve when he returned to his room from the kitchen, sobbing like a wounded puppy, tears streaming down as he etched those words. In their previous life, Chen Mo had been completely open with her, devoid of secrets. In turn, she had reciprocated with honesty, sharing everything except for that one misunderstanding. An Nuan whispered softly, her fingers dampening with emotion as she held the pen. She carefully raised her sleeve to wipe her eyes, dried the pen, and returned it to the case. Zipping up the backpack, she turned back with a smile, just as Chen Mo emerged from the salon. They exchanged smiles as Chen Mo took a seat. Just a little shorter, he instructed. Teacher Tony nodded in resignation, unable to resist one last suggestion. Come on, you really should get a hairstyle. Chen Mo shook his head, choosing not to engage further. The two girls beside him watched with dismay as their bangs were snipped away, the fallen hair symbolizing their untamed youth. Years later, they would likely cringe at the memory of their nonconformist selves, wishing they could give their past selves a stern talking to. Half an hour later, Chen Mo and the others exited the salon. Lin Xianqian and Lu Wan had styled their hair into high ponytails just like An Nuan's. Lu Wan was quite pretty, though slightly shorter than An Nuan. Her small face was quite delicate. Beside her, Lin Xianqian had a rounder face, and with a bit of weight loss, she too could be an attractive girl. The two occasionally cast glances at Chen Mo, now sporting a fresh short hairstyle, and then at An Nuan, their eyes reflecting an unspoken understanding. Chen Mo ran his hand over his shorter hair, feeling considerably refreshed. In the past, he had never given much thought to hairstyles. He simply wanted a trim to reduce the frequency of haircuts. Ignoring their gazes, An Nuan hailed a taxi, directing it towards the old residence. 30 minutes later, they were seated at the dining table, Chen Mo listening to the three girls chatting nearby. An Nuan took a sip of the cold tea before apologetically saying, "This is my fault. During the winter break, I had nightmares almost every night. My nerves were frayed, and I was in a daze. That's why I didn't reach out to you both, and I didn't inform you about the art exam either." Lin Xianqian and Lu Wan, upon hearing this, ceased their grievances, with Lu Wan expressing concern. Wan, what happened? Are you still having nightmares? What's the reason? Lin Xianqian paused her actions, worry etched across her face. Chen Mo also stopped what he was doing, glancing over at her. An Nuan smiled gently and shook her head. It's all in the past now. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, the three girls chose not to press further. An Nuan looked at her friends, her tone lightening. But don't worry, even if we don't pass, I'll take you both with me. After the college entrance examination, we'll establish our own studio. However, we need to work hard on our cultural studies during this time, and we mustn't neglect our vocal and dance lessons either. The two girls exchanged surprised glances at An Nuan's ambitious plan, finding the idea of a studio somewhat distant. Given their current levels, they were more like hobbyists. Noticing their lack of confidence, An Nuan reassured them. With me here, you can rest easy. Yet the two girls looked anything but reassured. Although An Nuan was somewhat more capable than them, she still hadn't reached the point of being able to independently run a studio. This perception was rooted in their previous understanding of An Nuan. You will see in time. Now let us eat, and afterward we'll begin our studies. An Nuan cheerfully picked up a shrimp and instinctively offered it to Chen Mo's bowl. It was only halfway through that she realized it might be inappropriate, but she didn't dwell on it. After a meal, she placed it in his bowl. Chen Mo, engrossed in his meal, coughed lightly. This shrimp is tasty. You should all have some. The two girls nodded eagerly, their eyes shining with anticipation. After finishing their meal, Lin Xianqian and Lu Wan were assigned by An Nuan to fetch the test papers, for which she had prepared thoroughly. Chen Mo and An Nuan were washing the dishes in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. After a brief moment, Chen Mo broke the stillness, asking, "Your singing is truly enchanting. Do you intend to write your own songs in the future?" An Nuan, with a hint of pride, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I aspire to become a grand star. What do you think, Imo?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment, observing the confidence shimmering in the girl's eyes, and nodded in agreement. "That is undoubtedly achievable. Your external attributes are exceptional, and your singing is delightful." An Nuan's exquisite willow-like eyes crinkled with a smile, and her dimples appeared. "Imo, are you complimenting my beauty?" Chen Mo lowered his gaze, daring not to meet her eyes again, and replied, Yes, you are beautiful. In the living room, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan felt a pang of envy, but under An Nuan's commanding presence, they refrained from disrupting the atmosphere between the two. Sister Nuan is quite shameless in teasing her male classmates, one remarked. Well, they do make a fitting pair, the other whispered, as they glanced at the towering stack of exam papers on the table, encompassing various subjects. Chapter 34. The lychee must be quite sweet. Once everything was in place, night had already fallen. The four of them gathered in the study, sitting around a desk that was filled to the brim with exam papers. Due to the addition of 2 new members, they could not continue from where they left off the previous night. According to Chen Mo's plan, they would tackle the comprehensive science exam today. He refrained from making any comments. At this juncture, he was uncertain of the trio's abilities and needed to wait for them to finish before he could assess their performance. Taking a copy of the identical exam paper, Chen Mo commenced his work. An Nuan glanced at Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan, who then settled down to focus on their questions. When confronted with challenging items, they simply skipped ahead without asking for help. Chen Mo's brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently. The paper was quite challenging, and there were some problems he could not solve immediately. Thus he had to concede. Time was of the essence, and he aimed to complete the exam before revisiting the questions he struggled with, as An Nuan and her friends awaited his guidance. Naturally, he approached this task with seriousness, feeling a surge of pressure. After all, the trio's varying levels of proficiency made it significantly more challenging to maintain a steady pace compared to working with An Nuan alone. Nevertheless, it also served as an opportunity for him to develop and strengthen his own skills. The study was enveloped in tranquility, the sound of 4 pens scratching across paper filling the air continuously. After finishing the last question, Chen Mo exhaled softly and checked the time on his phone. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Stealing a glance at the progress of the 3 girls, the disparities were glaringly evident. An Nuan had completed most of her work, and with another half hour, she would be done. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan had barely reached the halfway mark. Calculating the time, they had been working for about an hour and a half, while the comprehensive science exam only allowed for 2.5 hours, raising concerns about their pace. An Nuan lifted her head and winked at Chen Mo. He pointed toward the outside and quietly slipped out. He needed a moment to unwind, to organize his thoughts while waiting for the 3 to finish. Stealthily making his way to the living room, Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings before heading to the restroom. This old house had been renovated. Though it appeared aged from the outside, the interior was meticulously designed, showcasing a subtle Chinese aesthetic that was not overly antiquated. Inside a restroom, he noticed An Nuan's toiletries, a pink toothbrush that looked relatively new, presumably replaced not long ago. Chen Mo turned on the faucet, splashed some water on his face, and felt a bit more rejuvenated. He refrained from touching An Nuan's belongings, but caught a whiff of a familiar woody fragrance emanating from a small blue bottle resting on a shelf. Unfamiliar with the brand, he read the inscription in English, Chanel. It was likely the perfume An Nuan often wore. Wiping his face dry with a towel, Chen Mo made his way to the backyard. Pushing open the small gate, he found a modest yard with a robust lychee tree, its blossoms in full bloom. Unable to resist, he moved closer and noticed a swing beneath the tree, likely a relic of An Nuan's childhood playtime. Sitting on it, he surveyed the surroundings, illuminated by the light of a street lamp, which dispelled the darkness. Sitting quietly, inhaling the faint fragrance of lychee blossoms, he felt himself relax. Closing his eyes to savor the rare moment of tranquility. In the study, An Nuan rubbed her sore wrist and, upon lifting her gaze, caught sight of Chen Mo sitting on the swing in the backyard through the window. As she watched, the scene before her morphed into one of the 2 of them together on the swing, the lychees on the tree ripe and ready for picking. The bright red fruit dangled from the branches as the boy reached out to pluck one, grinning as he peeled it and offered it to her. "I want you to feed me," she said. The boy displayed a hint of exasperation, yet his eyes revealed tenderness. As she accepted the lychee, she was still not satisfied. She seized another from his hand, peeled it, took a bite, and beamed at the boy, whose cheeks were beginning to flush. He averted his gaze. A warm little hand wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer. He kept his eyes shut, too shy to look at the girl's increasingly close face. "Is the lychee sweet?" she teased, her smile mischievous. "Sweet," he replied, his breath quickening, the blush on his face undiminished. An Nuan blinked, and the scene shifted again. Chen Mo turned his head, his eyes bloodshot and cold. Back in the study, An Nuan shut her eyes and took several deep breaths. Rising gently, she announced, "I'm going to get something to drink." The 2 girls, engrossed in their work, looked up and realized Chen Mo was absent, exchanging glances without speaking. An Nuan stepped into the backyard, where Chen Mo, feeling a bit embarrassed, stood up. I came out here for some fresh air." "Yes, I've finished," she replied. "Shall we head back?" An Nuan nodded, glancing at the towering lychee tree. When they're ripe, I'll take you to pick some. Chen Mo, curious, asked. They must be quite sweet, right? An Nuan's smile softened, and she replied softly, yes, sweet. After sipping some red tea and waiting a while longer, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan finally sighed and set their pens down. Chen Mo, grinning, took the 3 exam papers and quickly skimmed through them. The more he read, the deeper his frown became, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Upon noticing the 3 girls staring at him, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Well, it's not that bad. There is still plenty of room for improvement. The 2 girls rolled their eyes in response, remaining silent, and one stifled a laugh, biting her lip as she gently tapped Chen Mo on the shoulder. This affectionate gesture was the 3rd of its kind, and Chen Mo kept his eyes straight ahead. Let us begin, starting in order. Chen Mo spread out the exam papers and commenced his explanations, naturally focusing on the questions the trio struggled with. With each problem he tackled, he diligently elaborated on the interconnected knowledge points. Only when he noticed the clarity return to their eyes did he proceed to the next question. In the study, Chen Mo's voice flowed steadily as he spoke, occasionally jotting notes on scrap paper. The 3 girls listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. The atmosphere of learning was exceptionally harmonious. After completing a major question, Chen Mo's throat felt parched, and a bottle of red tea was handed to him. Thank you, he said, accepting the drink from An Nuan and taking a generous sip, which provided some relief to his throat, reflecting on how teachers sometimes lectured for several class periods. Chen Mo began to comprehend the challenges of being an educator. After speaking for only a short while, Lin Xianxian found her voice somewhat hoarse. She lifted her teacup, taking a sip, and nudged Lu Wan beside her with her elbow, speaking in a slightly sarcastic tone. Wan, is your tea sweet? Lu Wan deliberately affected a tone, responding, yes, sweet. An Nuan clenched her teeth, discreetly kicking Lu Wan under the table, her eyes filled with warning. However, to the 2 across from them, her admonition merely appeared as a display of irritation. This left Chen Mo feeling rather awkward, as it was clear that the 2 had eavesdropped on his conversation with An Nuan. The sarcastic banter was somewhat unbearable for him, prompting a change of subject. Let us continue. We should aim to finish the remaining material. An Nuan glanced at her phone, shook her head, and said, Mo, you should speak for another half an hour, but we mustn't return too late. Chen Mo also checked the time, realizing it was already 10 o'clock. He didn't insist on ending the discussion and hurriedly resumed his explanations. The 2 across from him were quite astute. Most concepts were grasped after just one explanation. An Nuan rarely asked questions. For her, Chen Mo's explanations were sufficient to comprehend the material. Having lived 2 lives, her intellect and reasoning were significantly sharper than those present. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the 4 began to pack their belongings. Chen Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder, and An Nuan walked him to the end of the alley. Aren't you going home today? Chen Montak inquired. An Nuan shook her head, no. We 3 are staying here tonight. As they spoke, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, walking side by side with him. The dim streetlights cast a warm glow on the alley walls, and as they turned a corner, the main road lay ahead. An Nuan intentionally walked slowly, wishing to converse more with Chen Mo. Unbeknownst to him, she had a hidden agenda. Given their current progress, with effort, they should be able to qualify for a 2nd-tier university. Yes, they're quite intelligent. They were just misguided by me previously. An Nuan said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head. Chen Mo stifled a laugh, finding it somewhat impolite. After a brief pause, he replied, but there is still an opportunity now. I believe in myself and in both of them. So you're not worried about me? An Nuan asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Well, your foundation is better than theirs, and you're quite clever. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the girl skipped lightly, her ponytail swaying with her movements, her mood evidently lifted. Turning to him with a bright smile, she declared, of course, I'm quite clever. Chen Mo quickened his pace to match hers. As they prepared to part, he sincerely looked at An Nuan and softly said, thank you, An Nuan. Instantly, she understood his meaning and replied, there is no need to thank me. You promised to tutor us, earning your due reward through your talent. You owe no one anything. Oh, and I won't charge extra for adding 2 more people. Chen Mo, initially touched, was suddenly rendered speechless by An Nuan's words, his mood lightening. Waving goodbye, An Nuan watched the taxi disappear before turning back to the old house. In the living room, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan sat upright. Upon seeing An Nuan enter, Lin Xianxian slammed a book onto the coffee table with a loud thud. Lu Wan coughed lightly, saying, the person before us. Confess quickly. What is your relationship with Chen Mo? Lin Xianxian added, when did you 2 become involved? Tell us quickly. I'll go easy on you since it's your first offense. Amused by the antics of these 2 lively characters, An Nuan took a seat across from them. The three exchanged wide-eyed glances for a moment before bursting into laughter, unable to contain themselves. They settled beside An Nuan, one on each side. Lin Qianqian asked Sister An Nuan, "Do you truly like him?" Lu Wan nodded in agreement, eager to know more. An Nuan, not wishing to conceal anything, smiled and affirmed, "Yes, I really like him." "When did you meet?" they asked in unison. Why was there no hint of this before? It suddenly appeared out of nowhere. An Nuan found it difficult to explain clearly, pondering for a moment before saying, "If I said I knew him from my past life, would you believe me?" Puffed. They both responded in unison. After a prolonged exchange, realizing they couldn't extract useful information from An Nuan, they ceased their inquiries. Back in his room, Chen Mo finished his evening routine, and it was already past 11. He opened QQ on his phone to find a message from Wen Lan. "Xiao Chun, come by when you have time. We need to discuss choosing a major." After chuckling in response, Chen Mo contemplated calling An Nuan instead. At that moment, the three sisters were huddled on the large bed, chattering animatedly. "Chill." An Nuan raised her phone, signaling them to quiet down. "Mo, are you home?" Okay, good night." Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan felt goosebumps listening to An Nuan's soft voice, and seeing the smile on her face made them feel a bit envious. After a brief silence, the two pounced on her, and the room echoed with their joyous laughter. Chen Mo set his phone down, and the sound of An Nuan's gentle voice lingered in his ears. He pulled up the blanket and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 35 reported. Today, An Nuan arrived even earlier than Chen Mo. After dropping her backpack, she looked up and winked at him, saying nothing. Chen Mo smiled and turned to see Gongzi in the back row, engrossed in his phone, feeling slightly frustrated. Just then, he had something to discuss with him. Quietly, Chen Mo approached Gongzi from behind. He was currently fixated on something on his phone, so Chen Mo leaned in closer, curious to see what was likely a post from a forum. Yuan Gang was reading intently. Chen Mo didn't disturb him and stood behind, watching. Symbian, Android, iOS, which will dominate the next decade of smartphone operating systems. Gongzi opened another post with an eye-catching title. Unable to contain himself, Chen Mo tapped him on the shoulder, causing Gongzi to jump, but he relaxed upon realizing it was Chen Mo. "What are you looking at?" Chen Mo asked, pulling over a stool to sit next to him. Gongzi, brimming with excitement, whispered, Mo, a new revolution is coming," not quite grasping the situation. Chen Mo was evidently out of the loop regarding tech news and had no idea what Gongzi was referring to. Without waiting for Chen Mo to inquire, Gongzi continued, "Smartphones. The kind that can replace computers." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke rapidly, growing more animated by the second. Once he finished, Chen Mo nodded and asked, "Seeing you so excited, do tell." Gongzi, pleased with Chen Mo's interest, began to elaborate once more. Eventually, Chen Mo understood why Gongzi was so thrilled. It related back to his earlier aspirations of applying for a software major. Mo, think about it. Smartphones require software, right? And mobile software is different from that of computers. We've hit a good era. Developing mobile software will surely yield profits, substantial profits. Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. Although he had not previously paid much attention to these matters, he was nonetheless able to grasp the underlying stakes. "So, are you planning to pursue this direction in the future?" Gongzi nodded earnestly, declaring, "Mo, I believe there is great potential here. Let us enroll in a software major together. We could truly earn a fortune." Chen Mo felt a warmth in his heart at Gongzi's words, for he had initially come to discuss this very topic. "Then let us choose this path. However, with your current standing, I fear you might struggle to gain admission." Upon hearing this dose of reality, Gongzi's enthusiasm waned slightly, but it wasn't long before he regained his fervor. "I have already begun learning C language, and I plan to study others in the future. Yet you are right. I must aim for a second-tier university, for without that, securing a job, even with skills, would be challenging." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, pleased to see Gongzi's determination rekindled. After conversing for a while, Chen Mo returned to his seat, contemplating. He inched closer to An Nuan. An Nuan, engrossed in her work, raised a slight smile, feigning ignorance of his approach. "An Nuan, I have a question for you," he ventured. She replied, continuing her task without interruption. "Gongzi and I were just discussing potential majors for the future, and he mentioned that developing software for smartphones could be quite lucrative. I've decided to pursue that field. Given your knowledge, I would like to hear your thoughts." An Nuan paused her work, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. She turned to face Chen Mo, glancing momentarily at Yuan Gang's direction before breaking into a smile. "Mo, your friend shows promise. He might become quite talented in the future. You should encourage him to strive for a good university. This field indeed offers tremendous opportunities." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Gongzi's grades might not shine, his unwavering focus on his passions was a rarity. Just like his previous tinkering with cracking software and consistent interest in technology news, he had already considered this path. And Chen Mo had encouraged him. With this affirmation, Chen Mo felt liberated from any lingering doubts. An Nuan's words had reassured him further. An Nuan, however, did not pursue the conversation any further, instead reaching into her pocket. Seeing her movement, Chen Mo quickly retrieved a large white rabbit candy from his own pocket and offered it to her. "Could you help me unwrap it?" she said softly, picking up her pen to continue working without accepting the candy. Chen Mo clearly heard her request despite its quietness. "It's just unwrapping a piece of candy," he thought to himself, recalling the night when An Nuan had offered him a white rabbit candy. It was a gesture of reciprocity, he reasoned. Without hesitation, Chen Mo swiftly unwrapped the candy and discreetly passed it to her. An Nuan, pretending to focus on her work, struggled to suppress her smile. She glanced at the candy in Chen Mo's hand but did not reach out. Instead, she slightly leaned forward, lowering her head to bring her lips closer. The motion was fluid, as if rehearsed countless times. Everything returned to its usual rhythm. Chen Mo, however, suddenly realized that his fingers felt unusually warm. It seemed as if the girl's lips had inadvertently brushed against them. The warmth spread, creeping from his fingertips to his heart, inducing a tingling sensation that made him acutely aware of his reddening cheeks. His hands, resting on the desk, fell out of place. In an impulsive moment, he reached into his pocket for another white rabbit candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. He then took out his science notes, taking a while to calm his strange emotions, allowing coherent thoughts to form from the words on the page. Meanwhile, An Nuan, noticing his heightened reaction, struggled to conceal her amusement. She turned her gaze to the window, stifling a laugh. The candy in his mouth tasted sweeter than usual, and a warm current flowed from his heart, akin to the comforting sun outside, dispelling any lingering shadows. The bell rang, bringing a hush over the classroom. An Nuan returned her attention. Having finished her candy, it was time for class. Chen Mo, feeling particularly sensitive at that moment, noticed that teacher Du's gaze towards him seemed keenly perceptive, mixed with an indescribable nuance. Beside him, An Nuan smiled sweetly, unchanged from her usual demeanor. At the podium, teacher Du withdrew her gaze and began discussing types of questions that commonly appeared on the college entrance exam, focusing on reading comprehension. In the back row, Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong exchanged glances, both recognizing the glimmers of excitement in each other's eyes. Today, a classmate took the stage, a gentle-looking boy with a hint of literary flair. He spoke passionately, his face flushed by the end, transitioning from the era of Lu Sun to Yuhua, veering off course from reading comprehension to literary evolution. Nevertheless, teacher Du expressed satisfaction, praising his extensive knowledge and leading the applause. After class, teacher Du beckoned to Chen Mo, who promptly rose to join her. As he passed by Xia Waner, he heard her say, "Looks like you got special treatment again. Could you lend me your notes for a copy?" Chen Mo nodded, quickly following teacher Du. An Nuan, seated, felt a flutter of anxiety. She sensed something unusual in teacher Du's earlier gaze. Steeling herself, she reached for the contract tucked in her bag, a hint of worry for Chen Mo gnawing at her. Throughout their walk, teacher Du remained silent, her demeanor slightly off. Chen Mo, trailing behind, did not notice. Curiously, they did not head to the office. Instead, they stopped in a secluded corner. Teacher Du turned to Chen Mo, smiling warmly. "How are your notes? Have they been helpful?" Chen Montak nodded. "I've read about a third of them. They're indeed enlightening, particularly the chemistry section, which is comprehensive." Teacher Du felt a wave of relief, but then shifted the topic abruptly. "I noticed Yuan Gang and An Nuan switched seats. That was An Nuan's idea, wasn't it?" A sudden tightness gripped Chen Mo's heart, but he maintained his composure. "Yes, it was An Nuan's suggestion." Teacher Du's steady gaze bore into his eyes, an unspoken pressure lingering in the air. "I'd like to know why." Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he pondered for a moment before replying. An Nuan asked me to help her with tutoring. She expressed a desire to improve her scores during this final stretch. He spoke truthfully, devoid of any unease. Teacher Du scrutinized his every micro-expression, and after a brief pause, she smiled. "Really?" Nodding, Chen Mo felt little need to conceal the truth, explaining, "Of course. It's not without payment. She agreed to compensate me for the tutoring." He paused, adding, 200 per day. "I truly need the money." Upon hearing this, teacher Du felt a surge of compassion. The words she had initially intended to convey suddenly became difficult to express. She was aware of Chen Mo's circumstances, having visited his home previously and gleaned insights into his family situation. She vividly recalls the time she accompanied her daughter to the bustling night market and encountered Chen Mo at Sister Zhang's fish porridge shop. She observed the expression on the face of the boy with the highest grades in their class as he approached their table with a bowl of fish porridge. His countenance was a mix of astonishment and a hint of shyness, his slender frame clad in a short-sleeved shirt, now dampened by perspiration, with hair clinging to his forehead and his face flushed from the heat. After finishing the fish porridge, Teacher Du made a point to engage Chen Mo in conversation for a while, learning that he had been working part-time here for a year. At that time, he had not yet reached his current height. Suppressing her curiosity, Teacher Du offered him a few encouraging words before allowing him to leave. On his way home, Chen Mo pondered deeply, suspecting the reason behind Teacher Du's call for him. After all, he and An Nuan were not in a romantic relationship. What was there to fear? He reassured himself, his steps growing lighter. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed An Nuan's concerned gaze. In a hushed tone, he explained, Teacher Du asked how I was doing with the notes she gave me. And then, An Nuan inquired softly. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mo replied, she also asked about your seat change. I told her the truth regarding the extra classes, and she didn't press further. As he spoke, he offered her a reassuring glance. An Nuan responded with a soft lowering her gaze to a text message on her phone before rising. I'm going to wash my hands. As she was about to leave the classroom, An Nuan glanced towards a trash can, and Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong immediately lowered their heads. An Nuan clenched her palm tightly, stowing her phone back in her pocket as she made her way downstairs. Chapter 36. Feeling deceived beneath the cherry blossom tree, Teacher Du sat on a stone bench, contemplating how to broach her inquiries as she observed a tall girl approaching in the distance. She had received a report suggesting that Chen Mo and An Nuan might be involved in a romantic relationship. Through her observations over the past few days, she had also sensed that An Nuan's sudden move to sit beside Chen Mo was somewhat unusual. Were it not for their previous lack of interaction, she might have been more certain of her suspicions. Teacher Du was all too familiar with An Nuan's demeanor before the winter break. The rebellious girl had seemingly transformed into a gentle soul. To be honest, she had been taken aback on the first day. She had intended to have a heart-to-heart with An Nuan to express her concern for this exceptional student, but before she could do so, the current situation unfolded. Perhaps it was a fortuitous opportunity to inquire together. An Nuan approached the stone table, beaming a sweet smile. Hello, Teacher Du. Teacher Du couldn't help but acknowledge that An Nuan now bore the semblance of a model student. Were it not for her prior knowledge of An Nuan's character, anyone would have praised the girl for her politeness and striking height. An Nuan, please have a seat. Teacher Du, affected by her smile, found herself smiling back, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The reason I called you today is to have a heart-to-heart. I'm genuinely pleased to see your transformation. May I ask what prompted it? An Nuan maintained her cheerful demeanor, her voice soft. I used to be thoughtless, causing you concern. Teacher Du, her words were sincere. Teacher Du had spoken to her on numerous occasions, attempting to steer her back onto the right path, but the efforts had proven fruitless, leading to her eventual resignation. Teacher Du felt a pang of empathy, instinctively nodding in understanding. An Nuan continued, my previous behavior was a form of rebellion against my father. After their divorce, he remarried. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with moisture, as though tears were on the verge of spilling. This revelation was new to Teacher Du, and seeing An Nuan in such distress tugged at her heartstrings. So that was the root of her troubles. Teacher Du realized that An Nuan had never disclosed her family circumstances before. Observing the girl as pitiful expression, Teacher Du gently comforted her. I had no idea. I'm sorry. Please don't cry. An Nuan, who had initially been somewhat theatrical in her display of emotions, found her tears cascading down upon hearing Teacher Du's words. Teacher Du felt a wave of guilt and continued to soothe her softly. After a moment, An Nuan regained her composure and smiled. It's really nothing. The reason I want to change is tied to my childhood dreams. When my mother was still with us, I aspired to be a musician. She wholeheartedly supported my dreams, but after she left, I stopped practicing my instruments. As she spoke, Teacher Du envisioned a girl abandoned by her mother, transitioning from sorrow to self-destruction. With a heartfelt sigh, Teacher Du remarked, all right, I understand. If it makes you sad, we can refrain from discussing it. An Nuan shook her head and continued, it's all right. I've moved past it. That night, I dreamed of my late grandparents. They were disappointed in my despondency, which motivated me to change and strive for improvement. Striving for improvement is commendable. It's never too late to mend one's ways. Teacher Du nodded vigorously, admiring An Nuan's radiant face, which grew increasingly pleasing to her eye. Yet, she was acutely aware that time was of the essence. An Nuan wished to gain admission to a prestigious university and needed to significantly boost her scores before the college entrance examination. Thus, I sought out Chen Mo to assist me with extra tutoring. Teacher Du understood her reasoning, but sensed something amiss, unable to pinpoint it at that moment. Since Chen Mo is the top student in our class, I feel more at ease approaching him for help. Moreover, changing seats would allow me to ask him questions more conveniently. There was also the matter of encountering him working at a shop in the night market. I had realized he had been exerting himself so much. Out of curiosity, I inquired further and discovered that he had to earn his own tuition and living expenses for college. So, I sought his assistance with my studies. He could earn some extra money while I made progress, an ideal win-win situation. Having concluded her explanation, An Nuan exhaled, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Although Teacher Du was aware of Chen Mo's family circumstances, An Nuan's revelations further deepened her concern for him. At such a young age, he was already burdened with the responsibility of saving for college. It was evident that something unknown had transpired in his life. Reflecting on Chen Mo's family situation, the reasons behind his predicament were not difficult to conjecture. Teacher Du remained silent for a while before softly stating, I understand. This arrangement will indeed benefit both of your academic advancements. After uttering this, Teacher Du observed An Nuan, noting her beauty and wondering if prolonged interaction might stir feelings in Chen Mo. However, considering Chen Mo's temperament, she dismissed the notion as unlikely. With the impending college entrance examination, her concerns lingered. Yet, she refrained from voicing them, instead offering a warm smile. It's all good. Just keep pushing forward. An Nuan responded with a sweet smile and a slight bow. Thank you. Teacher Du, I'll be on my way now. Yes, go ahead, Teacher Du replied. Watching as An Nuan walked away, her heart lightened. However, the nagging feeling that something was amiss resurfaced in her mind, prompting her to halt abruptly. Teacher Du began to piece together the realization. She had not even inquired about the seat change, yet An Nuan had volunteered that information. That Chen Mo had informed her. Exhaling softly, she reflected on the words spoken by An Nuan moments earlier, shaking her head after a while. Cunning as a fox, you have led me astray. With a sigh, she clutched her book and quickened her pace. Some matters no longer required contemplation. An Nuan's feelings for Chen Mo were undoubtedly not as simple as mere tutoring. However, that foolish boy likely remained oblivious to her intentions. Teacher Du was not a rigid traditionalist, but rather concerned that Chen Mo's performance on the college entrance examination might be compromised. It seemed prudent to take preventive measures. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to An Nuan. In the classroom, An Nuan spoke softly with Chen Mo about the recent events, revealing nothing to conceal. Upon mentioning Teacher Du's suspicions regarding their budding romance, she noticed Chen Mo visibly fidgeting, his gaze darting about, clearly uncomfortable. This version of Chen Mo was endlessly fascinating to her. He was simply too amusing. Of course, we are merely good friends. Teacher Du is already aware of it. Henceforth, such troubles should be alleviated. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. He too had speculated on this matter, yet remained uncertain whether Teacher Du had formed her thoughts independently or based on something else. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he finally asked, Do you think someone might be reporting us? As soon as he spoke, images of the two guardians of the underworld flashed in his mind, and he refrained from looking back. An Nuan remained non-committal. Who knows? Let us not allow others to spoil our mood. Chen Mo found her words to be quite sensible and chose not to dwell on the matter any further. In the back row, Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong were whispering to each other, heads lowered. Brother Hao, it seems like our plan ISNT working. Zhao Yuhao observed the two, noting their calm demeanor upon returning, and felt a surge of frustration. Initially, he had hoped to exploit this situation to irritate Chen Mo and An Nuan. After all, it wouldn't take much effort, just a word to Teacher Du in his mind. As the top student in class, Chen Mo received the most attention from Teacher Du. If she were to discover that he might be in a romantic relationship, she would undoubtedly intervene. After 3 years of nurturing an exceptional student, she could not afford to be careless at such a critical juncture. Noticing Zhao Yuhao's silence, Zhang Chong remained quiet too. Damn it, is Teacher Du really that biased? Zhang Chong remarked, to which Zhao Yuhao nodded in agreement. Never mind, we'll think of other ways. Just seeing those two makes me feel nauseous. Zhang Chong did not respond, though he understood Zhao Yuhao's feelings. This fellow harbored a strong sense of jealousy and an almost pathological possessiveness. Otherwise, there would be no reason to provoke Chen Mo. They had no real enmity, only jealousy fueling their actions. How can a shabby pauper like him claim the top spot? I, who am both handsome and talented, am being overshadowed by him. Is there no justice? Zhang Chong gently shook his head, contemplating whether to suggest that Zhao Yuhao treat everyone to dinner and karaoke this weekend. Brother Hao, what are your plans for the weekend? At this, Zhao Yuhao perked up. Let us head back to that place. Fang Yuan, that haughty girl, seems to be in a relationship. Zhang Chong, recalling the events of that night, found it hard to decide whether to share in the sentiment of mutual animosity or something else entirely. That evening, Zhao Yuhao had seen Fang Yuan chatting intimately with a boy at the bar. After some discreet inquiries and a bit of financial persuasion, he confirmed that she was indeed dating someone. Cursing her under his breath, Zhao Yuhao felt a pang of bitterness whenever he thought of it. Zhang Chong was aware that Zhao Yuhao and Fang Yuan had once been an item, though he did not know the reason for their breakup. It seemed there was a story behind it. Puzzled by Zhao Yuhao's mindset, Zhang Chong chose not to press further, since they had parted ways. What difference did it make if she started dating again? Naturally, Zhang Chong kept his thoughts to himself, as he valued the perks of being associated with Brother Hao. After a moment, Zhao Yuhao whispered, "What do you think is the most important thing to Chen Mo?" An Nuan? He scoffed. Look at him, a pitiful wretch. Does he truly believe he deserves someone like An Nuan? One must have self-awareness. What are his qualities compared to hers? Can a toad aspire to eat swan meat? After making this derisive comment, Zhao Yuhao gazed towards the front row, deep in thought. A moment later, he whispered again, the only thing he truly values, and the sole thing he can flaunt, is his grades. What if something unexpected happens during the college entrance examination, like diarrhea, a broken leg, or fainting? How would he react if he missed the exam or performed poorly? Zhang Chong shivered at Zhao Yuhao's words. That was indeed a malevolent thought. Though youthful and perhaps a bit sycophantic, he would never dare to enact such cruelty. Brother Hao, you can't be serious, can you? Zhao Yuhao, noticing Zhang Chong's startled expression, chuckled softly. What are you thinking? I'm a law-abiding citizen, merely expressing a thought. Zhang Chong nodded, feeling that Zhao Yuhao's smile carried an unsettling edge. Chapter 37. Then let us grant you an extended leave. Life in senior year was perpetually hectic and somewhat stifling. Had he adhered to the usual routine, Chen Mo's life would have been quite orderly, filled with classes, study sessions, and evenings spent at home. Previously, he had also intended to join his classmates for evening study sessions during the second semester of senior year. Chen Mo would typically return home around 11 each night, shower, and repeat the previous day's routine. Previously, he could work part-time at Sister Zhang's, timing his shifts to avoid encounters with his stepmother, Wang Zhimei, and his younger brother, as he found even the thought of meeting them oppressive. In that household, Chen Mo felt like an unwelcome stranger, having nearly severed all ties with its members, especially since entering senior year. However, An Nuan's arrival disrupted Chen Mo's plans. His classmates gradually filtered out of the classroom, and he had developed a habit of waiting until most had left before making his exit. It was unclear when this habit began, but it had persisted for quite some time. The reason was simple. He was particularly sensitive to ambiguous gazes. Since starting high school, he had grown increasingly averse to lingering in public spaces, especially during the busiest times between classes. Gradually, he cultivated this habit, fearing any gaze, whether benevolent or malevolent, rooted in a deep-seated insecurity typical of a teenager. After all, who could blame him for appearing so shabby? An Nuan's presence gradually helped him to care less about the scrutinizing stares. Yet, these habits had become ingrained in his life, as was the case now. Beside him, An Nuan showed no signs of impatience, quietly organizing her belongings on a desk. It was Friday, and Saturday loomed ahead, according to the study plan they had devised. From Monday to Friday, evenings were reserved for tutoring, while the weekends would be free for other arrangements. As for what those arrangements entailed, An Nuan had not disclosed them to Chen Mo, maintaining an air of mystery that made him feel slightly uneasy. Montak, you must adhere to my plans tomorrow and the day after. You are not to defy me. Do you understand? An Nuan said with a smile, her demeanor exuding a sense of control over Chen Mo. He recalled the peculiar clauses in their agreement and suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Is there something planned? As the two descended the stairs side by side, Chen Mo inquired. An Nuan did not respond to his question. Instead, she remarked, tomorrow, you should come to the old residence early. You'll find out then. Noticing her reluctance to divulge more, Chen Mo offered a resigned smile and chose not to press further. After all, he had already committed his time to her, and he resolved to honor the spirit of their agreement. Reflecting on his earlier intentions, he concluded that the sooner, the better, and decided to request a day off. The notes provided by teacher Du were quite insightful, and over the past week, he had gained immeasurable benefits from them. Thus, he contemplated delivering them to Wen Lan sooner rather than later, while also fulfilling his prior promise to treat her to a meal. He needed to save some money as well, for he had been too preoccupied with responsibilities to attend to his own affairs. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Mo unconsciously slowed his pace, and Nuan sensed the boy beside her seemed preoccupied. She matched her stride to his slowing pace. Before Chen Mo could speak, An Nuan ventured, Mo, what are you thinking about? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Mo recalled that An Nuan had suggested he come early tomorrow, indicating she likely had plans. With an apologetic smile, he shared his intention. "I'm sorry, An Nuan, but I would like to take a day off tomorrow." Upon hearing his words, An Nuan's heart inexplicably jolted. Chen Mo led a remarkably simple life, devoid of any entertainment or the typical experiences one would expect for a boy of his age. A relentless drive pushed him to toil for money and strive for excellent grades. His greatest aspirations, aside from gaining admission to a prestigious university, centered around saving money to prepare for an independent life ahead. She was acutely aware of this. Now, however, Chen Mo was requesting a day off, indicating that something significant must be afoot. It was rare for him to abandon his pursuit of income, and An Nuan had a nagging suspicion about his intentions. Noticing the joy in her expression waning, Chen Mo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He wondered if An Nuan would refuse his request. After all, if she did, he would find himself in a difficult position. Is it not possible? Chen Montak Momulit. An Nuan snapped back to reality, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure. She adjusted her expression and, with a bright smile, asked, "I'm Mo. Do you have something urgent to attend to?" Chen Mo was forthright, divulging his plans. "I need to meet my friend Wen Lan to make a copy of the notes from teacher. Do she really needs them? And I have some personal matters to address as well. So is that all right?" An Nuan's mind became tumultuous at the mention of Wen Lan. Naturally, she was not keen on the idea of Wen Lan and Chen Mo spending too much time together. The contract they had previously devised primarily served to ensure that Chen Mo would have little opportunity to meet with her. When the time was right, she wished to accompany Chen Mo to meet Wen Lan, and they could address her as sister. It seemed like a delightful prospect. However, the current situation felt like a deviation from her plans, and An Nuan disliked this sense of losing control. Yet, looking into Chen Mo's cautious eyes, her heart tightened, and she suddenly felt a sense of acceptance. She could not force the boy before her, nor did she wish to. Nevertheless, she still preferred not to have Chen Mo and Wen Lan together for too long. After a moment of contemplation, she softly said, "Then I will grant you a half-day off. You must come find me by noon. Time is of the essence." Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded happily. "All right, half a day it is." An Nuan's earlier displeasure dissipated, and seeing Chen Mo's joyful demeanor brought a smile to her lips. They reached a mutual understanding, their steps becoming noticeably lighter. "How about we finish the test papers tonight and then go for barbecue?" Chen Mo readily agreed, nodding his assent. Upon exiting the school gate, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan were already waiting for them. The four hailed a cab and made their way to the old residence. Through the recent days of collaboration, Chen Mo had come to grasp the true academic levels of the trio, and he had become more adept at explaining concepts. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan were not particularly poor students, and aside from a few moments that occasionally gave him a headache, the sessions were generally quite manageable. Tonight's test was yet another simulated exam for comprehensive science. With the inclusion of the other two, their pace was naturally not as swift as before. But Chen Mo was confident that their speed would improve with time. At 10:15 in the evening, Lin Xianxian rose, cheering as she celebrated the completion of the test paper in her hands. Beside her, Lu Wan maintained a more subdued demeanor, though a smile was barely contained at the corners of her mouth. An Nuan raised her red teacup and clinked it with Chen Mo's. "To our grand dreams, cheers!" In the study, they relaxed, each feeling a sense of accomplishment. The atmosphere of collective learning and improvement was truly infectious, igniting everyone's competitive spirit. Being 18, the youthfulness of their age fueled their sense of achievement. Chen Mo relished this moment, gazing at the desk cluttered with densely written papers, a profound sense of satisfaction filling his chest. The confident smile that spread across his face caused An Nuan to subconsciously clench her fists in delight. She adored this version of Chen Mo, free from negativity. This was the person he was meant to be. "Mo, you should smile more. Your confident self is truly handsome." Upon hearing her words, both Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan collectively shushed her. Chen Mo felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks as that unique softness reappeared in An Nuan's gaze. Taking a sip of tea to mask his embarrassment, Chen Mo began tidying the papers on the desk. An Nuan shot a look at the other two. "Hurry up and clean up. We're going out for a late-night snack." The atmosphere in the study brightened once again. After nearly 4 hours of intense mental labor, they all felt a pang of hunger. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, walked alongside An Nuan in the alley. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan lagged considerably behind, clearly having no intention of playing the role of the third wheel, perhaps due to An Nuan's previous instructions. The two murmured quietly to each other, their words inaudible to Chen Mo. The night breeze was gentle, carrying a subtle floral scent, though it paled in comparison to the fragrance wafting from the girl beside him. Under the streetlights, their shadows occasionally separated and then intertwined, Tomorrow, I actually plan to take you with us to meet the teacher my father arranged for me. Besides the vocal instructor, there is also a dance teacher. An Nuan quietly shared her plans with Chen Mo. So learning music, is this complicated? Will be very difficult? Chen Mo asked, his curiosity piqued, as he was not well versed in such matters. An Nuan explained, well, it's not too bad. I'm quite confident when it comes to instruments. However, that's just the beginning. I aspire to become a superstar, so I need a professional teacher to refine my vocal techniques. I adore the stage, the spotlight, and dancing, so I must pursue expertise in those areas as well. As Chen Mo observed An Nuan's growing excitement and the gleam of ambition in her eyes, he couldn't help but feel happy for her, having a goal and striving towards it, with all its accompanying trials and tribulations, undoubtedly brought forth a profound sense of achievement. A superstar, huh? Once you become one, will I only get to see you at your concerts? Chen Mo made a jest, only to be met with a playful punch on the shoulder from An Nuan, who tightly clenched her small fist. She pouted, saying, what are you talking about? We are, after all, good friends. Indeed, when the time comes, I will seek your autograph, and I shall ask for many. Of course I will oblige. Well then, I shall sell it for a handsome sum. Chen Mo teased. Montak, you are quite insufferable, despite having his foot stepped on. An inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped Chen Mo, observing An Nuan pretending to be angry as she walked ahead. A gentle smile spread across his face as he quickened his pace to catch up. Behind them, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes in unison. The once dominant sister had transformed into a pure-hearted love warrior, and they were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding romance. For watching others fall in love was far more intriguing than experiencing it themselves, although they had not yet reached that level. Both believed that Chen Mo could not possibly escape the grasp of Sister Nuan. She was far too skilled at this game, and with her looks, she had an unfair advantage. Last night, the three of them engaged in playful banter, during which Chen Mo had dominated the conversation. Naturally, the two girls dismissed An Nuan's claims of past life, and regarding any other reasons, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. They could only attribute it to Chen Mo's exemplary student image. Indeed, his short hair and absence of glasses made him quite handsome. A rebellious high school girl falling for the reclusive, good student, willing to transform herself for his sake. The more they speculated, the more thrilling it became. Sister Nuan was putting on quite an act. Yes, pretending to be innocent, like a little lamb. How disingenuous. They whispered, quickening their pace. Chapter 38, Under the Night Sky. Not far from the old residence lay a vibrant night market. Although it lacked the hustle and bustle of the fish kanji shop, where Chen Mo previously worked, a considerable crowd had gathered. Shortly after catching up to An Nuan, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan joined them. Aside from Chen Mo, they were quite familiar with the area and swiftly located delicious food stalls. Sister Nuan, I want to eat seafood. Lin Xianxian eagerly stepped forward, grasping An Nuan's hand and shaking it playfully. Lu Wan seized the other hand, licking her lips with desire gleaming in her eyes. Chen Mo quietly observed the three sisters' antics. You truly lack consideration. Should you first inquire what teacher Chen wishes to eat? An Nuan sighed, glancing at her two companions. Immediately, they turned to Chen Mo, with Lu Wan sweetly coaxing, Teacher Chen, you've worked the hardest tonight. How about we treat you to seafood? An Nuan's eyes sparkled with mirth as she turned her gaze to Chen Mo, leaving the decision in his hands. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. He didn't particularly care about what they ate, as long as they were happy. With a confirmed answer, the two girls released An Nuan's hands and dashed ahead, exclaiming, we'll grab a spot. You two hurry up. With that, they vanished from sight. An Nuan smiled at the two running ahead, feeling a hint of nostalgia. Youth is truly wonderful. Chen Mo felt a bit puzzled. Her words implied that she was no longer young. Realizing her slip, An Nuan noticed the strange expression on Chen Mo's face, and for once, displayed a hint of bashfulness in front of him. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, choosing not to elaborate. Mo, you must keep your word. It won't do if you arrive late tomorrow. After meeting your friend, let's have lunch together, all right? Upon hearing An Nuan's request, Chen Mo felt a bit conflicted. Tomorrow, aside from delivering notes to An Nuan, he had also promised to treat her to a meal, a commitment he had made long ago and did not wish to break. Apologetically, he replied with a smile, I'm sorry, An Nuan, but I promised Wen Lan I would take her out to lunch tomorrow. An Nuan lowered her head, saying nothing, her brow furrowed and her lips bitten in a display of discontent. She appeared somewhat unhappy, and an inexplicable pang of guilt welled up within Chen Mo, an emotion that felt oddly misplaced. The two continued walking in silence, and, after a few minutes, Chen Mo's guilt deepened as he noticed An Nuan still with her head down. He felt compelled to explain further, saying, I've had this meal plan with her for quite some time. I'll come find you right after, all right? For some reason, he felt an urge to clarify, not knowing why he felt the need to say those words. Maintaining her hurt expression, An Nuan tried her best to appear wronged. Hearing his soft explanation filled her with joy. He cared about her feelings, and he didn't like seeing her upset. Was it guilt or sympathy? An Nuan pondered, unable to suppress the smile creeping on her lips. Lifting her head, she said, "Well, since you've shown such a sincere attitude, I shall let it slide this time. We must uphold the spirit of our agreement." Chen Mo felt a weight lift off his shoulders and laughed in relief. "So, are you all starting dance lessons tomorrow?" he inquired, intrigued by Nuan's mention of a dance teacher. "Well, I actually have some foundational skills, but those two are in for a rough time," Nuan replied, her expression gleeful as she spoke. Chen Mo, puzzled, asked, "Is learning to dance very difficult?" For their age, it was indeed somewhat late to start, but not impossible. It would just require considerable effort. Nuan smirked as she continued, "Mo, stop right there." Not fully understanding her request, Chen Mo complied and halted in place. Suddenly, he was astonished. "You, what are you doing?" he stammered. Before him, Nuan stood firmly on her right foot, raising her left leg gracefully into a perfect split. With her hand supporting her elevated leg, she maintained her balance effortlessly. Witnessing the surprise in Chen Mo's eyes, she raised an eyebrow in triumph, pride radiating from her. After holding the pose for several seconds, she lowered her leg and smiled brightly. "Now, do you understand?" Chen Mo nodded repeatedly, utterly impressed. "You're incredible. I never expected you could do that. Truly remarkable." Unable to contain his admiration, he gave her a thumbs up. He was genuinely taken aback by Nuan's impressive display of strength and flexibility. Although he was not familiar with the fundamentals of dance, her performance had truly captivated him. Seeing his reaction, Nuan beamed. "Just wait until tomorrow. You'll see them struggle with their stretches." Chen Mo glanced at his own legs, shivering at the thought. The image was too brutal. Nuan's earlier display had already attracted the attention of several onlookers, and she tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, leading him forward. With her hand grasping his sleeve, Chen Mo jogged alongside her. Her high ponytail bounced with each step, the breeze carrying her delightful fragrance. Making Chen Mo tighten the straps of his backpack, feeling an unfamiliar sensation rising within him. His spirits lifted. He felt an unparalleled sense of ease and comfort. They ran quite a distance before Nuan finally released Chen Mo's sleeve. Panting slightly, she turned to him, breathless. "Are you tired?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. "Not at all. Let us go eat." Not far ahead, they arrived at a bustling seafood stall where Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan eagerly stood, waving at them. As Chen Mo settled at the table, he graciously accepted the chilled tea that Lin Qianqian had handed him, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. "Have you both placed your orders?" Nuan inquired. The two nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that they had indeed made their selections, and would order more if necessary later. Chen Mo opened the tea he held and placed it before Nuan. Naturally, she accepted it and, in exchange, handed him her own drink, winking at him cheerfully. "Thank you, Mo." The two seated across from them shivered at the sweet, melodious sound of Nuan's voice, poised to tease her when, at that moment, the owner of the seafood stall arrived with a platter. The dish featured an array of grilled seafood, alongside various vegetables. The four raised their glasses of tea in a toast, and Nuan picked up a skewer of grilled shrimp, placing it onto Chen Mo's plate. As Chen Mo donned his gloves and was about to express his thanks, Nuan interrupted. "Mo, could you do me a favor and peel the shrimp for me?" Chen Mo chuckled softly and nodded, deftly peeling a shrimp and placing it on her plate. Nuan raised her eyebrows at the two across from them, dipped the shrimp meat in sauce, and then returned it to Chen Mo's plate. "You should have the first one. Consider it a reward for your efforts in peeling shrimp for me." Chen Mo instinctively nodded, only to realize that Nuan's logic seemed slightly askew. Across the table, Lu Wan observed Nuan's antics while biting into a skewer of squid with considerable force. Lin Qianqian, having peeled a shrimp shell, dipped it vigorously in the sauce before savoring it. "Wan, this shrimp is quite tangy," Lu Wan remarked, setting down her squid skewer to sip her tea. "Then help me peel one, and I'll see if it's really that tangy." Nuan placed a grilled oyster onto the plates of the two girls, saying, "Eat more to keep your mouths busy." As she watched the playful banter among the trio, Chen Mo focused on peeling shrimp, unbothered by their teasing. This was an experience he had never encountered before, lighthearted and delightful. After a moment, the three resumed their conversation about meeting the two teachers Nuan had arranged for the following day, while Chen Mo listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in the KTV hall, Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong remained seated at the same spot they had occupied that fateful night. One was sipping from a bottle of beer. At the bar, Fang Yuanyuan stole glances at them, her heart racing with anxiety. It was evident they were there for her. However, she felt powerless. After all, she couldn't just shoo them away. The young man beside her placed a fruit platter on the bar and signaled to the waiter to take it away. Seizing the rare moment of leisure, Fang Yuanyuan approached a boy she had recently started dating, their relationship still in its tender phase. The boy had been waiting at the bar for quite some time, and, seizing the opportunity, he whispered, "Yuanyuan, tomorrow I'll take you to that store to buy that dress you liked, and then we can catch a movie." "Oh no, that dress is quite pricey," she replied, hesitating. Neither of them were particularly wealthy, and the dress cost over 300. She didn't want him to spend extravagantly. The boy shook his head, about to speak, but another order came in at the bar, prompting Fang Yuanyuan to apologize with a smile before she returned to her work. In the dim light, not far away, Zhao Yuhao took another sip of beer, feeling a slight itch in his teeth. "What are your plans? How go?" Zhang Chang asked. He found it hard to understand why Zhao Yuhao was so fixated on Fang Yuanyuan. If he still had feelings for her, it didn't seem that way. After all, they had broken up long ago, and he was unclear on what Zhao Yuhao truly desired. Zhao Yuhao remained silent, merely stating, "Today, we'll wait for her to finish work. I want to see where she lives." Zhang Chang took a gulp of beer, choosing not to comment further. They both stood up, and Zhao Yuhao glanced at the boy still sitting at the bar, chuckling softly before pulling Zhang Chang back to their private room. Back at the seafood stall, Chen Mo rubbed his stomach, feeling quite full from the meal. An Nuan handed him a napkin, glancing at the heap of shrimp and crab shells on his plate, her heart swelling with sweetness. Earlier, Chen Mo had peeled shrimp for her, though she had returned most of it to him. As the clock ticked towards 11, the four finished their meal and leisurely made their way out of the night market, bidding farewell to An Nuan and her friends, while Chen Mo closed the taxi door behind him. An Nuan and her friends are driven home by Uncle Li, and upon arriving, they noticed the lights still on, indicating that Jiqing was waiting for her. After a moment's thought, An Nuan turned to Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan in the back seat, saying, "Wan, Qianqian, why don't you two go chat with my dad first? I need to speak with Uncle Li about something." Having visited An Nuan's home before, they were familiar with the dynamics, though previously, An Nuan and her father had not been on good terms, leading to only polite exchanges when they met. Recognizing that An Nuan needed to speak with Uncle Li, they opted to wait nearby in a pavilion. Inside the car, An Nuan turned to Uncle Li and spoke softly, "Uncle Li, I need to talk to you." Curious, Uncle Li glanced at her, noting her serious expression, and raised the car windows. "What is it, Nuan?" he inquired, his interest piqued. "I would like to ask for your help in keeping an eye on someone." The moment her words left her lips, Uncle Li's brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded An Nuan. "Nuan, what are you planning?" His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as he grasped the implication of her request. Uncle Li was not just An Nuan's driver. Aside from shuttling her to and from school, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Having worked with Jiqing in the seafood business for many years, he had seen and experienced much, easily discerning the coldness in An Nuan's eyes. He required an explanation. 10 minutes later, An Nuan emerged from the car with a bright smile. Uncle Li, seated inside, allowed a soft sigh. He felt compelled to assist An Nuan, but knew he couldn't disclose this to Jiqing, which put him in a difficult position. Chen Mo returned home half an hour later. After washing up, he retrieved the iron box that had been given to him by Sister Zhang. Inside lay his wages, and he intended to deposit the money the following day. Contemplating his plans for tomorrow, Chen Mo placed the iron box beside his pillow and sent An Nuan a message to let her know he had arrived home. Shortly thereafter, he received a reply. "Good night, An Nuan." Observing the playful emoji, Chen Mo pondered for a moment before responding, "Good night, An Nuan." Meanwhile, An Nuan sat at her bedside with her notebook, wrinkling her nose. "An Nuan, why can't you just call him Wan?" She muttered softly, then picked up her phone to check a message from teacher Du that had come after their discussion. "An Nuan, I am delighted to see the changes in you. I hope you and Chen Mo can progress together. Gaining admission to your desired university is paramount. Everything else is secondary. The journey ahead is long, and the order of certain matters is crucial." Reading teacher Du's tactful message, An Nuan shook her head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I'm the person who most wishes for him to thrive." After sending her message, An Nuan continued browsing the previous webpage. A while later, her phone chimed. "Sure, the teacher can rest assured now." Upon reading teacher Du's reply, An Nuan set her phone aside, a smile playing on her lips. Chapter 39, The Fly. Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan entered, clad in cartoon-patterned pajamas, identical to the ones worn by An Nuan. This was the same style they had previously purchased together, featuring the beloved character Dormon. The two playfully tussled as they approached An Nuan, gazing at the screen of her laptop. An Nuan was engrossed in last year's college admission information from Jianghan. meticulously compiling the required Gaokao scores for various majors. This effort was, of course, aimed at her two dear friends. In her plans, she envisioned both of them accompanying her to Jianghan, ideally enrolling in the same university. If that proved unattainable, then, at the very least, they would attend a university in Jianghan. She regarded the two as invaluable allies in her aspirations, confident in her ability to guide them towards a brighter future. Observing her fingers deftly navigating the spreadsheet, both girls leaned in with curiosity. System 1, what are you up to? Lin Qianqian inquired, pointing at the data on the screen. An Nuan continued her task, switching pages without missing a beat. Naturally, this is for both of you. I envision the best scenario where you both can enter the same university as me. If that doesn't happen, we'll have to explore other options. Once I finish this, you can take a look and have a clearer understanding. But fret not, given the current circumstances, as long as you persist with your studies. There shouldn't be any significant issues. Lu Huan, attentively observing, nodded. The feeling of having someone to guide them was truly reassuring, and upon hearing An Nuan's resolute words, her previous worries dissipated instantly. Reflecting on the progress made in today's tutoring session, Chen Mo had indeed been thorough and earnest. They both managed to keep pace with his explanations. System 1, we'll follow your lead. However, the thought of turning our hobbies into careers makes me a bit anxious, Lu Wan expressed, glancing at Lin Qianqian, who mirrored her uncertainty. After all, neither had formally trained in their chosen fields. Their skills were merely at the level of enthusiastic amateurs. Initially excited by An Nuan's discussion of future plans, the subsequent silence left them feeling somewhat lost. An Nuan set aside her laptop and looked at the two earnestly. An Nuan, Qianqian, you must have faith in me. This path is the most suitable for us. As we supplement our cultural and professional studies, I hope you can maintain the right mindset. I will lead you forward. I will never give up. The two were touched by her words. The maturity and confidence she exuded could no longer be concealed. Their faith in her deepened upon witnessing her formidable self-assurance, and their feelings of confusion gradually faded. Their choices were, in fact, limited. Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan nodded in agreement, confidence illuminating their faces. An Nuan's presence was immensely reassuring, akin to a captain steering a ship through tumultuous seas. An Nuan glanced at the time, closed her laptop, and set it aside. Regarding the conversation she and Chen Mo were summoned for by Teacher Du, she outwardly maintained her composure, though internally she had already surmised who was orchestrating the mischief. As for Zhao Yuhao in their class, she had no intention of confronting him just yet. Some grudges transcended lifetimes. Now that Zhao Yuhao had emerged like a bothersome fly to irritate her and Chen Mo, she might as well squash him, just as she had in her past life. Contemplating this, An Nuan turned to Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan, a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Tomorrow will be quite arduous, An Nuan and Qianqian, so brace yourselves. It's getting late. Let us rest. The two had intended to inquire about the relationship between An Nuan and Chen Mo, but since she had always been reticent, they were naturally reluctant to let the matter drop. One of them grasped An Nuan's hand, playfully shaking it, determined to extract the truth from her. An Nuan relented. I like Chen Mo, but he probably doesn't feel the same way about me yet. Are you pursuing him, then? Lin Qianqian teased. I knew it. You act like an innocuous little lamb around him. After some light-hearted banter, An Nuan noticed the inquisitive looks from her friends and adopted a serious demeanor. He means a lot to me, so please don't complicate things for me. Seeing her earnest expression, the two nodded in agreement and ceased their teasing. During their initial interactions, they had discerned that Chen Mo was rather reserved. One final question lingered. Sister Nuan, what made you fall for him? Both girls were puzzled by this inquiry. An Nuan pulled the blanket over herself and lay down, taking a moment before replying, because I just like him. It's inexplicable. Love arises without reason. The two exchanged glances, recalling An Nuan's earlier confession about her feelings for him in her past life. It didn't seem so far-fetched now. They were well aware of her past demeanor. Sister Nuan, have you perhaps awakened memories from your past life? Just like in those stories, Lin Qianqian whispered, her voice tinged with curiosity. An Nuan paused, feeling her secret was about to be unveiled, a hint of anxiety creeping in. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that Lin Qianqian was referring to a past life, which clearly did not pertain to her situation. With a sly smile, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. You mustn't share this, but I have indeed awakened memories from a past life, which explains my sudden change. PFF. How boring. The two chorused, rolling their eyes at her. In this world, it often seemed that the most truthful statements went unbelieved. As the night deepened, in the KTV private room, only Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong remained, having dismissed their rowdy companions. Zhang Chong, perplexed, watched Zhao Yuhao, who was seated on the sofa, smoking, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hao, when are we leaving?" Zhao Yuhao flicked the ashes from his cigarette. "No rush." Zhang Chong, feeling resigned, poured himself a drink from the table and sipped quietly. He suspected it had something to do with Fong Yuanyuan, but Zhao Yuhao clearly had no intention of elaborating, and he dared not press further. Finally, a KTV staff member entered, apologizing, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but we are about to close." Zhao Yuhao stood and waved at Zhang Chong. "Let us go outside for some fresh air." At this hour, it was already past midnight. The two found a spot near the exit of the KTV and sat down. Zhao Yuhao's gaze was fixed ahead, unblinking. Zhang Chong, feeling a bit dizzy, forced himself to ask, "Brother Hao, are you waiting for Fong Yuanyuan?" Zhao Yuhao nodded without speaking. At that moment, KTV employees were gradually leaving in small groups. Zhao Yuhao pulled Zhang Chong into a shadowy corner. His eyes trained on the entrance. The girl named Fong Yuanyuan had just waved goodbye to her colleagues and was walking in their direction. Zhao Yuhao nudged Zhang Chong to stand up, following her at a cautious distance. Zhang Chong felt apprehensive. He had thought Zhao Yuhao was joking earlier, but now he realized he was genuinely intent on tailing Fong Yuanyuan. He simply could not comprehend Zhao Yuhao's thought process, nor did he understand what the latter was contemplating or what his intentions were. Fong Yuanyuan made her way to the parking lot, where she noticed a young man approaching her. She smiled and walked closer, and the boy pulled out a cup of milk tea from his clothing, presenting it to her with a cheerful expression. Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong stood at a moderate distance, faintly able to overhear their conversation. "I'm afraid it's cold, and you can't handle the chill, so I'm keeping it warm for you." Fong Yuanyuan appeared quite pleased and stepped forward to embrace the young man. They held each other quietly for nearly 3 minutes before parting ways. Creaking sounds escaped as Zhang Chong observed Zhao Yuhao, who gritted his teeth, his gaze dark and brooding as he stared at the couple ahead, the tension causing him to emit a noise from clenching too tightly. Zhang Chong instinctively stepped back, feeling a twinge of fear. "Those scoundrels, all of them." The suppressed words escaped Zhao Yuhao's lips, prompting Zhang Chong to retreat further, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Fong Yuanyuan had taken the young man's hand and was walking toward a motorcycle. She handed over the milk tea, and the boy, beaming with joy, took a sip. Zhao Yuhao had already moved ahead. "Oh no!" Zhang Chong thought of rushing to stop Zhao Yuhao, but he realized the romance unfolding was perhaps none of their concern. This was his reasoning, yet it was clear Zhao Yuhao harbored a different sentiment. Ever since he encountered Fong Yuanyuan that day, everything had felt amiss. Particularly, their earlier attempt to report Chen Mo and An Nuan for early romance had not unfolded as anticipated, and Zhao Yuhao was evidently more disturbed. After being met with Chen Mo's unceremonious rebuttal and An Nuan's scornful remarks about his intellect, he had been seething with frustration, seeking an outlet for his pent-up anger. Upon arriving at the KTV, he had unexpectedly encountered his ex-girlfriend, who appeared to have moved on to someone new. With Chen Mo and An Nuan beyond his reach, he found a target for his ire in Fong Yuanyuan, whom he knew to be easily manipulated. During their previous relationship, he had recognized her gentle nature and her tendency to acquiesce to his demands, even when they were rather outrageous. He reveled in that feeling of control, that perverse desire to dominate, which always stirred his blood. Yet, following that incident, they had parted ways. Had they never crossed paths again, it would have been for the best, but after more than a year, seeing Fong Yuanyuan again reignited those old feelings. However, she seemed to harbor a profound fear and aversion towards him. He had intended to quietly find her residence to contemplate their situation, only to discover she was now involved with another. As Zhao Yuhao continued forward, the gloom on his face dissipated, revealing a smile. Zhang Chong hurried to catch up, uncertain of how to proceed, hoping Zhao Yuhao would refrain from any rash actions. He had begun to surmise Zhao Yuhao's feelings. Fong Yuanyuan and her companion were preparing to ride away when they caught sight of Zhao Yuhao's insincere smile. Fong Yuanyuan shuddered, instinctively clutching the boy tighter, avoiding Zhao Yuhao's gaze. Chapter 40, The Rift. Zhao Yuhao observed the unfolding scene, straining to keep his voice low as disbelief flickered in his eyes. "Yuan, is this your boyfriend?" As Zhao Yuhao's words reached Zhang Chong's ears, a chill ran down his spine. "Who are you?" the young man on the motorcycle asked, eyeing Zhao Yuhao with suspicion. Zhao Yuhao did not respond, taking a step forward and fixing his gaze on the evasive Fong Yuanyuan. The young man sensed the tension. Dismounting to shield Fong Yuanyuan, fists clenched and expression hostile. Recognizing that Zhao Yuhao appeared more physically imposing, Zhao Yuhao took a step back, adopting a look of deep affection as he addressed Fong Yuanyuan. "Ah, how unfortunate that I've been thinking of you day and night, only to discover you've forgotten me so swiftly and found someone new." Fong Yuanyuan trembled slightly, her voice sharp as she retorted, "Stay away from me." The young man glanced at Fang Yuanyuan, then at Zhao Yuhao, stepping forward. "Who do you think you are, barking nonsense?" Zhao Yuhao retreated several steps, joining Zhang Chong and disregarding the young man's words. "I wonder if you've had that tattoo on your arm removed. If it's gone, I would be truly saddened. I personally inked that for you." Zhao Yuhao feigned heartbreak, tilting his head skyward, attempting to conjure tears. Failing to produce any, he turned and walked away with Zhang Chong. The young man intended to pursue them for answers, but halted upon hearing Fang Yuanyuan's muffled sobs, rushing to her side instead. Overwhelmed with confusion, he embraced her in a comforting gesture. After a lengthy pause, Fang Yuanyuan finally regained her composure. She peeked out, only to find no trace of Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong. The word Zhao Yuhao had spoken earlier filled her with shame and anger. Once, he had pursued her with fervor. At that time, she had found his handsome appearance and academic prowess irresistible, succumbing to his persistent advances, leading to a secret romance. Coming from a rural background, she was soft-hearted, believing she had encountered true love. However, the subsequent events haunted her with guilt, costing her future and inflicting deep emotional wounds. After that incident, she had no choice but to drop out of school, eventually finding work at the KTV only recently. She had thought the nightmare was behind her. Yet unexpectedly, she had encountered that specter once more. Fang Yuanyuan wept, feeling an icy chill enveloping her. Zhao Yuhao's prior remarks were clearly malicious, and she longed to confront him. "Please take me home. I'm so cold." The young man, filled with questions, yet aware that this was not the moment for inquiries, mounted his motorcycle and rode off with Fang Yuanyuan. Not far away, Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong sat in a taxi, pointing at the motorcycle disappearing into the distance. Instructing the driver, "Follow that motorcycle." The taxi driver complied without question, accelerating down the road. Throughout the journey, Fang Yuanyuan clung tightly to her boyfriend's waist, contemplating how to explain the situation. Zhao Yuhao's words had been exceedingly cruel, clearly directed at her boyfriend. Yet, with events having unfolded, she could only think of how to make amends. The motorcycle came to a stop in a dilapidated alley, a place teeming with transient workers. The rent was low, but naturally, the environment was far from pleasant. Fang Yuanyuan's earnings were minimal, and having only recently arrived, she could only afford the cheapest accommodation. Upon dismounting, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere turning heavy. "Who was that?" The young man broke the tension. Fang Yuanyuan's eyes reddened as she bitterly confessed, "I dated him." The moment those words left her mouth, she could feel the young man's restrained emotions swirling. "But we broke up long ago, and I have no connection with him now. Please don't misunderstand. I never intended to hide this from you." I'm sorry." Fang Yuanyuan's voice trailed off, her gaze filled with trepidation as she observed the young man, whose breathing had become erratic. His facial muscles twitched, teeth clenched, yet he remained silent. The earlier mention of the tattoo on her arm was what truly unsettled him. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Not far away, Zhao Yuhao withdrew his head and exited the alley with Zhang Chong. The objective has been achieved, and he no longer wishes to linger here. As for the subsequent developments, he will naturally inquire in due time. In the alley, the young man finally mustered the courage to ask the chilling question that left Fang Yuanyuan feeling cold all over. Therefore, he inquired, "Is the tattoo on your arm real?" He had seen the mark on Fang Yuanyuan's arm. It was not a tattoo. Rather, it was a scar that appeared to have been burnt. Upon first seeing it, he felt a pang of sympathy that lingered for quite a while. Fang Yuanyuan, understandably hesitant to reveal the truth, merely stated that it was an accidental burn. Observing her prolonged silence, the young man's heart plummeted. "You should rest. I have to go back now." The suppressed grievance in his voice pierced Fang Yuanyuan's heart like a blade. She opened her mouth to say something, but he had already turned to ride away. She rushed towards him, throwing herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "I'm sorry. I didn't intend to hide this from you. I just wasn't ready to tell you." The young man attempted to pry Fang Yuanyuan's arms away from his, but her grip was too strong, rendering him momentarily immobile. Allowing her to hold him, he eventually spoke in a weary tone. "Yuanyuan, you should really rest. I must go now." Fang Yuanyuan buried her head in his neck, whispering, "I." Ultimately, she still could not articulate her thoughts, and released him. Stepping back a few paces, with her head bowed, she dared not look him in the eye until the motorcycle roared to life, preparing to depart. At which point she cried out with a quavering voice, "Let's go watch a movie tomorrow, okay?" The young man hesitated and, after a moment of silence, did not reply. The motorcycle faded into the distance, its sound gradually dissipating. Fang Yuanyuan, dragging her weary frame, ascended the stairs to her rented room. In a daze, she fumbled for her keys, opened the door, and left the lights off. She entered her bedroom, pulled the blanket over herself, curling up and emitting muffled sobs of despair. Ha ha ha, you shameless wretch. Let us see how you find another man now. Zhao Yuhao laughed heartily, slinging his arm over Zhang Chong's shoulder. Reveling in the moment, as though the frustrations he had previously endured were finally released. Zhang Chong echoed his laughter, yet found Zhao Yuhao increasingly unfamiliar. While he had previously exhibited a hint of arrogance, he still belonged to the realm of normalcy. Now, however, Zhao Yuhao's demeanor sent shivers down Zhang Chong's spine. Casually, he shrugged off Zhao Yuhao's arm and inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do, Hao Ge?" Zhao Yuhao replied with an intensity, "I intend to ensure that the woman who betrayed me faces dire consequences." Zhang Chong found his reasoning perplexing, but dared not voice his concerns. Zhao Yuhao lowered his voice. "You know, the slimmer Fong Yuan does indeed seem different." "In what way?" "Her waist is slender now. That's a good thing. I never liked her waist before. It was a bit too thick, but being overweight had its advantages. Why am I even discussing this with you? You've never been in a relationship." As they spoke, Zhao Yuhao staggered forward. "Is this where we leave it?" Zhang Chong pursued him with a question. "It's not over yet," Zhao Yuhao continued, recalling how Fong Yuan had once been at his beck and call, igniting a fire within him. "I want to spare her. It's not just her. I plan to take away the most treasured things from those two bitches in our class." Zhang Chong shuddered at the dark expression on Zhao Yuhao's face. It was only now that he truly recognized the extent of Zhao Yuhao's twisted possessiveness and vengeful spirit. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Yuhao felt significantly lighter, and the two of them wobbled their way to Zhang Chong's home. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, in her rented room, Fong Yuan picked up her phone and dialed number. She wished to explain herself to her boyfriend. She had a premonition that if she did not clarify matters today, their relationship would surely falter. Though she was unsure if her explanation would alleviate his lingering doubts, she felt compelled to try. The call went unanswered, and Fong Yuan could no longer suppress her emotions. She broke down in tears. Within her heart, she harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Zhao Yuhao, the beast who had inflicted profound harm upon her. She reflected on their time together, recalling his excessive demands that had gradually led her into despair. In hindsight, it was clear that he had never intended for them to have a future. She had merely been a plaything. As she wept, Fong Yuan clenched her jaw tightly, gripping her phone with all her might. The tranquility of her hard-won life was shattered, and she feared losing her boyfriend along with the peace she had so recently enjoyed. Zhao Yuhao had evidently not yet relinquished his hold over her. Today's events were merely the beginning. She felt utterly lost, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chilled to the bone, time passed, though she could not tell how long, when suddenly her phone rang. Grasping it as though it were a lifeline, she wiped her tears and steeled herself. It was her boyfriend calling. After a moment of silence on the other end, he asked, "When did you and him get together?" Despite her reluctance to revisit those memories, she answered honestly, "During the second semester of our first year." The silence stretched on longer this time. After several minutes, a voice emerged from the receiver. "Is the tattoo he mentioned real?" Fong Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The truth was that Zhao Yuhao's claims were accurate. She had no grounds for rebuttal and did not wish to deceive her boyfriend. He had invested his sincerity in her, and she could not bring herself to betray that trust. "Yes," she replied softly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as the burden of deceit lifted. Even as she sensed the loss of something precious, an emptiness settled in her heart. On the other end, she could hear the faint sound of sobbing. Although it was soft, each sob felt like a hammer striking at her heart. What had you two developed to?" The tremor in his voice made Fong Yuan's breath catch. She remained silent, unable to respond. Time passed again before the call abruptly ended. Her silence had conveyed everything. There was no need for further words. Staring at the dark ceiling, Fong Yuan's eyes widened, confronted only by the vastness of darkness. Chapter 41. How much does Xiao Chun still owe me? The following day, Chen Mo rose early as usual. He had intended to sleep for a couple more hours, but his robust biological clock had him awake precisely at 6. Peering through the window, he noted that the sky was already brightening. Today promised to be a splendid day. In the spring of March, it was a splendid season of growth and renewal. Having returned late the previous night, he had forgotten to inform Wen Lan that he would visit her today. Frustrated with himself, Chen Mo quickly dialed her number. In the girls' dormitory of Zhangxing one high school, Wen Lan was sleeping soundly. Due to the distance from home, she typically returned only once a month, and with the onset of her senior year, she had even less time to go back. She had planned to wait until the Qingming festival holiday to return home. Last night, she had stayed up late solving problems with her classmates, intending to sleep in today. However, her annoying phone began to ring at that moment. As the energetic ringtone of Junja's no fashion, no spending erupted in her ears, Wen Lan, still in a drowsy haze, silenced the alarm and buried her phone beneath her pillow, returning to her peaceful slumber. On the other end, Chen Mo listened to the monotonous tone indicating that no one was answering, shaking his head in resignation. Based on his understanding of her, Wen Lan was likely still fast asleep. She typically let herself awaken naturally on weekends. At this point, he decided to call again. The detested ringtone resounded once more. And this time, Wen Lan was less foggy, forcing her large almond-shaped eyes open, instantly dispelling her sleepiness. It was a call from Xiao Chun, which brought a flicker of joy to her heart. Glancing at her still slumbering roommate, she lowered her voice and inquired, "Xiao Chun, calling me so early. Are you inviting me to a grand feast?" Her slightly irritable yet playful tone diverged from her usual demeanor, causing Chen Mo to smile. At this moment, Wen Lan's voice was surprisingly melodious. I plan to visit your school shortly. I brought you a delightful surprise," Chen Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Wen Lan quietly sat up, crossing her legs on the bed, intrigued by what Chen Mo referred to as a good thing. Covering her mouth with her hand, she whispered excitedly, "Are you really coming to see me? Quickly, tell me what the surprise is." Noting her lively enthusiasm, Chen Mo decided to keep her in suspense, merely stating, "You'll find out soon enough." "All right, I'll get ready and should arrive around 9. After ending the call, Chen Mo glanced at the time. It was still early. He resolved to read for a while before heading out at 8. Today, he intended to deliver some rice candy his aunt had made for Sister Zhang, and he also needed to deposit money and photocopy the notes given by Teacher Du. Leaving too early was impractical, as the stores had yet to open. Initially intending to work on some exercises, he reconsidered and opened the drawer to retrieve the book An Nuan had gifted him. Sitting at his desk, he found no need to turn on the light. The brown leather cover was already smooth from frequent handling. He inadvertently flipped to the page An Nuan had folded, landing on a passage marked in red ink. The soft recital of An Nuan's voice from that night echoed in his ears. Chen Mo smiled and attempted to read it aloud in his halting English, lacking the original sentiment, sounding much like a novice language learner with mechanical pronunciation. Yet he did not mind. Understanding the essence was sufficient. The passage bore profound wisdom, reminiscent of a seasoned traveler reflecting on the first half of their life, expressing a poignant sentiment. He could not relate to such experiences, only appreciating the quality of the writing. Why was An Nuan so fond of this line? Chen Mo pondered but could not discern the reason, merely assuming she, like him, found it thought-provoking. After carefully folding the page back, he opened the first page and began to read attentively, occasionally furrowing his brow at some parts he found difficult to comprehend. An Nuan and her 2 friends had also risen early that day. Lin Xianqian and Lu Wan had not returned home the previous night and were staying with An Nuan. They had done this before, mostly at the old house. Both families were aware of the close bond among the 3 girls, so there was nothing to worry about. Yawning, they each went about their morning routines while chatting. An Nuan picked up her phone and dialed Chen Mo, intending to wake him and offer a morning greeting. At that moment, Chen Mo was feeling defeated as he stared at the entirely English text of the Republic, acutely aware of the gap in his English skills compared to An Nuan's. Upon seeing An Nuan's call, he decided against looking at the book any longer and placed it back in the drawer. Her soft, sweet voice came through. "Good morning, AMO." Chen Mo couldn't help but smile, his tone softening. "Good morning, An Nuan. What is up?" "Nothing much, just checking if you're awake. I intended to remind you not to lose track of time." Chen Mo nodded, reassuring her, "I won't forget. I'll definitely make it before noon." After confirming plans, An Nuan cheerfully ended the call and headed to the bathroom. Chen Mo assessed the daylight and retrieved a light gray casual outfit from his wardrobe, along with a pair of white sneakers from the shoebox. These had been purchased during a trip to his grandmother's house for the new year, alongside Wen Lan. They were somewhat similar to what she had chosen for him, as she had insisted they suited his character well. Chen Mo had acquiesced, only to discover later that Wen Lan had bought a nearly identical set. She had claimed she was too lazy to shop further, and had taken him to enjoy some delicious food instead. This was one of the few new outfits he owned, though it was quite ordinary. Since he was taking her out for a meal today, he felt wearing his school uniform would be inappropriate. After donning the outfit, Chen Mo glanced at the black glasses on the table, but decided against wearing them, recalling An Nuan's words and worrying that doing so might worsen his eyesight. Grabbing his backpack, he quietly exited his home. He walked to the night market street and called Sister Zhang. At this hour, her shop had yet to open, as the establishments along the street were designed for residential purposes in the back. Upon receiving his call, Sister Zhang was delighted, after learning of Chen Mo's intentions. She quickly opened the store. Pulling Chen Mo inside, she accepted the rice candy he offered, teasing, "Xiao Chun, you've cut your hair and look more spirited. Is this outfit for a date?" Chen Mo quickly waved his hands, saying, "Sister Zhang, please don't tease me. I'm still a high school student. Understanding his shy nature, Sister Zhang refrained from further teasing, taking a bite of the rice candy and praising, delicious. You're thoughtful, Xiao Chen. Chen Mo felt a surge of happiness. This is made by my aunt. It sells very well over there. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Is your study pressure too much lately? You must do well on your exams. Don't forget to show me your acceptance letter when it arrives. Chen Mo nodded in agreement and chatted with Sister Zhang for a while longer before bidding her farewell. As she closed the door, she smiled softly at Chen Mo's departing figure. This lad is certainly off to meet that female classmate. She vividly recalled An Nuan's gentle appearance in a white dress from that evening, feeling genuinely pleased for Chen Mo. After depositing money at the ATM, Chen Mo found a nearby printing shop to photocopy his notes. One copy was for himself, while he intended to give another to An Nuan and Gongzi, along with copies for class monitor Xia Waner and An Nuan's two friends. The original would naturally go to Wen Lan. The copies turned out well, with no loss of clarity, though the cost was slightly painful due to the number of pages and the need for binding assistance. Boarding a bus, Chen Mo arrived at the entrance of Yizhong. He pulled out his phone to call Wen Lan. Xiao Chen, you're here? Where are you? I'll come find you right away. After informing her of his location, he didn't wait long before spotting Wen Lan emerging from the campus. Noticing her outfit, he glanced down at his own and touched his nose. He and Wen Lan were wearing matching ensembles. As Wen Lan stepped out of the school gates, her gaze fell upon Chen Mo, who was clad in a casual outfit of light gray and white sneakers, causing a smile to unconsciously curve her lips. Perhaps it wasn't entirely deliberate? She repeatedly reassured herself in her mind. Each time she encountered Chen Mo, she found herself drawn to wear similar attire, and today, they were finally in sync. A secret delight bubbled within her, amplifying the warmth of her smile. After composing her expression, Wen Lan approached Chen Mo with a cheerful demeanor, scrutinizing him for a moment before speaking. Little Chen, you got a haircut? When was that? As she spoke, she handed her black baseball cap to Chen Mo. He effortlessly caught it and replied softly, just yesterday. Wen Lan, adjusting her long hair that cascaded over her shoulders, eyed him with a hint of suspicion. Why didn't you let me accompany you to get cut today? I was afraid of owing you money, he replied. At his words, Wen Lan blinked her large almond eyes in surprise. Oh, you reminded me. Little Chen, how much do you still owe me? Without waiting for his response, she began counting on her fingers, then beamed over 600. Chen Mo chose not to engage with her fluctuating, nimble figures. The logic was beyond him. He merely nodded, and they strolled towards the campus, eventually finding a spot to sit beside the playground. Chen Mo produced the notes given to him by teacher Du and handed them over. What is this? Wen Lan asked, flipping through the pages before glancing up at Chen Mo with a playful glare. Is this your idea of a gift for me? Chen Mo nodded earnestly. This is from our homeroom teacher. It's a study summary from her daughter. I found it quite helpful. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, Wen Lan's momentary disappointment dissipated. She could feel the weight of his thoughtful gesture. It's worth it for all the kindness you've shown me. So I'll accept it, but you still owe me a grand meal. Though that can wait, let us discuss our majors. Placing the notes beside her, she glanced at Chen Mo's outfit and then at her own, realizing their shoes were even quite similar. This isn't a couple's outfit. It's a sibling ensemble, she reassured herself, suppressing the peculiar feelings within as she observed the glances from classmates exercising nearby. Chen Mo remained oblivious to the curious stares and shared his aspirations. I'm thinking of applying for the software major. How about you? I plan to apply for a mathematics program. You know, my greatest dream is to become a university professor, she replied. Chen Mo was well aware of Wen Lan's fondness for mathematics and was not surprised by her response. Little Chen, that major you're considering is quite commendable. Is it something you desire? He inquired. Chen Mo recalled Gongzi's enthusiastic endorsement of the field and chuckled, shaking his head. Not entirely. Gongzi mentioned this major has great earning potential. Wen Lan understood immediately, reflecting that it was indeed a solid choice. Imagining him as a software engineer while she pursued her dream of being a professor, she thought it was a splendid scenario. Her salary might not be substantial, but combining their incomes for a down payment wouldn't be overly challenging, and it shouldn't take long, right? With such thoughts, a rare blush crept across her cheeks. Noticing her momentary daze, Chen Mo waved his hand in front of her. What are you thinking about? Wen Lan shook off her dreamy smile and cleared her throat. Sister was just thinking, little Chen, you'll definitely earn a lot of money in the future. How about buying me a house then? She half joked, curious to see how he would respond. Chen Mo chuckled at her words, yet after a moment, he nodded seriously. Chapter 42. Yes, this is a sibling ensemble. Wen Lan caught the earnestness in Chen Mo's eyes, causing her heart to flutter. Are you serious? I was just joking. A house isn't cheap. Chen Montax meet it. yet his gaze remained resolute. He believed that any form of repayment to Wen Lan was justified, as she was the light that pierced through the darkness of his life. Without her, he knew his personality would have grown even more reclusive, perhaps spiraling into another extreme. Her encouragement and care were among the rare moments that warmed his heart. I will work hard to earn money. I'm only 18, and I'm quite confident. Chen Mo's face radiated confidence, as he felt certain he could fulfill Wen Lan's jested wish. That's too much pressure. How about we each contribute half? When the time comes to register, we can put your name on it too, Wen Lan suggested softly, her heart racing even more. It was merely an attempt to alleviate some of his burden. She meant nothing further, absolutely nothing. Her self-reassuring inner dialogue kicked in again. Chen Mo, however, perceived no wrongdoing and didn't ponder the implications. He simply thought Wen Lan was worried he might not manage the pressure. With that in mind, Chen Mo smiled gently at her and remarked, "You look down on me, don't you?" Seeing him not overthink, Wen Lan felt a sense of calm return, though a faint sense of melancholy lingered, leaving her uncomfortable. She nodded, acknowledging she had taken note of his words. At that moment, two girls in athletic attire jogged over from the far side of the playground, stretching their legs as they approached. Engaged in conversation, they were oblivious to the scene before them. The girl with a bob haircut was Lu Fong, alongside her petite friend Chen Li, who happened to be Wen Lan's dormmate. That morning, the two had intended to invite Wen Lan to join them for jogging, only to find her bed empty upon waking. They were initially curious about how she had vanished without a trace. The old Wen Lan would never have risen so early. As they trotted closer, they spotted Wen Lan in her gray casual attire, sitting beside the tall boy. Chen Li, tugged by Lu Fong, removed her earphones and asked in confusion, "What is up?" "Look over there at those two sitting beside the playground. Do you see them?" Lu Fong urged. Upon closer inspection, Chen Li's eyes widened in astonishment. "I've been wondering where Lan disappeared so early. Turns out she's here on a date with a boy." Lu Fong nodded knowingly, her demeanor calm and collected. "I didn't expect her to keep it under wraps. No wonder she rejected those flowers from that handsome boy from class 5 without a second glance. Looks like she's taken now. Oh no, the boys in our class are probably going to go berserk." Chen Li whispered urgently to Lu Fong. Wen Lan's carefree nature made her a beloved figure in class. Her excellent grades and striking looks, especially her lively almond-shaped eyes, had enchanted countless boys at school, just like the one who had previously presented her with flowers. Yet, the outcome was often disappointing. Wen Lan typically responded to eager suitors with a cheerful, "Thank you for your affection. You're a good person." If any proved particularly persistent, she would leave it to their homeroom teacher to handle, and the resolutions were generally favorable. Exchanging glances, the two girls decided to stealthily approach Wen Lan and Chen Mo. They intended to catch them in the act, their phones ready to capture evidence. Should Wen Lan deny it later, they would have proof to unveil the truth. Nature did not venture ahead of Chen Mo and Wen Lan. Instead, they deliberately took a circuitous route, silently approaching the two from a short distance behind. With a smartphone in hand, they exchanged knowing glances and captured several photographs of Chen Mo and Wen Lan, who were engrossed in lively conversation. Although they had secured evidence, the faces remained indistinct. Lu Fong, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, whispered, "Get ready." Following her cue, she cleared her throat audibly. At the sound, both Chen Mo and Wen Lan turned in unison, only to find the two of them grinning while snapping pictures. Wen Lan was the first to react, flustered and annoyed, as she sprang to her feet and rushed towards them, reaching out to snatch their phones. "What are you doing, Lan? You won't be able to get it," Chen Li exclaimed, holding her phone high and dodging to the side. Realizing she couldn't seize the phone, Wen Lan pivoted to confront Lu Fong instead. As the three engaged in playful banter, Chen Mo began to grasp the situation. He and Wen Lan were being secretly photographed. Yet, observing the cheerful antics of the trio, he refrained from intervening on Wen Lan's behalf. They must be classmates, he pondered silently. When it became clear that she had no chance of retrieving the phone, Wen Lan, panting slightly, came to a halt and exclaimed, "Your actions are illegal. Delete those photos immediately." She glared at them with her large almond-shaped eyes, attempting to issue a threat. However, Lu Fong and Chen Li appeared unfazed, continuing to jest. Lan, you're quite something. No wonder you've gone missing this early in the morning." They exchanged playful banter, leading to an awkward moment for Chen Mo. The insinuation was baseless, entirely a product of their imaginations. Noticing this, Wen Lan chose not to pursue the matter further, instead introducing Chen Mo, who had approached her side. "This is Chen Mo, my younger brother." She then proceeded to introduce him to her friends, but as the two greeted Chen Mo with smiles, their gazes towards Wen Lan shifted slightly. "This is your brother?" Lu Fong asked, her laughter tinged with an odd air. Wen Lan nodded, affirming, yes, he is the top student at Urjong. Upon hearing this, Lu Fong and Chun Li exchanged increasingly peculiar expressions, glancing at the matching gray casual outfits they wore, struggling to suppress their laughter. Fong, would you wear couple outfits with your brother? Who would do that? They chimed in unison, unable to contain their amusement, their laughter drawing the attention of those playing basketball nearby. Wen Lan felt her face flush and quickly defended. It's called sibling attire, understand? Before they could respond, she continued, you two should focus on your running. My brother and I have something to discuss. Hurry along, and I'll bring you both something delicious later. She ushered them away as if swatting at flies, anxious to prevent the conversation from veering into unpredictable territory. Wen Lan was indifferent to their misconceptions. Her primary concern was shielding Chen Mo from any undue psychological burden, especially before the crucial college entrance examinations. She was acutely aware of how significant this period was for him, and she refused to gamble with even the slightest possibility of altering their relationship to impact his academic performance. This was her bottom line. She was willing to wait until university to reveal her true feelings to Chen Mo, envisioning a time when everything would be perfect. Yet, she sensed that Chen Mo viewed her solely as an older sister. Wen Lan could feel that his gaze lacked any romantic inclination. As she pushed the two away, she glanced back at Chen Mo's expression. Indeed, he showed no signs of embarrassment, merely smiling at the scene. A fleeting disappointment washed over her. This was the dynamic she had hoped to see. As for the future, she was confident she could change their relationship. After all, they were siblings by different parents. Lu Fong and Chun Li exchanged looks, noting Wen Lan's slightly flushed cheeks, and teased, Lan, you wouldn't want your business to spread around the class. Would you? Lu Fong waved her phone playfully, lowering her voice. Chun Li added with a smirk, hey, your brother has lovely eyes. Since he is your brother, why not introduce him to me? Good thing shouldn't go to waste. Wen Lan felt a surge of anger, especially at Chun Li's comment. She reached out as if to pinch them, but they quickly darted away. I want fried chicken burgers. How about you, Li? Me too, they replied boldly, leaving Wen Lan with no choice but to concede and urge them to hurry along. Lu Fong, pulling Chun Li along, laughed as they departed, while Wen Lan approached Chen Mo, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Little Chun, don't listen to their nonsense. As she spoke, she unconsciously brushed her slightly disheveled hair from their earlier play. Her cheeks were still slightly flushed. Chen Mo shook his head. Let us go shopping. I owe you a feast. Wen Lan's eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up the notes Chen Mo had given her. Rushing over to Lu Fong and Chun Li, please keep this safe. It's very important. When I return, I'll bring you fried chicken burgers. But don't go spreading rumors. After ensuring her instructions were clear, she joined Chen Mo, and together they headed towards the school gates. Just as they stepped outside, an odd sound reached their ears. Oh my, he is just my brother. The gray outfit has such charm. Wen Lan's face turned crimson, and she shot a fierce glare back at her friends, tugging on Chen Mo's sleeve as they hurried outside. Once they had crossed the school gate, Wen Lan, breathless, gazed at the traffic across the street and reached up to smooth her bangs. Noticing her flushed complexion and the beads of sweat at her temples, Chen Mo chuckled. I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea. Feeling her breath steadying and her emotions settling, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation at Chen Mo's calm demeanor. Her face fell slightly as she playfully pouted. Little Chun, what if I can't walk anymore? Amused by her antics, Chen Mo suggested, how about I carry you? Wen Lan paused, momentarily taken aback, as if weighing the seriousness of his statement. Before she could respond, Chen Mo smirked, dream on. You, sister will get you for this. Wen Lan et Gulim, leaping up to chase after the already fleeing Chen Mo, playfully scolding him for being heartless and stingy. Wen Lan finally indulged in the feast Chen Mo had promised. With a hearty bite of a spicy chicken burger, her irritation lingered. Chen Mo, grinning as he munched on fries, eventually found himself helpless and stood up to fetch her favorite chicken wings and egg tart. Not enough. Wen Lan shot him a wide-eyed glare, her anger still simmering. I'll get you a strawberry mousse cake later. With no other options left, Chen Mo had to resort to his trump card. Indeed, Wen Lan's anger dissipated, her large eyes sparkling with joy. Half an hour later, Chen Mo, carrying 2 bags of takeout, observed Wen Lan ahead of him, indulging in a slice of cake. He felt somewhat speechless. Wen Lan occasionally glanced back at the woeful Chen Mo and ultimately couldn't resist offering him a piece, playfully coaxing, open wide. Just as Chen Mo parted his lips, the cake was delivered into his mouth, leaving a smudge of cream on his lips. With his hands occupied, he could only gaze longingly at Wen Lan's mischievous smile. After a moment, she produced a tissue, saying, hold still. You can't even eat properly. With gentle movements, She wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth. A couple passing by noticed their interaction, and the girl playfully chided her boyfriend. Look at them. I want to have mousse cake too. With that, she shoved her bag in her boyfriend's arms and stormed off towards a cake shop. Wen Lan lowered her head, her eyes crinkling with laughter, and lightly tapped Chen Mo on the chest. Let us go, silly goose. Chen Mo watched as Wen Lan skipped ahead, her steps light and joyous as she savored her cake. He smiled and followed her. Chapter 43. The hip-hop girl at the foot of the girls' dormitory at First High School. Chen Mo handed the bags he was carrying to Wen Lan. It was now midday, and Wen Lan had intended for Chen Mo to accompany her in solving problems to pass the afternoon. Unfortunately, he had other commitments. Their opportunities to meet were scarce. Since Chen Mo had gone out his way to see her, she cherished their limited time together. As for the opinions of others, she remained indifferent, even feeling a bit of secret delight. At that moment, Lu Feng and Chun-Li leaned over the balcony on the third floor, observing the pair below. Hey, are you two done yet? Lan, if you really can't bear part with him, just give him a hug. We can close our eyes, haha. Upon hearing their teasing, Wen Lan turned and shot them an exasperated glare. Little Chun, you should head back now. Next time, I'll take you shopping for clothes. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Wen Lan certainly had a much better taste in clothing than he did. He had wanted to take Chen Mo shopping for new outfits several times, but he had always declined. The reason was simple. They were in high school, primarily wearing uniforms, and he didn't want to waste money. Moreover, he feared Wen Lan would insist on paying for him. It wasn't he about pride. Wen Lan had already been exceedingly kind to him, and he didn't want her to spend excessively. Although her family was well off, her allowance was not abundant. With her sweet tooth, Chen Mo naturally wished to prevent her from spending money on him. After watching Wen Lan ascend the stairs, Chen Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards the school gate. Once his figure vanished from sight, Lu Feng and Chun-Li exchanged envious remarks. Lan, how long will you keep this stone of devotion? Your brother has already disappeared from view. Wen Lan withdrew her gaze, ignoring the two munching on fried chicken, and rolled her eyes at them before returning to the dormitory. She wanted to review the notes Chen Mo had sent her, which he had prepared specifically for her, signifying their importance. After exiting the school gate, Chen Mo checked the time. It was already past noon. Just as he was about to call An Nuan to inquire about her whereabouts, a text message arrived. The content made Chen Mo smile involuntarily as he headed towards a bus stop. White tea, clear joy, nothing else, address XXX. An Nuan's text provided him with a specific location, situated in the heart of Zhangcheng's bustling shopping district. He had been there before, and it wasn't too far from First High School. Standing at the bus stop, he murmured to himself, is it truly that poetic? What comes next? However, the impression An Nuan had left him lately was one of gentle grace, reminiscent of the densely packed books and the study of the old residents. And thus it didn't seem unusual. She must have a fondness for such verses. Even during her speech at the podium, it was evident. Reflecting on this, Chen Mo shook his head, recalling the next line. I wait for the wind and for you. Before long, the bus arrived, and Chen Mo tightened the straps of his backpack as he boarded. In a self-service restaurant within the mall, the trio of friends was enjoying their lunch. Sister Nuan, what was Chen Mo up to this morning? Lin Qianqian asked as she put down her phone. An Nuan took a sip of juice without answering. Glancing at Lin Qianqian's slightly plump figure and her plate of cake, unable to suppress a playful glare. Hurry and eat. This is your last chance to indulge in such high-calorie treats. Huh? Why? Lin Qianqian asked, her big eyes sparkling with innocent confusion. An Nuan replied sternly, you're going to be a dancer, understand? Beside them, Luan instinctively looked at her slightly frail figure and confidently scooped a large spoonful of cream into her mouth. And you, Wan, you're far too thin. You need to exercise. Huh? That's unnecessary, Sister Nuan. I think my figure is just fine. Lu Huan protestive. As she detested exercise, An Nuan ignored her pitiful expression, popped a grape into her mouth, and declared, listen to me. Objections are futile. With that, she strode out, intending to call Chen Mo. Having received no response to her earlier text, she felt a pang of annoyance. After a while, as she listened to the ringing on the other end, her brows furrowed. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. After several rings, An Nuan hung up, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Gripping her phone tightly, she detested the sensation of being out of touch with Chen Mo, a feeling she found exceedingly unpleasant. Haunted by unsettling memories, she entered the restroom, splashed water on her face, and dampened her forehead hair. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she forced a smile and reassured herself, it's fine. He must not have heard me on the bus. I'm just being overly sensitive. Ding, ding, ding. Hearing her phone ring, An Nuan hastily wiped her wet hands and fumbled to retrieve her phone from her pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, she felt a wave of relief. AMO, you've arrived? Chen Mo observed the bustling crowd in the square, the heart of the city's liveliness at that moment. The soft voice of a girl emanated from his phone, prompting him to nod instinctively. Yes, I've arrived. Where are you? An Nuan emerged from the restroom and made her way to the third floor of the mall, peering through the glass at the throngs of people. Among the crowd, she spotted Chen Mo standing at the front of the square, clad in casual gray attire. We're on the third floor having lunch. Take the elevator up. After ending the call, An Nuan quietly watched as Chen Mo approached. As he drew nearer, she couldn't shake the feeling that his outfit seemed oddly familiar. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in her mind of a girl dressed in gray casual wear and a black baseball cap. Wen Lan, the scheming girl. I never imagined you harbored ulterior motives all along, she muttered under her breath, her tone tinged with resentment. Upon arriving at the elevator entrance, she suppressed her inner frustration and revealed a sweet smile. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Chen Mo was greeted by Nuan's gentle smile across from him, which made him smile in return. I'm so sorry, I didn't hear you call on the bus just now, he said, walking toward her, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at the girl. An Nuan was dressed in a very loose black casual jacket, leaning towards a sporty style, complemented by wide-legged black pants and a beige baseball cap adorning her head. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, presenting a relaxed demeanor quite different from her previous school uniform. Observing Chen Mo's momentary daze, An Nuan's eyes crinkled into a smile, her familiar dimples still evident. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? She teased. It's nothing. I almost didn't recognize you in that outfit, Chen Mo replied, averting his gaze. Yet he couldn't help but notice the softness in her eyes growing more pronounced. An Nuan let out a light huff, glancing at Chen Mo's gray casual attire. And couldn't resist commenting, Mo, that outfit doesn't suit you. Please don't wear it again next time. Chen Mo, taken aback, looked down at himself, believing this to be his best outfit. I don't think it's ill-fitting at all, he protested. An Nuan turned away, pouting slightly. Come on, let us go sit over there and wait for the two of them. Without further contemplation, Chen Mo followed in her footsteps. Once they found a place to sit, Chen Mo intended to inquire about An Nuan's plans for the afternoon, but noticed her expression had turned serious as she gazed at him. The clarity in her eyes bore a subtle weight. Instinctively straightening his posture, Chen Mo wondered if he had inadvertently upset her. An Nuan, what's wrong? He asked, his tone cautious. Mo, will you promise me something? She said earnestly, although Chen Mo was puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. He sensed the gravity of her words and nodded, adopting a serious demeanor as well. First, when I call you next time, you must answer. If you miss the call, you need to call me back immediately, all right? Chen Mo found her concern somewhat perplexing, yet he nodded. Okay, I promise. An Nuan's expression softened, yet remained earnest. Secondly, please don't wear that outfit again, all right? Huh, why not? Chen Mo was baffled. It doesn't fit well, and the color is unappealing. I dislike gray. An Nuan explained, though Chen Mo felt her opinion was a tad subjective. Just as he was about to argue, An Nuan smirked, if you don't agree, I'll have to review the contract terms. Instantly, Chen Mo conceded, nodding in mild discontent. Seeing Chen Mo acquiesce, a gentle smile spread across An Nuan's face as she changed the subject. This afternoon, we're going to practice dancing, and later we'll have a study session. I appreciate you accompanying us. Your job is just to hold my cup, huh? She lifted her chin with a hint of pride. At that moment, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan approached. Chen Mo turned to see that the three girls were all dressed identically in loose black ensembles, presumably for ease of movement. After exchanging greetings, Lin Xianxian glanced down at Chen Mo's white sneakers and gray casual wear. She recalled his earlier appearance in a school uniform, with wild hair and black-rimmed glasses and those slightly yellowed, peeling sneakers. Indeed, it was true that one's appearance could be enhanced by attire. Chen Mo's outfit, combined with his height and features, especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes, rendered him quite handsome. It was no wonder An Nuan would pursue him. Unable to resist, she complimented. Chen Mo, you actually look quite handsome. This outfit suits your height well. Lu Wan nodded in agreement. Chen Mo, feeling awkward, glanced at An Nuan, only to catch her glaring at the two girls, having just expressed her concern regarding clothing fit. He anticipated being undermined in this manner. Xianxian, your taste is severely lacking. Mo clearly does not look good in that outfit. Don't you agree? Facing An Nuan's threatening gaze, Lin Xianxian blinked, eventually admitting. Yes, An Nuan, I just realized it's gray and quite unattractive. An Nuan nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Let us go warm up first. We'll have you put you two through your paces shortly. The two girls wore expressions of dread, as the morning had been theory, and now they were to engage in practical application. Chapter 44. I Dance Beautifully. On the sixth floor, a dance studio named Rhythm of Notes awaited. As Chen Mo and An Nuan entered the spacious practice hall, they exchanged conversation amidst the black and gray backdrop, illuminated by the bright overhead lights. Chen Mo curiously surveyed his surroundings, having never visited such a place before. A group of students was already practicing, predominantly girls clad in loose short sleeves and wide-legged pants. A few boys were present, but only 3 or so. The group appeared to be discussing dance moves when a male student at the center paused his explanation upon their arrival. The girls surrounding him also halted their movements, turning their attention toward the newcomers. Chen Mo accepted the pink water bottle An Nuan handed him, placing his bag on a nearby table as he observed the lively group of young men and women. An Nuan took a seat beside him, with Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan also turning to watch the others. These students had arrived earlier, and the boy at the center was clearly the most skilled dancer, prompting many to seek his guidance on techniques. The 4 of them chose not to intrude, quietly waiting for the studio's instructor to arrive. They exchanged polite nods, acknowledging each other. The previously surrounded boy approached them, grinning as he directed his attention to An Nuan. "I'm Xiong Fei. You all must be new here. I hope we can communicate more in the future. I arrived early, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Of course, I won't charge you." His words elicited friendly laughter from the nearby students. Xiong Fei subtly extended his hand towards An Nuan, saying, "I hope we can all improve together." He smiled warmly, awaiting her response. An Nuan, however, turned to Chen Mo, winking playfully, and made no move to shake his hand. Instead, she stood and introduced herself. "I'm An Nuan. I look forward to improving alongside everyone in the days to come." She waved at the group of students, offering a friendly greeting. Xiong Fei awkwardly retracted his hand, glancing at the now-seated An Nuan and then at Chen Mo holding the pink cup. He smiled and nodded before turning away, a fleeting chill crossing his face as he realized An Nuan's dismissive gesture had embarrassed him in front of the other students. Nevertheless, he masked his discomfort and returned to his group, cheerfully offering advice to a nearby female student. The girl beamed. "Thank you, Fei Ge." Xiong Fei grinned, surveying the other students engaged in their discussions, covertly glancing at An Nuan and then at Chen Mo, feeling a twinge of regret. He had noticed An Nuan, Lin Xianxian, and Lu Wan earlier that morning. Lin Xianxian, pleasantly plump and charming, stood in contrast to Lu Wan, who possessed a delicate beauty but was somewhat slender. However, it was the girl named An Nuan who truly captivated him. Not only was she tall and graceful, but her beauty was simply stunning. Earlier, he had been discussing with his dance partners the possibility of getting to know her better, only to discover that she was already taken. Xiong Fei could naturally discern that the bond between the two was more than ordinary, yet the tall boy beside An Nuan appeared indifferent, showing no affectionate response to her playful winks. Their demeanor did not resemble that of typical lovers. However, the pink water cup in Chen Mo's hand hinted at a relationship that was more than mere friendship. He decided to test the waters, only to feel disheartened when they completely ignored him. Xiong Fei clapped his hands and declared loudly, "Everyone, how about I perform a dance for you?" The surrounding students responded with excitement, urging him to showcase his moves. With a hint of pride, Xiong Fei raised his chin, casting a glance at Chen Mo and then at An Nuan, his gaze laced with provocation. Chen Mo, aware of the challenge in Xiong Fei's eyes, chose to ignore it. An Nuan had already extended her hand, prompting Chen Mo to open the water cup and pass it to her. After taking a sip, she squinted towards the front. While she herself was unfazed, the provocation directed at Chen Mo infuriated her. Lin Xianxian pouted. "What is he so smug about?" Lu Wan shook her head in agreement. "He clearly up to no good. He just here earlier than us. How pretentious." At that moment, dynamic music began to play. The students around Xiong Fei dispersed, creating space for his performance. Chen Mo watched with interest, acknowledging that Xiong Fei was indeed a talented dancer. As he moved to the rhythm, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo, the challenge in his eyes growing more pronounced. His skilled movements drew cheers from the crowd. When the music concluded, Xiong Fei reveled in the applause from his peers. Noticing the 4 before him remained silent, he felt a twinge of annoyance, though he masked it with a cheerful smile as he approached them once more. "Just now, that was a routine I choreographed recently. What do you think?" he asked with a beaming smile. Chen Mo, feeling a sense of obligation, nodded. It looked quite impressive. Xiong Fei's smile widened as he turned to An Nuan, Lin Xianxian, and Lu Wan, eagerly anticipating their praise. In his eyes, these newcomers had only recently joined and had spent the morning learning theory from Teacher Yu, simply observing. Being novices, they were naturally inferior to him. Xiong Fei felt a slight irritation from An Nuan's earlier dismissive behavior and aimed to establish some dominance over them. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan remained unresponsive, each taking a sip from their cups. An Nuan, however, did not glance at Xiong Fei. Instead, she leaned closer to Chen Mo, offering him her water cup with a gentle tone. "Amo, I'm really good at dancing, you know." Chen Mo's eyes brightened in surprise. He anticipated that An Nuan could dance. Observing the pride in her gaze, he felt inclined to encourage her, eager to witness her dancing prowess. "How good are you?" he inquired with a smile. "You'll have to watch closely later," she replied playfully, rising to her feet. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan exchanged astonished glances, realizing they both shared the same concern. An Nuan could dance, albeit awkwardly. They recalled their previous attempts at dancing together on the street and felt a twinge of worry for her. However, since she was confident, they naturally resolved to support their leader. With enthusiastic energy, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan followed An Nuan's lead as she walked ahead. An Nuan turned back and waved at Chen Mo. He set down his cup, smiling as he followed suit, knowing he couldn't dance but could cheer her on. Xiong Fei watched as the four girls departed, taking a deep breath to suppress his annoyance. He was curious to see what they were truly capable of. The other students observed the scene intently, their anticipation palpable as An Nuan, clad in black, approached. They parted to create a space, the atmosphere thick with tension, reminiscent of a martial arts showdown. Yet, amidst the nervousness, everyone was eager to see the extent of An Nuan's talent and what fueled her confidence. "Warm sister, I'll help you with the music," Lu Wan exclaimed, dashing toward the music station. Lin Xianxian clenched her fists, cheering, "Go for it, warm sister." Chen Mo looked at An Nuan, softly encouraging her, "You've got this. I'll record it for you." This reminded An Nuan to retrieve her phone, handing it to Chen Mo. "The password is 1219. Make sure to record it well," she instructed. Chen Mo took the phone, instinctively reaching to input the password, only to pause in surprise. He stared at An Nuan, a question lingering unasked. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, he thought to himself. His birthday was, after all, December 19th. Seeing Chen Mo momentarily dazed, An Nuan's lips curled into a smile as she turned away, a secret chuckle escaping her. He must have noticed and would probably overthink it, she mused. Chen Mo opened the camera, ready to record An Nuan. She surveyed the crowd and declared, "I'll perform a hip-hop piece for everyone." Her clear voice resonated as she stepped forward. With the music playing, An Nuan beamed, raising her arms and snapping her fingers. No style, no need to spend money. Lu Wan had found the song, and, upon receiving An Nuan's nod, pressed play. An Nuan relaxed, turning to Chen Mo and tilting her chin. Her expression shifted to one of focus and defiance, her smile radiant. As the upbeat music surged, An Nuan moved to the rhythm, stepping backward into the center. Her arms opened wide, chin lifted, shoulders swaying naturally with the beat. Each backward step matched the music's tempo, exuding a unique blend of ease and audacity, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Chen Mo recorded the video, captivated by the fluidity of her movements, unable to suppress his smile. She was genuinely mesmerizing and infectious. An Nuan had already unzipped her black jacket. Even the motion of shedding her clothing was in sync with the beat. As she retreated, she tossed the removed garment into Chen Mo's arms. He fumbled to catch it, the scent of wood wafting into his nostrils. The song began, come on, hey, greedy. Don't fret, what you see is what you get, you name it. I have it, what you see is what you get. With outstretched arms, she shook her shoulders and twisted her hips. The girl's movements became more expansive, her gaze locked onto Chen Mo's, radiating confidence that seemed ready to overflow. The oversized black t-shirt fluttered with her every move, exuding strength, while her wide-legged black pants danced rhythmically with each tap of her toes, reminiscent of dark waves in motion. With each lift and descent of her white sneakers, the black hair beneath the beige baseball cap danced upon her shoulders, as if imbued with life. Please, refrain from incessant tapping. Trends require a delicate touch. A careless move may result in lost opportunities. Apply yourself with care, or you might squander all your potential. The music continued to play, and An Nuan remained fixated on Chen Mo, her movements growing increasingly fluid and lively. The observing students were utterly entranced. Some female students stifled gasps with their hands to contain their astonishment. Chen Mo, recording, gazed at An Nuan without flinching, absorbing the emotions conveyed through her eyes, and smiled with an unusually tender warmth. Lin Xianxian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she watched An Nuan, clad in black, move gracefully to the rhythm. Lu Wan had joined Lin Xianxian, clutching her sleeve with an expression of sheer excitement. Not far away, Xiong Fei wore a bitter expression, his mouth agape. The saying goes that a true expert reveals their skill at first glance, and he could easily discern An Nuan's level of proficiency and foundation. He felt defeated, his competitive spirit extinguished. As the performance concluded, An Nuan halted her movements, exhaling deeply while surveying the captivated faces around her. A smile graced her lips as she approached Chen Mo, wrinkling her pert nose, her eyes brimming with a desire for praise. Chen Mo paused his recording, captivated by the radiant smile of the girl before him, a tingling sensation coursing through him, akin to a jolt of electricity. An overwhelming tide of emotions surged within him, a blend of exhilaration and tranquil contentment. Absolutely marvelous, Chen Mo exclaimed, offering An Nuan a hearty compliment. Yet, she seemed unsatisfied with his praise, playfully clenching her small fist and giving him a light jab on the chest. Next time, use a different word, you blockhead. Applause erupted from Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan, followed by a chorus of clapping. Xiong Fei, witnessing the affectionate exchange between An Nuan and Chen Mo, turned away, feeling utterly defeated. An Nuan turned back, smiling and waving to everyone. If anyone is interested in learning, feel free to approach me. Of course, it's free of charge. Laughter echoed in response, and the others seemed oblivious to An Nuan's subtle retort to Xiong Fei, unaware that one person was missing from their midst. Chapter 45, Arranged. The female students gathered around An Nuan, chattering excitedly about whether the dance she just performed was self-choreographed, as it perfectly matched the song. Although their skills were modest, they possessed a basic appreciation for dance. Chen Mo, observing the girl, now surrounded by admirers, stepped back slightly, reflecting on An Nuan's earlier words. He couldn't help but acknowledge her genuine passion for the stage. Her recent performance showcased a side of her that was completely different. Her eyes radiated a youthful exuberance, wild and unrestrained. It was truly captivating. Perhaps she would indeed rise to become a major star in the future. Silently, Chen Mo reviewed the recently recorded video, relieved to find no issues. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan, basking in the glow of An Nuan's attention, greeted those around them with beaming smiles, as if they had known each other for ages. Once An Nuan had finished engaging with the crowd, she approached Chen Mo, her smile bright as she extended her hand. Chen Mo instinctively handed over his phone. "I'm thirsty," she said, her voice softening once more. Chen Mo opened the lid of his pink water bottle, smiling as he offered it to her. Taking the cup, An Nuan drank several gulps, then exhaled with relief. "That was exhausting," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Mo and asked softly, "Was it beautiful?" Chen Mo nodded earnestly, replying, "It was wonderful." The girl's eyes twinkled, and her beautiful willow-shaped brows arched as she lowered her voice further. "Do you like it?" The question held a hint of flirtation, and An Nuan studied Chen Mo's reaction closely. He sensed the underlying flirtation in her words, looking down to feign adjusting the black jacket she had just removed. "You should put it back on. It would be good to catch a chill." Noticing his evasive response, An Nuan chose not to press further, knowing when to leave well enough alone. The dance had been performed for Chen Mo's benefit, as she sought to continuously reveal her appealing side to him, not just her gentle nature, but also her fiery spirit. Such contrast should appeal to him, she mused. After donning the jacket Chen Mo had handed her, An Nuan tugged at his sleeve and returned to her seat. Having achieved her goal, she had no desire to be the center of attention, particularly as Chen Mo was still unaccustomed to such settings. She wished to spare him any discomfort. Once seated, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan exchanged a few words with the other students before returning to their spot. Lin Xianxian bore a slightly pained expression, mirrored by Lu Wan. They had just learned about the processes newcomers must endure and finally comprehended the implications of An Nuan's earlier comments. Reflecting on what they had just discovered, both felt an urge to retreat. The prospect of stretching their leg muscles was daunting, and they could already feel their thighs beginning to ache. An Nuan, do we really have to stretch until we can do the splits? Yes, I'm so scared. It's bound to hurt. They looked at An Nuan with pleading eyes, but upon seeing her indifferent demeanor, they understood that their pleas would fall on deaf ears. They quickly redirected their attention to Chen Mo, who was observing the scene. Teacher Chen, could you perhaps advocate for us?" Yes. I heard it's not entirely necessary to stretch that aggressively, right?" Lin Xianxian added. Lu Wan put on her most endearing expression, while Lin Xianxian nodded in agreement, both looking at Chen Mo with exaggerated expressions of distress. Chen Mo cleared his throat, glancing at An Nuan's cheerful face, sensing an inexplicable chill. "I don't know much about this. An Nuan can perform the splits standing up. It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" He quickly distanced himself from their request, wary of offending his benefactor. The girls' faces fell at his lack of support. However, after a moment, they exchanged glances and then turned their attention back to An Nuan. "An Nuan, will you be able to do the splits standing up? How would Teacher Chen know you can?" They teased, giggling. An Nuan smiled mischievously and whispered, "How about I help you both practice later?" The two girls immediately quieted down, dropping the topic. Having been teased before, Chen Mo chose to ignore it. Nevertheless, The image of An Nuan performing the splits before him lingered in his mind. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he handed An Nuan her phone. Here, I try to capture it clearly. Not sure if it turned out well. An Nuan's threatening gaze softened as she accepted her phone, reviewing the recorded video. Lu Wan and Lin Qianqian quickly nestled beside An Nuan, their eyes glued to the screen as they watched the playback. The result was unexpectedly impressive, far surpassing the earlier live experience. An Nuan's gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo, her infectious energy radiating through the screen, overshadowing any distractions from the live performance. It was even more captivating than before. Both individuals could not help but gaze at the composed An Nuan. When had their elder sister acquired such skills? It was only then that the thought struck them. An Nuan, observing the scrutiny in their eyes, preemptively responded, I self-studied during the winter break. What do you think? Are you envious? The two nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains, undeniably filled with admiration. Then practice diligently. It will be immensely beneficial for you in the future. If you aspire to go further, you must not neglect your talents, An Nuan stated earnestly, to which they nodded in agreement. They were well aware that the more formidable their elder sister became, the greater her capacity to assist them would be. Suppressing their initial reluctance, An Nuan beamed at Chen Mo. I borrow your phone? Chen Mo, slightly puzzled, inquired why. Without answering, An Nuan extended her hand. Unable to withstand her gaze, Chen Mo reluctantly produced his phone, unlocking it before handing it over. An Nuan nodded in satisfaction, retrieving her own device to activate Bluetooth. She intended to share the video from earlier with Chen Mo, surely. He would sneak a look at it later? Upon seeing her actions, Chen Mo understood her intention, attributing it to her satisfaction with the dance and her desire to share. I'm afraid I might accidentally misplace it. Could you keep a copy for me? An Nuan explained, though her rationale seemed somewhat awkward to Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan. They chose not to expose her subtle intentions, secretly observing Chen Mo's expression. He remained unchanged, quietly watching as An Nuan transferred the video. As for anything else, he hesitated to contemplate. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mo accepted the phone handed to him by An Nuan and tucked it into his pocket. I will ensure it is well kept. An Nuan smiled brightly. Mo, you must safeguard it. It is absolutely essential. Chen Mo chuckled, returning her smile with warmth in his eyes. At that moment, a young man named Xiong Fei entered, witnessing the exchanging glances between them, his heart plummeting. His previous plans had utterly disintegrated. Not only had he been outperformed by An Nuan in dance, but he also found himself overshadowed by the seemingly tall and slender boy. To make matters worse, he did not even know the boy's name. Feeling deflated, he approached the group of students, striving to maintain a natural smile. Teacher, you will be here shortly. Everyone should begin practicing as previously arranged. After speaking, Xiong Fei sought out two other boys to commence their training, disregarding Chen Mo and An Nuan's interaction. Just then, a woman in her 30s entered, clad in a black, form-fitting tank top that showcased her well-defined waistline and prominent abdominal muscles, paired with loose-fitting, wide-legged pants. Standing just under 1.7 meters tall, she was similar in height to Lu Wan, but appeared less slender. Perhaps due to years of dance practice, her figure exuded elegance. With her oval face, she possessed a mature, alluring charm. As the woman approached, the four stood in unison. Are you all ready? Today may be a bit tiring, so prepare yourselves mentally. This was none other than Teacher Yu from the dance studio. An Nuan nodded, her gaze drawn to Teacher Yu's attire, particularly the pronounced abdominal muscles that she found herself envious of. At this stage, An Nuan had yet to consciously work on her physique and thus lacked defined abs. Lin Qianqian glanced down at her own midsection, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Teacher Yu, do you think I could achieve a figure like yours? She asked, her tone laced with envy. Teacher Yu smiled and nodded. Before I began dancing, I was rather similar to you, with a bit of extra weight. Do not worry. You will definitely slim down. Lin Qianqian's spirits lifted as she nodded enthusiastically. Teacher Yu then observed An Nuan and Lu Wan, slightly nodding in approval. Both possessed commendable heights, particularly An Nuan, whose physique was remarkably well-proportioned, suggesting that with a little practice, she could attain a similarly graceful form. Teacher Yu then turned her attention to Chen Mo beside An Nuan and inquired, is this student also here to learn dance? Clearly, she had not seen Chen Mo in the morning and assumed he was another aspiring dancer. Chen Mo, slightly tilting his head, avoided gazing at Teacher Yu's alluring figure. Feeling a bit shy, An Nuan noticed Chen Mo's discomfort and smiled subtly. This behavior aligned perfectly with Chen Mo's character. Indeed, Teacher Yu's outfit made him somewhat uneasy. Before Chen Mo could respond, An Nuan jumped in. Yes, he is called Chen Mo, and he is with us. Teacher Yu, having noticed Chen Mo's deliberate avoidance of her gaze, found it amusing. This student seems a bit introverted, she teased. Chen Mo felt a blush creeping up. Wanted to clarify that he was not there to learn dance, but An Nuan's words interrupted him. Yes, that's why he came to learn dance. Teacher Yu, do you think it will be effective? Teacher Yu, understanding the underlying implications of An Nuan's words, cast a few more glances at Chen Mo. Expressing oneself through song and dance is indeed one of the best ways to combat shyness. You should let go of your inhibitions. You're tall, good-looking, and in the prime of youth. Do not shy away. Do not worry. I will help you become more outgoing. Teacher Yu spoke with confidence. Having encountered many students like him before, including those sent by parents specifically to overcome their introverted nature. Initially resistant, they often ended up thriving in the end. Chen Mo felt a bit overwhelmed. How had he become a student? He had merely come to observe. As he contemplated interjecting, he met An Nuan's gentle gaze, which held a hint of pleading. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his objections, understanding An Nuan's good intentions. Finally, Chen Mo turned to Teacher Yu, smiling as he nodded. Then I will trouble you, Teacher Yu. An Nuan felt a weight lift from her heart. Her suggestion had been spontaneous, but it was all for his benefit. She desired for Chen Mo to be confident and radiant, always facing the sun. Chapter 46. The Guilt in Her Eyes. Upon seeing Chen Mo's acceptance, An Nuan could not suppress a flutter of joy within her. Despite her previous cheerful demeanor, she had been quite anxious inside. Thankfully, Chen Mo had not declined, likely having caught a glimpse of her pleading gaze. He could not bear to refuse her. Thus, they had closed the distance between them significantly. As An Nuan pondered these thoughts, her eyes sparkled with joy, her dimples appearing. Mo, do not be afraid. The beginning may be a bit exhausting, but it will pass, An Nuan whispered. Chen Mo nodded. Having already agreed, he had no room for complaints. His nature had always been such that if he were to do something, he would commit to doing it well. Teacher Yu observed their interaction with keen interest, finding the pair quite compatible. The girl was beautiful, and the boy was not lacking either. His charming peach blossom eyes were quite captivating, though he could benefit from a bit more muscle. Teacher Yu mused, smiling at the four of them. Let us commence our endeavor. You four, having just arrived, please proceed to the adjacent room and await my arrival. I shall join you shortly once I have made the necessary arrangements. With a gesture, he indicated the nearby dance studio. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan excitedly dashed towards it. Come on, Mo, An Nuan urged, picking up the backpack that Chen Mo had left on the table and tugging gently at his sleeve as they made their way to the other dance studio. This room, it seemed, was not as spacious as the previous one, presumably designated for new students. After all, one must first master the fundamentals before contemplating anything else. Once they had stowed their belongings, Chen Mo curiously surveyed the surroundings, while An Nuan settled quietly. Meanwhile, Lu Wan and Lin Xianxian animatedly gestured towards the mirror wall in front of them, their movements devoid of any particular structure. It appeared that the earlier fear of being pulled into the fray had vanished from their minds. Chen Mo, feeling somewhat bewildered, pondered if they were truly about to learn to dance. Anxiety gnawed at him. It can't be too difficult, can it? He asked with a hint of worry. An Nuan shook her head and offered encouragement. Actually, Mo, you need not emulate them. Consider it merely a means to cultivate a hobby. After all, we are not pursuing this path. It is simply a way to alleviate your boredom during our prolonged companionship. Chen Mo reflected on her words and felt a sense of calm wash over him. A smile graced his face as An Nuan's perspective resonated with him. He had no intentions of following that path, merely indulging in a pastime. In truth, he felt a flicker of anticipation. He was acutely aware of his own personality flaws. Who would desire to be a bit more confident and radiant? To confront his psychological barriers, one must bravely take the first step toward change. Noticing his relaxation, An Nuan softly remarked, dancing not only fosters a cheerful and confident demeanor, it also serves to strengthen every muscle in the body, significantly enhancing one's coordination. After saying this, she glanced at Chen Mo's somewhat slender physique, her gaze drifting to his legs, and her hand instinctively tightened. Montak. Yes. Chen Montak responded, perplexed by An Nuan's scrutiny of his thigh. Your legs are too thin. Nodding, Chen Mo reached out to pull his loose pants tighter around his thigh, examining them, and concluding that perhaps they were a tad slim. But I'm not that thin, he protested. I ride my bike to school, every day. As he spoke, he instinctively gestured, his hands demonstrating his point. An Nuan observed his actions, and suddenly, the deepest nightmares buried within her resurfaced. Her complexion turned pale as she fought to suppress the images flooding her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. Chen Mo, noticing her trance-like state, felt a surge of confusion. An Nuan's expression was disconcerting, reminiscent of her earlier bout of breathlessness in the classroom, but now her pallor was even more pronounced. What is wrong, An Nuan? He inquired softly, The girl did not respond, her gaze fixated on Chen Mo's thigh, her eyes betraying a tumult of fear. Chen Mo grew anxious. Her condition appeared dire, as if she were caught in a nightmarish reverie. Even her teeth began to chatter slightly, and her body quivered. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to pat her shoulder. "Are you all right? Are you breathless again?" Panic welled up within him as he prepared to call Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan for assistance. But An Nuan grasped his hand. Her touch was icy. Gradually regaining her composure, she clutched Chen Mo's warm hand tightly, lifting her gaze to reveal a complex array of emotions. Chen Mo met her eyes, his concern evident. "Should we go to the hospital? You look unwell." An Nuan shook her head, her grip on Chen Mo's hand tightening to the point of discomfort. He remained silent, allowing her to clutch him. In that moment, she appeared exceedingly fragile, akin to an injured puppy. "Don't speak. I'm fine," she murmured, her voice faint. Her breathing rapid. Closing her eyes, she remained still for a while before finally reopening them. At that moment, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan noticed the situation and hurried over. Upon seeing An Nuan's pallor, they were taken aback, having never witnessed her in such a weakened state. "System Nuan, are you all right? Don't scare me. What do you feel unwell?" they exclaimed anxiously. An Nuan took a deep breath, managing a strained smile. "I'm just breathless. It's nothing." As she spoke, she released Chen Mo's hand and looked at him, who was still crouched down, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of guilt, as if it were an inky stain that could not be erased. Chen Mo, keenly sensing the guilt in her gaze, was perplexed as to why she regarded him so. Before he could ponder further, An Nuan rose to her feet. "I need to visit the restroom. Please don't follow me." With that, she staggered toward the door. The three of them couldn't possibly let her go alone, and Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan quickly followed. Chen Mo hurriedly grabbed a cup from the table and trailed after them. After watching the three enter the restroom, he turned to find the water dispenser. After several attempts, he finally acquired water at a satisfactory temperature and made his way to wait near the restroom, pacing back and forth, his anxiety mounting. Inside the restroom, An Nuan lowered her head, splashing cold water on her face, disregarding that her hair was becoming damp. She sought to escape the nightmare through the shock of the cold water. In a fleeting moment, she had felt disoriented, as if her soul were being severed from this world, teetering on the brink of being pulled back into the realm of her past life. The sensation was unsettling. Her entire body tingled and felt frozen, as though it were no longer under her command. It was only when Chen Mo touched her shoulder that she slightly regained her composure. Fortuitously, she had clutched his hand. As she looked up, her complexion appeared somewhat improved. Her two friends quickly offered her tissues to dry her face. As the three exited the restroom, they encountered the anxious expression on Chen Mo's face. An Nuan instinctively smiled, and his worry gradually dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. "I'm sorry, Mo, for making you worry. It's all right as long as you're okay. Here, have a sip of warm water." An Nuan accepted the cup, feeling the warmth radiate through the vessel into her palm. She took a sip, the warmth spreading through her body, and felt a comforting sensation envelop her. "Thank you, Mo. Let us head back." Seeing the color return to her cheeks, Chen Mo refrained from pressing further and nodded in agreement. Such episodes were fleeting, much like the previous incident in the classroom. Yet this time, it had been markedly more severe. As they walked, Chen Mo furrowed his brow, recollecting An Nuan's earlier words. She had mentioned experiencing nightmares every night during the winter break, feeling disoriented and lethargic. Did she perhaps harbor some inner demons? Suppressing the confusion within his heart, Chen Mo felt an urge to find a moment to converse with her privately, hoping to offer assistance if possible. It could be considered a gesture of concern between good friends, he mused silently. Upon entering the room, An Nuan appeared to have fully regained her former composure, alleviating the trio's worries entirely. At that moment, Teacher Yu entered, her eyes twinkling with a smile as she regarded the four of them. "I apologize for the delay. Let's proceed swiftly," she said, glancing at An Nuan. "I had no idea you danced so beautifully. I just heard the students mention that the basics may not be particularly beneficial for you anymore. How about you teach these three first?" After pondering for a moment, An Nuan nodded, replying, "Xiao Xiao and Ajuan indeed need to start from the beginning, so I would appreciate Teacher Yu's patient guidance. As for Mo, may I teach him myself?" Upon hearing An Nuan's words, Teacher Yu couldn't help but display an understanding smile. "We shall do as you wish. Let us chat later." Chen Mo sighed in relief, feeling less pressured with An Nuan's request for teaching, particularly due to Teacher Yu's attire, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, being a tad too revealing for his taste. He had yet to fully acclimate to the atmosphere here. Teacher Yu guided Lin Xiaoxiao and Lu Wan to the mirrored wall, beginning to explain the nuances of leg stretching with a stern expression, her demeanor entirely serious. Observing An Nuan's eager demeanor, Chen Mo felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He adjusted his mindset and declared, "Let us see just how challenging this is." An Nuan set down her water cup, softly saying, "Mo, let us warm up first, come on." With a light skip in her step, she beckoned Chen Mo over. Meanwhile, Teacher Yu had already assumed her position, gesturing towards the transparent glass wall. Dynamic music began to play, standing beside An Nuan. Chen Mo mirrored her movements, adopting the stance. Mo, spread your legs a bit more, relax, yes, that's right. Raise your arms up, a little higher, feel the stretch in your muscles. Listening to An Nuan's voice and occasionally glancing at her actions, he began to move in sync. Yes, bend backward, extend your arms. Make the movements larger. Oh dear, you're too slow. Keep up with the rhythm, you silly boy. Watching the girl's playful face, Chen Mo smiled and nodded, the atmosphere growing lively. An Nuan's hair swayed with the movements of warm-up, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. And in that moment, Chen Mo felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation wash over him. Chapter 47. Promise me you'll strengthen your body. Ah, Teacher Yu, be gentle. It hurts, it hurts. The dance studio echoed with the sounds of the girls gasping in pain. By this time, it was afternoon, and the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window on the right, casting a warm glow in the room. Dressed only in a black short-sleeve shirt, Chen Mo practiced individual movements under An Nuan's guidance. However, compared to Lin Xiaoxiao and Lu Wan, who had just arrived, he considered himself quite fortunate. Watching Lu Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao being pressed down by Teacher Yu, Chen Mo felt an inexplicable ache in his own thighs. The pitiful cries of the two girls were almost piercing his eardrums. He cast a grateful glance at An Nuan, relieved that he did not have to endure what they were experiencing. An Nuan, observing Chen Mo's expression, pursed her lips. Mo, focus a bit more, otherwise, I may have to step in and help you. Chen Mo shrank slightly, offering An Nuan a smile. She stood beside him, guiding him while occasionally turning to witness the plight of her friends, a hint of schadenfreude in her smile. She recalled the time during her winter break when she had just turned 18, when apart from practicing her instrument, stretching her body had been her primary focus. The memories of her past life lingered, yet her physical form could not be reclaimed. She was acutely aware of that pain. As the girls underwent their suffering, she found amusement in their predicament. Teacher Yu remained earnest, undisturbed by the anguished cries of the two girls, and after a while, she finally allowed them to rest. Lin Xiaoxiao and Lu Wan, struggling to retract their legs, collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Teacher Yu turned to retrieve a fascia gun to assist them in relaxing their muscles. The beginning is always painful, but it will get better once you're stretched out. These are fundamental skills. You both must practice well. As she admonished them, her gaze drifted towards An Nuan and Chen Mo's direction. Mo, let's take a break too. An Nuan paused her movements, and Chen Mo nodded in agreement. He did not find the ordeal as torturous as the two girls. Though after an afternoon of practice, his thighs felt somewhat sore and numb. Indeed, it was no easy task. Yes, the lower body is crucial. Mo, you must find time to strengthen your leg muscles, even when you return. Sipping water, they both glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and Lu Wan. Lu Wan appeared to handle it somewhat better, being naturally slender, while Lin Xiaoxiao looked rather disheveled. Beads of sweat adorned her round face, flushed from exertion, clearly indicating that the workout had exceeded her limits. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xiaoxiao shot a glare at the two, who were merely spectating. Chen Mo observed her slightly plump figure and inquired, doesn't she need to lose some weight? Otherwise, this must be exhausting for her. His voice was soft, yet it reached Lin Xiaoxiao's ears, causing her expression to darken as she beseeched An Nuan with her eyes. An Nuan, with a beaming smile, set down her water cup and offered Chen Mo a hearty compliment. Mo, you're absolutely right. Xiaoxiao indeed needs to shed some weight. It's not difficult. Just control your diet and increase your exercise. Without regard for Lin Xiaoxiao's protests, An Nuan turned her attention to Chen Mo's relatively slim figure, earnestly stating, Mo, you are too thin. If only you had a bit of muscle. Particularly your legs, they resemble bamboo poles, which is rather unappealing. Chen Mo rubbed his nose, lowering his gaze to examine his legs, contemplating whether to gesture for comparison. Suddenly reminded of An Nuan's earlier distress, he halted, his curiosity piqued, wanting to voice his thoughts. It was An Nuan's fixed gaze upon his legs that had seemingly caused her to enter such a weakened state. And Chen Mo had a vague feeling that her condition was somehow connected to his desire to compare their thighs. The uncertainty lingered, yet he dismissed it momentarily and ultimately remarked, well, I lacked exercise previously. I only rode my bike daily. I was actually quite fit in middle school. During those years, Chen Mo had enjoyed sports, but a series of events had led him to abandon that passion. The ridicule from his stepmother, Wang Jimei, had taken a toll. managing the household finances while indulging in mahjong. Her poor luck often resulted in losses, and she did not conceal her malice towards Chen Mo. Initially, she would symbolically provide him with some money for clothing and shoes, but eventually, that ceased. Chen Mo was well aware of Wang Jimei's intentions, which was why he had bid farewell to vigorous exercise. It was a lamentable reality, merely to prolong the lifespan of his shoes. However, given their low quality, how long could they truly last? Once they tore, he would only resort to glue to mend them. He never had the audacity to approach Wang Jimei for money to buy new ones. And it wasn't until his first year of high school that he found a part-time job, earning money he hesitated to spend. The matter of clothing is rather manageable, particularly since there is a school uniform, albeit somewhat worn, yet remains clean. As for shoes, he would only consider purchasing a new pair once the current ones are utterly unwearable. Everything relies on his own efforts, and he treasures every penny he earns. Suddenly, Chen Mo reverted to his former reclusive demeanor. An Nuan noticed a shift in his expression and could roughly conjecture his inner thoughts, given that in their previous life, he had been entirely open with her. She extended her hand, waving it in front of Chen Mo's eyes, and gently said, "Let us begin this transformation from now on." Attaining a sound body can greatly enhance one's mental state. With a sharpened focus and boundless energy, one can better tackle the upcoming college entrance examination. Wouldn't you agree? Her reasoning was compelling, leaving Chen Mo with no grounds for rebuttal. Nodding, he replied, "Yes, I will make time to practice when I return." After speaking, Chen Mo glanced at An Nuan and ultimately voiced his curiosity. "An Nuan, I have a question for you. Were you truly gasping for breath earlier? I felt that something was off about your condition." Upon hearing this, he noticed An Nuan's gaze fixated on his thigh, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes, though it was less pronounced than before. This only deepened Chen Mo's confusion. An Nuan turned her head away, hesitating to respond. She sensed that Chen Mo had discerned something, as he had always been astutely observant, particularly regarding others' expressions. An awkward silence enveloped them for a moment. After a considerable pause, An Nuan endeavored to present a gentle smile and softly said, "It relates to that nightmare I had. Mo, would you like to hear about it?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo relinquished his pursuit of answers. Realizing that the nightmare must be something An Nuan was reluctant to revisit. He shook his head, offering a soft smile, and glanced at the girl beside him. "I don't want to hear it." Concerned that she might slip back into her previous state, clearly distressing for her, he sought to alleviate the tension. Taking a deep breath, An Nuan softly spoke, "In that nightmare, Mo, your legs, they couldn't move." As she uttered these words, a weight seemed to lift from her heart, as if a heavy stone had shifted slightly. Chen Mo felt puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the implication of her statement. Couldn't he move meant paralysis, didn't he? Yet why did she dream of him? And why did he find himself within her nightmare? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind as he observed An Nuan, whose downcast gaze revealed clear traces of tears beneath her feet. She had cried. Chen Mo felt a surge of helplessness, and all his earlier questions vanished into thin air. He yearned to comfort her with a gentle pat on the back, but hesitated, instead retrieving a tissue and offering it to her. An Nuan accepted it, wiping her eyes before looking up, now adorned with a gentle smile, though her eyes remained slightly reddened. "Are you all right?" "It was merely a dream," Chen Mo reassured her. Meeting his gaze, An Nuan whispered, "But in that nightmare, your legs couldn't move. It's connected to me. Mo, will you blame me?" Seeing the guilt and trepidation in her eyes pierced Chen Mo's heart, causing a sharp pang of empathy. This feeling was abrupt, yet profoundly clear. With a softening smile, he replied gently, "It was just a dream. Why would I blame you? Please do not dwell on it. I am perfectly fine." As he spoke, he purposefully wiggled his legs. An Nuan nodded in agreement. Yes, it was merely a nightmare. It's all in the past. Observing her newfound relaxation, Chen Mo suppressed his own curiosity, opting not to pursue the topic further, fearful of unsettling her once more. "So, is this why you want me to practice my leg exercises more diligently?" "Yes, Mo, you must promise me. You must strengthen your body, all right?" An Nuan's eyes brimmed with earnest pleading. Chen Mo chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation, and chose not to delve further into the subject. An Nuan stood up, taking a few steps forward and beckoning to Chen Mo. "Hurry, let us continue." Chen Mo rose to his feet, joining her as they resumed their practice. This time, he was exceedingly attentive, his understanding deepening. The movements An Nuan had taught him were primarily focused on strengthening the legs. She truly cared about this. At 6 in the evening, their dance class concluded. Chen Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder, grasping An Nuan's pink cup, and the two walked side by side as they exited the studio. An Nuan relished the small acts of kindness Chen Mo performed for her, casually handing him her belongings as if it were entirely natural. Ahead of them, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan leaned on each other, limping toward the elevator. "What are the crab duo planning to eat today?" An Nuan's teasing tone elicited a fierce glare from Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan, who turned back to shoot them an annoyed look. "We're heading to that buffet. Sister Wan, you're treating. Xianxian, you can't indulge in high-calorie treats like ice cream anymore. From today, you're on a diet." The four of them stepped into the elevator, with An Nuan grinning at Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian, resigned, nodded in agreement, well aware of the necessity, as teacher you had previously advised her on this matter. Chen Mo smiled quietly, enjoying the camaraderie between An Nuan and her friends, feeling a twinge of envy for their bond. "By the way, Mo, you should consume more high-calorie foods." She turned back to Chen Mo, her eyes sparkling. "You mustn't forget your promise. And you, Wan, you've lost some weight too. It's fine to eat a bit more." As they chatted, they entered the buffet restaurant. Chapter 48, The Preconceived Storage Card. At 7 o'clock, the quartet returned to the old residence, seated beneath the white awning, savoring their meal. The grievances of Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan had mostly dissipated in the face of delectable food as they now lounged in their chairs, munching on nuts while casting glances at Chen Mo and An Nuan across the table. They had exhausted their capacity for sarcasm, simply observing as Chen Mo peeled a pistachio and handed it to An Nuan's outstretched hand. He remained poised, a test paper laid before him. Chen Mo grabbed another handful, continuing to focus on the test while shelling pistachios. An Nuan seemed to relish these nuts. With each one he passed her, she beamed and popped it into her mouth, making it challenging for Chen Mo to keep pace. A pile of shells began to accumulate before him, and the two remained silent, one engrossed in the exam, the other peeling and passing the nuts. Finally, An Nuan ceased extending her hand, and Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. As she popped the shelled pistachios into her mouth, the delightful flavor was undeniable. It was no wonder she relished them so much. This task was indeed laborious, and her fingers began to ache slightly. Chen Mo blew gently on his fingers, and An Nuan handed him a bottle of iced tea. An Nuan's smile held a hint of mischief. "You've worked hard, Mo." It was evident that she was quite pleased as she rose to fetch the trash can, intending to tidy up the table. Today they would forego the study room, which felt rather cramped. Fortunately, the outer room was brightly lit, and with no mosquitoes to disturb them during this season, a refreshing breeze wafted in, providing a pleasant ambience. An Nuan also stood up, calling her two friends to accompany her to the study room for the exam papers. The subject for today's tutoring was mathematics. Ignoring the resentful glances cast by Lu Wan and Lin Xianxian, Chen Mo adopted a serious demeanor as he assumed his role, distributing the exam papers to each student. He remarked, "This set should prove somewhat challenging. I believe we can thoroughly discuss it over the next 2 days. However, the scope of knowledge involved is quite broad and deep. If you manage to grasp it, you will undoubtedly make significant progress." Chen Mo spoke earnestly, observing the expressions of the three. An Nuan nodded obediently, a sweet smile gracing her face. "Yes, let us begin." With a pen in hand, Chen Mo focused intently and commenced solving the problems. Unfortunately, he found himself stumped by the very first question. In Class 3, Yuan Gang gazed at his mathematics exam paper with a sense of despondency, letting out a sigh. He subconsciously glanced at Chen Mo's seat, which remained empty. Well then, he would have to seek assistance from someone else. He could only solve 2/3 of the mock exam paper, and those blank spaces left him feeling quite disheartened. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen behind in his studies. Reminiscing about the ambitious declarations he had made in front of Chen Mo, he encouraged himself inwardly. His eyes darted to the front row, where he rummaged through his backpack, finally retrieving an alpine lollipop, strawberry-flavored. Looking up, he noticed his classmates were engrossed in their own tasks, not whispering amongst themselves. Inspired by this atmosphere, Yuan Gang reassured himself. Surely, asking a question would be too daunting. He tiptoed over to class monitor Xia Wan, smiling as he said, "Monitor, I'd like to ask you about a math problem." Feeling a bit anxious, he continued. Xia Wan looked up, momentarily puzzled to see Yuan Gang. "When did you become so diligent, Yuan Gang?" she inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yuan Gang awkwardly tightened his grip on the alpine lollipop, glancing at Chen Mo's empty seat as he whispered, "Well, if even An Nuan wants to improve, why can't I?" Amused by his words, Xia Wan nodded and reached out to examine the exam paper he held. Yuan Gang, feeling embarrassed, handed it over. "Not that you expect me to solve all of this for you, do you, Yuan Gang?" Xia Wan questioned him, her brow furrowed as she observed the large blank spaces on his paper, unable to resist a teasing remark. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth and offered the lollipop. "I'll treat you to this if you help me." Xia Wan, bemused yet accepting, took the lollipop without much thought. A nearby female classmate doubled over in laughter, while Yuan Gang struggled to maintain his composure. Fortunately, Xiaoner was quite responsible and could not ignore the questions posed by her classmates. However, his inquiries were rather numerous. She stood up, scanning the room. Aside from the empty spots near Chen Mo and An Nuan, there were also vacancies beside Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong. "Let us go to Chen Mo's seat," she declared. Yuan Gang hurried to follow, feeling a surge of excitement within. Upon reaching the seats of Chen Mo and An Nuan, Xiaoner glanced around and quietly asked, "Since you're close with Chen Mo, could you enlighten me about his relationship with An Nuan?" Seeing the gossiping gleam in her eyes, Yuan Gang felt a twinge of discomfort regarding his friend's affairs. After a moment's hesitation, he whispered, "I'll share everything you want to know, but you must agree to one condition." Xiaoner raised an eyebrow, ready to abandon the conversation, yet her curiosity prevailed. "What condition?" she asked. "First, no spreading rumors. Second, when I ask you questions in the future, you mustn't brush me off," he stipulated. Xiaoner regarded him, rising as if to leave. Yuan Gang quickly interjected, "Let us negotiate, don't go just yet. You're asking for two conditions. You know, Yuan Gang, your math skills are quite lacking." Observing the satisfied look on Xiaoner's face, Yuan Gang reluctantly sold out his friend. The first condition was disregarded. He was left with the second. "Satisfied?" She nodded and said in a hushed voice, "Hurry up and tell me." Nearby classmates instinctively perked up their ears, their actions slowing down. Given the tranquil atmosphere of the classroom, it was evident that even their hushed tones would be audible. Yuan Gang quickly realized this, flipping through the books on Chen Mo's desk until he found a piece of scrap paper. He decided to communicate through writing, considering his friend's feelings. Just then, a slip of paper fluttered down from the scrap paper, landing on the desk. The two stared wide-eyed at the words inscribed upon it. "Are you envious? I can teach you. Don't worry, I'll 1T charge you for the tutoring, right? Stingy, I 1T deduct anything." They exchanged glances, and Xiaoner swiftly snatched it up, recognizing the feminine handwriting at the beginning and the familiar script of Chen Mo in the middle, while the last line bore the same girl's hand. A smile crept onto Xiaoner's face as her imagination conjured a cinematic narrative. After reading it, she handed it to Yuan Gang. Glancing at the 3 sentences, Yuan Gang murmured, "It seems inappropriate to pry into someone's privacy." He tucked the paper into the scrap sheet. Seeing the predatory glint in Xiaoner's eyes, Yuan Gang quickly relented, handing her the scrap paper. She extracted a sheet and penned her question, "Are they in a relationship?" Yuan Gang gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "For the sake of my friend's future, I must impose on you, Mo." A sudden sneeze escaped Chen Mo, causing a brief shock among the 3. He chuckled apologetically, "Sorry, I couldn't help it. Let us continue." As night deepened, Chen Mo explained concepts, and the 3 listened intently. Occasionally, they jotted down notes on the scrap paper. After concluding a significant problem, Chen Mo took a sip of his iced tea. And Wan checked the time on her phone and set her pen down. "Let us call it a night. It's nearly 10. Wan and Xianxian have worked hard today, and they need to attend vocal lessons tomorrow morning. By the way, Mo, it might be a bit dull tomorrow. Do you mind?" Chen Mo shook his head. "I can bring some exam papers to work on. It will help me be more prepared when I explain things to you." Lin Xianxian leaned back in her chair, yawning widely, while Lu Wan rubbed her eyes and remarked, "Sister Wan, tomorrow should be a bit easier, right?" Upon witnessing the fatigue etched upon the faces of the two, An Nuan felt a pang of compassion and refrained from imposing further pressure upon them. She nodded, affirming, "Certainly, it cannot be as arduous as practicing dance. Yet we must not become complacent. We must dedicate at least an hour each day to practice." Instantly, their expressions fell, and they began to grumble in protest. A futile endeavor. As Chen Mo tidied up the items on the table, An Nuan's soft, melodious voice floated to him. "Mo, you must also carve out some time each day for exercise. I will give you something shortly." With a playful wink, she added a touch of mischief to her words. Intrigued, Chen Mo did not press further, and the 4 of them gathered their belongings before heading out of the alley. Today, Lu Wan and Lin Xianxian were returning home. For otherwise, their parents would surely worry. An Nuan, by herself, would never choose to stay here. As they watched Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan hail a taxi and drive away, Chen Mo and An Nuan stood beneath the lamppost, exchanging a glance that quickly morphed into shared laughter. "What are you going to give me?" Chen Mo inquired with curiosity. An Nuan produced a petite storage card from her bag. Surprised, Chen Mo accepted it, revealing a 4 gigabytes capacity. It was his first encounter with such a substantial storage card, prompting him to ask, "What does it contain?" The girl gazed at him with a radiant smile, shaking her head. "Mo, you will find out when you return." With her teasing nature evident, Chen Mo refrained from further questioning. Climbing into a taxi, He waved goodbye to An Nuan, who watched as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. Pulling out her phone, An Nuan dialed Uncle Lee's number. 10 minutes later, a sleek black Benz pulled up beside her. An Nuan entered the vehicle, greeting Uncle Lee with a smile. As the car began to move, Uncle Lee spoke softly. The arrangements are in place. We are seeking an opportune moment for contact. Once there is news, I will update you. An Nuan nodded. Thank you. Please be as detailed as possible. I wish to know every move that individual makes outside of school, whom they meet, what they do. Uncle Lee acknowledged her request, assuring her that it posed no difficulty for him, as it concerned merely an ordinary high school student. Chapter 49. Be a cheerful and bright young man. Chen Mo pushed open the gate, immediately assailed by the cacophony emanating from the living room. This scene was typical whenever his father, Chen Jun, returned home, inviting a few raucous friends to drink in the living room until they were incapacitated. At that moment, the living room lay in disarray, with bottles precariously toppled beneath the table and spilled liquor saturating the floor. The men, their faces flushed and tongues thickened by drink, were engaged in loud boasting. The pungent odor of alcohol made Chen Mo hold his breath. He ignored their gazes and proceeded to his room, opting to act as if he had not seen them, lest it disrupt his mood. His stepmother, Wang Jimei, had evidently taken her son out, and she naturally despised Chen Jun's habit of bringing friends over to drink. However, after several altercations, she had resigned herself to the situation. Chen Jun, spotting the late-returning Chen Mo, swayed unsteadily to his feet, fueled by liquor. Stop right there. You little rascal. Where have you been all day? Do you not think to inform me, your father, of your whereabouts? He staggered closer, the stench of alcohol making Chen Mo feel queasy, prompting him to step back several paces. Noticing Chen Mo's disdainful expression and his silence in response to the question, suddenly, he lunged forward, raising his hand to strike Chen Mo's face. The friends at the table, witnessing the impending strike, were jolted into sobriety. Naturally, the slap did not meet Chen Mo's face, for he grasped Chen Jun's hand firmly, locking eyes with him in a cold stare. The pressure from Chen Mo's grip caused Chen Jun discomfort, and for a moment he found himself intimidated by his son, who towered over him. Gritting his teeth, he spat. You ungrateful wretch, once the college entrance exams are over, I expect you to vanish far from here without expecting a single cent from me. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo closed his eyes. After a moment's pause, he released Chen Jun's hand and ascended the staircase. Engaging in further conversation with him felt utterly repugnant. Observing that his friends were now focused on him, Chen Jun felt embarrassed and angrily attempted to pursue Chen Mo. However, his companions swiftly intervened, urging him to remain. Chen Jun cast a resentful glance at the staircase before beckoning his friends to continue their revelry. Chen Mo retreated to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. He placed his backpack on the desk and collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, which seemed dark and foreboding, as if something might emerge from it any moment. Listening to the boisterous banter and drinking games from downstairs, he grabbed a pillow to muffle his ears. Yet, the effect was minimal. Rising again, he rummaged through the drawer near his headboard and retrieved a slightly yellowed photograph. The picture had been cut, leaving only about 2/3 of it intact. He switched on the desk lamp and sat before it, gazing intently at the figures within. A young, beautiful woman cradled a child of approximately 3 years old, her expression radiating warmth. The child, clad in open crotch pants, had chubby little legs and stared straight ahead with innocent eyes, a small mouth forming a pure smile. Chen Mo seemed to hear the child's laughter echoing in his ears. The child in the photograph was him, and the woman was his mother, who had passed away when he was merely 7 years old. The gentle smile of the woman appeared to come to life, and Chen Mo could not help but smile in return, his expression pure and untainted. As tears blurred his vision, the details of his mother's face grew indistinct. He did not wipe away the tears, allowing them to cascade down his cheeks, which somehow rendered the scene clearer. Looking at the photograph, Chen Mo softly murmured, Mom, I've made new friends. She is a wonderful person, just like Wen Lan, who cares deeply for her son. By the way, I'm tutoring her, and she promised to give me 200 yuan a day once I complete my college entrance exams. We will leave this place, and I'm certain I will achieve good results. Then, I will take you to see the university campus. Suppressing his emotions, Chen Mo spoke in a hoarse whisper, a habit he had developed over time. Whenever he missed his mother, he would take out this photograph and talk to her. He yearned for his words to carry his longing to her ears. In the past, he had collected every exam paper and periodically burned them, hoping his mother would see that he had achieved good grades. Mom, your son has always been first. Do not worry. I will do well in the future and will have a home of my own. I miss you so much. Can you hear me? Chen Mo pressed the photograph tightly against his chest and wept quietly over his desk. On the other side of the city, An Nuan nestled closer to Qing. The screen of her phone displaying a clip of her hip-hop dance from earlier that day. Qing watched his daughter, exuding confidence on the small screen, a broad smile illuminating his face. My Nuan dances so beautifully. Beside them, Guyu observed the father-daughter duo with a sense of pride and quietly rose to fetch some fruit. An Nuan tilted her head back, proudly sniffing the air. The dance teacher Daddy found for me is amazing. Tomorrow, I will start vocal practice. I am destined to become a great star. Qing nodded, observing his daughter's demeanor. He raised his hand, intending to pat her head, only to realize that his daughter had matured. She was no longer the little girl who sweetly called him daddy while gazing up at him. An Nuan, sensing her father's gesture, playfully leaned in, offering her head for a gentle pat. Qing was momentarily taken aback, a warm smile gracing his face as he tenderly patted An Nuan's small head. No matter what career you aspire to in the future, your father will support you. An Nuan withdrew her head, rising to her feet. I'm going to rest now. Dad, you should get to bed early too. Good night, Dad. Qing watched his daughter skip joyfully up the stairs, his heart swelling with warmth. It was only when her figure vanished at the staircase's edge that he averted his gaze. Guyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of red grapes. Noticing An Nuan's absence, she inquired, "Where's Nuan?" Qing replied with a smile, "She has gone to rest. Nuan is indeed thriving. She has truly grown up. Does she really aspire to be a big star?" Qing nodded affirmatively. "She wishes for the stars, and I shall pluck them for her." His words radiated with unwavering confidence. Guyu's smile widened as she nodded, delighted by the harmonious relationship between father and daughter. In her room, An Nuan retrieved her phone and dialed Chen Mo, aware that he seldom logged into QQ. She yearned to hear his voice. When the phone rang, Chen Mo sniffed, placing the photograph on the table. Upon seeing An Nuan's call, he composed himself, striving to keep his voice steady. "An Nuan, are you home?" Montag. What are you up to? Have you checked out that memory card I sent you?" Chen Mo suddenly remembered, pulling out the card and apologetically replying, "Not yet. I just got home. I'll take a look soon." With a cheerful demeanor, An Nuan made her way to the bathroom, gazing at her radiant smile in the mirror, playfully making a funny face. She felt elated today. Chen Mo had not rejected her goodwill. Having endured that nightmarish phase, she cherished her current life even more, surrounded by those who cared for her and whom she cared about. Mo, you must promise me. Be a sunny and cheerful boy from now on." Her soft, melodious voice seemed to carry a warm essence, dispelling the shadows and sorrows within him. Gazing at the gentle smile of his mother in the photograph, Chen Mo reciprocated with a smile of his own, softly affirming, "Yes, I will be a sunny and cheerful boy." Surely, his mother would not wish to see him in a solitary state, he mused. With this thought, he and An Nuan exchanged goodnights before he picked up the memory card to inspect it, curious about its contents. He powered off his phone and replaced his own memory card with hers. Upon rebooting, he opened the files, revealing a plethora of videos. He clicked on the one titled "Watch This First." On the small screen, the video commenced with An Nuan clad in cartoon-patterned pajamas, lying on a pink bedsheet, her little feet swaying playfully. She waved her fair hand at the camera, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, her dimples faintly visible. Macau. First of all, I want to thank you for agreeing to tutor me. It means a lot to me. Honestly, I feel like I've taken advantage of you. If I were to hire a tutor, each session would probably cost 200. That adds up to quite a bit over time. In the video, An Nuan wiggled her little feet, revealing her slender calves, which gleamed under the light. With a cheeky blink, she exaggeratedly expressed how fortunate she felt. "But we've signed a contract, so you can't back out. After some thought, I realized you might be at a disadvantage, so I pondered how to repay you. Let us start with this memory card. Mo, do you know? You're too skinny, not at all how a healthy boy should look. Thus, I compiled some workout videos. Considering the busy schedule of your senior year, I found exercises you can do at home. Don't brush this off. Remember to carve out time to work out tomorrow. By the time the college entrance exams are over, you should be able to develop some pecs and abs, right?" In the video, An Nuan's eyes darted shyly as she covered her face, appearing bashful. After a moment, she lowered her hands, leaning closer to the camera. As if whispering into Chen Mo's ear, her voice soft and slightly shy. "At that time, I'll be checking up on you. So don't think you can take it lightly. Lastly, Mo, good night." The video abruptly cut off. Chen Mo felt a slight flush on his cheeks, an almost ticklish sensation near his ears, unsure if it stemmed from his own heart or the sound of the video. Staring blankly at the final frame, An Nuan's half-visible face reflected the glow of his laptop screen, as if stars were twinkling within her beautiful willow leaf eyes. Her long eyelashes were distinctly defined, and her gaze held a blend of shyness and tenderness. A warmth surged within Chen Mo, and he felt as though An Nuan had playfully teased him. After a while, he chuckled softly, exiting the playback interface and browsing through the organized videos, a sense of warmth enveloping him. From today onward, I shall indeed become a sunny and cheerful boy, he whispered to himself, carefully placing his mother's photograph back, softly uttering, "Good night." Chapter 50. This might hurt a bit. At the break of dawn, Chen Mo arose even before his alarm could sound. After completing his morning routine, he took out his phone and sent a message to An Nuan. "Good morning, An Nuan." Peering out the window, he opened it, allowing the cool morning breeze to brush against his cheeks. An Nuan did not respond, prompting Chen Mo to set his phone on the table and delve into the workout videos she had curated for him. Beginner low-intensity workout, warm-up jumping jacks. 3, 2, 1. In the video, a robust man synchronized his jumps with the rhythm of the music, his broad chest prominently displayed, muscles sharply defined. As Chen Mo watched, he instinctively glanced at his own abdomen. Lifting his shirt, he could clearly see his ribs protruding, his stomach flat and devoid of any definition. He sighed helplessly, assessing his undernourished physique, realizing he appeared somewhat frail. Recalling An Nuan's words from the previous night's video, he tightened his stomach in determination. He had found it still lacking. It seemed achieving such a physique would not be an easy task. But what did it matter? With persistence, results would surely follow. Chen Mo murmured to himself, continuing to browse the next video, which included various exercises such as plank holds, modified push-ups, standard push-ups, tiger push-ups, shooter push-ups, crunches, leg raises, deep squats, and sit-ups, each targeting the body's major muscle groups with intricate movements. After a brief perusal, it became evident that the videos were organized according to their level of difficulty, and it was clear that An Nuan had invested considerable time in creating them. Chen Mo felt a surge of gratitude. She truly cared for him, and he could not afford to slack off. Disrobing to his shorts, a chilly breeze swept through, sending a shiver down his spine. Observing his lanky physique, Chen Mo took a deep breath and commenced the warm-up exercises demonstrated in the video. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan had also risen, both engaged in brushing their teeth. As locals of Zhangsheng, their familial situations were neither the best nor the worst. In recent days, having progressed alongside An Nuan, they had both found excuses to avoid returning home. Previously, the two had frequently spent nights at the old residence with An Nuan, and their parents had ceased trying to persuade them otherwise. However, it appeared that circumstances had recently shifted. Their parents first noticed the girls' once unconventional hairstyles returning to a more traditional appearance. Subsequently, they learned of the girls' tutoring sessions with An Nuan, and naturally, they did not conceal this from their families. Their parents, relieved yet inquisitive, bombarded them with questions. Upon returning home last night, both girls were subjected to an intense interrogation, and unable to withstand their parents' persistent inquiries, they divulged their plans. They were now determined to pursue music alongside their university aspirations. This was indeed a significant development, and both sets of parents were overjoyed. The saying goes that a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Previously, the parents had lamented that their daughters were being led astray by An Nuan and urged them to sever ties. Eventually, their efforts waned, and they surrendered to the situation. Seeing their daughters, whom they had all but given up on, suddenly transformed, both sets of parents were taken aback. Upon learning the truth, they felt a mix of nostalgia and hope, wishing for their daughters to remain steadfast and not abandon their newfound passions after a fleeting enthusiasm. Aware that vocal lessons awaited them today, followed by cultural studies in the evening, the parents cheerfully prepared breakfast for their daughters. However, the girls appeared less than appreciative. Lin Qianqian hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulder, chatting on the phone with Lu Wan. Watching her daughter dart away, Lin's mother glanced at the untouched noodles on the table and helplessly approached Lin's father. "You finish your breakfast. This girl seems bewitched, placing such trust in An Nuan." Lin's father, chewing thoughtfully, eventually replied, "I feel it is necessary to investigate. Something in my heart feels amiss." Lin's mother pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Since I have the day off, I shall see what these three are up to and whether their claims hold any truth." Meanwhile, Lu Wan's situation mirrored that of Lin Qianqian. Once her daughter departed, Lu's mother discreetly followed suit. An Nuan pushed open the old residence's door and stepped inside. After coordinating with her friends over the phone, she placed her bag on the living room sofa. Before long, Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan arrived, laden with bags and calling out An Nuan's name. Shortly thereafter, the trio had breakfast. An Nuan glanced at the clock, noting it was already past 7. "We have 2 hours. Let's practice diligently. You both remember the basic stretching exercises taught by teacher you, right? Have you brought your clothes?" They nodded in affirmation. and An Nuan led them back to the living room. After drawing the curtains, they began changing clothes. Amidst laughter and playful banter, they gathered a large mat and ventured to the backyard. Once they spread it out on the lawn, they exchanged glances, each reflecting eager anticipation. Clad in light-colored fitted t-shirts and loose pants, Lu Wan glanced down at herself, then at Lin Xianxian and An Nuan, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Madam, yeah. You're not even plump, yet how can you be so voluptuous? Lin Xianxian stifled a laugh, instinctively puffing out her chest and teasing Lu Wan. What you have is not fat. It doesn't count, Lu Wan retorted, sitting on the mat in frustration. Observing their playful exchange, An Nuan sighed. You two should get started. I need to begin my workout as well. Where's Teacher Chen? When is he coming? Lin Xianxian inquired. A smile crossed An Nuan's face as she recalled that Chen Mo was also exercising. Wondering how he had reacted to the video she recorded for him. He said he would arrive before 9. She replied, already commencing her warm-up. Seeing her begin, the other two wasted no time and started their respective practices. It wasn't too long before they noticed that An Nuan seemed to be avoiding dance moves. Lu Wan, curious, observed An Nuan performing a plank. Madam, yeah. Aren't you practicing dance moves? An Nuan glanced at them, rolling her eyes, then effortlessly dropped into a split. With a defiant look, she declared, I don't need to practice those anymore. However, I will ask teacher you for guidance in the future. I wish to learn Chinese dance, particularly the classical style. For now, I want to develop my abs and improve my lung capacity. That is of utmost importance. You both need to deliberately practice your lung capacity as well. It's a strict requirement. You'll understand later. After making her point, An Nuan resumed her plank, indifferent to their gazes. The two felt an unexpected weight of pressure from her words and began their own routines. Chen Mo's arms trembled, beads of sweat dampening his forehead. His long-neglected body was struggling to keep pace with the exercises tailored for novices. Upon completing a set routine, he felt utterly drained, his muscles aching. Breathing heavily, he glanced down at his abdomen. A slight effort elicited waves of discomfort. Gasping, he inhaled sharply, pushed himself up, and sought out a clean shirt in preparation for a shower. True to his character, he would not retreat in the face of adversity. He recognized the importance of moderation at the outset, so he paused to rest briefly before heading to the bathroom. At the old residence, Lin Xianxian was assisting Lu Wan with leg stretches, which felt even more painful than the previous day. Be gentle. You're going to break my leg. Lu Wan yelped from the backyard. Outside, two middle-aged women were startled by the cries emanating from the yard. Particularly alarmed was Lu Wan's mother, upon hearing her daughter's shrieks. She rushed into the old house without a second thought, followed closely by Lin Xianxian's mother. In their frantic haste to reach the yard, they found it empty. Yet Lu Wan's cries only grew louder, clearly emanating from behind the house. Lu Wan's mother glanced at the closed door, ready to call for her daughter, but was halted by Lin Xianxian's mother. She pointed towards a narrow passage beside the small building, bordered by a row of green bamboo. The two women stealthily made their way down the passage towards the backyard, where they witnessed the three girls' antics. Lu Wan had risen, rubbing her thigh, while Lin Xianxian assisted her in relaxing the other leg. Moments later, another cry of distress echoed from the backyard, this time belonging to Lin Xianxian. Madams Lu and Lin clandestinely observed their daughters, who were drenched in sweat, yet resolutely continued their activities. Quietly, they retreated, carefully securing the courtyard gate behind them. Exchanging knowing glances, they both erupted into laughter. Their worries were alleviated. It appeared the words they had shared were indeed truthful. That An Nuan possesses quite a knack. Witnessing my Qianqian in such a state brings me comfort, remarked Madame Lin. Beside her, Madame Lu nodded in agreement. These three have found their way back from straying. My husband was initially concerned that she might be in a romantic entanglement, resorting to a rather clumsy excuse. The two mothers continued to converse about the sudden transformations of their daughters as they vanished from the alleyway. After finishing his bath, Chen Mo donned a different set of slightly worn clothing, a black long-sleeve shirt paired with jeans, and the same pair of sneakers he had worn the previous day. This ensemble was, apart from his gray sweatshirt, the finest he possessed. He recalled An Nuan's word from the day before and, though puzzled by her disdain for his previous outfit, opted for a change. Regardless of the reasons, since An Nuan disliked it, he chose not to wear it. The girl had already done enough for him during his period. Though he kept his thoughts to himself, they were etched in his memory. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Chen Mo stepped outside, intrigued by the vocal lessons An Nuan had mentioned and eager to hear what she would sing today. Chapter 51. The charming teacher Nya arriving at the old residence around 8:30, Chen Mo gently pushed open the courtyard gate. Upon entering, he found no sign of An Nuan and her companions. Glancing at the closed door ahead, he took a seat beneath the white awning in the courtyard. Were it not for the occasional sounds of playful banter from the three sisters, he might have believed he was alone. Noticing the open window on the second floor, he discerned that the voices emanated from there. Setting down his backpack, he caught snippets of conversation that included his name and coughed lightly to announce his presence. Regardless of their discussion, he felt it impolite to eavesdrop. Hearing the soft cough, the chatter from upstairs ceased. After a moment, Lin Qianqian's chubby face appeared, and upon recognizing Chen Mo, she greeted him with a somewhat peculiar smile. "Teacher Chen, just a moment. We'll be down shortly. Don't be too surprised," she exclaimed, but was abruptly interrupted by An Nuan's slightly annoyed voice. "Qianqian, hush." An Nuan's tone was tinged with embarrassment, compelling Qianqian to exchange knowing glances with Chen Mo, as if attempting to convey an unspoken message. However, all Chen Mo perceived was Qianqian's pouting expression, leaving him unaware of her intentions. The second floor fell silent, and Chen Mo, unconcerned, rummaged through his backpack for the previously photocopied notes. Although this copy lacked the clarity of the original manuscript he had given to Wen Lan, it was still legible enough. As he quietly leafed through the pages, he mused that the sisters were likely preening themselves, as girls often do before stepping out. Especially since today's plan involved attending vocal lessons rather than a dance party, would call for less disarray than the previous day. Meanwhile, in the room upstairs, An Nuan sat before the vanity, with Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan assisting her with her hair. An Nuan's hairstyle today was somewhat intricate. Once styled, she still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, which left her feeling a bit deflated. The two girls shared a glance, filled with exasperation at An Nuan's pouting discontent. They believed her hairstyle was already quite exquisite. "System Wan, you look wonderful. You will undoubtedly enchant Teacher Chen," Lu Wan commented softly. The two sisters often referred to Chen Mo as Teacher Chen during their playful interactions, a deliberate jest reflecting their mischievous spirits. Feeling the weight of their observations, An Nuan snatched the curling iron from Lu Wan and shot her an annoyed look. Peering out the window, she noticed Chen Mo still seated below. Gazing at her newly styled cat ear princess hair in the mirror, An Nuan adjusted a few strands until it finally met her approval. After a while, she adorned her hair with a red bow, allowing the tips to peek out charmingly. Satisfied with her appearance, she took the curling iron and effortlessly created cascading waves, enhancing the volume of her locks with a few deft strokes. Admiring the gentle beauty reflected back at her, An Nuan couldn't suppress her smile. The two girls beside her marveled at her transformation, unable to resist praising her. "Sister Nuan, when did you become so adept at enhancing your appearance?" Lin Qianqian remarked, recalling that the former An Nuan would never have attempted such a style. "Did Teacher Chen perhaps save the galaxy in his past life?" Lu Wan added, her tone slightly envious. Observing An Nuan's radiant demeanor, they chose to hold back their critiques. An Nuan reached for her lipstick, contemplating before applying a touch. The rosy hue accentuated her fair complexion, rendering her even more luminous. With a gentle smile that revealed her pearly whites, her bright willow leaf eyes sparkled with delight. Finally satisfied with her appearance, An Nuan rose, fully aware that this hairstyle was a favorite of Chen Mo's from his past life, a definitive point of admiration for him. Dressed in a white dress complemented by a pair of pristine sneakers, she bore a striking resemblance to the day they first met in Zhang Jia's fish porridge shop. As Chen Mo heard the door creak open, he turned to behold An Nuan standing on the steps in her white dress. Their eyes met, and as he beheld her gentle visage, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. The morning light enveloped her, casting a soft, golden halo around her dress. Noticing the unreserved admiration in his gaze, An Nuan's lips gradually curved into a smile, her dimples appearing as she radiated warmth and charm. Her heart swelled with affection, and she gazed softly into Chen Mo's eyes, unbidden emotions shimmering in her own. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan, concealed nearby, exchanged silent eye rolls at the intimate exchange. A gentle call broke the spell of Chen Mo's reverie. "Am I beautiful, Montauk?" Snapping back to reality, Chen Mo felt a flush of embarrassment at his earlier reaction. Meeting the tenderness in An Nuan's eyes, he stammered softly, "Yes, you look beautiful." As he spoke, he turned away, avoiding her gaze as he gathered his notes from the table and slung his backpack over his shoulder. An Nuan approached him, hands clasped behind her back, and with a bright smile, she whispered, "Shall I style my hair like this for you again in the future?" The mere words sent a jolt of electricity through Chen Mo's heart, leaving him feeling slightly dazed, as if An Nuan had playfully teased him. His gaze flickered with a hint of evasiveness, and his hands seemed to find no place to rest. Observing his nervous demeanor, An Nuan refrained from teasing him further and waved to the two individuals in the back who were engrossed in the unfolding drama. "Ah Huan, Qian Qian, let us be off, or we'll be late." Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief, grateful to escape having to answer An Nuan's earlier question. The four of them, sharing laughter and banter, hailed a taxi. By the time they arrived at the vocal lesson venue, it was already past 9 o'clock. The vocal instructor, surnamed Nya, bore a rather uncommon surname, appearing to be in her 30s with a strikingly graceful appearance. She did not chastise the group for their tardiness. After exchanging greetings, she cast several curious glances at An Nuan. Even with her extensive experience, she could not help but silently commend the girl's exceptional qualities. Her voice, clear and melodious, hinted at great potential, though it remained uncertain how strong her innate singing ability was. Is this student also here to learn vocal techniques? Teacher Nye inquired, directing her curiosity at Chen Mo, as she had not been informed of an additional attendee during her earlier conversation with An Nuan. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm merely accompanying them and won't disrupt your class. Teacher Nye nodded in understanding, recognizing that such situations were not uncommon. So he is auditing the class, An Nuan added. Teacher Nye smiled knowingly at the two standing side by side and guided them into a modest classroom. Once seated, she took her position at the front and spoke in a gentle tone. From now on, our lessons will be held here, but given your unique circumstances, you can only attend once a week. I will be conducting a special class just for you. Since none of you have received systematic vocal training before, I would like to hear your voices before we delve into the foundational knowledge. As she spoke, Teacher Nye clicked her mouse to select a background track. With a cheerful demeanor, she looked down at the three girls and asked, You all know how to sing Stranded, right? This song will be perfect for testing your abilities. The three girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chen Mo felt a surge of anticipation as he quietly watched. All right, who will go first? Teacher Nye prompted, her finger lightly tapping as the lyrics for Stranded appeared on the large screen behind her. Lin Xian and Lu Wan exchanged a glance, nudging An Nuan forward. With a quick flick of her eyes, An Nuan whispered, You two should go first. I wouldn't want to undermine your confidence. Her words ignited their competitive spirit, as they all recognized their novice status. Lin Xian was the first to rise. Teacher, I'll go first. Teacher Nye nodded encouragingly. Get ready. After a few moments of silence, Lin Xian adjusted her breathing as the background music began to play. The sky, long devoid of sunshine, still holds your smile. Lin Xian began to sing, her pitch slightly higher than intended. Teacher Nye subtly shook her head, having anticipated what would unfold. While she didn't go off-key, there was a distinct lack of technique. The dynamics were missing, and the nuances of soft mixing were far from evident. However, this was merely an initial assessment of their vocal timbre, so such shortcomings were not of immediate concern. As expected, when the song reached its high notes, Lin Xian cracked her voice, choking slightly from the effort and coughing uncontrollably. Witnessing her struggle, Chen Mo felt a twinge in his own throat, realizing he would fare no better if he were to sing. An Nuan playfully patted her back. I told you not to start so high. Teacher Nye paused the music. It's all right. Everyone starts somewhere. Next, Lu Wan, having learned from Lin Xian's experience, kept her pitch more moderate. As she sang, Teacher Nye attentively analyzed her intonation. To everyone's surprise, Lu Wan successfully navigated the high notes without cracking her voice, finishing the song with a flushed face and a couple of involuntary coughs from the exertion. Teacher Nye paused the music, beaming as she praised, Not bad. Your voice has great clarity, though your breath support could improve. Receiving the compliment, Lu Wan smiled brightly, clearly pleased. Teacher Nye's gaze shifted to An Nuan, her anticipation growing for this exceptionally gifted girl. Chen Mo also turned his attention to An Nuan, who rose with a confident smile. First, she relaxed her entire body and softly declared, I'm ready. Teacher Nye nodded, and the background music began to play. An Nuan's voice filled the room, and Teacher Nye's eyes widened with delight as she recognized the ease in An Nuan's diction and the resonance in her nasal passages. Chen Mo found her voice enchanting, invoking an indescribable sense of comfort. Though Lin Xian and Lu Wan were not well-versed in technical aspects, they too found An Nuan's singing captivating. As her song continued, Teacher Nye's admiration for An Nuan intensified. Upon reaching the high notes, Teacher Nye felt a flutter of nervousness. I can only read the lines forever, reading the pain I've inflicted upon you. I cannot forgive. So please consider me as if I no longer exist. As An Nuan concluded her performance, she glanced down at Chen Mo, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if silently urging him to commend her. Chen Mo offered her a glowing thumbs up, genuinely impressed by her remarkable singing. Teacher Nye observed their exchange, chuckling softly as An Nuan settled back down, awaiting her feedback. An Nuan, have you had prior training? Teacher Nye inquired, her excitement palpable. With a calm demeanor, An Nuan shook her head. I've never formally studied. I just enjoy singing and believe this is how it should be done. What do you think, Teacher Nye? Her face radiated confidence and warmth. Teacher Nye felt a flutter of disbelief, but chose not to question further. An Nuan was clearly endowed with extraordinary talent, destined for success in this field. An Nuan, you are truly born for this path of music. Hearing Teacher Nye's praise, An Nuan turned to her friends with a playful huff, lightly tapping Chen Mo's thigh beneath the table. I told you I'd become a big star one day. Do you believe me now, Mo? Chen Mo nodded with a smile, genuinely pleased for her, and he recognized that her playful gesture was simply a manifestation of her joy. Unbeknownst to him, he was captivated by the girl beside him, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 52. Teacher Nye's Intentions on Stage. Teacher Nye watched An Nuan with palpable excitement. Whether her words held truth or not had become irrelevant. It had been ages since she encountered such a promising talent. It stirred a sense of enthusiasm within her, and her earlier remarks were not mere platitudes. Within her network in the industry, she was aware of certain individuals, and thoughts began to formulate in her mind. Concealing her intentions, she resolved to observe further. Turning to the group, Teacher Nye inquired, "You've come to learn vocal techniques. Are you genuinely considering a career in music?" Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan exchanged glances, both recognizing the trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. Their earlier performances had left much to be desired, particularly Lin Xianxian, who hadn't managed to complete a single song. Sensing their unease, An Nuan reached out, clasping their hands reassuringly. Looking at Teacher Nye, An Nuan confidently declared, "Yes, the three of us have made our decision. We shall tread this path henceforth." Lu Wan's vocal prowess, when compared to Lin Xianxian, held a distinct advantage, as her high notes were already beginning to flourish despite lacking systematic training. As for Lin Xianxian, her subpar performance was merely a result of her absence of deliberate vocal practice. She felt assured in her ability to guide the two. While she may not reach the pinnacle, she certainly would not falter too greatly. After all, certain talents are inherently gifted. In this new life, her greatest asset was not solely her voice. Chen Mo observed the tightly clasped hands of the trio and felt the fervent determination radiating from them. A camaraderie that was profoundly infectious. It seemed he needed to exert himself more, and Nuan was undoubtedly on the right track. But the dreams of the other two rested squarely on his shoulders. This heavy sense of responsibility both pressured him and ignited a spark of passion within him. Feeling this newfound sentiment, he gazed at An Nuan's confident profile, suddenly moved. Although her intrusion into his life had been brief, he could sense profound changes within himself. The once isolated existence he led was shattered, and it appeared this was not such a lamentable turn of events. Her presence had restored many elements he had long missed, not only influencing his emotions, but subtly reshaping his character. He had an inkling of this transformation, though it remained somewhat nebulous. He resolved to strive harder to assist them in achieving their minimum goal, securing university placements for Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan. As for An Nuan, he felt assured that she would undoubtedly gain admission to her desired university. Contemplating this, Chen Mo clenched his fists gently. At this juncture, Teacher Nye began her foundational explanations with a cheerful demeanor. Noticing the seriousness etched on the faces of the three, she nodded approvingly in her heart. Although Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan had not performed exceptionally well initially, such as the nature of beginners, and Teacher Nye intended to observe them for a while. Innate deficiencies could often be compensated for through technique. She possessed the confidence to unearth each individual's strengths, a fundamental duty of hers as a vocal instructor. Among them, she had already identified An Nuan as a promising talent, one she hoped to cultivate. If she could indeed nurture a star, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for her. From her current observations, she had discerned the potential within An Nuan, and such opportunities were rare. Grasping this chance could yield immeasurable benefits for her future career. With this mindset, Teacher Nye approached the lesson with exceptional seriousness. First, let's familiarize ourselves with the three primary resonating organs of the human body: the chest cavity, the oral cavity, and the head cavity. She explained that different vocal timbres necessitate varying utilizations of these resonating chambers during singing. Pausing momentarily, she clicked her mouse, and a diagram appeared on the large screen behind her. With a laser pointer in hand, she continued her elucidation. Generally speaking, when singing bass, the chest cavity resonance is predominantly employed. For mezzo-soprano, the oral cavity resonance is utilized more extensively, while for soprano, the head cavity resonance plays a crucial role. To produce a melodious sound, one must adeptly and judiciously utilize these resonating chambers. Listening intently to her discourse, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan both knew to such specialized knowledge, absorbed every word. Though An Nuan appeared equally earnest, she had already studied these fundamental concepts in her previous life. rendering this information less beneficial to her. She was merely there to support her friends and bolster their confidence. Now, the two girls held her in even higher esteem, feeling reassured by her presence. After an intense period of study, the time for a break arrived. Chen Mo rose, yearning for a breath of fresh air. An Nuan turned to Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan, saying, "You two take your time to digest this. I'll go with Mo to fetch you some milk tea." As they watched Chen Mo and An Nuan's figures vanish through the door, the two exchanged glances, continuing their discussion. They were aware that the duo was off on a date, and thus refrained from interrupting. Descending the stairs, they encountered the bustling activity of the street. The distance to the previous dance studio was minimal, both locations being part of the same commercial district. Walking along the spacious, pristine sidewalk, An Nuan occasionally glanced at Chen Mo beside her, softly inquiring, "Mo, did you watch the videos I sent you last night?" At her question, Chen Mo's mind involuntarily recalled the video she had recorded, particularly the words she had spoken as she moved closer to the camera, suppressing a wave of unusual emotions. He nodded. "Yes, I watched them. I started my workout this morning." An Nuan nodded with satisfaction, her steps becoming lighter. However, she soon felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen and arms. Chen Mo lifted his arm and pressed his bicep, feeling the lingering soreness. Noticing the concern in her eyes, he quickly reassured her, "It's really not that painful. It's just the initial discomfort that comes with starting out. I was quite frail before." An Nuan smiled mischievously, glancing down at Chen Mo's abdomen and then at his legs. Suddenly, she leaned in closer, her fragrant presence causing his heart to race, and his pace slowed. "What's the matter?" he asked, his voice slightly stammering, as her expression suggested she was about to say something that would heighten his flustered state. "Mo, I will indeed check on you," An Nuan whispered, reverting to her cheerful demeanor. Chen Mo inexplicably felt his ears grow warm. Without responding to An Nuan's words, he pointed toward the milk tea shop ahead, saying, "Shall we get the milk tea? We should tea, keep them waiting too long." An Nuan, sensing the moment was right, flashed a sweet smile. The waves of her long hair danced in a breeze, revealing the fair skin at the neckline of her white dress. The curves beneath the lace trim inadvertently drew Chen Mo's gaze away. Noticing his discomfort, An Nuan turned her head away, her lips curving into a smile. "This Chen Mo is truly adorable," she mused, glancing at the milk tea shop as she quickened her pace. Turning back, she waved at Chen Mo. "Mo, hurry up." Chen Mo quickened his steps, watching the girl in the flowing white dress, her skirt billowing, accentuating her slender waist. Upon returning to the small classroom, teacher Nia awaited them. Upon seeing Chen Mo carrying the milk tea and An Nuan sipping hers, she offered no words, simply smiling at the young couple, wistfully remarking on the beauty of youth. "Thank you, Teacher Nia. Please enjoy this cup of milk tea," Chen Mo said as he handed it to her. Teacher Nia accepted it with a grin. Moving beside An Nuan, Chen Mo whispered, "I'll just study in the adjacent room. You continue." As he disappeared through the small classroom door, An Nuan felt a pang of longing. She truly did not wish to remain in class. However, observing her two friends, she suppressed her impulse. There would be ample time for interaction with him in the future. She was in no rush. Quietly reminding herself, An Nuan set aside her desire to accompany Chen Mo. In the nearby room, Chen Mo retrieved the exam papers he had prepared earlier from his bag and began working on them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, two young men yawned as they entered a noodle shop to indulge in a warm bowl of noodles. They instructed the owner to add extra noodles, while Zhang Chong, with wide eyes and dark circles beneath them, sat alongside Zhao Yuhao, who looked equally disheveled. The duo had spent the previous night gaming at an internet cafe and had only just awakened. Naturally, they had stayed over at Zhang Chong's house, as his parents spent most of their time by the seaside tending to fish and rarely returned home, leaving only an elderly grandfather to keep watch over him. "Bro, your sniper skills have improved remarkably. That last match was absolutely killer," Zhao Yuhao exclaimed, savoring a sip of noodle soup, nodding in pride. "Indeed, but the opposing team was formidable. Several times I was taken out before I could even show my face. Eventually, though, we managed to exact our revenge." The guy next to me provided some invaluable tips on instant sniping. He was truly impressive, a real sharpshooter. As the two engaged in their animated conversation, the roar of an engine grew increasingly closer. It soon became apparent that a striking yellow Mustang had pulled up in front of the noodle shop. A young man, seemingly in his 20s, swung open the car door and strutted into the establishment with an air of arrogance, bellowing, "Boss, give me 2 bowls of egg noodles. Make sure the noodles are raw and the eggs are runny. Serve them separately." Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong exchanged glances, their eyes widening in surprise. "Whoa, dude, is that you?" Zhao Yuhao stood up, excitement bubbling within him, while Zhang Chong was equally taken aback. This was indeed the sharpshooter who had guided Zhao Yuhao the previous night. The young man regarded them for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Ah, it's you. What a coincidence. Come, take a seat. Zhao Yuhao enthusiastically invited him to join, producing a pack of cigarettes. I'm Zhao Yuhao, and this is Zhang Chong. What's your name? The young man glanced at the cigarettes being offered, scoffing dismissively. I never smoke trash. He then retrieved a pack of Dejong Jio and tossed it onto the table. What are you staring at? Light one up. Seeing his brazen demeanor, Zhao Yuhao quickly grabbed a cigarette and lit it for him. The young man, visibly pleased with Zhao Yuhao's attentiveness, patted his shoulder. You're not bad. By the way, what is your name? Zhao Yuhao. Bro, I'm Zhao Yuhao. Your sniper skills are incredible. The young man shrugged, taking the bowl of egg noodles handed to him by the owner. The owner gasped in shock as he watched the young man consume the raw egg and noodles. Instinctively taking a step back, Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong exchanged bewildered looks, swallowing hard at the sight of what he was eating. What a tough guy. The young man devoured the food with remarkable speed, as if chewing was unnecessary. After finishing both bowls, he exhaled a long sigh and let out a satisfied belch, flashing a devilish grin at the two who stared at him in astonishment. What's so fun about games? What I enjoy most is street racing. Do you two have any plans later? They both shook their heads in unison. The young man tossed down 2 crisp bills and waved the car keys in his hand. Let us hang out. I find you two interesting. Zhao Yuhao glanced at the flashy yellow Mustang parked outside, incredulous. Bro, are you serious? The young man approached the Mustang with a swagger, grinning widely. If you're not down, I'm leaving. The two exchanged excited glances and hurried after him. Chapter 53. I want to write a song. The young man stood before the car, eyeing the gleaming excitement in Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong's eyes, before opening the door. By the way, you can call me Dongge. They eagerly called out Dongge. This guy not only excelled in gaming, but also possessed such a flashy car. Addressing him as bro felt entirely justified. Dongge exuded an aura of intimidation, reminiscent of a gang leader from a Hong Kong film. A persona that resonated with the two who had been influenced by such movies. Who in their right mind would eat egg noodles with raw ingredients? And to devour 2 bowls in one sitting? Zhao Yuhao slid into the passenger seat, adjusting the seat, while Zhang Chong awkwardly contorted himself into the cramped back seat. Dongge, what is the engine displacement of this car? Zhao Yuhao gazed enviously at the emblem of a cobra on the steering wheel. The interior was adorned in vibrant red, strikingly bold. Dongge proudly patted the steering wheel. It's a 5. 0 litre V8. I've spent enough money on modifications to buy 2 of these. Wow, Dongge, you're amazing. Zhang Chong, squished in the back, inhaled the air inside the car, where every breath seemed to carry the scent of wealth. Zhao Yuhao excitedly slapped his thigh. Today is certainly a day to remember. I never thought I'd experience something like this outside of my dreams. Dongge raised his chin, reveling in his own glory. Buckle up. I'm taking you for a spin. Zhao Yuhao hastily fastened his seatbelt, gripping the edge of the seat in nervous anticipation. The roar of the powerful engine reverberated, sending a shiver down his spine, his blood boiling with excitement. The Mustang left the narrow street and merged onto the main road, drawing envious gazes from passers-by, leaving Zhao Yuhao parched with exhilaration. It was a thrilling experience to be in a sports car, basking in the envy of others. Naturally, they couldn't speed excessively in the city, and they halted at a traffic light. Dongge watched the countdown of the red light. 3, 2, 1. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vibrant yellow Mustang roared forward, thrusting them back into their seats. Zhao Yuhao felt his face flush, his bladder tingling from the sudden rush. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chong, he was slammed against the seat, letting out a series of yelps. Yes. Every inhale and exhale made him acutely aware of his diaphragm, feeling its expansion and contraction. Singing requires a harmonious coordination. Previously, they had only used their mouths and throats, which was incorrect and quite laborious, resulting in unsatisfactory vocal quality. Chen Mo stood at the doorway of the small classroom, observing An Nuan and her friends diligently following teacher Nya in vocal exercises. This was his first realization that there were so many techniques and requirements just for producing sound and singing. Reflecting on An Nuan's earlier performance, it was clear she belonged to a realm of innate talent. After watching quietly for a while, Chen Mo quietly departed. Returning to his desk, he glanced at the completed test papers he had prepared earlier, noticing a thick stack of draft papers beside him. Each page meticulously recorded his problem-solving strategies and reasoning steps, which he would need later during his evening tutoring session at the old residence. Carefully stowing the materials back into his backpack, Chen Mo took out his phone. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. An Nuan and her friends should be finishing class soon. Grabbing her pink water cup, he made his way to the water dispenser to fill it with hot water. She would likely be thirsty when she came out. With this thought, Chen Mo returned to his seat and placed the cup down. With some time to spare, he retrieved his phone and found the videos An Nuan had organized for him, planning to watch them to pass the time and unwind. After the intense study session, his head felt somewhat swollen. As Chen Mo gazed at the video files within the folder, the first one was the video that An Nuan had recorded for her. Instinctively, he glanced around, lowered the volume, and opened the video file. As he watched, a smile crept upon his lips, and Nuan lay on the bed, her little feet swaying adorably. Upon finishing the video, Chen Mo couldn't help but softly murmur, "Be a sunny and cheerful boy." The warmth that blossomed within him brought an unusual sense of tranquility. In the small classroom, Teacher Nya had already ceased her lecture, watching the three of them with a smile akin to a contented pug, practicing their breathing techniques. The method was rather straightforwardly named dog breathing. You must practice regularly at home. It requires persistence over time to yield noticeable results. With that, she announced that they could conclude for the day, and the three stopped their movements. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan instantly relaxed. "Teacher Nye, do we have to practice this dog breathing every day? It feels so awkward," Lu Wan inquired, her expression somewhat bashful. Lin Xianxian nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Teacher Nye. Stowing away her laptop, Teacher Nye replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice, "And Nuan has such talent and doesn't complain at all. How can you two dare to?" The two immediately wilted. An Nuan, with a bright smile, patted their shoulders. "From now on, whenever you have the time, you must practice. I will supervise both of you." As she spoke, her eyes glanced outside, where Chen Mo had just been. She knew he must be a bit bored as well. Teacher Nye, Bimeng, turned to An Nuan and said, "Shall we have a chat?" An Nuan nodded and sat back down. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan rose and exited the small classroom, closing the door behind them. Thirsty, they approached the nearby water dispenser and found Chen Mo already pouring 2 cups of water, smiling as he handed them over. They accepted the cups, their hearts warming at his considerate gesture. "Thank you, Teacher Chen," Lu Wan said, taking a sip of the perfectly tempered water. It was evident that Chen Mo had taken the temperature into account while pouring. Lin Xianxian also smiled brightly at Chen Mo, expressing her gratitude. An Nuan's admirer, no. The boy pursuing An Nuan seemed somewhat reserved, yet it appeared he possessed a warm heart within. Chen Mo shook his head, just a small effort. "Isn't An Nuan coming out?" he asked. Lin Xianxian glanced toward the closed door of the small classroom and softly replied, "Teacher Nye is delighted in talking with An Nuan." They could easily discern how much Teacher Nye valued An Nuan's talent, but they were uncertain about the content of their discussion. The three settled at a table and began discussing the evening's tutoring arrangements. Inside the small classroom, Teacher Nye sat across from An Nuan, her thoughts intensifying as she gazed at An Nuan's radiant smile. "An Nuan, you possess remarkable talent, yet this path is not without its challenges. Merely having a pleasant voice is insufficient. To debut, one must have commendable works to showcase. Countless individuals strive fiercely to record and release their original songs. These are the stark realities of the industry. Do you have a plan for yourself?" She aimed to instill some pressure upon An Nuan while sharing her own thoughts. An Nuan smiled back at Teacher Nye, saying, "I'm well aware of that. I actually understand a bit about arrangement as well." Upon hearing this, Teacher Nye's eyes lit up momentarily before she regained her composure. "Oh, you also know about this?" An Nuan replied softly, "I know a little, but I'm not particularly skilled." Teacher Nye, somewhat skeptical, was unsure how to gauge An Nuan's claims since she herself wasn't well versed in arrangements. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to voice her own thoughts. "I actually know some people in the industry, those in management companies and independent studios. You truly have great talent and an excellent exterior. If you don't mind, I could help you make some connections." Teacher Nye awaited An Nuan's reaction, aware that this was a significant temptation for any newcomer aspiring to enter the industry. An Nuan maintained her warm smile, seemingly pondering, and after a moment, she gently replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Nye, but I really don't wish to rush into anything. Until my college entrance exams are over, I don't plan to engage in these matters. However, I may indeed need your assistance in contacting a good recording studio in the future. I have some inspirations in my mind and believe I can piece together a song." Upon hearing the first half of her response, Teacher Nye felt a pang of disappointment. However, considering An Nuan's current situation, she acknowledged the importance of the exams and silently agreed with her reasoning. Yet, the latter part of An Nuan's statement unsettled her. She actually wanted to compose her own songs? From her words, it seemed she intended to handle the lyrics, composition, and arrangement all by herself. This revelation astonished her. "You can't be serious? A song involves a systematic process from composition and lyric writing to arrangement and mixing." Teacher Nye struggled to comprehend. "What do you mean? Those who can write their own songs and produce highly popular original tracks are exceptional talents. Each one of them is a prominent figure in the music industry." Earlier, She had mentioned not having studied these matters systematically. Observing teacher Nie's astonished expression, An Nuan chuckled and nodded. It's not professional, just something I cobbled together when inspiration strikes. Consider it practice. Teacher Nie sighed in relief. After all, every aspiring singer yearns to write their own songs. Those who can manage the whole process are exceedingly rare, let alone create an outstanding piece. She dismissed it as An Nuan's playful self-indulgence. Yet her confidence was commendable. There are no shortcuts to success, and she viewed it merely as practice. However, she feared that if An Nuan faced setbacks, it might affect her confidence, though she trusted that An Nuan would seek her out when challenges arose. Teacher Nie nodded with a smile, not expecting An Nuan to compose any remarkable songs. She merely aimed to establish a good rapport with her. After their conversation, the two exited the small classroom, one after the other. Upon seeing An Nuan emerge, Chen Mo stood, holding her pink cup in hand. After greeting Teacher Nie and the others, she headed to her office to make some calls and contact certain individuals. An Nuan accepted the cup Chen Mo offered and took a sip, her eyes narrowing in delight. Mo, you are so thoughtful. The temperature is just right. Chen Mo gazed at her gentle smile and lightly shook his head. This is simply what I ought to do, is it not? As An Nuan sipped her water, she leaned closer to him and whispered, given your excellent performance, I am quite pleased. How about 100 as a reward today? Chen Mo, hearing her words, sensed a hint of negotiation. With the benefactor saying so, he naturally felt elated. Then thank you, boss. You're quite generous. How about an extra 50? He quipped, a rare jest escaping him. An Nuan wrinkled her pert nose slightly, a fleeting look of surprise flitting across her eyes at his remark. Could it be that he has started to jest with himself? In accordance with Chen Mo's previous disposition, he would never have engaged in such playful banter with her. Thus, is this the beginning of a transformation in his character? A surge of excitement welled up within An Nuan, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Mo, you seem to be a tad greedy. While she spoke those words, the delight in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Chen Mo accepted the cup she offered and murmured, then let it be 100. It cannot be any less. An Nuan blinked, gazing into his twinkling eyes, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. We must help Gongzi stand tall. The four of them departed from Teacher Nie's place without wasting a moment, hailing a taxi towards the old residence. Ignoring the complaints of the two sisters, An Nuan paid no mind to their suggestion of taking a day off. The paramount concern for both of them was the upcoming college entrance examination. Everything else must yield to that priority. The earlier dance and vocal lessons were to be practiced only after completing their daily tutoring, utilizing any remaining time. This principle was non-negotiable. Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat, quietly listening to the trio bickering in the back. He glanced at the message from Wen Lan on his phone. Xiao Chun, what exercises did you complete today? Don't you want to ask your sister anything? Reflecting on the papers he had finished that day, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Naturally, there were questions he could not resolve, but he refrained from inquiring with Wen Lan. After their previous exchanges about academic matters, he had come to understand that what he struggled with, she typically did as well. In the end, they would often consult the answers and problem-solving methods together. If you were to ask her, it would undoubtedly disrupt her study rhythm. Chen Mo did not wish to disturb her unnecessarily. Looking at the screen, he replied with a smile. I completed 3 mock exams today. I was so engrossed that I didn't ask you anything. Anyway, if I can't do it, you generally can't either. Wen Lan did not respond immediately. She likely had not checked her phone. Chen Mo was unconcerned, as he and Wen Lan had always communicated this way, addressing urgent matters directly via phone calls. Finding Gongzi's QQ, Chen Mo sent him a message. Gongzi, how was your weekend? You haven't secretly gone to an internet cafe, have you? He was clearly online, replying within seconds. Mo, you guessed it. I'm at the internet cafe. Chen Mo felt a twinge of annoyance. He had previously vowed to make progress, and yet within just a few days, he had reverted to old habits. Frustrated, he responded, You've gone back to playing games again? Meanwhile, in a noisy internet cafe, Gongzi was intently staring at the computer screen, glancing at the programming book titled C language from beginner to proficient that lay beside him. He clumsily typed out a line, Hello world. With some trepidation, he clicked run. Watching the output on the screen, he clapped his hands in excitement, drawing the attention of 2 gamers nearby who paused their game to gawk at the oddity of someone studying programming in an internet cafe. What a lunatic! Who in their right mind would learn programming at a gaming venue? It was akin to a university dorm where everyone was engrossed in games, and suddenly, a diligent student appeared, intent on self-improvement. The 2 gamers felt a twinge of discomfort and decided to leave for the restroom. Gongzi was exhilarated by his small triumph, his face flushing with excitement. Seeing Chen Mo's message, he eagerly typed a reply. Hey, do you look down on me? I aim to become a software engineer, practicing programming at an internet cafe. Impressive, right? Chen Mo, reading his response, recognized that Gongzi was caught up in his enthusiasm. He did not question the veracity of his words. Gongzi's boastful tone practically overflowed from the screen. After considering it, Chen Mo replied, Gongzi, first focus on getting into college. That is the most crucial matter at hand. There will be plenty of time to learn later. On the other end, Gongzi felt the fire of his enthusiasm cool as he read Chen Mo's reply. Reflecting on his previous conversation with Xiao Waner about problem solving, he realized that they had spent more time gossiping about Chen Mo and An Nuan than actually tackling the questions. He understood Chen Mo's point. Programming could be learned at any time, but the college entrance exam was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looking at the open book beside him, Gongzi felt a wave of disinterest wash over him and decided to put it away. He replied, Mo, I know. I'm also trying to study, but my foundation is too weak and it's quite challenging. After reading his message, Chen Mo understood Gongzi's temperament. Expecting him to calmly study something he was not interested in was indeed a tall order. Pondering how to encourage Gongzi to persevere, he turned a glance at An Nuan and the others in the back, who were softly laughing together. Some words remained unspoken. When An Nuan noticed him turning his head, she smiled brightly, waiting for him to speak. Unfortunately, Chen Mo turned back again. Sensing his hesitation, An Nuan silently noted that he was unwilling to discuss it now, so she refrained from pressing him. Meanwhile, Gongzi opened the game, staring at the login screen, feeling unusually irritable. He did not log in but picked up the iced tea on the table and took a sip, glancing at his chat with Chen Mo. A new message appeared. Gongzi, you need someone to supervise you. Gongzi regarded the message and had to admit that he indeed required someone to hold him accountable. He recalled earlier when he sought out Xiao Waner for help. However, he later thought it was not ideal to keep bothering her. If only you were here at night. If you could supervise me, I'd surely be able to focus on my studies. After sending the message, he felt a twinge of guilt. Remembering how he had gossiped with Xiao Waner about Chen Mo, upon reading the message, felt a pang of guilt. If he had not promised to tutor An Nuan and change seats, he could have been of greater assistance to Gongzi. Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Mo replied, I'll call you later. I must go for now. Putting away his phone, he noticed the taxi had arrived near the old residence and decided to speak with An Nuan shortly to see if he could include Gongzi in their tutoring group. After all, Gongzi was one of his few friends. The four of them arrived at the small courtyard, chatting and laughing. Placing their backpacks on the table in the outer room, Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan slumped into chairs, gazing up at the sky. In recent days, they had transitioned abruptly from a state of leisure to one of busyness, which was undoubtedly exhausting. Neither wished to speak, having practiced all day, their voices feeling a bit strained. An Nuan stood up to open the door, waving at Chen Mo. He got up to follow her, as he had something to discuss. They entered the kitchen, where Chen Mo took the red tea she retrieved from the fridge and unscrewed the cap for her. This action had become second nature to him. An Nuan accepted it, taking a sip and looking at him with a beaming smile, asking, Mo, do you have something to discuss with me? Chen Mo was taken aback. It seemed she had already noticed. I want to discuss something with you, regarding Gongzi. Is it possible for him to join us? I would like to tutor him as well. I am aware that this may be a bit excessive, yet Chen Mo's voice trailed off, his tone growing subdued. It's all right. An Nuan hurriedly interjected. Observing his somewhat cautious demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She disliked seeing Chen Mo exhibit such expressions, whether towards her or others. It's fine. Classmate Yuan Gang is your good friend, which makes him my friend as well. I just fear you might feel pressured. I am completely fine with it. Upon noticing her lack of displeasure, Chen Mo's underlying concerns dissipated in an instant. Gazing into the girl's eyes that sparkled with mirth, he earnestly expressed, Thank you, An Nuan. Oomph. An Nuan let out a playful huff, giving Chen Mo a gentle kick. Vexed as she retorted, Mo, I detest it when you say thank you. If you do it again, I shall deduct your salary. Her feigned anger was far from intimidating. An Nuan had already turned to fetch some red tea. She then stuffed it into Chen Mo's embrace. A slight chill brushing against his chest, yet warmth enveloped his heart. Let's go, it's time for dinner. I am quite famished. As she headed outside, Chen Mo admired her figure clad in a white dress, her hairdo adorned with a red bow that resembled the ears of a small kitten. He hurried after her. Curiosity piqued. What do you call that hairstyle? Chen Mo had long wished to inquire. Turning back with a beaming smile, An Nuan teased, Mo, take a guess. Katias. You're halfway there. Guess again. Kute Katias. Silly. An Nuan playfully punched Chen Mo. I genuinely cannot guess. Chen Mo shook his head in resignation. It's called a cat ear princess hairstyle. Do remember it? Nodding, Chen Mo etched it into his memory. Her gentle demeanor truly resembled that of a little princess. Upon exiting, he handed the red tea to Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan. Thank you, Teacher Chen. The two girls accepted it with cheerful smiles. and Chen Mo had grown accustomed to their addresses, choosing not to comment. He took out his phone, stepped aside, and dialed Yuan Gang. After discussing the arrangement for him to join the tutoring group, Yuan Gang refrained from engaging in banter this time. He inquired with concern, "Isn't that a bit burdensome? After all, you're helping An Nuan, and she has paid for it." Yuan Gang was naturally apprehensive. In his view, despite An Nuan's significant outward changes, she remained the same formidable leader. He worried about putting his friend in a difficult position, and a tinge of fear crept in as he envisioned the scenario of tutoring alongside An Nuan. Noticing his anxiety, Chen Mo chuckled reassuringly, "You needn't fret. I've already discussed it with An Nuan, and she has no objections. Furthermore, it's not just her. There are also 2 female classmates from Class 8 joining us. So don't feel pressured." After saying this, Chen Mo couldn't help but find it amusing. Yuan Gang was indeed quite intimidated by An Nuan. This apprehension surely stemmed from her previous nonconformist persona, which had been rather temperamental, rendering her someone no one dared to provoke in class. "All right then, I shan't worry anymore. However, Mo, you must take good care of me. I always feel a bit scared whenever I see her." Chen Mo nodded in silent agreement, and they arranged to commence the tutoring sessions the following evening before ending the call. After hanging up, Chen Mo approached the table, watching Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan practicing that peculiar dog panting, stifling a laugh. An Nuan tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Let us go buy some drinks. We can return with the food afterward." Chen Mo walked beside her as they exited the small courtyard. Lin Xianxian and Lu Wan paused their antics, observing the duo's retreating figures. Lu Wan leaned closer, whispering, "Xianxian, when do you think Teacher Chen will succumb and be completely captivated by Sister Nuan?" Lin Xianxian squinted her eyes, softly responding, "I reckon at most within a month." Indeed, Sister Nuan seems to have acquired quite a few tricks for charming men from somewhere. Chapter 55. Brother Dong is a generous man inside the internet cafe. Yuan Gang set down his phone, pondering Chen Mo's recent instructions. After finishing a bottle of iced red tea, he discarded it into the nearby trash can. Staring at the game login screen on the computer, he found himself lost in thought for a moment. He then grabbed his phone, surveying the neatly organized array of games, each of various genres. As he contemplated deleting them, he hesitated, feeling reluctant. After all, these were all cracked versions, invaluable treasures to him. After much deliberation, he finally muttered to himself with a hint of frustration, "I've allowed games to distract me, causing me to fall behind in my studies. From this day forth, I shall quit gaming." Ultimately, as he gazed at the games that had been entirely deleted, Yuan Gang exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Damn it, who do you think you're looking down on?" He recalled how teachers regarded him with disdain whenever it was time for exams, perceiving him as a mere wriggling worm. His performance had dragged down the entire class's average, and naturally, the teachers were not pleased with him. In retrospect, Yuan Gang mused, "Back in the first year of high school, Chen Mo sat next to me. At that time, he wore a brand new school uniform. Although his shoes were faded from washing, his hair was quite long, and even Teacher Du had commented on it. Later, as he steadily climbed to the top of the class, no one dared to speak ill of him anymore, and the scrutinizing gazes were no longer so blatant. Once upon a time, Yuan Gang had performed quite well academically. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it into Class 3. The realization that he had once ranked within the top 10 gave him a boost of confidence, affirming that he was not lacking in intellect, merely hindered by his gaming habits. After shutting down his computer, Yuan Gang left the internet cafe, glancing back at the place he both cherished and loathed. Waving his hand as he bid it a flamboyant farewell, Chen Mo carried 2 boxes of Eastern leaves while An Nuan, with her small hands clasped behind her back, skipped ahead. Her gently wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, dancing with her movements in the golden glow of the setting sun, exuding an enchanting vibrancy. The girl occasionally turned back to check on Chen Mo. "Mo, are you tired?" Chen Mo shook his head. The weight was trivial for him. Having assisted at Sister Zhang's fish porridge shop, where he carried rice and seafood, he found this load to be considerably lighter. "Did you call Yuan Gang earlier?" A smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips as he recalled Yuan Gang's earlier words, glancing at the gentle girl before him, her soft smile prompting him to nod. "Yes. I plan to have him join us for tutoring tomorrow." And Nuan hummed a couple of notes, saying, "Have you considered that Yuan Gang is a boarding student? Will he be able to return to school after the tutoring ends?" Chen Mo paused to reflect, realizing he had overlooked that detail, but he remained unfazed. "No worries. I will speak to Teacher Du tomorrow and explain the situation. If necessary, I can just have him stay at my place." And Nuan smiled knowingly, aware of Chen Mo's privileges with Teacher Du, and didn't press the matter further. She merely intended to remind him, but seeing his lack of concern put her at ease. She was well aware of the bond between Chen Mo and Yuan Gang. In their previous lives, They had never lost contact. Later on, Yuan Gang was admitted to a second-tier university, thanks to Chen Mo's assistance in elevating his scores. At that time, he pursued his dream of enrolling in a software program. However, opportunities at major corporations eluded him, yet he did not fare poorly. After enduring that period of bleakness, Chen Mo also embarked on his programming journey alongside Yuan Gang. Upon graduation, Yuan Gang successfully secured a position at a reputable company, eventually rising to the role of project manager. It was during this time that Chen Mo and he collaborated to create a wildly successful mobile game, which, in just 6 months, amassed a considerable fortune. At that moment, Chen Mo realized his dream of owning his own home. Every year, Yuan Gang would visit Chen Mo, yet he harbored a profound disdain for her, never uttering a single word during his visits. Reflecting on these memories, An Nuan shook her head, dismissing the recollections of her past life from her mind. The two made their way to the courtyard, only to find that Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan were no longer there. Enticed by the aroma of meals wafting from the room, An Nuan eagerly dashed inside, with Chen Mo quickening his pace behind her. The four of them were rather hungry that day. Approaching the freezer, Chen Mo opened the box to place the red tea inside, and upon turning around, he was met with the eager gazes of the three. Unable to suppress a smile, he remarked, "Just a moment, just a moment." Chen Mo swiftly washed his hands and returned to the dining table, where An Nuan, with a beaming smile, served him a piece of tender braised pork. "Amo, you should eat more foods rich in fats and proteins. Otherwise, malnutrition could become an issue." Nodding, Chen Mo acknowledged the wisdom in her words, realizing the need to cultivate his abdominal muscles. Indeed, it was no easy feat. Daily caloric expenditure would certainly increase. And given his naturally slender physique, he ought to indulge in more nourishing fare. "Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, could you refrain from howling so annoyingly?" Dong Yi interjected, raising his glass and taking a sip, interrupting Zhao Yuhao's singing. Zhao Yuhao hurried over. "Dong Ge, why aren't you singing?" Arriving at Dong Ji's side, he promptly filled Dong Ji's cup, clinking it against his own before downing the contents in one go. Dong Ge appeared somewhat disheartened, drawing out a hefty cigarette and smoking it dryly, eventually exhaling a ring of smoke while addressing Zhao Yuhao. "You really shouldn't have chosen the venue. Just singing isn't entertaining at all. What is so amusing about this dingy KTV? I've never set foot in such a mundane place." Noticing his dissatisfaction, Zhao Yuhao felt a twinge of awkwardness, scratching his head. This was the most entertaining venue he could conceive, given that he hadn't yet explored other options. It was evident that Dong Ge was far from pleased, placing Zhao Yuhao in a rather difficult position. After all, Dong Ge was indeed generous, despite claiming to treat. He consistently insisted on paying. Neither Zhao Yuhao nor Zhang Chong had spent a single penny during their time with him. Reminiscing about the exhilarating car ride Dong Ge had taken them on earlier that afternoon, Zhao Yuhao still felt a thrill. Initially hesitant, he had relaxed when Dong Ge encouraged him to try, assuring him that he wouldn't have to pay for any damages. As a proficient driver, Zhao Yuhao could hardly contain his desire. With one press of the accelerator, he felt as though his soul had ascended. The roar of the engine sent adrenaline surging through his veins, while Zhang Chong, too timid to join, could only watch from afar, green with envy. After spending an afternoon together, Zhao Yuhao recognized that Dong Ge was not only affluent, but also remarkably generous. The trio interacted like longtime friends, their camaraderie strikingly harmonious. Although Dong Ge initially intended to take Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong to a more exciting venue, they ultimately ended up at this KTV. As a minor heir, Zhao Yuhao felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of enjoying lavish outings during the day while relying on Dong Ge for entertainment at night. After contemplating, he suggested, "Dong Ge, how about we step outside for some fresh air?" Dong Ge disdainfully set down his glass. "We should have done that ages ago. This place doesn't even have a pretty girl. What is the point?" As they chatted, they moved to the lobby, taking a seat where Zhao Yuhao and Zhang Chong had previously sat. Just as they settled in, Zhang Chong scampered over bro Dong Ge. "You guys didn't call me out for some fresh air?" Complaining, he attempted to sit down, but Zhao Yuhao halted his motion, pulling out his wallet and handing him 300 yuan. "Go buy 3 packs of cigarettes, the kind my Dong Ge likes." Nodding, Zhang Chong turned and dashed out. Dong Ge pulled out a cigarette, and Zhao Yuhao quickly moved to light it for him. After sharing a few puffs, Zhao Yuhao glanced toward the bar, where Fang Yuan was conspicuously absent. He had just learned she was on leave and wouldn't return until Monday. The memory of that night made Zhao Yuhao chuckle. "I guess things didn't end well. What are you staring at? There aren't any pretty girls, just a bunch of misfits," Dong Ge remarked, his foot resting on the adjacent chair, glancing at Zhao Yuhao. Zhao Yuhao withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. "Nothing, just a familiar acquaintance who works here. But I didn't see her today. Hearing this, Donggu smirked at the girl. Zhao Yuhao instinctively nodded, quickly adding, well, she is just a female classmate. How dull. What's so interesting about a young girl? Donggu retorted, pulling out his phone and beckoning Zhao Yuhao. Let me show you what we usually enjoy. Zhao Yuhao's eyes lit up as he eagerly pulled his chair closer. 5 minutes later, his face flushed and his breathing quickened, as he felt his worldview had been utterly transformed. Look at you, such a pathetic sight. You're not still a virgin, are you? Dongyi scoffed, discarding his cigarette, but Zhao Yuhao, feeling the sting of his derision, retorted in a lowered voice. Who do you look down upon? I've been in relationships, you know. That girl you mentioned, you know what I mean, he added. Donggu rolled his eyes in disdain. Does she compare to the kind I just showed you? That's what's truly entertaining. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Zhao Yuhao, indignant, murmured, I've watched plenty of adult films. I've tried many of those tricks. Oh, just like that classmate you mentioned? Donggu inquired, a hint of interest sparking in his voice, much to Zhao Yuhao's satisfaction. Indeed, he replied, brimming with pride. Donggu lowered his voice. Tell me more, and I'll take you out to experience it. Zhao Yuhao glanced around cautiously, his voice dropping further. Donggu, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Dongyi replied. Zhao Yuhao considered this, noticing Donggu's enigmatic smile. From a distance, the two of them appeared rather conspicuous, their expressions somewhat lewd. When Zhang Chong entered, he found the two of them huddled together, whispering as if discussing something scandalous. He delicately placed the cigarette on the table, intending to eavesdrop. Zhao Yuhao instinctively halted, recognizing Zhang Chong, yet made no effort to avert his gaze. The three of them kept their heads lowered, occasionally erupting in lewd laughter. After completing his tutoring session with the trio, Chen Mo returned home, the clock nearly striking 11. Rather than succumbing to sleep immediately, he retrieved his phone, contemplating a call to Wen Lan, but upon glancing at the time, he hesitated. At this hour, she was likely already asleep. He decided to wait for a more opportune moment to reach out. Perusing his QQ messages yielded no new notifications, prompting him to exit the app. He had indeed been quite busy recently, scarcely engaging in academic discussions with Wen Lan. A twinge of guilt washed over him for not responding promptly to her inquiries the other day. However, the sight of her beaming face during their last encounter eased his worries. Wen Lan appeared to be thriving under her current circumstances. Her admission to Jianghan University seemed virtually assured. Naturally, achieving even higher scores would delight her. Reflecting on this, Chen Mo sought out a fitness video, determined to complete a workout before retiring for the night. After finishing, the timing was just right. He resolved to carve out time each day for exercise. After all, sculpting pectorals and abs required considerable dedication. He sent a message to An Nuan, informing her of his arrival home, and received a prompt reply. Good night, Mo. See you tomorrow, Her playful emojis elicited a smile from Chen Mo as he exhaled deeply, commencing his workout. Chapter 56. Have these two progressed to this extent? A new week commenced. Chen Mo stepped outside with his backpack, only to find the van in the courtyard had vanished. His father, Chun Jun, was once again absent. A frequent occurrence, as he often left for months, sometimes even half a year, without returning. Arriving at Old Lin's grocery store, Chen Mo intended to purchase a pack of White Rabbit creamy candy, having exhausted his previous supply. An Nuan adored the confection, often slipping him a piece. So he resolved to stock up, ensuring he would have some on hand whenever she desired. It was a matter of reciprocity. With this thought in mind, he greeted Old Lin, who was practicing Tai Chi, before helping himself to a pack from the counter. After placing the money in the small cash drawer, Chen Mo strolled leisurely out of the alley, while Old Lin remained unfazed, a testament to their unspoken understanding. Chen Mo never failed to pay for his White Rabbit candy. He popped a piece into his mouth, the familiar taste prompting a smile. As he awaited the bus, the faint woody fragrance clinging to him softened his gaze. Memories of An Nuan washing her hands with him after class flooded his mind, drawing his attention to the small blue bottle on the shelf. He recognized that the enchanting scent surrounding An Nuan originated from this very bottle. Noticing his gaze fixed on the perfume, An Nuan cheekily inquired, Mo, do you think I smell nice? Her question caught him off guard, a hint of shyness creeping in as he lowered his head, his cheeks flushing slightly as he murmured, It smells lovely. He genuinely adored the delicate aroma. An Nuan, seeing his bashful demeanor, couldn't suppress a grin as she picked up the small bottle, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What are you up to? Upon witnessing her unscrewing the cap, Chen Mo instinctively took a step back. An Nuan pointed outside, exclaiming, Mo, look, there's a huge bug. He turned his head reflexively, only to be met with a spritz of perfume to his neck. The girl, triumphant in her prank, ignored the look on Chen Mo's face, winking at him playfully before darting out of the room. The lingering fragrance remained strong even after his shower, a subtle reminder of her presence. How vexing it was. Here he was, a grown man, wondering if he might be teased by Gongzi for wearing perfume. Sighing, Chen Mo boarded the bus. Upon arriving in class, he glanced at his seat, noticing that An Nuan had yet to arrive. Approaching the class monitor, Xiao Waner, he deliberately maintained some distance while greeting her. Good morning, class monitor. Xiao Waner, taken aback by Chen Mo's smile and his short hair without glasses, found herself momentarily lost in thought. Something about him seemed different today. Though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, perhaps it was the absence of his shaggy hair or the removal of those unsightly black frames. Pondlinglis, see vene at tieflievemolks. Chen Mo, your short hair actually looks quite handsome. In the past, such a compliment might have flustered him. But after enduring the teasing from Lin Qianqian and Lu Wan in recent days, he felt his confidence had thickened. He nodded naturally. Yes, I think so too. It's only you who noticed, class monitor. Seeing the laughter in his eyes, Xiao Waner felt a flicker of doubt. Was this still the reclusive Chen Mo? Remembering their conversation with Gongzi the previous night, her eyes brightened with realization. Perhaps some things had truly changed. Chen Mo set his backpack down and pulled out the photocopied notes. Xiao Waner stood up excitedly, leaning over to grasp them eagerly. Flipping through, she confirmed they were indeed the notes she had wanted, albeit a copy. She had initially intended to ask to borrow the original from him for photocopying, never anticipating he would provide her with a copy. Grateful, she exclaimed, "Thank you, Chen Mo. How much do I owe you? I'll pay you back." Aware of Chen Mo's financial constraints, she was determined not to take advantage of his generosity. "There's no need. Consider it a token of appreciation for your previous assistance," he replied, already making his way to his seat. Xiao Waner, unwilling to accept his refusal, set down the photocopy and hurried after him, inquiring about the cost. Chen Mo sat down, shaking his head earnestly. "Really, it's unnecessary." Xiao Waner, seeing his resolute attitude, ceased her insistence and smiled at the vacant seat beside her. "Has An Nuan not arrived yet? I thought you both came to school together." Chen Mo shook his head, rising to open the window, knowing An Nuan enjoyed fresh air. As the breeze swept in, the subtle fragrance wafted towards Xiao Waner, who inhaled deeply. Oh, I didn't realize Chen Mo wore perfume. Although the scent was faint, she could indeed detect it. It felt oddly familiar. Just as her thoughts wandered, a clear voice interrupted her. "Good morning, class monitor." Xiao Waner turned to see An Nuan smiling at her. Feeling inexplicably flustered, she chuckled nervously. "I just got a photocopy of Du Lauscher's daughter's study notes from Chen Mo. I was asking him how much it cost." An Nuan, fully aware, nodded. Chen Mo had provided not just her copy, but also Lu Wan and Lin Qianqian. "Oh, it's no problem. AMO appreciates your past help." "Yes, he mentioned it to me," An Nuan added, casting a glance at Chen Mo. He smiled and nodded in response. While Xiao Waner observed their silent exchange, a smile creeping on her face. "Thank you, Chen Mo," she said, brushing past An Nuan, finally grasping the essence of that familiar feeling. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to glance at the two individuals who were already settling into their seats. A peculiar smile gracing her lips. She hurried back to her own seat, her gaze darting about with excitement. "What's going on?" her curious classmate whispered. Xiao Waner smirked. "I didn't expect things to have progressed to this extent." "What has progressed?" the classmate asked, puzzled. "Keep your voice down. I'll explain later." The two engaged in a hushed exchange for a while, and the classmate discreetly stole a glance at Chen Mo and An Nuan before quickly averting her gaze. "Isn't this a bit too fast? Those two? Oh dear, how embarrassing." Naturally, Chen Mo remained oblivious to the dramatic narrative concocted by Xiao Waner and her deskmate. He pulled out a large white rabbit milk candy and offered it to An Nuan. Looking around to ensure their classmates had not yet arrived, she whispered, "I need you to unwrap this for me." Chen Mo paused, noticing her eager expression, and decided to oblige. After all, it was merely a matter of unwrapping a candy during what could be considered work hours. He peeled off the wrapper and handed it over, while An Nuan's eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. Then, lowering her head, she bit down on the candy Chen Mo held. Sitting up straight, she retrieved her notebook as if nothing unusual had transpired. Concealing his slightly trembling hand in his pocket, Chen Mo maintained a calm demeanor and pulled out his book. The moment their hands brushed, An Nuan's lips grazed his fingers again. Surely, that wasn't intentional? Chen Mo pondered, feeling a flush of warmth rise within him. "Next time, don't make me remind you," An Nuan said softly, turning her face with a self-satisfied smile to regard Chen Mo, noticing his silence. She produced another white rabbit milk candy from her pocket and pushed it towards him with her right hand. "Here, in the spirit of reciprocity. Would you like me to unwrap this for you?" Chen Mo quickly reached out to take the candy, holding it tightly in his hand. The atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. An Nuan's words acted like a hook, drawing Chen Mo's mind back to that night when she had offered him a white rabbit milk candy. He resolutely attempted to dismiss the soft, tender look in her eyes from that moment, quickly unwrapping the candy and popping it into his mouth. Sensing that she had teased him enough, An Nuan refrained from further antics. After a moment, Chen Mo managed to compose himself, just as Gongzi strolled into the classroom. Chen Mo retrieved the photocopy and approached Gongzi. Gongzi appeared somewhat haggard, sporting dark circles under his eyes. What's wrong? Did you stay up gaming again? Chen Montak inquired. Gongzi scoffed at the suggestion. Ivet. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through the screen. See? Not a single game, all clean. Really? I can't believe it, Chen Mo replied, astonished, as he knew too well Gongzi's obsession with gaming, especially those enhanced by his hacks. It's for my annual salary of 200,000. Gongzi declared with conviction. So what about your eyes? Chen Mo questioned, pointing at Gongzi's darkened under eyes. Last night, I completed 2 sets of comprehensive exams. And in what? I realized I could barely answer a third of the questions. So I couldn't sleep. This was indeed rather disheartening. Chen Mo placed the photocopy on Gongzi's desk and offered consolation. Don't worry, come study with us tonight. Gongzi instinctively glanced in An Nuan's direction and quietly asked, is she really okay with it? Chen Mo patted his shoulder with exasperation. You really don't need to be so wary of An Nuan. She is actually a very gentle girl. Gongzi sniffed, seemingly detecting the scent of young love in the air, yet the aroma that lingered was an enchanting woody fragrance. He eyed Chen Mo suspiciously before looking back at An Nuan. Grabbing Chen Mo, he dragged him outside. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Mo protested as he was pulled along, still bewildered by Gongzi's intentions. Gongzi leaned closer, like a curious pup sniffing around him, before finally asking, Mo, is your study session with An Nuan a formal one? Upon seeing Gongzi's mischievous expression, Chen Mo realized what he was implying. Annoyed, he regretted glancing at that perfume bottle last night. Curiosity had indeed led him into trouble. What on earth are you thinking? Have you 2 hugged or something? Gongzi pressed, lowering his voice, brimming with excitement and a slightly lewd grin. It's quite entertaining to indulge in a friend-esque gossip. Don't say anything reckless. If word gets out, how will An Nuan face the class? We're completely innocent. There's nothing of the sort between us, Chen Mo hurriedly clarified, insisting that his relationship with An Nuan was not as Gongzi suggested. Oh, innocent? Then why do you smell like her perfume? Gongzi questioned skeptically, the woody scent unmistakably belonging to An Nuan, which he had caught a whiff of when he had switched seats. With a resigned sigh, Chen Mo gazed upwards in silence. Chapter 57. Gongzi joins the study group. Observing Gongzi's cheeky demeanor, Chen Mo decided to unleash his trump card. He looked at Gongzi and whispered, you don't want to fail to get into college, do you? Faced with the threat in Chen Mo's eyes, Gongzi had initially intended to hold his ground. However, 1 second later, he capitulated. Teacher Chen, I was just joking. You and An Nuan are as innocent as tofu mixed with scallions. What a metaphor, Chen Mo remarked, giving Gongzi a playful slap on the back. Ow, Mo, could you be gentler? Gongzi yelped, hopping around as he clutched his back, having received a slightly too forceful pat. Where did you learn your language skills? From the math teacher? No wonder you always score poorly, Chen Mo said, observing Gongzi's disgruntled expression and deciding not to continue the banter. Let us get to business. What business? Gongzi asked. Naturally. We need to talk to Teacher Du about the situation. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether you'll even be allowed to attend school after your tutoring. Grabbing Gongzi by the hand, the two made their way to Teacher Du's office. At this hour, Teacher Du would certainly be present, as she always arrived early. And with the second semester of senior year underway, there was much to prepare and coordinate. The two knocked on the office door, and to their surprise, Teacher Du was not alone. Teacher Lin was also present. Upon hearing the knock, both teachers looked up to see Chen Mo and Gongzi. Teacher Du smiled and waved them in. The two greeted Teacher Du and Teacher Lin before finding seats for themselves. Teacher Du assessed Chen Mo's neat short hair. Nodding approvingly in her mind, she had previously intended to suggest he get a haircut, but had refrained, fearing it might offend him. After hearing from An Nuan about Chen Mo needing to earn his tuition and living expenses, she understood better why he waited until his hair grew long before cutting it, and why his shoes were so worn out. Now, he looked like quite the handsome young man, with fair skin and a slightly slender build. But his charming peach blossom eyes were undeniably captivating. It was no wonder An Nuan was taken with him. Upon contemplating this, Teacher Du hastily dismissed the rather peculiar thoughts. Nearby, Teacher Lin cast a few more glances at Chen Mo, recalling how An Nuan had unabashedly expressed her affection for him earlier. It struck her as rather amusing. Chen Mo's current demeanor seemed to exude even more vitality than before. She couldn't help but chuckle lightly, remembering An Nuan's unwavering declaration. I am confident I can help him become better. Chen Mo, have you two come to see the teacher regarding something? Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Indeed, teacher, do I intend to include classmate Yuan Gang in our tutoring group. I wish to assist him as he aspires to attend a prestigious university. However, he is a boarding student, and our tutoring sessions occur outside school, typically until 10 at night. I am concerned that he might face difficulties entering and exiting the campus, so I was hoping you could help facilitate this, Teacher Du. Upon hearing Chen Mo's request, Teacher Du's eyes lit up as she directed her gaze towards Yuan Gang, her expression filled with scrutiny. Teacher Lin also glanced over. Under the watchful eyes of both teachers, Yuan Gang felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine and quickly clarified, yes, I genuinely wish to improve. AMO has promised to help me with my studies, and I believe I can raise my scores. As he spoke, his head lowered slightly, unable to meet the gazes of his homeroom teacher and Teacher Lin. After a moment, Teacher Du chuckled softly. Chen Mo, I admire your initiative in helping your classmates. However, Yuan Gang, once your tutoring is complete, you must return to the dormitory immediately. You are to report to me daily, understood? Upon hearing Teacher Du's words, Yuan Gang raised his head, excitement flashing in his eyes. This was an approval. Chen Mo smiled at Yuan Gang and patted his shoulder. Rest assured, Teacher Du, I will ensure he follows through. Yuan Gang asserted with unwavering determination, and Chen Mo nodded appreciatively. You can count on me, Teacher Du. I will supervise him diligently. With their assurances, Teacher Du felt relieved. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gently inquired, Chen Mo, how has your tutoring of An Nuan progressed during this time? Naturally, she was intrigued, having discussed these matters with Teacher Du previously. She recalled An Nuan's confident remark about the upcoming 3 mock exams, which she had committed to memory, hoping for mutual growth between Chen Mo and An Nuan. Teacher Du also appeared interested, glancing at Chen Mo with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo replied earnestly, in truth, An Nuan is exceptionally bright and can keep pace with my explanations. We are utilizing simulated exam papers to enhance her skills. I plan to create several sets to reinforce her weaker areas. During this period, I have genuinely felt her substantial progress. At times, while explaining, I find myself inadvertently connecting previously faint memories of knowledge, which proves beneficial for me as well. As Chen Mo spoke, his eyes radiated confidence, and his smile was exceptionally bright. Teacher Du and Teacher Lin exchanged glances and smiled. Clearly, Chen Mo's demeanor indicated his sincerity, which was precisely the scenario they wished to witness. Not only had he managed to maintain his focus, preventing any potential decline in scores, but he was also aiding a fellow student. This was the ideal situation. Well then, let us continue this momentum. How much more do you believe you can increase your scores before the college entrance examinations? Teacher Du posed her most pressing question. Chen Mo pondered for a brief moment, uncertain, and replied, I don't have a definitive answer in mind, but I'm certain I can improve my scores. As for how much, I suppose we will have to wait for the mock exams to ascertain that. Hearing his response, Teacher Du nodded approvingly before turning her gaze towards Yuan Gang. Yuan Gong, since Chen Mo is willing to tutor you, you must seize this opportunity. I recall that you ranked within the top 10 in class during your first year. You are indeed a bright student. I look forward to seeing your results in the upcoming 3 mock exams. Yuan Gang felt a sudden surge of pressure, but nodded earnestly. Thank you, Teacher Du and Teacher Lin. With smiles on their faces, the 2 teachers exited the office, allowing Yuan Gang to finally relax. AMO, there's no turning back now. You must teach me well. Don't be afraid of my emotions. Chen Mo glanced at him and replied with a hint of exasperation. Am I supposed to be afraid of your temperament? Besides, do you dare to act out? Yuan Gang quickly acquiesced. He recognized that this brother had undergone a transformation and was now under the protection of a formidable presence. He genuinely did not dare to display any ill temper in front of Nuan. In the office, Teacher Du was engaged in a quiet conversation with Teacher Lin. It appeared that their earlier concerns were unwarranted. They understood what truly mattered at this moment. After Teacher Du finished speaking, Teacher Lin nodded, recalling An Nuan's self-assured words. An Nuan is indeed very mature. I can sense it. This maturity is not forced or feigned. She possesses a level of wisdom beyond her years, which I find reassuring. And what of Chen Mo? Teacher Du asked, taking a sip from her cup. Seeing Teacher Lin nod, her expression relaxed somewhat as she shook her head. I know Chen Mo well. Even if they cross certain boundaries, he will not be easily swayed. The college entrance examinations are of immense significance to him, and he is aware of this. Teacher Lin smiled at her unwavering conviction. That is for the best. I hope they both fare well. With less than 3 months left, Once they overcome this hurdle, they will have accomplished a significant milestone in their lives. After their discussion, the two resumed their preparations for classes, their tense atmosphere to persist until the conclusion of the college entrance examinations. In the classroom, An Nuan scrutinized the lengthy message sent by Uncle Lee, reading it repeatedly to extract useful information. Finally, her gaze landed on a particular name within the message, causing her eyes to narrow. Fang Yuan. As Chen Mo and Yuan Gang entered the classroom, they were met with Xiao Wan'er's peculiar smile. He chuckled, but refrained from inquiring, knowing it would likely pertain to the gossip surrounding him and An Nuan. He could easily deduce that much. However, he was curious about what thoughts churned in her mind, prompting such a strange grin. Approaching her, Chen Mo spoke softly. Class monitor, Yuan Gang won't be attending evening study sessions anymore. Just wanted to inform you that we have already spoken to Teacher Du about it. Xiao Wan'er's eyes brightened as she nodded. Oh, I understand. You should hurry back. An Nuan has been glancing at the classroom door several times already. Don't keep her waiting. Chen Mo instinctively turned to look in An Nuan's direction. She was absorbed in something and had not noticed him. Without further ado, he smiled and made his way back to his seat. Yuan Gang was about to follow when Xiao Wan'er unexpectedly grasped his sleeve. He felt a sudden tension. Turning around, he found her beaming at him, causing him to stiffen slightly. Class monitor, do you need something? He asked, his tone slightly awkward. Xiao Wan'er, however, did not ponder too deeply. She beckoned over Gongzi and whispered, are you planning to join their tutoring sessions? Gongzi glanced at Chen Mo's retreating figure and nodded. Yes. AMO intends to assist me with my studies. Observing Xiao Wan'er's peculiar smile, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was this all she wanted to ask? Well, Yuan Gang, could you do me a favor? Gongzi nodded, only to realize that something felt amiss. Xiao Wan'er lowered her voice. Oh, it's nothing, you may go. Bewildered, Gongzi returned to his seat. After some contemplation, he felt as though he had grasped the unspoken sentiments behind Xiao Wan'er's words. His gaze instinctively drifted towards Chen Mo, caught in an internal struggle. A moment later, he silently uttered an apology in his heart. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Mo found An Nuan closing her phone screen. Turning to him with a radiant smile. Did AMO just go with Yuan Gang to see Teacher Du? Chen Mo nodded and curiously inquired. What were you looking at just now? An Nuan waved her phone gently, replying softly, oh, nothing much. I was just checking on pesticides. The weather is warming up, and I need to prepare in advance. Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging that the old residence indeed attracted mosquitoes. He recounted to her the matters discussed with Teacher Du in hushed tones. An Nuan tucked her phone back in her pocket and nodded. Mo, you will have to work even harder from now on. I brought you some delicious dishes for lunch. What did you bring today? Please tell me all about it. In the back row, the duo of Hung and Ha had drooping eyelids, appearing as if they were in a trance. Both had experienced a restless night, finally closing their eyes around 2 or 3 in the morning, having silently rewarded themselves in their own way.